Chapter 1. Activation of the Black Basket System. 60-89. The score, glaringly displayed on the arena's large screen, reflects the palpable tension in the air. The ongoing contest is the sixth game of the 2008 NBA Finals, pitting the Boston Celtics against the Los Angeles Lakers. The previous 5 encounters have culminated in a narrow 3-2 lead for the Celtics. As the sixth game unfolds at the Celtics' home ground, the TD Garden, the third quarter has concluded, revealing a staggering 29-point deficit for the Lakers. Such a vast margin has stripped the game of its suspense, rendering Boston's victory a mere formality. The audience, already jubilant, anticipates witnessing the Celtics claim their 17th championship trophy await, extending over 15 long years. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere surrounding the crowd, the Lakers' bench is steeped in a heavy silence, suffused with despair and negativity. The players sit in muted resignation, acutely aware of the Herculean task ahead. Overcoming a 29-point deficit in the final quarter appears insurmountable. Kobe Bryant, the team's star player, occupies the second-to-last seat on the bench, gasping for breath, trembling, his expression icy and eyes rimmed with red. A tumult of anger and frustration churns within him as the dream of championship glory teeters on the brink of collapse. This moment stands as one of the most excruciating of his career. In the very first seat of the bench, humorously dubbed as the water cooler guardian, sits a player named Jiang Chen, who observes the disheartening score and senses Kobe's anguish. A bitter smile forming on his lips, Jiang Chen, a time traveler and fervent NBA enthusiast, finds himself in this predicament after standing up against a superior who harassed a female subordinate. Ironically, the subordinate turned the tables and became involved with the superior, leading to Jiang's ruthless dismissal from his job. In a fit of frustration, he spent a sleepless night playing NBA video games, only to succumb to slumber, waking up to find himself reborn as a bench player for the Lakers, sharing the name Jiang Chen with the original occupant of this body. Now, just 2 days into his new existence, he faces the prospect of unemployment once more. Through the memories of his predecessor, he learns that the Lakers have signed him to a brief contract worth a mere $450,000 for 1 year as an undrafted player. His skills remain raw, although he possesses top-tier athleticism among his compatriots. He struggles to adapt to the intensity of NBA competition. His sole redeeming skill lies in his ability to shoot three-pointers. Yet even this talent has faltered since entering the league. Consequently, he has been relegated to the sidelines for an entire season. Despite this, the original Jiang Chen's indomitable spirit remained unbroken, relentlessly training throughout the season until his untimely demise provided Jiang Chen with this extraordinary opportunity to traverse worlds. The disparity in talent is insurmountable even if one were to toil endlessly. The opportunity to showcase oneself remains elusive. Jiang Chen murmured, lamenting the fate of the original host. This sentiment, however, did not linger for long, as he was soon confronted with an even grimmer reality. It was certain that upon the conclusion of this match, he would find himself unemployed. Thus, he could not afford to overlook any chance to perform if he could deliver an impressive showing in the finals. There might still be a possibility of securing a contract with another NBA team. Even a minimum salary contract would be preferable to idleness at home. Additionally, as a fervent basketball enthusiast, he yearned to pursue his basketball dreams within the NBA. Becoming the next Yao Ming was his aspiration. Although it seemed a distant fantasy, as long as he remained within the NBA, hope persisted. That moment, Jiang Chen's demeanor was tense, his gaze frequently darting towards the distant figure of the team's head coach, Phil Jackson. He sensed that his opportunity was approaching. For a player of his caliber, appearances were typically only granted during garbage time. Moreover, endowed with memories from his previous life, he was aware that the Lakers would surrender in the fourth quarter of this match, substituting the entire starting lineup. With their bench players, indeed, with less than 2 minutes elapsed in the fourth quarter, the deficit had already ballooned to 33 points. Phil Jackson called a timeout, withdrawing Kobe, Gasol, and the other starters. His eyes scanned the bench before finally resting on Jiang Chen by the water cooler. He held a favorable impression of this player. Though his talent was average, he compensated with diligent training and constant readiness to take the court. Today marked the last day Jiang Chen would don a Lakers jersey. Potentially his final game in the NBA. It was time to grant him an opportunity to shine and to experience the atmosphere of the finals, ensuring that his season of sitting on the bench was not in vain. With this thought, Phil beckoned Jiang Chen. "Jiang, it's your turn to play." Upon hearing this call, the tense Jiang Chen sprang to his feet, a surge of enthusiasm flooding his mind. Finally, the moment had arrived. Nervously, Jiang Chen followed the other bench players onto the court. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully entering the game. The Black Basket system is now activated. Ding! The Black Basket system has been successfully bound. Beginner rewards are now available. Would you like to claim them? Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Chen felt a rush of excitement. He had not anticipated that at this pivotal moment in his basketball career, the system would finally manifest. As a standard feature for transmigrators, the system may arrive late, but it never fails to show up. What is the Black Basket system? Jiang Chen inquired, somewhat perplexed. It is a basketball system based on the anime Kuroko's basketball, the system replied. Jiang Chen stood in stunned silence, his face soon transforming into one of unrestrained joy. This system is truly extraordinary. In his previous life, he had watched this anime and was well aware of how formidable the characters within it were. Each character possessed basketball skills that transcended the realm of reality. Claim the reward, Jiang Chen declared without hesitation. The vanishing pass of Kuroko Tetsuya, the meteor slam of Kagami Taiga, the unparalleled mimicry of Kai's Ryota, the unpredictable shooting style of Ammon Daiki, and so forth. These characters and their skills flashed vividly in Jiang Chen's mind, heightening his anticipation for the system's rewards. Then, he felt a luminous screen descend within his consciousness, revealing a plethora of information. System, Kuroko's basketball system. Host, Jiang Chen. Height, 201 centimeters. Weight, 98 kilograms. Comprehensive physique, 79. Skills, none. Items, Ammon Daiki's physical talent perfect. Leveled Sugawa Tomoki's strongest wall advanced Ammon Daiki's basketball skill experience card, including ultra-fast dribbling, unpredictable shooting, wildness valid for 5 minutes. Midarima Shintaro's ultra-high arc 3-point shot, full-court shooting, alley-oop, 3-point shot choose 1, all are advanced. Achievement points, 0. Gazing at the novice gift pack in his inventory, Jiang Chen stood frozen in place. This is simply an incredible start, endowed with extraordinary skills. Chapter 2. Fusion of extraordinary skills and system tasks. Jiang Chen was ecstatic. With a mere thought, descriptions of various skills materialized in his mind. Ammon Daiki's physical talent. A member of the generation of miracles, endowed with physical abilities and reflexes that far surpass the ordinary. Upon fusion, one may acquire Ammon Daiki's static physical talent, emphasizing strength and neural reflexes, currently at the highest perfect level, with a fusion rate of 100. Sugawa Tomoki's strongest wall. The ace defender of Siren High School, possessing exceptional defensive capabilities. Upon fusion, one gains his defensive abilities, currently at advanced level, with a fusion rate of 60. Within an appropriate range, it can reduce the opponent's shooting accuracy by 10-20 and has a certain probability of provoking the opponent into committing fouls. Midarima Shintaro's ultra-high arc 3-point shot, full-court shooting, alley-oop 3-point shot. A member of the generation of miracles, a sharpshooter, ultra-high arc 3-point shot. Upon fusion, the shooting range extends to half-court, currently at advanced level, with a fusion rate of 60 and a 3-point shooting accuracy of 60. Full-court shooting. Upon fusion, the shooting range encompasses the entire court, currently at advanced level, with a fusion rate of 40 and a 3-point shooting accuracy of 40. Alley-oop 3-point shot. Upon fusion, one gains the ability to perform an alley-oop 3-point shot, currently at advanced level, with a fusion rate of 60 and an accuracy of 60. Ammon Daiki's basketball skill experience card. The ace of the generation of miracles, a scoring machine from Taiko Junior High, possessing abilities such as ultra-fast dribbling, unpredictable shooting, wildness, and a freedom to enter the zone. Upon use, one acquires all of Ammon Daiki's skills for a duration of 5 minutes. Jiang Chen gazed at the descriptions of these skills, realizing that they had been somewhat subdued or altered by the system. Nevertheless, these abilities remained exceptionally formidable. In the realm of animation, Aozora Atsushi's physical prowess was undeniably among the elite, yet he chose to conceal his power out of a reluctance to harm others. In a subsequent confrontation against Jason Sibier, who possessed a body chosen by the gods, he unleashed his full potential to subdue Sibier completely. Sanagawa Tomoki's strongest wall could be deemed the most formidable defensive capability for an individual in the anime, effectively thwarting the offensive maneuvers of the Miracle Generation players. Such unparalleled defensive prowess equaled that of the Miracle Generation itself. Though originating from an inconspicuous character in the anime, this skill was remarkably potent and exceedingly practical. Next was Midarima Shintaro's ability, which had undergone the most significant modifications by the system in the anime. Midarima boasted a shooting range that encompassed the entire court, with an astonishing accuracy rate of 100, rendering it a superlative anomaly. As for Ammon Daiki's experience card, it was undoubtedly a hidden trump card for Jiang Chen. The combination of ultra-fast dribbling and an unorthodox shooting style made him invincible in the anime, let alone in the real world. System: fuse Azura Atsushi's physical talent, Tsunagawa Tomoki's strongest wall, and Midorima Shintaro's high-arc three-pointer. Jiang Chen declared successively, utilizing all these permanently fusible skills. After careful consideration, he resolved to merge the most practical ability, the high-arc three-pointer, from Midorima's 3 skills. The remaining 2 skills, while impressive, were of lesser utility. Who would spend their time shooting three-pointers from the backcourt? The alley-oop three-pointer was even more impractical, as it required a teammate with exceptional passing skills to execute. Conversely, the high-arc three-pointer was precisely the offensive skill Jiang Chen needed at this moment. With a 60 accuracy rate from half-court, this three-point capability was indeed formidable. Even Curry, the sharpshooter destined to alter the trajectory of the NBA, never exceeded a 53-point shooting rate at the pinnacle of his career. Ding! Congratulations, host, fusion complete. The system's voice resonated. Jiang Chen felt the transformation within his body and could not help but laugh aloud. He could distinctly sense an overwhelming power coursing through him, feeling as though he could fell a bull with a single punch. His physical attributes were now undoubtedly among the league's finest, imbued with unique characteristics. Imagine an outside player possessing the terrifying strength akin to that of Shaquille O'Neal. The sensation of engaging in physical confrontations with opponents during a match would be nothing short of exhilarating. He would undoubtedly dominate all challengers with ease. Jiang Chen glanced once more at the system interface, discovering that after assimilating the physical talents of Aoyama Atsushi, his overall physique had surged to an impressive 89, an increase of a full 10 points. Suddenly, with a sharp whistle from the referee, Jiang Chen was jolted back to reality. Although he had been immersed in dialogue with the system for what felt like an eternity, only a few seconds had elapsed in the real world. His teammates were now positioned on the sidelines, ready to serve the ball. Jiang Chen hurried to his designated spot, exuding an aura of formidable confidence. He could hardly contain his eagerness to witness how the skills from the realm of Kuroko's basketball would manifest on the actual court. That moment. The system's voice resonated once again. Ding dong. The host is about to commence the match. The following task is hereby issued. Task: lead the Lakers to a comeback victory. Reward: 3,000 achievement points, 50 skill fusion shards. Note: accumulated achievement points may be utilized for a lottery. Accumulated fusion shards can be employed to upgrade skills. As this is the inaugural task issued by this system, a special bonus will be granted upon completion, a single lottery draw. The system's voice echoed once more. Jiang Chen lifted his gaze to the large screen. 60:93, a staggering deficit of 33 points. With merely 10 minutes remaining in the match, they had reached a dire impasse. A frantic offensive was imperative. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the CCTV studio, the commentators for this match were Yang Jian and Yang. Our player Jiang Chen has taken the court. It appears the Lakers have completely surrendered this game, Yang Jian remarked with a hint of resignation. As the Lakers' waterboy, Jiang Chen had scarcely seen any playtime throughout the season and had spent the finals languishing on the bench. Now his appearance seemed merely to allow him a taste of the finals atmosphere. Indeed, with a 33-point deficit, the outcome seems all but certain, Yang Yi added with a sigh. Let us see if Jiang Chen can seize these final moments to deliver a remarkable performance and elevate his market value. Despite his words, he held little hope. After all, the higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. The two exchanged glances, both skeptical of Jiang Chen's prospects. They were acutely aware that this could very well be Jiang Chen's last NBA game, with the next chapter of his career shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 3. The Mockery of Netizens. Jiang's three-point shot. In the XL Live streaming room, viewers were actively posting comments as they watched the broadcast. Let Jiang Chen take the court? Has Phil lost his mind? I'm done watching. Sigh, this is the globally broadcast finals. What embarrassment for us, the people of Huaxia. Instead of watching Jiang Chen play, I'd rather spend my time playing a couple of rounds of Dota. Can Jiang Sanfin make a three-pointer? I hope Jiang Sanfin can seize the opportunity and not disappoint us. The fans jested with one another, their words laced with sarcasm. Jiang Sanfin is the moniker bestowed upon Jiang Chen by his supporters in jest. Throughout the entire season, he managed to sink merely a single three-pointer while playing for the Lakers, after which his contributions dwindled to nothing. Hence the nickname. In truth, when Jiang Chen first entered the NBA last year, he was met with high expectations. Fans from the Huaxia region jubilantly celebrated and closely monitored his progress in the league. However, as his performance plummeted during the season, relegating him to the status of a benchwarmer, the patience and trust of the fans gradually eroded. Ultimately, Jiang Chen became the target of their mockery, embodying a sense of disappointment and frustration akin to that of a parent lamenting their child's unfulfilled potential. Certainly, there are those who continue to support Jiang Chen, albeit with little hope. Although the comments from netizens are rife with mockery and derision, their eyes remain glued to the screen, harboring a flicker of anticipation. At the Beichon Garden Arena, the Lakers are poised for a sideline inbound. Farmar receives the ball and dribbles past the half-court line, opting for a bold offensive move. The point differential is substantial, causing the Celtics' defense to slacken. Farmar effortlessly penetrates the paint and scores. In successive possessions, the Lakers' bench players resort to individual plays, devoid of any teamwork. Each player yearns to showcase their own talents. As none truly believe the Lakers can turn the tide of the game, even the Lakers themselves harbor this sentiment, leading them to adopt a strategy of personal offense. Every point counts as they merely aim to endure until the final whistle. Having been on the court for over a minute without even touching the ball, Jiang Chen feels a pang of impatience. He has a mission to fulfill and cannot afford to remain passive. Should he fail to make an impression, he risks being substituted by coach Phil Jackson, which would spell disaster for him. Pass the ball, Jiang Chen exclaimed in English, not retreating to the corner but instead proactively positioning himself at the top of the arc. As soon as he finished speaking, the basketball soared towards him. Farmar regarded Jiang Chen with a look of disdain, silently conveying that he was merely waiting to see how this would unfold. Did he really think he could claim the ball without the requisite skill? He would soon be embarrassed. As a teammate, Farmar was acutely aware of Jiang Chen's limitations. During training scrimmages, Jiang Chen had consistently underperformed, even struggling to earn playing time. Did he really believe he could shine in the finals with such ability? Such arrogance was astonishing. Farmar settled into the corner, granting Jiang Chen ample opportunity to demonstrate his prowess. With the ball in hand and facing his defender, Jiang Chen noted that the opponent was nearly 2 meters away. Where did you come from? I had no idea the Lakers had a player from Huaxia, the Celtics player scoffed, his contempt evident. With a steely expression, Jiang Chen slightly bent his knees, lifted the ball above his head, and with a surge of power from his legs, leapt into the air. At the apex of his jump, he flicked his fingers, gently directing the basketball towards the hoop. The high-arcing three-point shot of the green interval taro is now in play. This Huaxia player's shooting form is quite exquisite. Fans present at the scene could not help but exclaim in astonishment. After integrating the exquisite high-arc three-point shooting technique of Shintaro Midorikawa, Jiang Chen's shooting form underwent a subtle transformation, rendering it almost picturesque. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, soaring to heights far exceeding those of his peers, as if destined to breach the very ceiling of the arena and escape into the heavens. Subsequently, the ball began its descent, tracing a parabolic path towards the hoop with an alarming curvature. Swish. The crisp sound of the net resonated throughout the venue. It was a flawless swish. Jiang Chen revealed a confident smile, feeling quite pleased with himself. Farmar's pupils contracted slightly in surprise. He had not anticipated the ball would actually find its mark. Luck seemed to be on their side. While some fans erupted in cheers, the moment failed to stir significant commotion. It was merely a single three-point shot, after all, and did little to affect the dynamics of the game. Furthermore, with the Celtics' lax defense, anyone could have made that three-pointer. On the Lakers bench, Kobe sat with a sullen expression, still burdened by his anguish, while the other players wore vacant expressions, their minds already adrift. On the Celtics bench, the big three sat together, engaged in light-hearted conversation, completely disregarding the unfolding events on the court. In the CT5 live stream, a commentator remarked that three-pointer actually went in. Jiang Chen appears to be in good form. Yang Jian expressed a hint of surprise, followed by a chuckle. Making a single three-pointer is commendable. At least the statistics reflect something, rather than a complete blank slate. I hope this shot opens the next grand door to the NBA for him. Yang Yi raised an eyebrow, not particularly concerned. In the XL live stream, another commentator quipped, he made a three-pointer. Jiang is quite fortunate today. After an entire season in the NBA, making only his second career three-pointer, perhaps he should be renamed Jiang 2-3. Laughter ensued. Do not underestimate that three-pointer. Even a shot made during garbage time counts for something. If he can make another, I might just devour this keyboard in front of me. Fans continued to share their thoughts, mixing playful jibes with unfounded predictions. It was evident that some fans still held onto a sense of hope as they watched the game unfold. Kid, that was me not defending you earlier. But in the next round, do not even think about attempting another three-pointer. I shall block you mercilessly, declared the Celtics player tasked with guarding Jiang Chen. Why is there always a pesky fly buzzing in my ear? What is your name? Another benchwarmer from the Celtics? Jiang Chen retorted nonchalantly. When it came to the art of trash talking, he had never been bested, even as a representative of Huaxia. Huh? Does the loser dare to be so brazen? Is being a runner-up a source of joy for you? The player from the Celtics possesses a rather sharp tongue. He gestures with his arms, signaling to his teammate for the ball. It is imperative to reclaim this moment of pride. To triumph in banter is essential. But one must also prevail in the art of basketball. He dribbles with fervor, preparing to break through Jiang Chen's defense. With piercing focus, Jiang Chen swiftly activates the formidable skill of Tsukagawa Tomoki, effortlessly identifying his opponent's vulnerabilities. With a swift clap, his reflexes strike like lightning as he seizes the opportunity to execute a steal. What an astonishing turn of events! The Celtics player, now empty-handed, stands in stunned disbelief. Turning back, he sees Jiang Chen, already racing ahead with the ball. Unopposed in the front court, he comes to a halt just beyond the three-point line. What is happening? The entire audience was taken aback. Chapter 4. A remarkable feat of 3 consecutive three-pointers ignites attention. What does this player intend to do? Is he going for a fast-break layup? It appears he seeks to attempt a three-pointer, perhaps a bit overly confident, having just made one. Does he see himself as Ray Allen? Quite amusing. Does he prefer 3 points over 2? Is he attempting to close the gap? Trailing by 30 points. Let us see how he plans to catch up. The fans in attendance murmured amongst themselves, filled with disdain. In the midst of their chatter, Jiang Chen had already released the basketball. The high-arching three-pointer from Ryoma Midorima was unleashed once more. The ball traced a terrifying arc swish. It found nothing but net. 66-93. The deficit diminished to 27 points. What on earth? Another one? This Huaxia player shoots remarkably well from beyond the arc. A trailing three-pointer during a fast break is indeed a rarity. Unbelievable, he has now made 2 consecutive three-pointers. Could this player truly be just a water cooler attendant? Some fans gasped, their eyes wide with astonishment. On the court, the players of the Celtics were utterly bewildered. Another three-pointer made? The prowess of this Huaxia player is undeniably remarkable. My friend, we must intensify our defense against him and prevent any further three-point attempts. Tony Allen remarked with a furrowed brow. At present, he stands as the most significant player for the green team. The player nodded, a fierce expression on his face. Who does he think he is, flaunting such skills? As the Celtics initiated their offense, a perimeter player sluggishly launched a three-point shot. Clang. A missed opportunity. The Lakers swiftly secured the defensive rebound, igniting a fast break. Farmar dribbled the ball forward with alacrity, his eyes darting around in search of Jiang Chen's presence. Though he was uncertain why Jiang Chen had suddenly found his rhythm, the basic tenet for a point guard is to pass to the teammate who is in form. Suddenly, he spotted Jiang Chen positioned at the corner. Without hesitation, he sent the ball flying to Jiang Chen. Upon receiving the basketball, Jiang Chen rose immediately without pause to take the shot. The defender leapt high, attempting to intercept it. Yet, with Jiang Chen's towering height of 2.01 meters and his exceptional athleticism, combined with a high shooting release point, he was hardly susceptible to being blocked. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish. It found the net once more. 3 consecutive three-pointers. The arena erupted in astonishment. The fans, who had begun to celebrate victory, ceased their cheers, instead gazing in disbelief at the replay on the big screen. In less than a minute, he had scored 3 three-pointers. This is somewhat exaggerated. What a splendid play. Famer, exhilarated, waved his arms, casting aside his previous biases against Jiang Chen. Although the outcome of the game was seemingly predetermined, one cannot deny that the 3 three-pointers executed by this rising star from Huaxia were indeed uplifting. From the Lakers bench, Gasol, Odom, and others expressed their astonishment. Kobe's eyes sparkled. His once dormant heart surged back to life, beating robustly as a daring thought flickered through his mind, quickening his breath. Perhaps this Huaxia rookie could emerge as the unexpected hero of the match, aiding his team in narrowing the gap. He hurriedly glanced at the clock. Just over 8 minutes remained. With a 24-point deficit, catching up would be a formidable challenge, yet not entirely impossible. His gaze intensified on the court. If Jiang Chen could maintain such a scorching shooting streak, they must fight valiantly until the very end. What are you doing? Haven't you eaten enough? Defend that Huaxia player, roared Rivers, the head coach of the Celtics, his expression darkening. The championship was tantalizingly close, and no unforeseen mishaps could be tolerated. Wow, hitting 3 consecutive three-pointers. Given the chance, he truly capitalizes, Yangi remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Interesting. In the finals, amidst the raucous cheers of the fans, Jiang Chen's explosive performance demonstrates remarkable mental fortitude. Yang Chen noted, beginning to feel a sense of anticipation. Perhaps, just perhaps, Jiang Chen could indeed deliver an even greater surprise? The NBA playoffs are a realm where miracles are born. Anything can happen. Is this a night destined for Jiang Chen? Could this be the pinnacle of his professional career? I dare not harbor excessive expectations, Yang remarked, yet I cannot help but feel hopeful. Perhaps this is the depth of love that brings forth stringent expectations. In the XL Live broadcast room, the comments section erupted. Am I watching a real live stream? 3 consecutive three-pointers. Is this really the water cooler player Jiang Sanfan? Unbelievable. I just stepped away for a moment, and Jiang Chen has already scored 9 points. This must have set a new career scoring record. Quite impressive. Those 3 three-pointers are genuinely uplifting. Even though the Lakers have seemingly conceded the match, Jiang Chen has not surrendered. For that, I hold a deep respect for him. Where is that keyboard warrior? Weren't they supposed to swallow their keyboard if Jiang Chen hit another 3? Now that he's made 3, shouldn't they swallow 2? I must say, this wave of poisonous milk is remarkably effective. Now, I too shall indulge. For if Jiang Chen continues to showcase such spectacular performance and leads the Lakers to a comeback in this match, I shall create a video of myself engaging in a rather unsavory act. My friend, you are certainly aiming high. However, I admire your enthusiasm and fully support it. Are there any female fans present? Let us rally some fervent support. Should Jiang Chen maintain his excellence, do share a photograph or 2. You cheeky one. Best focus on the game. A torrent of comments swiftly cascaded, each one quickly submerged beneath the flow, while many remarks continued to jest at Jiang Chen's expense. Even bordering on sarcasm, the reality is that his performance has ignited the fervor of the fans watching the game. The incessant banter reflects their expectations for Jiang Chen. At the North Shore Garden Center, Jiang Chen exuberantly sprinted towards the backcourt, reveling in his formidable defense. His steals were razor-sharp. Although the skill description of the formidable Tsukuwa Tomoki does not explicitly include the ability to steal, facing off against a mere recreational player, this skill proved to be overwhelmingly effective. Jiang Chen effortlessly dismantled his opponent's offense, allowing him to secure the steal with ease. Truly astonishing. One can only say that the skills depicted in Kuroko's basketball are remarkably powerful. With just these 3 extraordinary skills, one could certainly carve a niche in the NBA. The Celtics commenced their offensive play. Tony Allen seized an opportunity to shoot, executing a mid-range attempt. He is not inherently an offensive player and is not particularly adept at scoring. The shot arose as the game slipped into garbage time, where complex strategies were no longer necessary, and he sought merely to showcase his abilities. Clang. Alas, the basketball failed to find the net, ricocheting off the rim. The Lakers secured the defensive rebound and pressed forward with vigor. Yet, the Celtics swiftly retreated, intensifying their defensive efforts. Farmar dribbled past half-court, orchestrating the team's offensive maneuver, signaling Turiev to move to a higher position to set a screen for Jiang Chen. After the screen was executed, Jiang Chen received the pass and launched another 3-point shot. All the Celtics players watched the basketball soaring through the air, a wave of tension washing over them as a single thought flickered through their minds. Can it go in? Chapter 5. The Lakers' spirit revives. A dazzling performance. Clang. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. The players of the Celtics collectively exhaled with relief. The remarkable performance of this Huaxia player has come to an end. It was merely a momentary scare. Yet, before one could catch their breath, Turiev of the Lakers seized the offensive rebound and promptly passed the ball back to Jiang Chen. With a quick glance down, Jiang Chen found himself just beyond the 3-point line and unleashed another stunning 3-pointer. The basketball soared through the air with a menacing arc swish. It found nothing but net. Instantly, the entire arena fell into silence as everyone stood in astonished disbelief, witnessing this moment. Once again, it went in. This truly defies the heavens. On the sidelines, Kobe, brimming with excitement, rose from the bench, pumping his fist and casting a glance at the large screen. The score had surged to 21 points. He turned to Coach Phil, his eyes pleading for an opportunity to take the court once more. Phil responded with a knowing look, urging him to remain patient. Guys, make sure to pass the ball to Jiang Chen. Phil whistled and called out loudly to the players on the court. The substitutes, including Farmar and Luke Walton, nodded in agreement, their earlier despondency evaporating, replaced by a surge of exhilaration. The collective mindset of the team transformed under Jiang Chen's influence, rekindling their fighting spirit. How could they allow the Celtics to seize the championship so easily? Even if the outcome seemed inevitable, they could not grant their opponents an easy victory. Pierce, go limit that player from Huaxia. Coach Rivers signaled to Pierce, who was seated on the bench, beckoning him to enter the game. Pierce appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for his return to the court, especially to guard a player who had been relegated to the sidelines. This situation is somewhat beneath my dignity. However, for the sake of this long-awaited championship, enduring a slight loss of face is inconsequential. Moreover, it is time for this Chinese player, who dares to act arrogantly at North Bank Garden, to understand who truly reigns supreme on this court. Pierce rose and removed his training attire, striding towards the technical area. Alongside Pierce, Rivers also substituted in key players Ray Allen and Rajon Rondo, determined to widen the point gap and extinguish the Lakers' last flicker of hope. Rivers clasped the shoulders of several players, his tone imbued with formidable confidence. As the Celtics' three mainstays took the court together, the arena erupted in enthusiastic applause. The audience understood that the Lakers' moment of resurgence had come to an end. The Celtics initiated their offense. Pierce approached Jiang Chen, tilting his head to reveal a hint of a cruel smile. "Young man, your performance has been quite commendable. The coach summoned me to guard you, and you should feel honored. Not every benchwarmer is privileged to match up against me." As he spoke, he positioned himself against Jiang Chen's body, signaling to Rondo for the ball. Rondo, understanding the cue, executed a high lob to deliver the ball into Pierce's hands. The fans in the stands erupted with excitement, eager to witness Pierce teach this Chinese player a lesson. Jiang Chen's expression turned serious as he activated his strongest defensive skill, the wall of Chikawa. This time, he is up against a premier small forward in the league, and he wonders if he can still make a significant impact. Pierce, backing into Jiang Chen, attempts to draw closer to the basket. Yet, in the next moment, he is astounded to find himself unable to budge, as if he is pressing against an impenetrable wall. No matter how much effort he exerts, there is not the slightest movement. What an infernal display of athleticism! How can it feel even more formidable than LeBron? Pierce grumbles inwardly, his brow slightly furrowed. Observing this, Jiang Chen becomes reinvigorated with excitement. Such is the formidable prowess of Atsushi Ehara's physical gifts. It is utterly exhilarating. Not only has it endowed him with extraordinary athletic qualities, but his strength rivals, and perhaps even surpasses, that of Shaquille O'Neal. How could the likes of Pierce possibly contend? After several failed attempts to overpower him, Pierce was compelled to pivot and execute a jump shot. Clang! The sound of iron reverberated. Tomoki Tsukagawa's formidable defensive wall proved effective. If we consider Pierce's shooting percentage of 44.5 in this series, under the influence of Tsukagawa's impenetrable barrier, his percentage would diminish to a mere 20-something. It is, quite frankly, absurdly low. The Lakers seized the defensive rebound and swiftly initiated a counterattack. However, with the return of three key players to the Celtics, both their offense and defense have ascended several tiers, showcasing remarkable retreat speed. As they settled into their formation, Pierce clung to Jiang Chen like a stubborn adhesive. The audience gasped in astonishment. The Celtics star player was actually tasked with defending a mere benchwarmer? This scene appears utterly astonishing from every angle. Even Kobe, seated on the bench, exhibited a glimmer of surprise in his gaze, his face radiating a sense of satisfaction. The player from Huaxia, whom he seldom paid attention to, suddenly emerged as the savior of the Lakers, earning recognition from their adversaries. On the court, Jiang Chen was oblivious to who was defending him. In other words, no defense could hinder him. He sprinted with all his might, utilizing his teammate screens to position himself beyond the three-point line. Just as he received the basketball, Pierce closed in on him with remarkable speed, leaving him with only a fleeting opportunity to shoot. Without hesitation, he leaped and released the ball. The motion was fluid and exceptionally graceful. Even Ray Allen furrowed his brow in that moment, unable to suppress a silent admiration. Swish. The net rippled with white waves as the ball swished through effortlessly once more. The Lakers bench erupted in jubilation, wildly waving their towels. "Well done, mate. You are the team's savior. Keep up this performance." Fisher bellowed, his gleaming head reflecting the lights. "Goodness, we are only 18 points behind. With 6 minutes remaining in the game, I see hope for a comeback," Gasol exclaimed, trembling with excitement. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Rivers called for a timeout, sensing a hint of crisis, an ominous premonition swelling within him. "Gentlemen, this is the finals. We must take this seriously. We once led by 33 points. But in a mere 4 minutes, we've allowed them to close the gap to 18. What consequences will follow if this continues? Do you wish to face the Lakers in a Game 7? Rivers pounded the tactical board, roaring with fury. "Pierce, I don't care what methods you employ. You must shadow that Huaxia player relentlessly, ensuring he does not score another three-pointer. Ray Allen, seize your opportunities and shoot decisively. You are one of the greatest three-point shooters in NBA history. How can you let a benchwarmer surpass you? Garnett, you will join the game shortly. Safeguard the rebounds. Rivers briskly outlined the strategy, his expression dark and foreboding. Meanwhile, on the Lakers bench, Phil was also diligently formulating plans. Gasol, Kobe, Fisher, Odom, you will take the court soon. Jiang Chen has granted us a chance for a comeback, and we must seize it. Upon entering, he will be our offensive focal point, Phil stated, his face radiating with excitement. Who could have anticipated that this yellow-skinned player from Huaxiao would suddenly unleash such an explosive performance? Initially, the intention was merely to let him experience the finals atmosphere during garbage time, yet he surprised the entire team and startled their opponents. Now, with Jiang Chen as the cornerstone, Kobe and Gasol will provide support. Let us see if he can sustain that miraculous display. Chapter 6, The Offensive Core? Kobe as support? As they listened to Phil's words, everyone displayed expressions of astonishment, subsequently directing their gazes toward Kobe. The Lakers were indeed Kobe's team. Yet now, Phil unexpectedly suggested that Kobe assist a player of lesser stature, akin to a mere water cooler occupant. This situation is rather perplexing. Although Jiang Chen had just made 5 three-pointers and ignited a flicker of hope for a comeback, he is, after all, merely a benchwarmer. Once the core players, Kobe and Gasol, stepped onto the court, the ball would inevitably find its way into their hands, relegating Jiang Chen to the role of a stationary three-point shooter. Yet, Phil has made a bold decision, even choosing to take a contrary approach. But would Kobe agree to this? A multitude of thoughts flashed through the minds of those present, and their expressions grew increasingly animated. Absolutely. The hope for a comeback in this game has been bestowed upon us by Jiang Chen, and he should be allowed to continue his offensive efforts, Kobe stated firmly, as the pain and despair within him transformed into an empowering force. An eagerness to engage in the game surging forth. The crowd once again displayed their astonishment. Is this still the same stubborn and arrogant Kobe? Well then, let us make a final stand, Phil proclaimed, offering words of encouragement to the players. The eyes of all the Lakers once again filled with determination, eagerly awaiting the end of the timeout to execute this astonishing comeback. In the CT5 studio, with a remarkable 5 out of 6 three-pointers, Jiang Chen has truly channeled the spirit of Ray Allen, Yang Jian exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Ever since Jiang Chen had been relegated to a mere benchwarmer, Yang Jian had lost hope in him. Yet now, the heart that once lay dormant for Jiang Chen began to beat anew. An unexpected hero, Jiang Chen has transformed into the Lakers' secret weapon. Regardless of the outcome of this game, he has already secured his place in the annals of glory. His future seems promising, as many teams will likely extend enticing minimum salary contracts to him by season's end, Yang Yi remarked with satisfaction. After an entire season of waiting, in the direst moments of the final championship match, this player, once so eagerly anticipated by fans across China, has finally erupted. It is truly a refreshing rain after a prolonged drought. Many fans, like Yang Yi, are likely experiencing a surge of emotions, reflecting on the past, and rejoicing for Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen can secure a position as a rotational player in a team next season, it would indeed fulfill the hopes placed upon him. After all, he is not in the same league as the great Yao Ming. Simply establishing a foothold in the NBA has long been the fans' greatest wish. However, during Jiang Chen's rookie season, that dream seemed to shatter along with his disappointing performance. In the XL Live broadcast room, the viewers exclaimed, "Brothers, Jiang Chen has made 5 three-pointers. He is truly impressive." Indeed, I was ready to turn off the stream, but Jiang Chen's three-pointers drew me back in. Incredible! This is more exhilarating than a drug high. Could it be that our great China is about to welcome a three-point sharpshooter? Jiang's three-point prowess has truly become legendary. That shooting percentage is simply terrifying. I'm fired up. I feel the adrenaline surging and am tempted to head to the gym and toss up a few three-pointers myself. Go, Jiang Chen. Strive to shed the identity of a benchwarmer and dazzle the NBA, bringing glory to our nation. And what about that audacious netizen? When are you planning to upload the video? I'm ready to feast on those views. Is it that outrageous? I'll continue to jinx it. If the Lakers can turn this game around, I'll upload a nude photo. Dude, that's illegal. And who would want to see a grown man's naked body? Then I'll just upload a bikini photo of my wife. The comment section resonated with a wave of ellipses, followed by a brief silence. Countless netizens, seated before their computers, gazed intently at the match, vocally cheering for their team, fervently hoping for a remarkable comeback by the Lakers. After all, victory promised a glimpse of something alluring. The scene unfolded at the TD Garden in Boston. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court, showcasing their starting lineups. the Celtics initiated their offense, with Rondo skillfully dribbling past half-court before once again delivering the ball into the hands of Pierce. This is also one of Rivers' tactics, to utilize his star player to overpower Jiang Chen. After all, in their eyes, Jiang Chen, regarded as merely a bench warmer, is perceived as the Lakers' defensive weak link. Sometimes, prejudice can be quite formidable. Once a label is affixed to you, even if you undergo transformation and change, it is exceedingly difficult to alter others' entrenched perceptions of you. The last time Pierce shot an air ball while contesting Jiang Chen was merely attributed to a lack of rhythm. With no connection to Jiang Chen's defense, brother, obliterate this Chinese player. Let him go home to his mother. The fourth quarter of the finals is not where he should shine. Garnett roared from the paint, having long harbored disdain for Jiang Chen. Trash-talking is one of his signature styles. He is also renowned as a master of banter within the NBA. While he spat venomous words, he simultaneously vied for position with Gasol. It was precisely due to Garnett's overwhelming dominance over Gasol in the paint that the Lakers struggled throughout this series. Gasol fought valiantly. Yet in comparison to Garnett, they are not players of the same caliber. That is simply the truth. Lacking Gasol's assistance, the team could only rely on Kobe. For the Celtics, the key strategy was to neutralize Kobe. However, they now found themselves compelled to be wary of this suddenly emerging Chinese player. Stimulated by Garnett's taunts, Pierce's competitive spirit was ignited. This time, he opted for an offensive maneuver around the frame. After a series of probing steps and subtle feints, he discovered that there was no space for a shot. Thus, he began to shift directions incessantly, retreating to create distance before effortlessly releasing a mid-range shot. The corners of Pierce's mouth lifted slightly as he felt that the shot was exquisitely executed. Yet, in the next moment, his expression darkened once more. For the basketball did not find its mark. Instead, it ricocheted off the rim. Odom zealously secured the rebound and passed it to Kobe. Kobe swiftly dribbled forward, simultaneously searching for Jiang Chen's position. Meanwhile, the Celtics' defense concentrated entirely on Kobe, believing that this determined man would undoubtedly choose to take the shot himself. In critical moments of the game, Kobe had always placed his faith solely in himself, never in others. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Faced with Rondo's mismatched defense, Kobe, despite having a clear opportunity to shoot, refrained from doing so and instead passed the ball to Jiang Chen, who had circled around the pick to position himself at the right side 45-degree angle. Pierce, Garnett, and others were taken aback. Kobe actually passed the ball? Chapter 7, Collision. Is Pierce acting? Originally intending to assist in defending against Kobe, Pierce hurriedly retracted his steps and pivoted towards Jiang Chen. However, it was too late. Receiving the basketball, Jiang Chen launched an incredibly high-arching three-pointer from his open position. Swish. Another clean shot through the net. That marked his sixth successful three-pointer. The score was now 78-93, widening the gap to 15 points with just 5 minutes remaining in the game. Kobe let out a roar, saliva flying as he excitedly waved his arms. In his eyes, Jiang Chen had become the savior of the team. The entire Lakers' momentum surged to new heights with this three-pointer. Phil, blowing his whistle, remained as composed as a Zen master, yet he too could not help but feel exhilarated. A divine intervention has indeed occurred. It seems even the Almighty does not wish for this series to conclude so easily. Curse it. Pierce, do not concern yourself with Kobe. Your sole task is to keep a vigilant eye on this Chinese player. Rivers bellowed in fury, his frustration palpable as he stomped his feet. Pierce nodded, his countenance darkening under the coach's reprimand, his gaze towards Jiang Chen brimming with murderous intent. It was this obscure, unremarkable player, akin to a mere water boy, who had wrought such significant upheaval in the match and caused him to incur the coach's wrath. He must pay the price. Pierce resolved, signaling Rondo to initiate a one-on-one play. Rondo relayed the ball to Pierce from the backcourt, allowing him to orchestrate the offensive maneuver. Pierce dribbled past half-court, charging directly at Jiang Chen, who stood resolutely in his path without a hint of retreat. In response, Pierce's expression hardened. His physical prowess was among the elite for small forwards. During the second round of the playoffs against the Cavaliers, he had held his ground even against the formidable LeBron James. And now, a mere frail player from China dared to challenge his strength? This infuriated Pierce, driving him into a frenzy as he charged toward Jiang Chen. Let us engage in a clash befitting men, he proclaimed, determined to resolve their differences in the most primal manner. With all his might, Pierce collided with Jiang Chen, anticipating that the sheer force of the impact would send Jiang Chen sprawling to the ground. However, the moment he connected with Jiang Chen, it felt as though he had struck an iron wall. Subsequently, His body was uncontrollably propelled backward. He staggered several steps before ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming force, landing heavily on the ground. The arena fell into a profound silence at this spectacle. All eyes turned to Pierce with expressions of bewilderment, questioning the bizarre turn of events. Was Pierce merely putting on a show? How could he, who had stood his ground against James, be toppled by a seemingly frail player from Huaxia? This is absolutely impossible. Hiss. The referee's whistle sounded promptly, signaling a blocking foul against Jiang Chen. No. Kobe, clutching his head, was the first to disagree, approaching the referee to contest the decision. Jiang Chen's defense moments earlier had been entirely unblemished. This was undeniably an offensive foul, while Pierce feigned injury. However, the referee's explanation was that Jiang Chen had collided with Pierce, thus it was deemed a blocking foul. In light of this outcome, Kobe expressed his frustration, walking over to Jiang Chen to offer reassurance. Buddy, don't be disheartened. Your defense was exceptionally tenacious just now. Keep it up. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Disheartened? Not at all. He felt nothing but exhilaration. The collision with Pierce had once again showcased the formidable physical prowess of Ziyuan Dun. It was simply overwhelming. With the strength endowed by Ziyuan Dun's physical gifts, he could undoubtedly dominate the NBA. If he were to pursue football, he was confident that he could become a superstar in that arena as well. The extraordinary power that surpassed O'Neal instilled in Jiang Chen an overwhelming urge, akin to the impulse of striking down a bull with a single blow. Meanwhile, Pierce lay on the ground, enveloped by the resounding cheers of the arena. Still bewildered by the unfolding events, he felt somewhat dizzy and his entire body ached, particularly at the points of impact with Jiang Chen, which throbbed with a sharp, almost piercing sensation. This is utterly absurd. Does this player from Huaxia harbor a beast within? What accounts for such immense strength? In the instant of collision, he felt as though he were a mere sheet of paper, experiencing a sensation akin to being torn asunder. At that moment, the teammates gathered around, lifting Pierce from the ground. Buddy, you were absolutely phenomenal. Your performance was outstanding. The charge you drew truly uplifted our spirits, exclaimed Ray Allen, filled with excitement. Such remarkable acting. It is astonishingly lifelike, devoid of any flaws. Had he not been aware of Pierce's physical prowess, he might have been deceived. This is the attitude we must embody. To triumph, we must spare no effort, Garnett remarked as he patted Pierce's head. Pierce was utterly bewildered. Acting, a blocking foul. After a moment's contemplation, he grasped the situation. He had been misunderstood. The esteemed Pierce felt a wave of despair. It seemed that after being knocked down, everyone assumed he was merely performing. He wished to clarify, but ultimately decided against it. Otherwise, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. He resolved to let the misunderstanding persist. Yet, as he glanced at Jiang Chen, a newfound wariness flickered in his eyes. Next time, he would certainly avoid colliding with this Chinese player. Otherwise, his frail body might fall apart. The Celtics continued their offensive. Rondo orchestrated the play, guiding his teammates' movements with strategic finesse. Ray Allen dashed to an open spot and sank a three-pointer, widening the gap to 18 points once more. This marked the first scoring opportunity for the Boston Celtics in a half-court offense since Jiang Chen took the court. The arena erupted with thunderous cheers akin to a tidal wave. While the Lakers boasted an explosive Chinese player, the Celtics had the legendary Ray Allen, a sharpshooter of unparalleled prowess. Competing with Ray Allen in three-point shooting was a lofty aspiration indeed. After the basket, Ray Allen raised his arms in exhilaration, mirroring Jiang Chen's celebration, casting a lingering glance at him, laden with unmistakable provocation. Damn it, if it weren't for the referee's erroneous judgment, we would have had our chance to score, Kobe remarked, his frustration palpable. Rarely does he voice complaints regarding officiating, but this time he could hardly contain himself. In such a critical moment, each offensive possession and every point could dictate the outcome of the game, ultimately determining the fate of the championship. This was, without a doubt, the most significant match of the NBA season. Yet the officials had erred. Kobe, steady your rhythm. We still have an opportunity, Jiang Chen consoled, his tone gentle yet imbued with strength, calming Kobe's tumultuous emotions. The Lakers initiated their offense, with Kobe exerting himself to set up Jiang Chen. However, this time, Jiang Chen found himself tightly marked by Pierce, leaving him with no opportunity to receive the ball. Consequently, Jiang Chen made a reverse run, heading towards the logo at center court, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 8. A three-point shot from the logo. Who else is there? What is this operation? Has he run all the way to the center court logo to receive the ball? What should come next? The audience, filled with curiosity, watches the court in anticipation of what unfolds. Kobe, equally perplexed, nonetheless passes the ball to Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen is in remarkable form and stands as the most reliable player on the team's offensive front. Pierce positions himself 2 meters away from Jiang Chen, arms outstretched, a mocking expression gracing his face. After running so far to receive the basketball, won't he have to return? There is no need for him to pressure defensively, otherwise the space will be too stretched, and should he continue to apply tight defense, this Huaxiao player could easily break through. Jiang Chen stands firm, glancing at the hoop before immediately adopting a shooting posture. The audience once again displays their astonishment. What is this Huaxiao player attempting? A three-pointer from the center court logo? How audacious. This unknown player has become rather overconfident, having sunk just a few three-pointers, seemingly oblivious to his own limitations. Indeed, even Ray Allen, one of the greatest three-point shooters in NBA history, wouldn't dare to attempt such a shot. What audacity does this Huaxiao player possess? This is quite amusing. If he continues to play so recklessly, the Lakers' chances of closing the gap will be hopeless. One can only imagine the tears of Lakers head coach Phil at this moment. Fans chatter, filled with mockery. Ray Allen stands beside Kobe, unable to suppress a laugh, remarks to Kobe, "Buddy, passing the ball to this Huaxiao player will be your gravest mistake. Look at what he's doing. Does he think this is street basketball, performing tricks?" Beneath Kobe's stern visage lies a glimmer of fury, momentarily irritated by Jiang Chen's shooting choice. "Jiang, don't be impulsive," his teammate Odom shouts, a hint of urgency in his voice. Jiang Chen, however, remains oblivious to these voices, his gaze intensely fixed on the distant hoop. In that fleeting moment, the entire world receded from his consciousness, leaving only the hoop in his sight. He vividly recalled that the skill description of the exceptionally high-arc three-pointer by Jintaro Mitarima had emphasized this aspect. The three-point shooting range of this skill encompasses the entire half-court. Thus, on this occasion, he positioned himself at the logo. Provoked by Ray Allen, he opted to respond with an even more fervent and assertive approach. He bent his knees, leaped into the air, elevated his elbow, and flicked his wrist. The basketball soared forth, enveloped in tremendous energy, ascending towards the heavens. It maintained an exceptionally high arc. However, as the distance increased, so did the curvature, causing the ball to ascend ever higher, as if striving to breach the very sky. A subtle smile graced Jiang Chen's lips. The sensation of shooting this time was extraordinary, as if the basketball had become an extension of his own body. He could distinctly perceive the trajectory of the ball and the precise point toward which it was destined to soar. The basketball glided through the air, and Jiang Chen resolutely turned away from the hoop, raising his arms high in a gesture of affirmation. Then, as if propelled by a cannon, the ball thundered into the net, causing a tumultuous eruption of the hoop's fibers. A logo three-pointer. The entire arena erupted in chaos. Wow. This newcomer from Huaxia had indeed made a remarkable logo three-pointer, and it went in. Was this a mere illusion? Surely, it must be a figment of the imagination. This Huaxiao player had even turned to celebrate prematurely. Could he have known he would make that logo three-pointer? How astonishingly confident he must be in his shooting abilities. Unbelievable. Truly astounding. I had never witnessed such a three-point shot before. It had completely reshaped my understanding of the game. The fans were in an uproar. Even though this was the home court of the Celtics, waves of awe reverberated throughout the arena. On the court, all the players stood in stunned silence. Then, Kobe let out a primal roar, tearing at his jersey as if he had been the one to make that shot. Excitement, exhilaration, and madness surged within him, as if his chest might explode. The other Lakers players rushed toward Jiang Chen, their joy palpable. Pierce stood frozen in place, feeling as though he might implode from the overwhelming emotions. How is this possible? It is utterly unfathomable. This is indeed the arena of the grand final. How could any player possibly have the audacity to attempt a three-pointer from the midcourt logo and remarkably succeed? What is the true origin of this new talent from Huaxia? Has he wielded some form of magic? Why did he suddenly erupt with such extraordinary prowess on the brink of eliminating the Lakers in the finals? His mind was inundated with a flurry of questions, yet none bore answers. Should the Lakers manage a comeback in this match? Pierce would have no choice but to attribute the defeat to fate. At this moment, Ray Allen's emotions were equally intricate. The temperament of this new talent from Huaxia is quite formidable. Did he not merely make a three-point shot and provoke a response? Was it truly necessary to retaliate with a three-pointer from the half-court logo? This is simply astounding. As the reigning champion of three-point shooting, Ray Allen found himself devoid of the determination to compete with Jiang Chen. For he earnestly questioned his own ability to replicate Jiang Chen's calm, and collected execution of a half-court three-pointer. Beep. Rivers called another timeout. At this juncture, his fury had dissipated, replaced by a palpable sense of panic. The player's confidence had been shaken. Although the Celtics still held a 15-point lead, the upcoming moments promised to be increasingly arduous. In the CT5 studio, incredible. Jiang Chen's logo three-pointer is truly remarkable. I never imagined that a player from our homeland could achieve such a miraculous three-point shot in the NBA. Yang Jin exclaimed, his emotions oscillating like a roller coaster. The match was undeniably exhilarating. From the outset, the Lakers found themselves trailing, while the Celtics surged ahead with an impressive 33-point lead. Just as one might have thought the game was sealed for the Lakers, destined for a painful defeat and the loss of the championship, the Chinese player Jiang Chen made his entrance. Then, the tides of the game shifted dramatically. Jiang Chen seemed to be endowed with extraordinary prowess, executing a series of impeccably accurate three-pointers that dismantled the Celtics bench and closed the gap, rekindling hope for a Lakers comeback. In retrospect, the entire sequence can only be described as miraculous. Most remarkably, Jiang Chen even turned to celebrate prematurely. What immense confidence! Oh, the heavens! Jiang Chen's performance in this match was nothing short of phenomenal. Within a mere 5 minutes, he scored 7 three-pointers, a feat that may very well stand as an NBA record. Yang Yi, overwhelmed with emotion, spoke with tears in his eyes, his spirit fervently ignited. Unable to contain his excitement, he wished to pose a question to the entire nation of America. Did you witness this? This exemplifies the prowess of the Huaxia players. When they choose to remain silent, they do so, but when they speak up, they astonish all, soaring to great heights. Following this match, which American media dares to mock Jiang Chen? Which dares to deride the Huaxia players? Chapter 9. Fans engage in heated exchanges. The integration of the Qifeng Dahui experience card has commenced the hunt. The commentary section is nearing a state of paralysis. A three-pointer by the logo? Celebrating prematurely? Jiang Chen's three-point shot was truly spectacular. Who else? I ask, who else? What defines Jiang's three-pointer? This is Jiang's three-pointer, regardless of position. Once he shoots, he finds the mark. He has truly brought honor to us Huaxia people. Observe the stupefied expressions of those players. They are utterly bewildered, and it is exhilarating. Is this still the Jiang Chen we know? Truly remarkable. Has he been merely acting throughout the season? Is this his true strength now revealed? Let us turn the game around. With a dazzling performance, let us astonish the entire United States and demonstrate that our Huaxia players are not solely represented by the greatness of Yao Ming. Just 15 points remain. I am but 15 points away from witnessing a certain netizen's wife in a bikini. The majority of fans have shifted their attitudes, beginning to support Jiang Chen with immense anticipation. Yet, a small faction of detractors continues to ridicule him incessantly. Is this all? Making a few three-pointers and being exalted? You people truly have not seen much of the world. Celebrating prematurely for a three-pointer? How audacious. Our traditional virtue as Huaxia people is humility. Yet he has cast that aside in the United States. Even a pig, when on fire, can score a few three-pointers. In the next match, Jiang's three-pointers will surely fade into the crowd. Such a display is but a fleeting phenomenon. Support when he performs well, criticize when he falters. Truly fickle, unlike me, who remains steadfast in my criticism. Observing these comments, some netizens, unable to contain their frustration, began to retaliate. The commentary section erupted into an epic battle of insults. An utterly distressing scene. North Shore Garden Center. The Celtics bench. Silence envelopes the team. Who could have anticipated that a benchwarmer would outshine them? A feat even Kobe could not achieve has been accomplished by this player from Huaxia. Double team. Bring on the double team. We must limit that Huaxia player's three-point shot. He only knows how to shoot three-pointers. If we can stifle his ability to score from beyond the arc, he will be rendered ineffective. Rivers declared vehemently, his tone resolute. Pierce and others exchanged astonished glances with Rivers. A double team on. A benchwarmer? This is an utter disgrace. Do you have a better plan? This player from Huaxia is practically overwhelming us. He has already scored 7 three-pointers. Rivers couldn't contain his frustration, his mood plummeting. Pierce and the others shook their heads. After witnessing Jiang Chen's logo three-pointer from midcourt, they lost all confidence in their ability to contain this Huaxia player. If he lands a couple more long-range shots, who could possibly endure that? Let them double-team him. As long as we can secure the victory, appearances mean nothing in the face of the championship. Upon resuming the game, the Celtics prepared to inbound the ball. After Rondo dribbled past half-court and drew the defense with a drive, he passed the ball back to Ray Allen. Ray Allen rose to shoot a three-pointer, But the image of Jiang Chen's recent logo shot flashed in his mind, causing him to falter slightly. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Gasol exerted every ounce of effort to secure the defensive rebound. The Lakers launched a counterattack. Fisher dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to the advancing Jiang Chen. As soon as he received the ball, Pierce and Rondo converged on him. Helpless, Jiang Chen had no choice but to pass. Kobe received the ball, executing a series of driving layups, but his efforts were a touch lackluster, and he failed to convert. Having not shot in a long while, his touch was still cold. Moreover, Kobe's performance in this game had been subpar. With only 7 successful shots out of 19 attempts in the first 3 quarters, yielding a shooting percentage of less than 40%. The Celtics seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack, scoring 2 points. The score stood at 81-98. The deficit had widened to 17 points with just over 4 minutes remaining in the game. Rivers roared with excitement. Indeed, double-teaming this Huaxia player proved to be a sagacious choice. By limiting his three-point shooting, they effectively curtailed the Lakers' offense. Thus, the remarkable performance of this Huaxia player had come to an end. Although Kobe was formidable, he was regrettably out of sorts in this match. Gasol was thoroughly subdued by Garnett. The Lakers had no players left to step up and score. The championship ultimately belonged to the Celtics, Rivers thought, as his earlier unease dissipated. In the remaining time, as long as they maintained their rhythm and controlled the clock, victory was assured. The fans in the arena erupted once more into frenzied cheers. Shouts of defeating the Lakers reverberated throughout the venue. On the court, the morale of the Lakers had plummeted. The fervor generated by Jiang Chen's consecutive three-pointers had completely evaporated. Everyone understood that if Jiang Chen was contained, their defeat would be inevitable. Kobe's expression twisted in anguish. Loathing his lackluster performance. Could he merely watch as the championship slipped further from his grasp? He yearned for an eruption. A moment to emerge and dominate the game as he had countless times before, to transform the tide with a series of sharp fadeaway jump shots, concluding the match like a true hero. Yet, in this contest, he found himself powerless. The cursed basketball refused to find its way through the damned hoop. Come on, guys. Let us rally. We still have time to turn this around, Jiang Chen urged, clapping his hands. The others stared at him in astonishment, captivated by the strength in his voice and the determination etched on his face, as if he radiated a brilliant light. But you're being double-teamed, Odom exclaimed bitterly. It's outrageous that they would resort to such tactics against a rookie. No worries. Do they think I can only shoot threes? Jiang Chen replied, his tone imbued with profound confidence. Kobe, Odom, and the others were momentarily taken aback, a singular thought resonating in their minds. Isn't that the case? They vividly recalled that Jiang Chen's draft report highlighted his exceptional three-point shooting ability, yet beyond that, there was a glaring absence of notable skills. Observing the expressions of his teammates, Jiang Chen felt a tinge of embarrassment. Soon, however, he would alter their preconceived notions. Only capable of shooting threes? That was a relic of the past. System. Activate the basketball skill experience card of Aoharu Kaifuku. Jiang Chen fervently commanded within himself, feeling an exhilarating surge. Let me witness the prowess of the ace player from the era of miracles. Let the Celtics understand that they cannot confine me with double-teaming. Such naivety is laughable. A chime echoed in Jiang Chen's mind, signaling success. The host will acquire the skills of ultra-speed dribbling, unorthodox shooting, ferocity, and free entry into the zone. Effective for 5 minutes. Jiang Chen's expression hardened, his gaze now infused with a bloodthirsty intensity. The hunt was about to commence. Chapter 10. Ultra-speed dribbling, unorthodox shooting. Dominating the court. Pass me the ball. Allow me to conclude this match, Jiang Chen declared to his teammates, pivoting to sprint towards the front court. Odom, Fisher, and the others were momentarily stunned. Is this the moment to seize the game? What audacity does Jiang Chen possess, a mere three-point shooter, to make such a declaration? Moreover, he uttered these words in the presence of Kobe, which is quite absurd. Who truly holds the reins of this team? The crowd turned their gazes toward Kobe, seemingly awaiting his reaction. They certainly would not heed the words of a rookie, even if he had just sunk 7 three-pointers. Perhaps this match would ignite a spark. But what of the next game? Kobe pondered for a moment, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. He was reluctant to entrust his fate to another. Yet, recalling Jiang Chen's astonishing series of unreasonable three-pointers was indeed shocking. Perhaps this young talent from Huaxia warranted some anticipation. He nodded slightly, signaling his stance. In this moment of personal decline, all he could hope for was that this Huaxia rookie could sustain his miraculous performance. If only he could evade the Celtics double team. The Lakers initiated their offense. After crossing half court, Fisher passed the ball to Jiang Chen, who boldly positioned himself at the arc, exuding the demeanor of a team leader. Upon receiving the basketball, Rondo charged forward, joining forces with Pierce to create yet another double team. Observing this, Jiang Chen decisively activated his skill, wildness. Though termed a skill, it refers to a heightened sensitivity to the game, an acute precision in ball handling, rapid reflexes, and explosive performance, a distinctive playing style. In the anime, Aomen Daiki's wildness resembles that of a black panther, characterized by breathtaking speed. His approach is uniquely solitary, relying solely on his belief in securing victory for his team. Then, Jiang Chen unleashed his super-fast dribbling. The basketball danced gracefully at his fingertips, its velocity mesmerizing, akin to a fleeting shadow. Both Rondo and Pierce stood momentarily stunned, bewildered. In an instant, they lost sight of the basketball, only hearing the rhythmic sound of the dribble. The speed was extraordinary. With a series of swift changes in direction and a slight shift of his body, Jiang Chen effortlessly broke through the defensive embrace of Pierce and Rondo, then shifted sideways and retreated a step beyond the three-point line. Simultaneously, he executed a high-arching three-pointer reminiscent of Kuroko Tetsuya's style, combined with Aomen Daiki's unorthodox shooting technique. His body contorted in an uncanny arc mid-air, and the basketball soared at an unusual angle. It traced a high, graceful curve before swishing through the net. Swish. The eighth three-pointer was successful. The score now stood at 84-98, narrowing the gap to 14 points. The arena fell into a profound silence. What had just transpired? Why was the speed of this Huaxia rookie so astonishing? And what manner of dribbling was that? Such a display had never been witnessed in the professional arena before. Whether it is a change of direction, dribbling between the legs, or behind-the-back maneuvers, each movement defies conventional standards and may even be deemed ruleless. Yet, the visual experience is truly delightful, characterized by an extraordinary fluidity and remarkable speed. This is rather absurd. After a brief moment, the entire arena erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. The large screen continuously replayed Jiang Chen's recent breakthrough and goal. Even at a significantly reduced speed, there were still two dribbling movements that remained elusive to the eye. This astonished the players of the Celtics. What level of dribbling speed is this? It is astonishingly swift. This emerging talent from Huaxia is not merely proficient in three-point shooting. A sudden pang of concern struck Pierce and others as they contemplated the ensuing complications. Kobe, Odom, and their companions displayed astonishment, yet the prevailing sentiment was one of elation. This usually inconspicuous player from the Huaxia team has truly unleashed an astonishing prowess, reaching a level of strength that commands admiration. This is truly remarkable. What kind of dribbling is this? It resembles street basketball to some extent. There appears to be no logic or rules governing it, and the movements are utterly bizarre. Yang Chen exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth agape. In the final moments of this match, Jiang Chen has delivered an astonishing array of surprises, leaving one somewhat numb to the spectacle. His skills, so expertly concealed, are truly remarkable. The dribbling technique he just displayed is undoubtedly the result of over a decade of dedicated practice. It is utterly unbelievable. How has he achieved such mastery? Yang Yi shook his head in wonder, deeply intrigued. Jiang Chen's performance today has completely shattered his previous perceptions. Is this the same undrafted player who was unable to step onto the court throughout the entire game? What undrafted player can make a stunning impact on the grand stage of the finals by sinking 8 three-pointers in less than a single quarter? It is simply unbelievable. Perhaps from this very match onward, Jiang Chen will undergo a remarkable transformation, making a resounding statement. With such a performance, is there any doubt about his prospects in the NBA? What Jiang Chen should truly ponder is which team to choose. Numerous franchises will undoubtedly vie for his talents. Yang Yi continued, unable to suppress a grin, pride radiating from his countenance. On the court, the Boston Celtics mounted an offense. Rondo executed a pick-and-roll with Garnett. Garnett positioned himself at the free-throw line and released a mid-range shot. Gasol desperately lunged to defend. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen provided supplementary defense, creating a degree of disturbance for Garnett from the side. Clang! The shot ricocheted off the rim. Jiang Chen surged into the paint, seizing the rebound, and promptly initiated a blistering fast break towards the front court. Rondo closed in for defense. With an incredibly low center of gravity, Jiang Chen made a sharp change of direction, bypassing him with ease. Pierce charged in next. A sudden halt, a change of direction, a pullback, and a spin, Jiang Chen effortlessly shook off Pierce. Ray Allen positioned himself at the three-point line, ready for the impending encounter. Fearlessly, Jiang Chen dashed forward. Just as the two were about to collide, he abruptly halted, then executed a behind-the-back dribble, maximizing his swift movements. Leaning forward from the left, he glided past Ray Allen, leaving only a fleeting shadow in his wake. Penetrating the key, Jiang Chen leaped high, delivering a thunderous, axe-like dunk. The pace of this offensive maneuver was remarkably swift. It took less than 10 seconds from securing the rebound to executing the dunk. The deficit has now narrowed to 12 points. With merely 3.5 minutes remaining in the game, on the sidelines, Rivers felt a chill run down his spine. Trembling with a mixture of fear and astonishment in his gaze. How could this possibly be? This player from Huaxia, seemingly only proficient in three-point shooting, has just astonished us with his incredible ball handling and remarkable speed. Not to mention, he accomplished the remarkable feat of taking on 3 opponents single-handedly. How infuriating. Where did this unexpected draft rejection from Huaxia originate? Rivers glanced at the team's remaining timeouts, noting that only one remained. The crucial moment would necessitate its use. Now, all that is left is to hope that the team can maintain their current lead. But can they truly hold on to it? Chapter 11. Entering the zone. A further enhancement of expressiveness. Rivers found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. He observed the players' confidence gradually dissipating from their faces, replaced by unease and despondency. All of this was instigated by Jiang Chen. When they held a 33-point lead, everyone believed the outcome was a foregone conclusion. Yet, the tide shifted dramatically. This draft selection from Huaxia resembles that of a chosen one, leading the Lakers in a fervent pursuit. His displayed abilities and skills eclipsed all other players on the court, including superstars such as Kobe and Garnett. This is quite disheartening. Slow down the offensive tempo. Do not afford the Lakers any opportunities for counterattacks. Rivers bellowed. He must ignite the players' passion for the game. This is indeed the championship final. A single victory or defeat could determine the fate of the championship title. Ray Allen, Paul Pierce, and others gradually regained their composure, having been momentarily bewildered by the unfolding events. The speed at which this undrafted player from Huaxia is moving is astonishing, and his dribbling is so rapid that it defies comprehension, making it nearly impossible to predict the trajectory of his movements. It is truly bizarre. The expressions on the faces of the 3 opponents reveal a palpable lack of confidence, tinged with fear stemming from the unknown. They are uncertain of what this undrafted talent from Huaxia might showcase in the next 3 minutes. The game continues with the Celtics on the offense. Under the relentless and fervent defense of the Lakers, Ray Allen's shot once again clangs off the rim. Gasol, his face contorted in determination, fiercely battles for the defensive rebound, then immediately begins to seek out Jiang Chen's presence. The Celtics players are also in pursuit of Jiang Chen. To them, he is like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. As Jiang Chen receives the basketball, his primal instincts surge forth, akin to a black panther, swift and solitary. The instant he secures the ball, it signifies his intent not to pass, but to engage in a personal offensive. Crossing half-court, he faces a triple team from the Celtics yet chooses to press on with his individual attack, launching a high-arching three-pointer. Clang. The shot misses. A collective sigh of relief escapes the audience in the arena. Watching this undrafted player attempt a three-pointer is nerve-wracking. It feels as though every shot he takes should find the net, even more exhilarating than witnessing Ray Allen's attempts. The basketball soars through the air. Garnett and Pierce position themselves, ready to contest for the rebound. Jiang Chen stands beyond the three-point line, his brow furrowed. Can't make it? Then it's time to enter the zone. In an instant, he senses his body transcending to another level, as if the very speed of the ball in flight has slowed. Simultaneously, the precise landing spot of the basketball materializes in his mind. Without a moment to ponder, Jiang Chen instinctively charges forward, resembling a cheetah, leaping high into the paint. He snatches the basketball over Garnett's head, a spectacular display, under the astonished gazes of all. Jiang Chen dribbles purposefully to the three-point arc and releases another shot from the top of the key. Swish. This time, the basketball effortlessly swished through the net. A look of exhilaration adorned Jiang Chen's face. Is this the prowess that comes with entering the zone? It is simply extraordinary. Strength, leaping ability, speed, vision, reflexes, and shooting finesse have all been significantly enhanced. This made Jiang Chen feel as though his body was on the verge of transcending human limits. In the realm of anime, the number of players capable of entering the zone state is exceedingly rare. Even one of the miracles, Shintaro Midorima, lacks this ability. Yet now, under the influence of Eamon Daiki's skill experience card, Jiang Chen has entered the zone, signifying that all his abilities have been significantly enhanced. including Midorima's extraordinarily high-arc three-point shot and Tomoki Tsukawa's impenetrable wall skill. Thus, it can be asserted that Jiang Chen is now far more formidable than Aemon Daiki when he enters the zone in the anime. In this match, a reversal is undoubtedly on the horizon. There is no alternative. The strength is overwhelming. Such confidence is palpable. The arena is in a frenzy. A cacophony of sound reverberates throughout. What just transpired? I find myself somewhat bewildered. This new talent from Huaxia is astonishing. This is no mere role player. He is nothing short of Michael Jordan. No, I have witnessed Michael Jordan in action, and this Huaxia newcomer surpasses him by leaps and bounds. Hurry. His speed is truly unparalleled. Moreover, it seems he has leapt even higher than before. This is utterly terrifying. Oh God, let time hasten its pace. If this continues, the Celtics are destined to lose this match. The fans are abuzz with speculation, their restlessness palpable. Just 7 minutes ago, they reveled in the joy of the Celtics' impending championship victory. Yet in this brief span, laughter has been replaced by silence. On the court, Pierce and his teammates finally display expressions of despair. Even though they still lead by 9 points, they appear as though they are trailing by 9. The performance of this emerging talent from Huaxia has been nothing short of astonishing. Each round offers a fresh perspective on Jiang Chen. Most remarkably, the prowess exhibited by this undrafted player continues to grow stronger. So, what is the limit of his potential? And how long will this continue? In stark contrast to the dejected mood of the Celtics players, the spirit of the Lakers has surged once more. The players on the bench are bouncing with enthusiasm, nearly wearing out their towels from vigorous waving. Icons like Kobe and Gasol are fervently expressing their excitement with shouts of encouragement. In their most desperate moments, Jiang Chen appeared like a radiant beacon amidst the encroaching darkness, illuminating and rescuing the Lakers. During a Celtics offensive possession, Rondo brought the ball past half court. But as he released the pass, Jiang Chen swiftly intercepted it. With the enhancement of his zone state, his speed and reflexes reached astonishing heights. Upon discerning Rondo's passing intent, he was fully prepared. Following the steal, Jiang Chen executed a breathtaking fast break. No one could match his velocity. They could only watch in awe as his figure disappeared into the distance. He halted just beyond the three-point line, skillfully employing his remarkable high-arc three-point shot in the zone state. The basketball soared as if ignited by fire, tracing a perfect arc through the air. Swish! The ball found nothing but net. The players of the Celtics finally displayed expressions of despair, yet they refused to surrender, instead launching a final, frantic struggle. They resorted to an aggressive double-team strategy against Jiang Chen, preventing him from even receiving the ball. Under such circumstances, the defensive pressure on the Lakers' other players significantly diminished. Seizing the opportunity, Kobe capitalized on the moment, smoothly sinking 2 mid-range shots, bringing the score to 96-98. As the game approached its final minute, the Lakers narrowed the gap to just 2 points, a mere step away from achieving the greatest comeback in NBA Finals history. Jiang Chen, who had already created a miracle, was on the path to crafting an even greater one. Chapter 12, The Crucial Moment. A decisive offensive and defensive encounter. In the CT5 studio, Yang and Yang locked eyes, each reflecting an incredulous emotion. Jiang Chen's recent performance was truly akin to that of a superstar. Frankly, his play reminded me of Michael Jordan. Yang Jian let out a wry smile, feeling an almost surreal sensation. After a season of dormancy, Jiang Chen's explosive performance in this game was rather overwhelming. Initially perceived as a role player who had suddenly emerged, he has resolutely transformed himself into the team's ace. With such physical gifts, dribbling skills, offensive capabilities, and explosive power, he surpasses even Michael Jordan. Yang Yi exclaimed, utterly astonished, expressing that he could hardly fathom the degree to which Jiang Chen's performance transcended human capability. Yang Jian remarked that he was at a loss for words to articulate his emotions. Now, I find myself eagerly anticipating Jiang Chen's future career. Given the combativeness he exhibited in this match, the scales of victory have undoubtedly tipped in favor of the Lakers. The Celtics are not devoid of strength. It can only be said that fortune has not favored them. Yang Yi spoke, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. The online broadcast was electrifying. Is this still Jiang's three-point shooting? Is he not merely proficient in shooting threes? Why then is he so exceptional in ball handling, rebounding, and autonomous offense? Such prowess is truly squandered if he does not serve as the ace of a team. I hope that following this match, the Lakers will recognize Jiang's talents. If he is relegated to the role of a water cooler attendant, it would be a grave oversight on the part of the head coach. The outcome of this match seems inevitable. Although the Celtics currently lead by 2 points, I firmly believe the Lakers will stage a comeback. So, shall we expect to see videos of beauties in bikinis? Where is that netizen? Come forth and respond. Please hold on. I am currently recording a video. On the court, the Celtics launched an offensive. Rondo maneuvered through the defense, penetrating the paint and passing to the cutting Ray Allen. In a crucial moment, Ray Allen, under pressure, executed a steady jump shot, scoring 2 points and extending the lead to 4. In this instance, he dared not provoke Jiang Chen as he had done previously. Instead, he let out a furious roar and turned to return on defense. The atmosphere within the arena was palpably tense. The outcome of the match was on the verge of revelation. The Lakers launched their offense. Jiang Chen received the ball from the baseline, skillfully maneuvering past the double team of Pierce and Rondo, and upon entering the paint, executed a challenging airborne layup, deftly folding and switching hands while contending with Garnett. His unorthodox style of play was both graceful and fiercely dominant. The Celtics countered with determination. Pierce circled to the arc, receiving the basketball beyond the three-point line, poised to take on Jiang Chen in a one-on-one duel. Despite his previous attempts against Jiang Chen resulting in an abysmal 0-4, yielding no points, he, as the team's leading star and primary scorer, was expected to seize control of the game and shoulder the offensive burden. Pierce employed a series of swift crossovers. Gearing up for a drive, Jiang Chen activated his most formidable defensive skill, akin to the impenetrable wall of Tsukuwa Tomoki, enhanced by his zone status, elevating his defensive prowess to new heights. Seizing the moment, he lunged forward for a steal. The sound was sharp and clear. What the? Pierce, frustrated, regretted his decision. He realized too late that the defensive capabilities of this Chinese rookie had been grossly underestimated. This critical blunder could very well cost them the game. He pivoted to chase back, desperate to rectify his mistake. Yet, Jiang Chen was nowhere to be seen, having already sprinted down the court to execute a rapid layup. 98. The score was tied. The arena fell into a profound silence once more. It has become impossible to ascertain how many times absolute silence has enveloped this match. Jiang Chen has transformed into the arena's sound dampener, leaving nearly 20,000 spectators in a state of despair. Beep. Rivers, drenched in sweat, called for the team's final timeout of the game. Gentlemen, let us focus our offensive efforts on penetrating the paint, handing the ball to Garnett, or passing it to Perkins beneath the basket. Avoid attempting three-pointers from the perimeter and do not challenge Jiang Chen's defense. That damned rookie from Huaxia has been concealing his true capabilities, Rivers bellowed. The Celtics' gravest misstep in this game lies in underestimating the prowess of this Huaxia newcomer. Had they implemented a double-team strategy when Jiang Chen sank 3 or even 4 consecutive three-pointers, perhaps the game would not have reached this critical juncture. A 33-point lead has been utterly erased. Now, words fail to express the bitterness of regret. It is too late for lamentation. In the final defensive stand, the Lakers will undoubtedly place the ball in Jiang Chen's hands, and with his confidence soaring, he will likely opt for an isolation play. Therefore, we must focus all our efforts on defending against Jiang Chen's three-point shot, forcing him into the paint. If he attempts a jumper or layup, we must foul him. Better to allow him free throws than to let him score. The fate of the game hinges on this moment. Let us go, Rivers passionately declared as he concluded the final tactical arrangement. The ensuing 33 seconds would reveal the player's true mettle. On the other side, at the Lakers bench, Phil gazed intently at his players and succinctly stated, "Get the ball to Jiang Chen." What tactic could possibly be more effective? The players nodded in agreement, devoid of any doubts. Even Kobe, at this moment, placed all his hopes upon Jiang Chen. Through his extraordinary performance, Jiang Chen had earned Kobe's trust and respect. Upon returning from the timeout, the Celtics initiated their offense. Rondo executed a pick and roll with Perkins, driving into the paint while feigning a pass to the trailing Perkins. Yet, as the ball spun in his grasp, a flick of his wrist sent it soaring in a different direction. Garnett received the ball and immediately took a jump shot. Swish. It found its mark. 98-100. The Celtics reclaimed a 2-point lead. The crowd erupted in wild cheers, venting their pent-up emotions that Jiang Chen had suppressed. What does it matter that they have closed a 33-point gap? Now, the Celtics have one foot firmly planted at the threshold of the championship. With one more successful defensive stand, the championship will be theirs. With merely 24 seconds remaining until the conclusion of the match, Phil refrained from calling a timeout, instead allowing his players to resolve the situation on the court autonomously. Jiang Chen received the ball from the baseline and dribbled past the half-court line. Kobe, Fisher, and others spread out to the corners, providing Jiang Chen with ample space for a one-on-one play. Fans around the globe, watching the live broadcast of this match, held their breath in anticipation. This final offensive play will determine the outcome. How will Jiang Chen handle it? Chapter 13, the foul-inducing 2-1 game winner. Who truly is the prey? The nearly 20,000 spectators fixated their gaze upon Jiang Chen, their breaths becoming cautious and measured. The players of the Celtics also watched Jiang Chen's every move with keen intensity. This singular offensive moment could potentially alter the entire series. Or perhaps it will change nothing at all. With merely 20 seconds remaining on the clock, there is only one chance to attack. Jiang Chen stands at the top of the arc, silently observing the seconds slip away. 18 seconds, 17 seconds, 13 seconds. The Lakers players are beginning to feel anxious. Will they not make their move? Are they truly going to let the clock dwindle to the final second? Yet, if they fail to score, the game will be lost. Although everyone is acutely aware of the formidable prowess Jiang Chen showcased mere minutes ago, this final offensive play demands not only technical skill, but also an unwavering psychological fortitude. Can this young talent from Huaxia, who has never participated in a crucial match, rise to the occasion? Many harbor doubts. Kobe, yearning to elevate his position for the ball, could no longer contain himself and resolved to take the final shot. Regardless of the outcome, the responsibility of leadership fell squarely upon his shoulders. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Chen sprang into action. With an explosive dribble, he propelled himself forward in his own state. Pierce lunged at him, only to be deftly outmaneuvered by a swift change of direction. Rondo rushed in to provide support. But Jiang Chen evaded him with a seamless pivot. He stormed into the paint, faced with the last bastion of defense, Garnett. This is the most formidable defense he must confront. After all, Garnett is the Celtics' most formidable defensive player, having earned the accolade of the league's best defensive player this season. With a fierce roar, Garnett lunged forward, his heart secretly elated. He feared that this newcomer from Huaxia would attempt a three-pointer, yet unexpectedly, he charged into the paint, effectively walking into a trap. The coach's predictions were indeed accurate. This Huaxia rookie was excessively self-reliant, utterly unwilling to pass the ball. Now, a mere foul could significantly increase the Celtics' chances of victory. Even if both free throws were made, it would merely result in a tie, leading to overtime. However, should he miss one, the championship would belong to the Celtics. As Jiang Chen barreled into the paint, the entire Lakers team was left in a state of bewilderment. Wasn't the three-pointer Jiang Chen's most proficient offensive maneuver? Why was he not attempting a three-pointer? Is this heading towards overtime? Oh my God. The intentions behind this young Chinese player's offensive maneuver remain utterly perplexing. Kobe, Gasol, and Odom are in sheer despair, clutching their heads in disbelief. To challenge the formidable defensive player Garnett? Even Kobe lacks unwavering confidence in scoring within Garnett's guarded territory. Inside the paint, Jiang Chen has already leaped, raising the basketball high above his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gazes at the approaching Garnett. Seemingly poised for the moment. Suddenly, Garnett springs into the air, exerting all his might to strike Jiang Chen's arm. The sound reverberates, a sharp clap. Jiang Chen loses his balance, plummeting rapidly towards the ground. In that fleeting instant, he employs the unconventional shooting technique, a skill that permits a shot from any angle and under any circumstance. As his body nearly horizontal in midair, on the brink of crashing to the ground, Jiang Chen launches the basketball skyward. The entire arena holds its breath, fixated on the soaring sphere, minds blank with anticipation. The basketball strikes the rim, bouncing off, then returns to the rim again, repeatedly ricocheting. With a swift swoosh, it finally settles into the net. The score is now tied at 100, with a mere 0.9 seconds remaining in the game. The referee's whistle pierces the air, signaling a foul for Garnett's contact. Jiang Chen is awarded an additional free throw. The 20,000 spectators collectively raise their hands to their heads, eyes wide with disbelief as they gaze upon the court. A 2-1. The referee's decision proves to be crucial, without a shadow of doubt. For all present heard the unmistakable sound of Garnett's foul and witnessed the nearly excessive nature of his contact. It was exceedingly aggressive. Yet, even amidst such adversity, Jiang Chen manages to sink the basketball. How is it that this Chinese player, having lost his center of gravity and on the verge of falling, could still release the ball and score? This is utterly preposterous. On the sidelines, Rivers furrowed his brow as he gazed at Garnett, raising his hands in an expression of bewilderment, seemingly questioning the situation at hand. Just moments ago, he had articulated the strategy with utmost clarity, to commit a foul preventing Jiang Chen from scoring, rather than allowing him to convert a 2-1 play. At this moment, The fate of the Celtics rests in Jiang Chen's hands. Garnett stands frozen, reflecting on the entire sequence, recalling the slight upturn of Jiang Chen's lips before the foul, and his expression instantly transforms. He stumbles backward twice. Gazing at the fallen Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with astonishment. This rising star from Huaxia is deliberately provoking me into committing a foul. At this thought, a cold sweat broke out all over Garnett. He initially believed himself to be the hunter, with Jiang Chen as his prey. Yet, he soon realized that Jiang Chen was the true hunter, while he had become the prey already ensnared. What manner of confidence is this? To dare provoke a foul from the opponent in the decisive final offensive play that determines the champion, thus earning a crucial 2-1. This is akin to playing with fire. Is there not a fear of failing to score? A multitude of thoughts flashed through Garnett's mind. Alas, there were no answers to be found, for Jiang Chen successfully made the shot and drew a foul. Garnett felt a sense of despair, as if the loss in this match was somehow justified. My friend, that shot was magnificent. The players of the Lakers erupted into a frenzy, rushing to Jiang Chen, lifting him up, patting his head and chest, their excitement beyond words. The doubts that had briefly crossed their minds had evaporated entirely. The free throw must be made. Kobe emphatically patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Jiang Chen nodded gently and stepped up to the free throw line. Taking a deep breath, he effortlessly sank the free throw. 101-100. The Lakers had gained a 1-point lead, with only 0.9 seconds remaining in the game and the Celtics out of timeouts. They could only inbound from the backcourt. Rondo passed the ball to Pierce, who hurled it forward with great force. As the final whistle blew, the basketball soared out of bounds. The game was over. With a remarkable 2-1 play, Jiang Chen sealed the victory. Madness ensued. All the players of the Lakers went wild. The substitutes rushed onto the court, joining Kobe and others in enveloping Jiang Chen, jumping and celebrating this hard-won triumph. On that fateful night, during the final 10 minutes of the match, they bore witness to the miraculous unfolding of events. Jiang Chen single-handedly propelled his team to overturn a staggering 33-point deficit, clinching the victory with a game-winning 2-1 play, thus securing a triumph in the 6th game of the series. The aggregate score now stood at 3-3, leading to a decisive Game 7. Chapter 14. A remarkable 35 points in a single quarter. After this battle, who among the world could fail to recognize him? The players of the Celtics departed the court in despondency, unable to fathom the outcome of the match. Leading by 33 points, they had been overturned, and ultimately defeated by a free throw in the dying moments. Even after the game concluded, they remained in a daze, grappling with the surreal nature of it all. Who could have anticipated that a rookie, merely tasked with guarding the water cooler, would erupt with such fervor in garbage time? Though filled with regret, the result was already sealed. Lamenting would serve no purpose, and now their focus must shift to preparing for the climactic Game 7. The paramount challenge they would face would be how to contain Jiang Chen's performance. Oh dear God, it is simply unbelievable. Even now, I can scarcely grasp this outcome. The Lakers have accomplished a 33-point comeback, marking the largest reversal in NBA Finals history. This prodigious talent from Huaxia has utterly pinned the Celtics to a pillar of shame. He has forged this incredible miracle. The Lakers have truly stumbled upon a treasure. If Jiang Chen continues to perform with such explosive prowess in Game 7, what chance will the Celtics have at the championship? In the final 10 minutes, Jiang Chen shot an astounding 12 for 16. With a remarkable 10 for 13 from beyond the arc, contributing with the decisive free throw for a total of 35 points, 2 rebounds, 3 steals, and 1 block. Extraordinary statistics. He shattered records for single-quarter scoring in the NBA, final single-quarter scoring, and points scored by a bench player, among others. This prodigy from Huaxia has set numerous records. The two commentators, brimming with excitement, expressed their exhilaration as the atmosphere surged. Listening to their fervent commentary, fans angrily slammed their support signs. The bold declaration of defeating the Lakers glaringly prominent yet painfully evident. Hearts heavy with sorrow, they mourned for the Celtics. The fourth quarter had once seen them lead by 33 points, a margin so vast that the arena had begun to celebrate the Celtics' championship victory. However, the wind shifted unexpectedly, as a player from the water cooler emerged, shattering their hopes. Their fury was palpable. The fortunate fortune of the Lakers incites a deep-seated resentment, particularly towards the sudden emergence of this Chinese rookie. It feels as though the Celtics are grasped by the throat of fate, while the Lakers bask in divine favor. On the court, following a frenzied celebration, the players of the Lakers make their way toward the players' tunnel, returning to the locker room. In the Huaxia CT5 studio, Air Young watches with flushed cheeks as Jiang Chen executes a thrilling 2-1 in the final moments of the game. A dramatic victory. Jiang Chen's 2-1 serves as a perfect conclusion to his breakout match. After this battle, who in the world would not recognize you? Yang Yi exclaims passionately, his voice trembling with excitement. He feels both exhilaration and pride for Jiang Chen. A new Chinese superstar is poised to emerge in the NBA. A long-awaited event for countless Chinese basketball fans. Big Yao will no longer stand alone in the NBA. The notion that no Chinese players, aside from Big Yao, could excel in the NBA shall soon be dispelled. Furthermore, Jiang Chen has rescued the Lakers, emerging as their savior. He's the unexpected hero. Should the Lakers clinch the championship, Jiang Chen will undoubtedly be their greatest contributor, Yang Jian enthusiastically remarks. What kind of story's beginning could possibly match such an ending? Jiang Chen, having bided his time throughout the season, has finally risen in the NBA. Can you guess what came to mind as I watched Jiang Chen execute that final 2-1? Yang Yi inquires with a smile. Michael Jordan's iconic last shot? Yang Jian's eyes sparkle as he is momentarily transported back to that legendary moment of Jordan's. Indeed, Jiang Chen's final basket feels even more classic than Jordan's last shot. Drawing a foul and completing the 2-1 against Garnett's defense, I cannot fully articulate the overwhelming sensation that washed over me as I witnessed that play. It was truly indescribable. Yang Yi reflects, filled with emotion. There is one distinction, however. Jordan's final shot was the most perfect farewell, whereas Jiang Chen's last 2-1 signifies the commencement of a career. What stories will Jiang Chen inscribe in the annals of the NBA? Let us await the unfolding of his journey. As Yang Jian speaks, his eyes glisten with unshed tears. For those of their generation who dedicate themselves to basketball, their fervor for the rise of Chinese basketball fuels a lifelong commitment. Their greatest aspiration is to witness the ascendance of Chinese basketball on the international stage, with an increasing number of players making their way to the NBA. Now, Jiang Chen has bestowed upon them a glimmer of hope. This new luminary of Chinese basketball is poised to join forces with the illustrious Yao Ming, leading the national team to glory in international competitions and shedding the image of weakness that has long plagued our football team. In the comments section of the live broadcast, astonishment echoed. What an extraordinary goal. Jiang Chen's final shot was nothing short of magnificent. This is, without doubt, the most astonishing buzzer beater I have ever witnessed. Jiang's three-pointers in this match have truly reshaped my perspective. Can we, as Chinese players, exhibit such explosive performances in the NBA? Scoring 35 points in a single quarter, is this truly the same man who made only one three-pointer throughout the entire season? Now, it is time to proclaim the famous words of Mr. Lu Sun, Lakers for the championship. What is happening? Wasn't the Lakers team down by 33 points? I had lost interest. And yet upon reopening my computer, I discovered the buzzer beater had occurred. My friend, you missed one of the most thrilling comebacks in NBA history. I witnessed it in its entirety, and all I can say is phenomenal. By the way, what happened to the netizen who filmed the bikini video? I am eagerly awaiting it. And lo and behold, the video has already been uploaded to the XL website. Here is the link for everyone to view at their leisure. When this particular comment appeared, the once vibrant comment section abruptly fell silent, seemingly devoid of nearly half its participants. Countless netizens promptly clicked on the link, only to discover a video featuring nothing but a bikini hanging on a hanger, devoid of any individuals. A chorus of disillusioned viewers lamented their deception, expressing that the long-anticipated reward was disappointingly lackluster, even less enticing than the files stored on their own hard drives. Amidst this jovial atmosphere, the live broadcast of the match concluded, and the comment section was subsequently closed. Nevertheless, the fervor of the fans remained undiminished. On this day, countless fans from Huaxia, filled with excitement and fervor, shared the tale of Jiang Chen with everyone around them. Many netizens proudly asserted that the name Jiang Chen would one day resonate alongside that of Yao Ming, becoming a household name among sports stars in Huaxia. Moreover, he would carve out a remarkable legacy in the NBA, illuminating the entire United States with the brilliance of Huaxia. Chapter 15. The Lakers Celebration. A lottery win for Yamamoto Reimei in the North Shore Garden Arena. Within the Lakers' locker room, cheers erupted from within. Everyone was still immersed in the joy of their comeback victory. Even Kobe, the typically stoic player who believed their work was far from over, wore a smile, his excitement palpable. Brother, your performance was nothing short of miraculous. Truly, the mysterious power of the East has manifested. You delivered an extraordinary game, and we are immensely proud of you. This is absolutely insane. Buddy, you are the savior of the Lakers. Trailing by 33 points, we were all in despair. Yet you transformed into a deity and rescued us. I swear, This is the wildest playoff performance I have ever witnessed. Hooray. I love Huaxia. I love the people of Huaxia. The Lakers players exclaimed, enthusiastically praising Jiang Chen. The Celtics were left bewildered by Jiang Chen's prowess. However, the Lakers players were equally astonished. Typically, Jiang Chen was the quietest in the team, often overshadowed by others, and his presence was nearly non-existent. Even when seated at the water cooler, he rarely contributed. And during the entire playoffs, he hadn't been given a chance to step onto the court. As if he were entirely detached from the remarkable narratives being woven by the Lakers. Yet, just as the Lakers were on the brink of elimination, a miracle occurred. Jiang Chen, like a divine figure, entered the game and delivered a spectacular performance, illuminating the Lakers like a radiant beacon. He astonished not only his teammates but also the Celtics, the audience present, and indeed the entire world. No one could fathom why Jiang Chen had suddenly erupted with such superstar prowess, but one thing was certain, everyone recognized his extraordinary talent. After the match, Jiang Chen was no longer the same Jiang Chen. In just 10 minutes, he transformed from someone overlooked to the center of attention. My friend, I must express my gratitude to you. You have rescued the team from despair and reignited our hopes for the championship. Kobe exclaimed with fervor. The championship he had longed for now seemed within reach. Initially engulfed in hopelessness and resigned to the season's failure, Jiang Chen had salvaged it all. It was nothing. As a member of the team, it is my duty, Jiang Chen replied with a smile, though his mind was preoccupied with the system. When would the rewards be issued? It had been over half an hour since the match concluded, yet there was no sign of activity. Just then, the system's voice resonated in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards are now being issued. You have received 3,000 achievement points and 50 skill fusion fragments. Note, accumulating 10,000 achievement points grants 1 lottery draw. Upgrading skills to intermediate requires 500 skill fusion fragments. Upgrading to advanced requires 1,000 fragments. Upgrading to maximum level requires 2,000 fragments. Upgrading to the highest perfection requires 5,000 fragments. You now have 1 lottery opportunity. Will you choose to draw? The system inquired. Let's proceed with the lottery. Jiang Chen responded without hesitation. This was a critical period for the team's championship aspirations, and enhancing his strength was paramount. He eagerly focused on the spinning wheel in his mind, where an array of skills emerged, igniting his excitement. Ding! The lottery is commencing. The wheel spun rapidly before gradually coming to a halt. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Thunder Dribble skill of Kuroko, with an initial level of Advanced. Upon hearing the announcement, Jiang Chen could not contain his exhilaration. He desperately needed a dribbling skill, as his scouting report had only highlighted his proficiency in three-point shooting. While his other techniques paled in comparison to NBA-level players, he was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the Thunder Dribble. Capable of producing deafening sound and speed with merely 3 fingers. When the dribble technique advanced to 4 fingers, the basketball could glide past opponents with astonishing swiftness. Upon reaching 5 fingers, the dribbling speed would become lightning quick. With a thought, the description of Kotoro's Thunder Dribble skill materialized in his mind. Kotoro's Thunder Dribble, one of the 5 uncrowned champions, possessing exceptional dribbling prowess. Upon fusion, one can acquire exceptional dribbling capabilities. With an initial proficiency level categorized as advanced and a fusion rate of 60. This grants the individual formidable dribbling techniques, albeit lacking breakthrough abilities for the time being, and a steal probability of 10. Note, the utilization of this skill requires 3 fingers, with the potential for subsequent skill upgrades allowing for 4 or even 5 fingers. The system is set to fuse the dribbling skill of Kotoro with the thunderous dribble. Jiang Chen decisively declared, simultaneously accessing the system interface. System, Black Basketball System. Host, Jiang Chen. Height, 201 centimeters. At that moment, there was a knock at the door of the locker room. A staff member entered, visibly taken aback, and remarked that the time for the post-match interviews was imminent, with the NBA officials and numerous media outlets requiring Jiang Chen's presence. Everyone present displayed expressions of astonishment. Turning their gazes towards Jiang Chen, he too appeared somewhat bewildered, hesitantly pointing to himself. When was the last time he had been interviewed? Jiang Chen could scarcely recall. Perhaps it was during the press conference upon his recent signing with the Lakers. Of course, he was deserving of the attention. Kobe smiled and gestured for Jiang Chen to follow him. Accompanying them was head coach Phil Jackson. The trio traversed the lengthy corridor and arrived at the interview room. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the sight that greeted them. The spacious interview room was teeming with people and cameras, nearly reaching a point where individuals were shoulder to shoulder. A cursory glance revealed that at least 200 media outlets were present. Even Kobe seemed somewhat astonished. The situation is truly overwhelming. Without a doubt, all the media are converging on Jiang Chen. This remarkable young man from Huaxia has once again become the center of attention. The three individuals took their seats, and all the cameras were focused on Jiang Chen. Hey, Jiang, tonight you have performed a miracle. In the final quarter, with the team trailing by 33 points, you led an astonishing comeback and even delivered the game-winning shot. How do you feel at this moment? Chapter 16, Post-Match Interview. I speak only the truth. In response to the reporter's question, Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before replying calmly, I feel quite serene. I merely seized the opportunity to play and delivered the performance that was expected of me. The reporters appeared somewhat bewildered. Expected performance? A player who had little opportunity to play, having made only one three-pointer throughout the entire season, managed to score 35 points in under 10 minutes during the most critical moment of the finals. Is this the expected performance? This is utterly audacious. How pretentious. This player from Huaxia is undoubtedly putting on airs. Do you have the confidence to replicate such an extraordinary performance in the next match? Will you manage to sink as many three-pointers as you did in this game? The reporter continued to press, a hint of mockery glinting in his eyes. After merely one explosive game, this Huaxia rookie has elevated himself to the status of a superstar akin to Kobe? Has he forgotten his role as a player manager? Certainly. Without a shadow of a doubt, I believe my performance in the next game will surpass this one, perhaps even with a greater number of three-pointers, Jiang Chen replied, his tone imbued with self-assurance. The reporters, upon hearing his words, displayed expressions of skepticism, seemingly unconvinced by Jiang Chen's assertions. To score 10 three-pointers in a single game is already an astonishing feat, yet he aspires to achieve the same in consecutive matches, if not more. This is no longer mere pretension, it has escalated into boastfulness. It is not surprising that journalists would cast doubt, for in the annals of NBA history, the record for the most three-pointers made in a single game stands at a mere 12. Such records are elusive, attainable only when the stars align and an extraordinary state of mind ignites, allowing one to break through with fervent skill. The confluence of timing, environment, and synergy among individuals is essential. Clearly, the journalists believe that Jiang Chen has reached a transcendent level of performance tonight, enabling him to astonishingly sink 10 three-pointers in a single quarter. Logically speaking, an explosive performance is often followed by a return to normalcy. Sustaining such an explosive display proves exceedingly challenging, especially for a player who typically resides on the periphery of the game. Consequently, skepticism surrounds Jiang Chen's assertions. After all, since the advent of the three-point shot in the NBA, no player has managed to score 10 or more three-pointers in consecutive games. The former three-point king, Larry Bird, could not achieve it. Neither could the historical three-point leader, Reggie Miller, nor can the current three-point champion, Ray Allen. Hey, buddy, you made 10 three-pointers tonight. Are you suggesting there might be more in your next game? Surely, you jest, one journalist remarked, his tone laced with incredulity and a hint of mockery. Is 10 three-pointers a lot? I accomplished that in just one quarter. In the next game, I might have 4 quarters to work with, Jiang Chen replied with a shrug. The journalists collectively gasped in astonishment. Is 10 three-pointers truly not a considerable feat? Indeed. In the annals of NBA history, no player has ever succeeded in sinking 10 three-pointers in a single finals game. Jiang Chen is the pioneer. They longed to counter his assertion, yet soon realized that Jiang Chen's words were not only factual, but also compelling, leaving them at a loss for a rebuttal. Beside them, Kobe displayed a look of astonishment. This rising star from Huaxia is indeed audacious and unrestrained, exhibiting a level of bravado that surpasses even his younger self. Jiang, your performance tonight, hitting 10 out of 13 three-point attempts, is simply extraordinary. It is worth noting that the current sharpshooter Ray Allen also managed to sink 7 three-pointers this evening. Could you enlighten us on how you achieved such an impressive feat? The reporters were left pondering the catalyst behind Jiang Chen's explosive performance. Surely, there must have been a turning point, a shift in mindset, a release of pressure, or an insatiable desire to prove oneself. In truth, it is rather simple, he replied with a smile and a shrug of his shoulders, indicating a sense of helplessness. The reporters stood there once more, utterly bewildered. This is rather absurd. Simple? Is there a distinction in our understanding of simplicity? Is it easy to shoot a three-pointer from the logo? Is it effortless to launch a contested three-pointer? Is it trivial to sink 5 consecutive three-point shots? Why is it that every word spoken by Jiang Chen is comprehensible, yet when strung together into a sentence, it becomes perplexing? A palpable silence enveloped the room. The journalists found their composure disrupted by Jiang Chen's remarks, rendering the interview somewhat unmanageable. After a brief pause, someone finally resumed questioning. Jiang, this evening you clinched the victory with a game-winning free throw. May I inquire why, during your final offensive play, you opted not to take a three-pointer but instead drove into the paint? Were you aiming to force the game into overtime? One reporter inquired, clearly intrigued. Everything was under my control. I never contemplated extending the game into overtime. My intention in driving to the basket was solely for the 2-1, Jiang Chen replied, his tone brimming with confidence. Indeed, at that moment, he harbored such thoughts and acted accordingly. The reporters exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting a state of confusion for what seemed like the umpteenth time. This is simply absurd. Can we not conduct an interview with more decorum? Would anyone dare to make such a statement about Jiang Chen, even if the basketball deity Michael Jordan were present? In a pivotal offensive moment that determined the championship, he had the audacity to drive into the paint, draw a foul, and secure a crucial 2-1 to conclude the match. What kind of confidence allows one to achieve such feats? It is utterly absurd. Moreover, Jiang Chen faced none other than the league's best defensive player, Kevin Garnett, making the challenge exceedingly daunting. A mere coincidence. The final offensive play must have been a stroke of luck. Jiang Chen's assertion stems from a fortunate occurrence. For the events have already transpired as established fact. He can say whatever he wishes, rendering any conjecture about right or wrong irrelevant. Kobe's eyes similarly revealed astonishment. He harbored unwavering confidence in his own offensive prowess, believing he could alter the course of the game and execute a game-winning shot with ease. However, to master the intricacies of such a decisive moment was beyond even him. Thus, he too found it hard to believe Jiang Chen's words. Nevertheless, considering this was Jiang Chen's first interview of the entire season, let him express his whims freely. The reporters shook their heads in disbelief, and Jiang Chen, aware that his remarkable 2-1 play was indeed astonishing, remarked, "You may later visit the Celtics press room to interview Garnett. Perhaps his response will satisfy your curiosity." The journalist's eyes lit up at this suggestion. Indeed, as the key player involved, Garnett would surely have a clear understanding of the situation at that time. A simple inquiry would reveal whether Jiang Chen was merely boasting. Jiang, due to your extraordinary performance, achieving a historic 33-point comeback in the finals and pushing the series to a decisive Game 7, what are your expectations for this upcoming showdown? One reporter inquired. Without a doubt, the championship. Jiang Chen replied with a calm demeanor, his tone replete with formidable confidence and undeniable authority. The reporters were taken aback. Is this a mere water cooler player? Is this the demeanor typical of a mere bench warmer? Yet this rookie from Huaxia is undeniably a player who went undrafted. Nearly a water cooler athlete. How utterly absurd. Chapter 17. Let time prove it. The derision from Rivers momentarily hushed the atmosphere. The reporters exchanged glances, their astonishment palpable. The recent interview with Jiang Chen had utterly reshaped their understanding of pretentiousness. Even the legendary Larry Bird, the epitome of bravado in the 1980s league, would find himself overshadowed by Jiang Chen. Bird's moments of audacity are countless, cherished, and recounted by fans time and again. However, within the brief span of that interview, the reporters sensed a potential within Jiang Chen to ascend as the new king of bravado. The distinction lies in Bird's remarkable ability to actualize the bravado he once displayed. This is true prowess. But what of Jiang Chen? Will he continue to display such explosive talent in the future as he has claimed, or will he, like a shooting star, blaze brightly in this match only to fade into obscurity, remaining a peripheral figure in the league? This answer can only be validated by the passage of time. However, at present, the majority of journalists remain skeptical about Jiang Chen's professional career. The fleeting brilliance witnessed in the NBA is far too abundant. Numerous players, akin to meteors, rise like the rockets and then plummet just as swiftly. Perhaps this evening's extraordinary performance, scoring 35 points in a single quarter, sinking 10 three-pointers, and delivering a game-winning shot, marks the pinnacle of Jiang Chen's entire career. Phil, under your guidance, the team executed a remarkable comeback. What do you consider your most astute decision in this match? The reporters shifted their focus. Undoubtedly, it was to get Jiang Chen on the court. If I had allowed him to play earlier, perhaps we would not have trailed by 33 points. Phil remarked with a slight smile. And what are your thoughts on Jiang Chen's recent comments? Do you believe he could become Pippen alongside Kobe? One reporter inquired, genuinely curious. Well, some of Jiang Chen's remarks are indeed hard to believe, but the youthful spirit he exhibits deserves commendation. Let us wait and see what the future holds. As for whether he can become Pippen to Kobe, I wouldn't dare say. especially considering Pippen never had a performance of 35 points and 10 three-pointers in a single quarter. Perhaps he may evolve into another Kobe? Phil shrugged, generously lavishing praise on Jiang Chen. The reporters were once again taken aback. Another Kobe? This player, who serves as merely a water boy. Could it be that Phil was so awed by Jiang Chen's performance that he lost his usual discernment? Jiang Chen's display was certainly commendable, but to claim he could become another Kobe seems rather excessive. Kobe, as the face of the NBA, is an epic-defining superstar with global influence. What extraordinary qualities does this player from Huaxia possess to be likened to another Kobe? Aside from Yao Ming, no other NBA superstar has emerged from Huaxia. Kobe. Do you share this sentiment? The reporters have turned their attention to Kobe. Indeed, Jiang Chen is an exceptional player, and his future accomplishments in the NBA are immeasurable. Kobe calmly affirmed this, remaining indifferent to what the future holds. His primary focus is the present, particularly the impending Game 7 showdown. If a few words of praise can bolster Jiang Chen's confidence and enable him to excel in the decisive match, then why not offer such commendation? Upon hearing Kobe's words, Jiang Chen turned and smiled, exclaiming, "Kobe, I must say, you truly possess remarkable insight." Kobe was momentarily taken aback. This teammate truly lacks humility. The reporters were equally astonished. This prodigious talent from Huaxia certainly spares no opportunity to flaunt his prowess. After all that ostentation, it remains to be seen how you will perform in the decisive Game 7. Following the interview, a multitude of media reporters flocked to the Celtics press area. In stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere of the Lakers interview zone, the Celtics quarters appeared rather subdued, with scarcely 100 media representatives present. Doc Rivers, how do you perceive the loss in this match? Do you consider this game a turning point for the series? One reporter inquired. I never anticipated that our team would suffer defeat. When we held a 33-point lead, we were already preparing to celebrate our championship victory. Yet, who could have foreseen that a benchwarmer from the Lakers would score 35 points in a single quarter, propelling their team to a comeback that ended in a nail-biting finish? That sensation is incredibly disheartening. We were on the brink of claiming the championship trophy, only for that Huaxia newcomer to shatter our dreams. I do not believe this represents a turning point, given that we were capable of leading the Lakers by 33 points today. I am confident we can achieve the same in the Game 7 showdown. After all, a benchwarmer cannot consistently be the catalyst for victory. The Lakers cannot rely on a mere benchwarmer to win the championship, Rivers asserted, shaking his head, his expression rife with irony, directed not only at himself but also at the Lakers. He mocked his own misjudgment, having granted Jiang Chen far too many shooting opportunities early on, leading to an explosive performance later in the game. He chided the Lakers for their reliance on a benchwarmer, earning a comeback against his team. Yet, the most unfortunate reality remains that this benchwarmer is indeed a member of the Lakers. This is truly disheartening. During the decisive Game 7, will you implement a targeted defense against Jiang Chen? A reporter inquired. Absolutely not. There is no necessity. I am well aware that the Lakers will undoubtedly increase Jiang Chen's playing time in the crucial match, yet his most notable skill is merely his three-point shooting. 13 attempts with 10 successful shots? I find it hard to believe that he will maintain such a terrifying shooting percentage in the forthcoming game. Rivers replied with a calm demeanor, though internally he was fervently critiquing. Is this even a question? Targeted defense is undoubtedly necessary. Even if this new talent from Huaxia experiences a decline in shooting percentage, allowing them to sink 3 or 4 three-point shots remains unacceptable. How could such matters be articulated? One must never show weakness to the Lakers. Athletic competition transcends mere physical and technical confrontations. The psychological aspect holds equal significance. The reporters listened intently, nodding in agreement with Rivers' assertions. Garnett, could you elucidate the circumstances surrounding the final defensive play of the game? What prompted your foul? How did you allow Jiang Chen to achieve that 2-1? An eager journalist, having transitioned from the Lakers press area, inquired. Our defense was entirely sound, forcing Jiang Chen into the paint, and then I committed the foul, allowing him a free throw. However, I did not anticipate that this young talent from Huaxia could still score despite my full intent to foul. A notable detail is that when I fouled him, a faint smile graced his lips, leading me to suspect that he was deliberately waiting for me to commit the foul. He saw through our strategy and executed that 2-1 flawlessly. Chapter 18. A topic of widespread discussion. The most proficient three-point shooter in the league. Garnett's expression bore a hint of anguish, as he was reluctant to revisit this humiliating moment. He was acutely aware that he had been outmaneuvered by that young talent from Huaxia. The sensation of becoming prey is truly disconcerting. The reporters fell into a profound silence, their expressions betraying their bewilderment. It became evident that what Jiang Chen had claimed was indeed true. He had deftly orchestrated the final offensive, eschewing the notion of overtime, and instead aimed for a decisive 2-1, completely toying with the Celtics at his whim. It was unfortunate for the Celtics, who had devised a strategy that inadvertently led to this foul. Reflecting on this, the journalist could not help but feel a tinge of sympathy for the Celtics, for it could be said that their own tactical design had doomed them to forfeit the championship trophy that was so nearly within their grasp. Now, as the series heads into a decisive Game 7, the possibilities are endless. One cannot help but speculate on the emotions of the Celtics should they lose this final battle. Would they lament the tactical decisions made in the sixth game? On another note, in that pivotal moment of life and death, how could this young talent from Huaxia still manage to smile? Is he truly just an undrafted rookie and a mere water-cooler attendant? It seems utterly absurd. Following the post-game interviews, the throngs of reporters returned to their respective enterprises, embarking on a frenzied spree of overtime to pen their articles. The abundance of reportable content from this match is staggering, and the post-game interviews brim with captivating topics. Early the following morning, a flurry of news articles erupted across major sports media websites, igniting a wildfire of discussion online. A miraculous comeback. The bench players scored 35 points in a single quarter, leading the Lakers to a last-minute victory over the Celtics. Did they squander the championship? The Celtics, leading by 33 points, faced an inexplicable turnaround. With 35 points and 10 three-pointers, he shattered numerous finals records, showcasing the astounding performance of an undrafted player. An individual who had yet to step onto the court this season saved the Lakers. Was it divine intervention? Beyond the match-related coverage, the content from post-game interviews was also extensively reported by the media. Has he achieved legendary status in one game? Has the Lakers found their successor to Kobe? Phil openly declared that Jiang Chen is another Kobe. Will he sink 10 three-pointers again in a decisive Game 7? The audacious remarks of the undrafted player in the post-game interview. Commanding the game-winning shot, Jiang Chen executed a 2-1 play to clinch the victory, all meticulously orchestrated. Garnett personally acknowledged that Jiang Chen deciphered the Celtics' tactics and deliberately awaited the foul to complete the game-winning free throw. Rivers asserted that the Lakers were simply fortunate, relying on the bench player to turn the game around, declaring that they would not target Jiang Chen in the decisive Game 7. The myriad of reports dazzles the senses. Yet there is no doubt that Jiang Chen is the focal point of the coverage. Following the reports, a tremendous discussion storm erupted across the United States. Oh my, did this truly happen? Can a bench player be this formidable? 35 points in a single quarter? 10 three-pointers? Are these not statistics reserved for video games? Merely glancing at the numbers, I would have thought it was Kobe himself, but to my astonishment, it was a rookie from China. How utterly incredible. My interest in this Chinese rookie is intensifying. I eagerly anticipate his future performances. Will he be a fleeting phenomenon or a sustained contributor? This seems too extravagant. To score 10 three-pointers in a Game 7? I can only say that ignorance has led this bench player to become arrogant. Indeed, this Chinese rookie is overly conceited. I hope the Celtics can teach him a lesson in the decisive Game 7. I concede that this bench player's performance was terrifying, but it was merely one game. Over the course of his career, he has scarcely had the opportunity to play. Humph. I shall wait to see how he performs in the decisive Game 7. Among the fans, there are both praise and astonishment, as well as derision and mockery. Most remain skeptical that Jiang Chen can consistently deliver such extraordinary performances, believing he will revert to the level of a typical role player in the decisive Game 7. Across the vast ocean in China, the coverage of the Lakers and Jiang Chen has similarly swept across the internet, igniting fervent discussions among fans worldwide. Goodness, 10 three-pointers in a single quarter? Is this really Jiang Sanfan? I deeply regret not watching the final quarter of the game. I have watched the highlight reel of Jiang Chen countless times. Yet it never ceases to enthrall me. Each viewing ignites a fervor within me. This is precisely the caliber of performance we expect from our Chinese players. Who could rival such prowess? Incredible! From the moment Jiang Chen entered the NBA, I held high hopes for him. After a season of relative quietude, he has finally erupted onto the scene. To those skeptics above, are you truly serious? Jiang Chen excels in just one game, and you start to backtrack? News and commentary surrounding Jiang Chen have been rapidly gaining traction across Chinese social media, swiftly ascending the Baidu search rankings in less than half a day. His fame has spread like wildfire. Individuals from various sectors have come forth to express their congratulations to Jiang Chen and the Chinese basketball community. Concurrently, The Chinese Basketball Association released a statement lauding Jiang Chen's performance in the NBA, praising his tenacity and unwavering commitment to his dreams. Ultimately seizing the opportunity to showcase his talents, embodying the true spirit of sportsmanship. Even numerous esteemed media outlets have reported on Jiang Chen's explosive performance that aided the Lakers in their comeback. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Chen has become the most talked-about sports figure in all of China, even eclipsing athletes preparing for the Olympics. He has truly achieved fame through a single game. In Boston, at the Lakers' dedicated training facility, the team is preparing for tomorrow's pivotal Game 7. Currently, a 10-minute intra-squad scrimmage is underway, featuring the starting lineup versus the bench players. As the scrimmage enters its final minute, the bench squad trails by a mere 6 points. Each player is drenched in sweat, their spirits soaring, fueled by Jiang Chen's astonishing performance during the practice, where he made 5 3-pointers in just 10 minutes with a mere 8 attempts, an astonishing shooting percentage. This also enabled Kobe and Gasol to collaborate within the substitute lineup, yet they did not manage to significantly widen the point gap. Beep. The assistant coach's whistle signaled the conclusion of the practice match. The players gathered eagerly around Jiang Chen. Jiang, your 3-point shooting is simply impeccable. With your firepower backing us, we are certain to triumph over the Celtics in the decisive Game 7. It's hard to believe how you've maintained such a scorching performance after your explosive display. I can hardly wait to see the astonished expressions on the Celtics' faces. Secret weapon, you shall once again be our team's ace, exclaimed a teammate. Buddy, your future undoubtedly holds the potential to become a 3-point sharpshooter akin to Ray Allen. The players exchanged enthusiastic remarks, brimming with excitement and fervor towards Jiang Chen. Through his prowess, Jiang Chen earned the recognition and respect of his teammates, a stark contrast to the indifference they previously exhibited, where few even acknowledged his presence. No need to speak of the future. I am already the league's most formidable 3-point shooter. Furthermore, please refrain from comparing me to Ray Allen, as it undermines my abilities. Jiang Chen remarked with a calm yet formidable demeanor. Chapter 19, The Butterfly Effect. Multiple team scout. What a farce. Is Midori Cohen's extraordinarily high-arc 3-point skill merely a joke? Don't even mention Ray Allen. Even Curry pales in comparison. I possess transcendent basketball skills. Who can rival me? The teammates looked on, utterly bewildered. The league's strongest 3-point sharpshooter? This is rather audacious, isn't it? What would Ray Allen think upon hearing this? Kobe raised an eyebrow, recalling the post-game interview from the previous evening. Is it already being installed? This teammate hailing from Huaxia possesses an enigmatic confidence. However, Jiang Chen's exhibited proficiency in 3-point shooting is indeed astonishing. One can only hope he maintains the shooting form for tomorrow's decisive Game 7. Kobe pondered, his heart ablaze with fervor. This time, the opportunity to seize the championship shall not slip through our fingers. All right, gentlemen. Let us commence a new round of training with fervor. We aim to triumph over the Celtics tomorrow. Phil stood at the sidelines, clapping his hands, a smile gracing his face as he began to strategize for the impending match in his mind. Indeed, the players responded with resounding enthusiasm, their spirits soaring with confidence for the forthcoming game. For they possessed a secret weapon. This overlooked talent from China is destined to become a nightmare for the Boston Celtics. At this moment, in the office of the Miami Heat's president, Pat Riley is diligently sifting through all the information he can gather on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's performance has not only created a sensation among American fans, but has also astonished the entire NBA. How perplexing. The scouting report is rather unremarkable, and his season performance has been dismal. He was fortunate not to be relegated to the G League by the Lakers. Why then did he suddenly erupt during the 6th game of the Celtics versus Lakers matchup? Riley murmurs to himself while perusing the documents. Bang! Just then, a tall figure enters the room. It is the Heat star player, Dwayne Wade. Hey, did you watch the finals yesterday? That Chinese rookie's performance was truly extraordinary. I can't help but become a fan, Wade exclaims, his enthusiasm palpable. Of course. Look at what I'm currently engaged in, Riley replies. Gesturing to the materials on the desk, Wade nods and gives Riley a thumbs up. He has come to discuss Jiang Chen with Riley. After the finals, Jiang Chen will become a free agent, and once the free agency market opens, the Heat may have the opportunity to sign this future star. I know what you're thinking. I am contemplating this matter as well. However, we cannot define a player based on a single game. We need further observation, Riley states, his gaze steady and his expression calm. Years of experience as president have honed his ability to remain composed and think critically in challenging situations. Further observation? There is only one game left in the season. Wade exclaims urgently, concerned that Jiang Chen might be snatched away by other teams. That is a valid point. Let us purchase tickets to Boston immediately, Riley responds, tossing the documents onto the desk, and together with Wade, they hurry to the airport. In the office of the Los Angeles Lakers general manager, Kupchak is still browsing the news about yesterday's game, reveling in Jiang Chen's remarkable performance. It was he who had brought Jiang Chen to the Lakers with a contract. Initially, he believed that this Chinese player's three-point ability might benefit the team, so he signed him on a minimum salary. However, he never anticipated that this overlooked talent would spend the entire season on the bench. During the regular season, he had contemplated cutting Jiang Chen multiple times, but ultimately decided against it. Little did he know that Jiang Chen would explode in the most desperate moment for the Lakers, saving the team and preserving their hopes of championship contention. In regard to this singular match, the substantial sum of several $100,000 was undeniably well spent. The more Kupchak reminisced about the process, the more a sense of pride enveloped him. What does it mean to possess a discerning eye? His judgment was impeccable. If he continued to manage the team in this manner, could he not be on the path to establishing a Lakers dynasty? As Kupchak reveled in this thought, the telephone on the desk rang abruptly. It was Jerry Buss, the owner of the Lakers. "Hello, boss. How may I assist you?" Kupchak responded, a smile gracing his face, instinctively aware it was a commendation for his efforts. "You have done remarkably well in signing Jiang Chen. However, his contract is about to expire, and I need you to fly to Boston immediately, sparing no effort to retain Jiang Chen on the team." Jerry Buss stated, his tone imbued with urgency. "Sparing no effort? Is there a cap on contract agreements?" Kupchak was taken aback, finding it challenging to ascertain. "There is no cap, as long as it complies with league regulations. You can offer any contract size. This undrafted talent from Huaxia possesses immense potential. I have faith in my judgment," Jerry Buss proclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Regardless of Jiang Chen's future trajectory, he was willing to invest significantly for a favorable outcome, even if Jiang Chen were to fade into obscurity. Remaining merely a water cooler attendant, he would accept it. This encapsulates the essence of Jerry Buss, whose inherent gambling instinct often propels him to make audacious decisions. It is precisely this boldness that has transformed the Los Angeles Lakers, under his stewardship, into one of the NBA's premier franchises, securing numerous championship trophies. Indeed, Mitch Kupchak's excitement was palpable. Working under such a proprietor is simply exhilarating. After concluding the call, Kupchak instructed his assistant to procure the earliest available flight and hurried to the airport, his mind already envisioning the scenario following the signing of Jiang Chen. One can only surmise that Buss would be immensely pleased. It must be said that this undrafted talent from China is remarkably fortunate to have caught Buss's attention. Even if his performance were to falter dramatically tomorrow, he would still secure a commendable contract, thus ensuring his position. Aside from the Miami Heat and the Lakers, several other teams' managements were also boarding flights to Boston overnight, all eager to witness Jiang Chen's performance. A single explosive game may not suffice as proof, but consecutive stellar performances would undoubtedly affirm Jiang Chen's potential as a remarkable player. If he continues to excel in the decisive Game 7, it would undoubtedly ignite the free agency market this summer. Conversely, should Jiang Chen's performance be merely average or even dismal, it could dissuade many interested teams. Thus, the seventh game is not only critical for the Lakers' championship aspirations, but also represents the optimal opportunity for Jiang Chen to establish his market value. Chapter 20, Pre-Game Interviews. The seventh game approaches the following day. The NBA Finals were set to culminate in a seventh game. 3 hours prior to the match, the North Shore Garden was already teeming with spectators. Not only were the seats within the arena filled to capacity, but the plaza outside was also inundated with throngs of fans, their heads forming a dense sea of humanity. The fervent supporters had completely besieged the North Shore Garden. Despite the Celtics' devastating 33-point turnaround loss to the Lakers in the previous game, the fans remained undeterred. They steadfastly believed that the indomitable Green Army would not be vanquished by such a setback. In this match, the Celtics were poised to mount an even more fervent counterattack, and the Lakers should brace themselves for the impending fury. As lifelong adversaries, the Celtics fans harbored a deep-seated disdain for the Lakers, even before the game commenced. Some fans had already begun chanting slogans to defeat the Lakers. Within the arena, both teams were undergoing pre-game interviews. In the Lakers interview room, head coach Phil Jackson and the team's star player, Kobe Bryant, were present. "Phil, Jiang Chen delivered an extraordinary performance last game, aiding the Lakers in their comeback. Will you assign him a significant role in this match?" a reporter inquired. "Perhaps," was Jackson's response. I shall grant Jiang Chen a few minutes on the court, then observe his performance, hoping he can sustain the fervent form he exhibited in the previous match. Phil squinted slightly, his voice measured and enigmatic, leaving others unable to decipher his thoughts. The reporters nodded in agreement. Despite Jiang Chen's bravado during the post-match interview, skepticism lingered among the crowd. Phil's words now seemed more grounded in reality. What was that absurdity from the last post-match interview? Claiming Jiang Chen could become another Kobe was utterly ridiculous. In this unforgiving realm of the NBA, particularly in the decisive Game 7 of the finals, a player who performs well remains on the court, while one who falters is promptly replaced. The true architects of the game's direction are the superstar players like Kobe and Gasol. As for this undrafted talent, he may find himself on the bench after merely tossing up a couple of three-pointers. Of course, there exists a possibility that Jiang Chen might replicate his previous match's exceptional feat, sinking several three-pointers in succession. Yet, everyone is acutely aware that the odds of such an occurrence are exceedingly slim, indeed, even less likely than winning the lottery. Phil, in light of the Celtics' formidable performance in the last game, do you have any adjustments planned? A reporter inquired. It is well known that the Lakers were thoroughly overwhelmed in the last encounter, trailing by as much as 33 points. Had it not been for that sudden outburst from the undrafted player, the Celtics would likely have been parading the championship trophy through Boston by now. Where is the so-called Game 7? Indeed, I have made adjustments to the team's lineup, and I believe the new configuration will lead us to victory, Phil responded, maintaining his calm demeanor. The reporters furrowed their brows. A new lineup? What does that entail? Speak up. The cunning old fox consistently deploys smoke screens, divulging not a shred of useful information. Kobe, your performance in this series has been notably inconsistent. Might I inquire if injuries have affected your game? Or has the Celtics defense imposed its influence upon you? As we approach the imminent Game 7, do you harbor concerns regarding your condition? A reporter posed the question, redirecting the focus of the interview. No, not at all, Kobe replied, his demeanor icy. I yearn for victory, regardless of my state. I shall exert every effort to win the game. In a succinct manner, he articulated his resolve. You heard Jiang Chen's remarks in the post-game interview. Do you believe he can fulfill those promises? Another reporter inquired. Absolutely. He certainly does not appear to be jesting, Kobe remarked, shrugging lightly. A hint of a smile gracing his face as he reflected on Jiang Chen's performance in the scrimmage, feeling a surge of excitement. This Chinese player, overlooked in the draft, may still deliver a breathtaking performance in tonight's decisive Game 7. The journalists were left utterly bewildered. Is the desire to win the championship driving one to madness? The illustrious NBA superstar Kobe Bryant is actually hoping for the assistance of an undrafted player? It is utterly astonishing. By the way, did Phil not just mention that he would only grant Jiang Chen a few minutes on the court? Whose words hold greater credibility? The reporters found themselves perplexed, having asked questions for an extended period without yielding any substantial answers. The only recourse was to venture into the arena and uncover the truth. In the Boston Celtics interview room, a reporter inquired, Doc Rivers, who do you perceive as the most formidable threat in the upcoming match? Without hesitation, Rivers replied, undoubtedly, Kobe Bryant. He is one of the greatest scorers in history, and we must devise a strategy to contain his performance. His tone was imbued with respect, even as a rival. Kobe commanded admiration. Another reporter interjected, and what about Jiang Chen? Are you kidding me? Rivers responded, his expression exaggerated, revealing his astonishment at the question. I do not believe Jiang Chen's performance can surpass that of Kobe. He continued, a confident smile gracing his face, in the previous game. Our lack of preparation allowed this undrafted talent from Huaxia to dominate the court. A specific defensive strategy has been devised for this match. The moment this undrafted player steps onto the court, the defense must make him question his very existence. The reporters couldn't help but chuckle at this. This question is indeed superfluous. How could Jiang Chen be compared to Kobe? Ray Allen, Jiang Chen boldly claimed he would sink 10 three-pointers in this game. What is your opinion on that? A reporter inquired. As a seasoned three-point shooter with over a decade in the NBA, I am acutely aware of the immense difficulty of making 10 three-pointers in a single game. No one in the history of the NBA has achieved 10 three-pointers in consecutive games. It is a monumental challenge. I have not accomplished it, nor has Reggie Miller. As for Jiang Chen, Lady Luck has smiled upon him once. If she were to do so again, would that not be exceedingly unfair to us? Ray Allen replied solemnly, his meaning unmistakable. He had failed, Reggie Miller had failed, and thus Jiang Chen's success appeared improbable. Even if Jiang Chen were to score 10 three-pointers, it would be attributed to fortune rather than skill. Do you have confidence in making more three-pointers than Jiang Chen in this match? The reporter pressed. Undoubtedly. The three-pointer is the weapon that secures my standing in the NBA, Ray Allen declared with unwavering confidence, exuding authority. After a few more questions, the reporters concluded the pre-game interview. Subsequently, the Celtics and Lakers, having donned their uniforms in the locker room, sprinted through the player tunnel onto the court. Under the glaring spotlight, each player wore a serious expression, their eyes ablaze with fierce determination. Amidst the sea of green, the Lakers' purple and gold hues appeared somewhat isolated, as if encircled. The cacophony of cheers erupted. In this suffocating atmosphere, the decisive Game 7 for the championship was about to commence. Chapter 21. The starting lineup. Reactions from all sides. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the North Shore Garden to witness the thrilling Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Who will triumph in this decisive battle and claim the championship title for the year? The tension is palpable and the anticipation is electric. Charles Barkley, the commentator for this match, spoke with fervor. The atmosphere has reached a fever pitch. We are eager to see the spectacular performance that the Celtics and Lakers will deliver. Reggie Miller, another commentator, echoed his excitement. Both are gold standard commentators within the TNT group, holding esteemed positions in the commentary realm, and both boast illustrious NBA careers. My old friend, who do you personally believe will win this Game 7 and secure the championship? Barkley raised an eyebrow, wearing a mischievous grin. I have high hopes for the Celtics. After all, they have demonstrated overwhelming strength in the previous 6 games. Not to mention that the decisive game is on their home court. One might assert that the opportune timing, favorable conditions, and harmonious teamwork have all come into play. The Los Angeles Lakers reaching a decisive Game 7 against the Boston Celtics can largely be attributed to an element of fortune, as confidently stated by Reggie Miller. Even aware that Charles Barkley was attempting to provoke him, he boldly leaped into the fray. It remains to be seen who will ultimately be proven wrong. Oh, fortune? Are you referring to that undrafted player from China? In the previous game, he managed to sink 10 three-pointers within a mere 10 minutes. Do you believe he will maintain such a formidable performance in this contest? Furthermore, do you foresee him evolving into one of the NBA's premier sharpshooters? Barkley continued to inquire. His curiosity piqued and excitement palpable. This topic has become the focal point of discussion in the American basketball community these past few days. After all, Jiang Chen's astonishing performance of hitting 10 three-pointers in a single game during the finals was nothing short of sensational. Everyone is engrossed in debate over Jiang Chen's prowess from beyond the arc, with opinions fiercely divided. Reggie Miller, the current record holder for the most three-pointers made in NBA history and widely regarded as one of the greatest sharpshooters of all time, possesses the most authority on the matter of three-point shooting. It is indeed a challenging subject. I watched the live broadcast of Game 6 and later reviewed the footage. Many of the three-pointers made by this undrafted player from China appeared to be high-difficulty shots that relied heavily on luck. Yet, my friend, as you know, no player experiences such fortune in every game. Regarding the second issue, I hold a rather skeptical view. The scouting report on this undrafted player states that he excels in shooting three-pointers, but he has not substantiated this claim throughout an entire season. Can one game truly validate his abilities? Reggie Miller articulated this skepticism with a rhetorical flourish, laced with a hint of disdain. In his eyes, Jiang Chen's extraordinary performance was merely a stroke of luck. Jiang Chen himself declared in an interview that he aimed to sink 10 three-pointers in this game, insisting that it reflected his expected level of performance. Barkley pressed on, further provoking Reggie's emotions. Unsurprisingly, Reggie's expression darkened as he coldly retorted, "It's all just hype. Who would believe his words? Anyone can boast. The key lies in execution. He even mentioned hitting 10 three-pointers. If he manages to score 5 in this game, I shall regard him with newfound respect. Hitting 5 three-pointers. In this era that largely underestimates the significance of the three-point shot, such a feat would indeed be remarkable." Barkley chuckled, deftly shifting the topic, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, ensuring his position remains unscathed regardless of the game's outcome. Meanwhile, Reggie Miller. Barkley could only wish him silent good fortune. The bitterness of being proven wrong in a globally watched Game 7 would surely be a sour experience. On the court, the players have completed their pre-game warm-ups and returned to the bench, listening to the coach's final tactical arrangements. Simultaneously, the assistant coaches of both teams have submitted the starting lineups to the statisticians table. Soon after, the large screen displays the starting lineups for both teams. Jiang Chen's name stands out prominently among them. A wave of astonishment ripples through the crowd, quickly followed by derisive laughter. To have a mere waterboy start in a Game 7? Has Phil lost his mind? This situation borders on the absurd. It seems Phil has taken to heart the words spoken by this undrafted player in post-game interviews. A wise man may falter at times. It appears that Phil, dubbed Zen Master, may not be able to maintain his esteemed reputation. It appears that the Boston Celtics are poised to secure an effortless victory, with the championship within their grasp. Enthusiastic discussions fill the arena as fans express their excitement. Jiang Chen starting? That's rather astonishing, remarked Pat Riley from a VIP viewing suite, somewhat taken aback. We've traveled great distances to witness this. I hope this overlooked draft pick from China does not disappoint us, Wade commented, his gaze fixed intently on the court. Similar scenes unfolded in various VIP lounges, as stars from all walks of life gasped in astonishment at the unfolding events. Oh my, Jiang Chen is starting? Phil truly possesses remarkable audacity, exclaimed Barkley in admiration. Humph, a self-destructive choice. Reggie Miller retorted dismissively. The length of time spent commentating has indeed exposed one to all manners of scenarios. To have a player who managed only a single three-pointer throughout the regular season debut as a starter in a Game 7 of the Finals is surely unprecedented in NBA history, regardless of the outcome. Phil has etched his name into the annals of history in this extraordinary manner. Journalists seated at the sidelines were equally bewildered. That crafty old fox, Phil, was indeed spinning tales during the pre-game interviews, claiming he would grant Jiang Chen merely a few minutes of playtime. The game has commenced. And can one truly only play for a few minutes? In the CT5 studio across the ocean, the venerable commentators Sun Jinping and Zhang Weiping are tasked with narrating this remarkable match. Jiang Chen is starting. This marks a historic moment in Chinese basketball, as it is the first time a player has taken the court as a starter in the NBA Finals. Sun Jinping exclaimed with excitement. Phil Jackson possesses remarkable foresight. His arrangement is indeed astute. Jiang Chen's explosive performance is no mere coincidence. I have high hopes for this young lad to deliver yet another dazzling display. Zhang Weiping chuckled, a mixture of anticipation and a touch of nervousness evident in his demeanor. In the XL live stream chat room, a flurry of reactions ensued. No way. Did I just see Jiang Sanfen starting? This move is truly impressive. Regardless of his performance, I already feel a swell of pride for him. Yet, one cautioned. You may take pride, but Jiang Sanfen must remain humble. He needs to strive for an extraordinary performance, illuminating the North Shore Garden Arena with the brilliance of Chinese basketball. Another chimed in. Damn it. If Jiang Sanfen delivers a performance as astonishing as last game I will do a handstand and eat excrement. To which a brave soul responded, impressive courage, my friend, but eating excrement seems rather unpleasant. How about sharing a video of your wife in a bikini instead? Sorry, I'm still single, so I guess I'll have to resort to the handstand and eat excrement, came the reply. Now I understand why you'd consider such a drastic act. Lacking a girlfriend is indeed a significant drawback. Chapter 22. The system issues a new task. Make a three-pointer at the start. North Shore Garden Arena. On the Lakers bench, all eyes are fixed on Phil Jackson. With an inspiring voice, Phil declared, as this series has progressed, we have consistently been the underdogs, yet I know we are the strongest team. Now, go forth and seize victory, claim the championship. Yes. The players thundered in unison, their spirits soaring. The five starters marched towards the court. Jiang, Phil suddenly called out to Jiang Chen. Turning back, Jiang wore a look of slight confusion. I look forward to witnessing your three-point performance, Phil stated earnestly, placing great expectations on Jiang. Touched by this trust, Jiang felt a pleasant sensation. He gestured an okay sign, exuding a blend of confidence and bravado as he replied, rest assured, having me start is your wisest decision. 10 three-pointers will be a walk in the park for me. I shall deliver an even more magnificent performance than last game, aiding the team in securing victory. With that, Jiang turned, striding towards the court like a valiant soldier ready for battle. Phil paused for a moment, then smiled warmly. This Huaxia selection process truly embodies youthful audacity. This reminded him of great players like Jordan and Kobe, who, in their youth, were brimming with confidence and ambition. They possessed an undeniable charisma. Now it remained to be seen whether they could sustain the performance from the previous match. To be frank, Phil had meticulously contemplated before placing Jiang Chen in the starting lineup, bearing a considerable burden of pressure. Should they lose this decisive Game 7 due to Jiang Chen's performance, he might find himself back home fishing next season. Thus, this was a gamble, a high-stakes wager, with the championship trophy at stake. Phil endeavored to maintain his composure. This was undoubtedly the most intense match of his coaching career. As Jiang Chen stepped onto the court, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host detected participation in the pivotal Game 7, and a mission has been issued. Mission: assist the Lakers in winning the decisive match and securing the championship. Mission reward: 5,000 achievement points. Skill fusion fragments 100. A Huangse Ryota imitation skill experience card, valid for 10 minutes. Hearing the system's announcement, Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was pleasantly surprised by the swift arrival of a mission. Moreover, the rewards were exceptionally generous. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could upgrade his skills and draw for new abilities, empowering himself to become increasingly formidable and versatile. Additionally, the Huangse Ryota imitation skill experience card could serve as a powerful trump card. As a member of the Miracle Era, the skill of Huangse Ryota was indeed extraordinary, allowing one to mimic and enhance any action witnessed just once. It was another super skill, akin to a bug in the system. In this match, driven by both passion and reason, as well as the quest for rewards, victory is imperative. A fierce determination sparkled in Jiang Chen's eyes as the starting players of both teams took their positions. The Los Angeles Lakers lineup featured Gasol, Odom, Jiang Chen, Kobe, and Fisher, with Jiang Chen stepping in for Radmanovic to assume the small forward role. The Boston Celtics commenced with Perkins, Garnett, Pierce, Ray Allen, and Rajon Rondo. Aside from a slight deficiency in the center position, the remaining four players undoubtedly represented titans of the sport. With a sharp whistle, the referee signaled the start. Perkins and Gasol engaged in the jump ball. With a swift motion, Gasol, possessing greater height and wingspan, effortlessly tapped the basketball away. Fisher seized the ball, dribbling past the half-court line before passing it to Kobe. Kobe, at the arc's pinnacle, held the ball and executed a pick-and-roll with Gasol, who had moved to the high post. This exemplifies the classic pick-and-roll strategy employed by the Lakers, due to Gasol's proficiency in mid-range and long-range shooting. The offensive options following the screen are abundant. Kobe can either drive to the basket for a layup, execute a sudden jump shot, or return the ball to Gasol, who is capable of making a mid-range jumper or following up for a close-range finish. In that moment, following a screen, Kobe surged directly towards the basket. Instantly, three Celtics players converged in the paint, launching an unprecedented and relentless double team against him. No matter the circumstances, they were determined to stifle his prowess. For his offensive capabilities were nothing short of terrifying. Should he unleash his full potential, the consequences would be dire. Throughout the series, regardless of the game's dynamics, at least two players from the Celtics remained fixated on Kobe, poised to ensnare him at any moment. It is often said that during the 2010 NBA Finals, Kobe faced the most formidable defense in the history of the league, yet the intensity of the defense he encountered in this year's finals was equally daunting. As he noticed three players rushing towards him, Kobe remained unfazed, leaping into the air to execute a deceptive pump fake, deftly flicking his wrist to deliver a pass. Jiang Chen, stationed at the right corner, received the ball. An open shot. A fleeting wave of tension swept through the audience, haunted by the haunting recollections of Jiang Chen's previous performance, which lingered ominously in their minds. Before Jiang Chen could even shoot, Kobe raised his arms high, signaling an okay gesture. The Celtics had previously dared to double-team him with impunity, largely due to the absence of a reliable three-point shooter on their roster. While the sharpshooter Vujasic had performed adequately during the regular season, he proved inadequate in the playoffs. However, the situation had changed. With Jiang Chen emerging as a consistent three-point threat, each of the Celtics' attempts to double-team would exact a heavy toll. Observing Kobe's celebratory gesture, Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly as he effortlessly launched the basketball. "Boss, your prowess is stealing the spotlight." The ball traced a terrifying parabolic arc through the air, akin to a missile, before finding its mark in the hoop. Swish. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Terrifying memories surged forth. Was this undrafted talent from Huaxia about to commence his performance once more? What kind of absurd luck is this? A mere coincidence. This three-point shot was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. What an impressive three-pointer. Since Jiang Chen joined the starting lineup, he has shown no signs of intimidation. He opened the game with a successful three-pointer. Moreover, Kobe had already begun his celebration, demonstrating great confidence in Jiang Chen's shooting prowess. Barkley, with a glint of excitement in his eyes, remarked fervently. In the past, he had faced humiliation for his bias against Yao Ming, forced to eat his words. Now, confronted with another player from Huaxia, he dared not mock or discriminate, burdened by the shadows of his previous misjudgments. What a fuss. Come on, you are being overly dramatic. It's merely an open three-pointer. Any shooter could have made it. If Jiang Chen could not make such a shot, he would be no better than a water cooler attendant. Oh, I forgot. He was indeed a water cooler attendant before. Reggie Miller remarked dismissively, laden with personal sentiment. Is that so? Perhaps Jiang Chen is the greatest water cooler attendant in NBA history? Barkley responded with a hint of anticipation. Reggie paused, then replied, well, that still makes him a water cooler player. Chapter 23. Is the magic gone? A long-distance 3 response, 3-0. The Lakers took an early lead. The Eastern team initiated their offense. After dribbling past half-court, Rondo raised his hands to signal the intended play. Garnett moved to the high post to set a screen. The Lakers opted not to switch on defense, but instead chose to chase around the screen. After all, Fisher, standing at a mere 185 meters, would be utterly overmatched against Garnett's towering 211 meters if they switched. Though he pursued, the aging Fisher could not keep pace with Rondo's speed. Indeed, throughout his career, Fisher had struggled to defend against quicker guards. Rondo surged towards the basket, drawing Gasol's help defense. He then lofted the basketball high into the air. Perkins leaped, catching the ball with both hands and forcefully slamming it into the hoop, completing an alley-oop. The rim echoed with a resounding thud. The arena erupted with jubilant cheers as fans raised their signs, rallying against the Lakers. Rivers, standing on the sidelines, nodded in satisfaction. This is the self-crafted Boston Celtics, boasting not only a trio of exceptionally talented stars but also a tactical prowess and player synergy that rank among the elite in the league. How can the Los Angeles Lakers even be compared to the Celtics? Is it merely because of Kobe Bryant? Or perhaps due to that suddenly surging undrafted player from China? The victory in the decisive Game 7 surely belongs to the Celtics. Guys, tighten up the defense and expose this undrafted player for who he really is. Let Phil know how foolish it is to assign a water cooler player to a starting position. Rivers exclaimed passionately. The Lakers moved on the offense. After dribbling past half court, Fisher passed the ball to Kobe. Although he was the starting point guard, Fisher functioned more like a facilitator, merely responsible for bringing the ball up the court due to his average passing and playmaking abilities. Kobe dribbled at the top of the arc simultaneously. Jiang Chen maneuvered through a cross screen and positioned himself at the left corner. The basketball soared towards him. Kobe promptly delivered a precise pass, showcasing his formidable passing skills. Jiang Chen received the ball. Pierce, having navigated around the screen, charged at him with fierce determination. Ignoring the defense, Jiang Chen executed a forceful 3-point jump shot. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim, missing the mark. Pierce raised his arms in triumph and shouted at Jiang Chen, "Kid, you were lucky in the last game. There's no way you're scoring another 3-pointer against my defense today." Jiang Chen shrugged, dismissing the comment, and turned to retreat on defense. The crowd collectively exhaled, realizing it was merely a momentary scare. It seems the miraculous performance of this undrafted player has come to an end. He can no longer sink 3-pointers. On the court, he has become ineffective. Finally, he has missed. As the intensity of the defense escalated, this water cooler player found himself at a loss. Yet, in the previous game, his dribbling and mid-range shooting were exceptional. That was merely a display of an extraordinary state he had entered, clearly not reflective of his usual performance. The fans buzzed with excitement, speculating fervently. It appears that the claims made by this water cooler player in his post-game interview were nothing but nonsense. In the VIP lounge, Wade wore a peculiar expression. What profound psychological impact has this undrafted talent had on the fans of the Boston Celtics? The fervent reactions in the arena with each shot are simply unreasonable. Jiang Chen's recent 3-point attempt was nothing short of a reckless endeavor. Clearly not a favorable opportunity for a shot. As a 3-point shooter, if one cannot accurately assess the timing of their release, they become a liability to the team, squandering precious offensive opportunities time and again. When the Celtics ramped up their defensive intensity, many of Jiang Chen's fortunate shots clanged off the rim. Reggie Miller remarked, with a hint of smugness, that Jiang Chen's performance validated his suspicions. The previous game's explosion was merely a fluke. How could a mere water cooler attendant possibly rise to become a savior for a team? To suggest that his prowess could even rival the legendary Kobe is utterly preposterous. When the magic fades, an undrafted player remains just that. Establishing oneself in the NBA is no easy feat, particularly in the realm of 3-point shooting. One cannot rely solely on luck. As the all-time leader in 3-point shooting, he cannot permit this skill to be demeaned. This also elucidates his rationale against Jiang Chen. A lucky shot remains merely a stroke of fortune, failing to make an impact in crucial matches. On the court, the Celtics launched an offensive. Ray Allen emerged from his position, receiving a pass from Rondo. Facing Kobe's defensive onslaught, he remained composed and executed a 3-point shot with precision. Swish! The ball sailed through the net effortlessly. The gentlemanly Ray slightly curled his lips, his stern visage concealing a killer instinct. The entire arena erupted in fervor. This, indeed, exemplifies the true essence of a three-point sharpshooter. Consistency is an essential quality that a marksman must possess. The elegance of Ray Allen's three-point shooting form is eternally captivating, drawing one into its allure. In contrast, when faced with defensive pressure, Jiang Chen's performance falls significantly short. Ray Allen undoubtedly deserves his title as the reigning three-point king, as he has imparted a valuable lesson to this undrafted player, Reggie Miller exclaimed with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Barkley appeared somewhat disheartened. Had all the pre-game preparations been in vain? As the game progressed, it became evident that the Lakers would soon find themselves in a position reminiscent of their previous match, utterly defenseless. During a Lakers offensive possession, Kobe dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to Gasol. Gasol, unable to find a viable scoring opportunity, relayed it to Odom on the perimeter. Jiang Chen maneuvered back and forth, but was closely shadowed by Pierce, forcing him to receive the ball 2 meters beyond the three-point line. Clearly, the Lakers' initial offensive strategy centered around Jiang Chen as the focal point. Odom passed the ball to him, and upon receiving it, Jiang Chen immediately assumed a shooting stance, launching a three-point attempt while being closely defended by Pierce. Another one? This three-point shot was even more audacious. Not only did he attempt a contested shot, but it was also a long-range three, squandering yet another offensive opportunity. Such reckless shooting could severely undermine the team's morale and disrupt their offensive rhythm. Reggie Miller remarked swiftly, his eyes filled with disappointment and discontent. Yet before he could finish his thought, he fell silent, his expression one of astonishment. For he witnessed the basketball descend into the hoop with the precision of a guided missile. The net rippled, resembling beautiful waves. It went in? How could that possibly count? It must be sheer luck. Chapter 24. 3 consecutive three-point shots. Was this truly luck? Barkley could not help but exclaim, recalling a similar moment from the last game when Jiang Chen had executed a logo shot from midcourt. The resemblance to this recent basket was uncanny. If this was mere luck, then it was extraordinarily fortuitous. However, if it was not mere happenstance, the three-point shooting range of this undrafted player from Huaxia was indeed formidable. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Barkley's eyes as his anticipation for the ensuing match intensified. Reggie Miller remained silent, his expression turning solemn. The crowd erupted with gasps, tension returning to their previously relaxed demeanor as concern began to set in. Buddy, you've been fortunate to hit yet another challenging long-range three-pointer. But that's where it ends. I want to allow you another opportunity to shoot from beyond the arc. Pierce stated coldly, his countenance darkening. It was rather embarrassing to be outscored by a benchwarmer with such long-range shots across 2 games. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle, forgiving Pierce's ignorance. How many can I make? As long as I desire, every three-point attempt can be executed from near the midcourt line. After all, the range of the high-arcing three-pointer from Kuroko Tetsuya is half-court. Once past the midline, the success rate stands at 60%. The Boston Celtics offense unfolded as Rondo skillfully dribbled past half-court and signaled his teammates to reposition themselves. In no time, Ray Allen found himself open at the right 45-degree angle. Rondo promptly delivered the basketball to him, clearly indicating that this play was meticulously crafted for Allen. Given that Jiang Chen had just made a shot, it was imperative for Allen to respond. With the finesse of a gentleman, Allen executed a swift three-point shot. Unfortunately, his effort lacked a touch of power, resulting in the ball clanging off the rim. Gasol secured the defensive rebound and swiftly passed the ball to Kobe. In a counterattack, Kobe once again fed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen dribbled past the half-court line, halting at the iconic logo, and assumed his shooting posture once more. At that moment, the entire audience felt a shiver run down their spines. Pierce's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed the scene before him. Reflecting on his earlier words, he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Could it be that this water cooler attendant was truly about to attempt another extraordinary long-range three-pointer? The thought had just flashed through Jiang Chen's mind when he leapt and released the basketball. It was neither a forced attempt nor a desperate shot, but rather a quintessential execution of a three-point throw. In midair, Jiang Chen's body unfurled gracefully as his wrist flicked gently, sending the ball soaring. It traced a high, elongated arc before swish. It found nothing but net. The sound was reminiscent of a bomb detonating beneath the water, stirring up a colossal wave of splashes. A brief silence enveloped the arena as everyone gazed in astonishment at this spectacle, with some fans obliviously dropping their snacks to the floor. Moments later, the entire venue erupted into a cacophony of noise. Wasn't it said that he couldn't make it? How could he sink 2 consecutive long-range three-pointers? Am I blind? Can a human accomplish such feats? Whether by luck or skill, it was simply unbelievable. No, this was a do-or-die game. How could an undrafted player dazzle the entire crowd? The fans were utterly bewildered. With a shooting record of 4 out of 3 from beyond the arc, this hardly resembled the performance of a mere water-cooler player. This is the level of a true superstar. After all, Ray Allen, the most formidable three-point shooter in the league, has never delivered such an explosive performance at the start of the playoffs. In the VIP lounge, Wade, initially poised to sip his champagne, leapt to his feet upon witnessing Jiang Chen's three-pointer, spilling his drink all over the floor. Pat Riley, seated beside him, mirrored his astonishment. Their eyes met, revealing the shock they both felt. Perhaps we truly made the right choice in coming here, Wade murmured, clearly impressed by the performance of this undrafted talent from Huaxia. Riley clenched his fist, a cunning glimmer in his eyes, already contemplating the most economical way to secure Jiang Chen's contract. He scored again, Barkley stammered, breaking into a cold sweat at the thought of his earlier speculation. Is this sheer luck? Nonsense. What do you think, my friend? Barkley turned to the side, his gaze fixed upon the astonished and bewildered Reggie Miller. Well, Jiang Chen's 2 three-pointers truly astonished me. I must reassess his shooting prowess from beyond the arc. It is difficult to fathom that he could consecutively sink logo threes. This is nothing short of miraculous, Reggie Miller remarked, utterly taken aback, struggling to find the words, his mind only conjuring the term extraordinary. Throughout his entire basketball career, he had dedicated himself to the three-point shot. Yet he had never witnessed such a phenomenal display of consecutive logo threes in a single game. This accomplishment transcends mere luck. This Huaxia team, having been overlooked in the draft, truly possesses a remarkable strength. Ha, I thought you would attribute this to mere luck, Charles remarked with a hint of sarcasm, secretly reveling in his own satisfaction. It seems that my skepticism remains valid. The match has only just begun for 2 minutes, and already the tables have turned. Such an absurd situation is difficult to attribute to luck, Reggie stated, his expression somewhat awkward. Reflecting on the pre-game discussions, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. He distinctly remembered that if Jiang Chen were to make 5 three-pointers in this game, he would indeed regard him with newfound respect. In just the opening 2 minutes, 3 three-pointers have already been made. How far can the 5th one be? Reggie felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would not have spoken so confidently, leaving no room for maneuver. Now, he would be the subject of ridicule from the hefty man beside him, and before the eyes of the entire basketball world. He would face humiliation, adding yet another illustrious incident to his commentary career. On the court, Pierce watched Jiang Chen, who was celebrating with unrestrained joy, feeling utterly exasperated. You dared to attempt a three-pointer from the logo, and you actually succeeded. In a mere minute, he was met with a harsh reality check. This simply could not stand. He must reclaim his dignity. Rondo skillfully dribbled past half-court. Pierce eagerly approached for the ball, executing a couple of feints before launching a three-point shot against Jiang Chen's defense. Jiang Chen had already activated the formidable wall technique of Tomoki Tsukawa, effectively diminishing Pierce's shooting accuracy. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. The Lakers secured the defensive rebound and swiftly initiated a counterattack. Kobe maneuvered into the paint, opting not to take a layup opportunity, but instead passed the ball to Jiang Chen on the perimeter. With precision, Jiang Chen unleashed another three-point shot. Swish! It sailed through the net with perfect form. 3 consecutive three-pointers. The score now stood at 12-5, granting the Lakers a 7-point lead. On the sidelines, Rivers, witnessing this turn of events, felt veins pulse at his temples and promptly called for a timeout. This is completely different from the script I envisioned. If Jiang Chen continues to play like this, we will be in garbage time before the end of the first half. How can we even talk about winning the championship? Chapter 25, Tactical Adjustments? Anticipating your anticipation. Pierce, what is going on? You are aiming for the finals. This is utterly foolish. Double-team Kobe. Rivers shouted loudly, promptly altering the strategy. One can assume that this rising star from Huaxia has not touched the ball for nearly 6 minutes. His rhythm must have cooled down by now. Chapter 26, Reggie's Change of Attitude. The Lakers find themselves in a predicament. With Rivers' commanding shout, the Celtics decisively modified their defensive tactics. The moment Kobe receives the ball, they will double-team him, forcing him to pass. The ball found its way to Fisher, who stood at a 45-degree angle on the right side. Before Rondo could close in, he decisively launched a three-pointer. Clang! It hit the iron. Garnett secured the rebound. Rondo swiftly dribbled down the court and passed the ball to the advancing Ray Allen. Upon receiving the ball, Ray Allen stepped back beyond the three-point line and unleashed a decisive three-point shot. Swish. It went in. This marks Ray Allen's third successful three-pointer of the game. Splendid. Ray Allen exemplifies the confidence of the premier three-point shooter in the league. Despite receiving the ball within the arc, he chose to take a step back and attempt the more challenging three-pointer. Reggie Miller exclaimed excitedly. Barkley cast a sidelong glance at him, pondering whether Jiang Chen's consecutive long-distance logo three-pointers were not also a testament to confidence. Yet, it must be noted that Jiang Chen had not attempted a shot in quite some time. When would he showcase his brilliance again? Barkley gazed across the court, inexplicably filled with anticipation. For Jiang Chen, he experienced an exhilarating surge of adrenaline at the thought of watching three-point shots. On the court, the Lakers were on the attack. Kobe faced yet another fierce defensive onslaught from the Celtics. Gasol was thoroughly stifled in the paint by Perkins and Garnett, leaving him with no opportunity to shine. Fisher's shooting touch was cold, having missed all three attempts without scoring. After an explosive start, Jiang Chen had struggled to make a significant impact offensively, though he had effectively limited Pierce's performance on the defensive end. The Lakers' offense had stagnated, with several possessions ending in clanks and turnovers. Seizing the opportunity, Garnett wreaked havoc inside, scoring consecutively and narrowing the deficit to 5 points. Beep. Phil rose to call a timeout, recalibrating the strategy. Upon returning from the break, Odom inbounded the ball. Kobe ran to the top of the arc to receive the basketball, only to be immediately double-teamed. Instead of engaging in the fray in the paint, Gasol moved to a high position to assist Kobe. After receiving the ball, he flicked his wrist, delivering it to Jiang Chen as he dashed past. After more than 7 minutes, Jiang Chen finally touched the basketball once again. Without hesitation, he glanced at the hoop and unleashed his exquisite high-arc three-point shot. Pierce, momentarily hindered by Gasol's screen, was a beat late, helplessly watching as the ball slipped from Jiang Chen's fingertips. The ball traced a majestic arc swish. It found nothing but net. The fifth three-pointer. It may arrive late, but it will undoubtedly not be absent. Jiang Chen raised his arms in celebration, his eyes brimming with confidence. Another one. Jiang Chen's three-point shooting is astonishingly accurate. My friend, the first quarter isn't even over, and Jiang Chen has already sunk 5 three-pointers. What are your thoughts on this? Barkley remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. He vividly recalled Reggie Miller's pre-game comments. To score 5 three-pointers in a single quarter during a Game 7 is a testament to the psychological fortitude of this undrafted player from China. One must also concede that his shooting ability from beyond the arc is indeed formidable. Initially, I harbored doubts about Jiang Chen's capabilities, but now I find myself utterly captivated by his performance. Reggie Miller underwent a transformation in his demeanor, his eyes betraying a look of astonishment, as a terrifying thought began to manifest in his mind. Surely, this player from Huaxia cannot truly manage to sink 10 three-pointers in a decisive Game 7. Yet, there have been several instances where Jiang Chen's attempts from beyond the arc seem rather ill-advised. Barkley humorously retorted by employing Reggie's earlier remarks to gently mock him. The remarkable aspect of Jiang Chen's prowess lies in his ability to convert even the most unreasonable shots, as Reggie Miller began to extol. For a moment, Barkley found himself momentarily at a loss for words. This old chap is truly brazen. Just moments ago, he was unrelentingly mocking and criticizing Jiang Chen, and now he has begun to extol him? The change of face is astonishingly swift. On the sidelines, Rivers clutched his head, unable to bear the sight any longer. He managed to score again? After nearly 7 minutes without touching the basketball, he finally gets the ball, lifts his hand, takes the shot, and it goes in? What a fervent sensation this is. After much effort to narrow the gap to 5 points, Jiang Chen has now launched a three-pointer, extending the lead back to 8 points. This is quite demoralizing. One can only hope that Ray Allen will rise to the occasion and sink some morale-boosting three-pointers. The Celtics are on the offensive. Rondo dribbles past half-court and passes to Ray Allen, who unfortunately fails to convert the three-pointer. Rivers, witnessing this, shakes his head in resignation once more. Ray Allen's performance from beyond the arc was utterly overshadowed by Jiang Chen. The Lakers launched a counterattack. Kobe, dribbling past half-court, seized the moment as he noticed Pierce's indecisive defense and decisively opted for an individual offensive maneuver, executing a series of crossovers before releasing a fadeaway jumper. Swish. It found the net. In the final 2 minutes, both teams entered a stalemate. The first quarter concluded with the Lakers leading by 10, 38-28. As the second quarter commenced, both teams fielded their bench players. The Lakers' Farmar, Walton, and others faltered, their shots failing to find the mark. In such a critical Game 7, They appeared somewhat apprehensive. Meanwhile, the Celtics' formidable substitutes, James Worthy and P.J. Brown, capitalized on this opportunity, narrowing the gap to just 4 points in less than 2 minutes. Reluctantly, Phil Jackson had to reinstate his starting lineup. Observing this, Rivers also gradually introduced his starters. A new round of fierce competition ensued, with the audience both eager and tense. The atmosphere in the arena was suffocating, every breath taken with utmost caution. The Lakers' slump did not cease with the substitutions. Much like the previous game's sudden power outage, the team found themselves in an offensive drought. The Celtics seized this chance, unleashing an 18-4 scoring run over 6 minutes, not only reversing the score but also establishing a 10-point lead. It seemed the Lakers were at a loss. The scales of victory appeared to tilt decidedly in favor of the Celtics. The crowd erupted in frenzied cheers. What miraculous players from the water cooler! What colossal star Kobe! Under the suffocating defense of the Celtics, all seemed futile. Ultimately, the championship belonged to the Celtics. Indeed, a significant disparity in strength remained evident between the two teams. In fact, the Celtics could have concluded the series in Game 6, but Jiang Chen's explosive performance extended it to a decisive Game 7. Although Jiang Chen's display in this match was still remarkable, it could no longer alter the overall outcome, lamented Reggie Miller. This situation aligns fundamentally with pre-match speculations, serving to salvage a modicum of dignity. After all, the assessment of Jiang Chen's three-point prowess has proven quite embarrassing. Chapter 27. Thunderous dribbling captivates the audience. Once again, he emerges as the beacon of the Lakers. Alas, the Lakers' bynum is sidelined due to injury, leaving the interior defense vulnerable to relentless assaults. Gasol has indeed exerted himself, yet he remains firmly suppressed by Garnett and Perkins, failing to provide any assistance to Kobe. The entire Lakers team seems to have reverted to last season's form, relying solely on Kobe for offensive efforts. When Kobe's performance falters, the team spirals into turmoil. As for Jiang Chen, can the Lakers genuinely place their hopes on this unexpected hero to turn the tide? Such expectations seem unrealistic. His performance in this match has been commendable enough. Barkley also expressed his sentiments, laced with a sense of resignation. In the live commentary section, netizens expressed their indignation, anxiously observing the match. What on earth is happening with the Lakers? Why are they playing so poorly? Let us not squander Jiang Chen's 5 3-pointers. Pass the ball to Jiang Chen. Allow him to unleash his potential like in the previous game. Alas, the prospects appear dim. Jiang Chen's performance in the last match was indeed remarkable. Yet we all understand he is merely a water cooler attendant. For fans from Huaxia, witnessing Jiang Chen shine in the finals brings considerable solace. No, I believe in Jiang Chen. Charge forward, Jiang Chen. Damn it, it's all that guy's fault. Why indulge in negativity? Now, we're prepared for disappointment, but it seems futile. Fans engaged in heated discussions, some passionately supporting Jiang Chen, while others offered rational analyses. Naturally, there were also those using vitriolic language to malign him. He deserves it. A water cooler attendant is simply a water cooler attendant, truly disgraceful, bringing shame to Huaxia. I find joy in seeing Jiang Chen's team lose. A round of applause for the Celtics. Such disparaging remarks are unbearable. Observing the Lakers struggle, these detractors revel in their unfounded arrogance. At the North Shore Garden Arena, on the court, the Lakers' morale is disheartened, with Kobe, Gasol, and others displaying clear signs of frustration. This confounded basketball simply refuses to go in. What can be done? Come on, team. Let us rally our spirits. We are merely 10 points behind. We shall turn this game around and seize the championship. At this moment, Jiang Chen clapped his hands in encouragement, his face radiating confidence. Gasol, Odom, and the others wore expressions of bewilderment, uncertain of the source of Jiang Chen's audacity in making such a statement. Was he truly relying on the hope that he would once again erupt as he did in the final quarter of the previous match? This situation is rather absurd. The goddess of fortune may bestow her favor once, but to expect her to do so consecutively is utterly implausible. The players of the Celtics wore expressions of derision, as if gazing upon a fool. In the previous match, your lack of vigilance allowed this benchwarmer to deliver an astonishing performance. Do you truly believe we would continue to make such elementary mistakes? How naive. Observing the questioning glances of his teammates, Jiang Chen merely smiled and said, "Just pass the ball to me." The players of the Lakers appeared even more perplexed, caught between belief and skepticism. Yet, recalling Jiang Chen's explosive display in the last game, despite his apparent lack of offensive capability, he had overwhelmed the Celtics with his individual prowess. If he could indeed replicate such miraculous form, it might not be entirely impossible. As the Lakers initiated their offensive possession, Fisher dribbled past half-court and delivered the ball to Jiang Chen, who was actively seeking it at the top of the arc. This marks his inaugural attempt at an independent offensive play during the match. As he received the ball, a chorus of boos erupted from the audience. Pierce's expression turned grave, preparing himself for what was to come. Although the scouting report suggested that Jiang Chen lacked dribbling skills and the ability to create personal offense, it was evident that he had demonstrated both capabilities in the previous game. Even if it were merely a stroke of luck, one could not afford to be complacent. A hint of a cold, incisive smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth as he initiated the thunder dribble skill of Yesan Kotaro. This skill stands as his greatest asset in the match, coupled with the extraordinarily high-arc three-point shooting ability of Shintaro Midorikawa. It has the potential to reverse the current plight of the team. He retracts 2 fingers, employing only the middle 3 to dribble. In doing so, he is able to unleash the true power of the thunderous dribble. The sound of thunder seems to emanate from Jiang Chen's fingertips, and the speed of his dribbling suddenly accelerates. Upon witnessing this scene, Pierce stands frozen in disbelief, his entire worldview shaken to its core. Dribbling with just 3 fingers? This is utterly inconsistent with the principles of physics. How unscientific. Could it be that the knowledge I acquired in high school physics is mere fabrication? Moreover, what is the source of that faint rumbling sound? Am I imagining things? In a moment of astonishment, Jiang Chen sprang into action. After 2 swift changes of direction, he retreated to beyond the 3-point line and unleashed a stunning 3-point shot. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air. Swish. It swirled through the net without touching the rim. In an instant, the arena fell into a hushed silence as all spectators gaped in disbelief, followed by an eruption of astonished murmurs. Surely, my eyesight isn't failing me. Am I experiencing hallucinations? Did that unsung draft player just dribble with 3 fingers? Goodness. Your vision is intact, for I witnessed it too. What on earth is this basketball skill? It is unprecedented and astonishing. My worldview has been completely upended by this enigmatic player, who has turned dribbling into an art form. The audience was abuzz with frenzied discussions, their incredulity palpable. Oh my God, what have I just witnessed? Dribbling with 3 fingers? What sort of basketball stunt is this? It feels akin to cinematic special effects. Barkley stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape, utterly astonished. I've never seen a player dribble with 3 fingers. The difficulty of such a feat is unimaginable. This is truly bizarre. Reggie Miller shook his head in disbelief, unable to grasp the reality. In the previous game, he had showcased a street ball style of dribbling and a chaotic shooting technique. Now, he revealed a skill of dribbling with 3 fingers. I can only wonder how many more extraordinary basketball techniques this Chinese rookie has concealed. The more Barkley spoke, the more he felt an air of mystique surrounding Jiang Chen. Yet, what was most astonishing was his 3-point shooting prowess and that terrifying range. Reggie Miller chimed in, sensing his understanding of the 3-point shot was on the verge of transformation each time he witnessed Jiang Chen shoot from beyond the arc. A thought flickered through his mind. Could a 3-point shot be executed in such a manner? It felt as though a door to a new world had swung open. On the court, Kobe, Gasol, and others raised their arms in jubilant celebration, reveling in the moment even more than their own scoring. The bench erupted in a frenzy, waving towels in exuberance. Phil stood momentarily stunned, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Recalling Jiang Chen's pre-game confidence and his assertion, I will deliver an even greater performance than last time to lead the team to victory. Perhaps he wasn't exaggerating after all. In this moment, the overlooked talent from Huaxia has become a beacon of hope for the Lakers. Chapter 28. Are you really playing basketball? With merely a single 3-point shot. The dynamics of the game shifted dramatically. The morale of the Lakers players soared as they witnessed Jiang Chen's extraordinary dribbling technique utilizing 3 fingers, placing their hopes firmly upon him. Conversely, the Celtics players wore grave expressions, an ominous premonition swelling within them. Should this overlooked talent from Huaxia replicate his astonishing performance from the last 4 minutes of the previous game, the match would indeed become exceedingly challenging. Pierce glanced towards Rivers on the sidelines, his eyes filled with inquiry. After a moment's hesitation, Rivers shook his head, opting to abandon the double team on Jiang Chen. The ability to dribble with 3 fingers was simply too astonishing. He preferred to believe that Jiang Chen's recent display was merely a stroke of luck. The focus of the defense in this match should undoubtedly be on Kobe. The team can endure the consequences of Jiang Chen's outburst, but should Kobe ignite his prowess, it would spell disaster for the team. The Celtics are on the offensive. Upon crossing half-court, Rondo discovered that all his teammates were effectively marked, leaving no opportunity to execute the game plan. Consequently, he passed the ball to Pierce, as the team's ace. Pierce possesses one of the most formidable individual scoring abilities in the league. However, this year, facing Jiang Chen, his shooting touch has been rather lackluster. With a mere 2 successful shots out of 6 attempts, making him the least effective among the big 3. He weaves through defenders, creating space after shifting Jiang Chen's center of gravity and takes a sidestep jump shot. Jiang Chen closes in, simultaneously activating the formidable wall of Sakagawa skill. Although he failed to block Pierce's shot, he significantly impacted his shooting accuracy. Thud! The basketball ricochets off the rim once again. Pierce shook his head, visibly frustrated. It seems today is not his day. In such a pivotal match, why does one's touch feel so frigid? The performance on the offensive end has been utterly dismal. He solely seeks reasons within himself, completely neglecting Jiang Chen's defense. For each one-on-one encounter, Jiang Chen effortlessly secures shooting opportunities, which clearly indicates the inadequacy of his defensive skills. The Lakers initiate a fast break. Upon receiving the basketball, Jiang Chen once again unleashes the thunderous dribbling technique of Yes on Kotaro, with 3 fingers guiding the ball. Accompanied by a subtle rumble, Jiang Chen moves with an almost divine grace, swiftly crossing half-court before abruptly halting just 2 meters from the three-point line, lifting his gaze to shoot. In this critical moment of chasing points, Jiang Chen no longer holds back, maximizing the advantages of Kuroko Shintaro's exceptionally high arc three-point skill. The basketball traces an impressive arc swish. It cleanly finds the net, narrowing the deficit to 4 points. Here it comes again. Is it never-ending? Jiang Chen strikes once more with a long-range three-pointer. I can now assert with utmost certainty that this is not mere luck. His shooting range extends to half-court. As soon as he crosses the midline, he can launch three-point shots from any position. Barkley exclaimed with fervor, clearly exhilarated. What sort of extraordinary three-point shooting is this? Should anyone dare to suggest that Jiang Chen's shots are merely a stroke of luck, he would not hesitate to hurl a basketball at them, effectively exchanging their head for a new perspective. Reggie Miller stood aghast, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, completely taken aback. Initially, I too harbored doubts, however. Jiang Chen's successive, astonishing three-pointers have shattered my skepticism. It is beyond imagination that a player could extend their three-point range to mid-court. I must apologize for my earlier foolish remarks. Jiang Chen's remarkable performance in the last game was not a matter of fortune but a demonstration of sheer skill. I am now convinced that the statements made by Jiang Chen during the interview were not mere bravado. He had every opportunity in this match to sink 10 or more three-pointers. Reggie Miller exclaimed excitedly, his attitude having completely transformed into that of an ardent admirer of Jiang Chen. Indeed, Jiang Chen's phenomenal three-point display has utterly captivated him. Barkley shot him a sidelong glance, thinking to himself that this was rather obvious. With the first half not yet complete, Jiang Chen had already made 7 three-pointers. Scoring 10 three-pointers in total seemed almost effortless. This performance from the undrafted player from Huaxia is truly astounding. Particularly impressive is his three-point shooting ability, which reaches an almost transcendent level, evoking a sense that he may surpass Ray Allen. Pat Riley exclaimed with excitement, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he began to envision the bright future of the Heat upon signing Jiang Chen. This remarkable three-point shooting skill undoubtedly instills trepidation across the entire league. Based on his current performance on the court, Jiang Chen indeed surpasses Ray Allen. His three-finger dribbling technique astonished me. It is truly unique. Wade shook his head, expressing a keen interest in Jiang Chen. Let us observe what kind of extraordinary display this undrafted player from Huaxia can unleash in this pivotal Game 7. Perhaps the outcome of this match will hinge not on superstars like Kobe or Pierce, but rather on this waterboy, Riley remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chen through the glass. Wade was momentarily taken aback. If Riley's assertion holds true, this final series is imbued with dramatic flair. And it must be said that the Celtics' loss feels particularly unjust. On the court, Pierce was utterly bewildered. He longed to inquire of this undrafted player from Huaxia, are you truly playing basketball? Why does your technique differ so dramatically from that of ordinary players? Would a typical person dribble with 3 fingers? Would a conventional player frequently attempt long-distance three-pointers? Isn't this absurd? The crux of the matter is that actions typically eschewed by ordinary individuals have been undertaken by this group, and they have executed them with remarkable proficiency. This is utterly outrageous, to the extent that Pierce found himself enveloped in a surreal sensation. Simultaneously, a dreadful thought emerged in his mind. Could his poor shooting percentage truly be attributed to Jiang Chen's defense? The thought flickered briefly before Pierce shook his head, dismissing it. After all, he felt no sense of pressure or threat from Jiang Chen's defense. Double-team Jiang Chen. Rivers gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "How could this extraordinary dribbling technique, known as the three-finger dribble, be so adeptly mastered by this undrafted player from China?" Now, this Chinese undrafted player once again showcased formidable ball-handling skills. Merely defending the passing lanes to prevent him from receiving the ball was no longer effective. A double team was the only option. But what about Kobe? Rivers felt a headache coming on, as this dilemma appeared unsolvable. It was impossible to double-team both players simultaneously. They could only focus on the one performing better. Kobe's offensive prowess was already formidable, yet this Chinese undrafted player's offensive capabilities surpassed even that. He had become the highest scorer on the court, even just with his three-point shooting. Damn it, where did this Chinese undrafted player emerge from? Truly a bane for the Celtics. Chapter 29, Ray Allen's explosive performance. Who will guard? In the final 2 minutes of the first half, the Celtics' offense ground to a halt. Meanwhile, the Lakers, propelled by Jiang Chen, surged forth with a counterattack. The first half concluded with a score of 62-62, placing both teams on equal footing. The thrilling first half ended, yet the fans remained tense, unable to focus even on the cheerleading performances, anxiously awaiting the commencement of the second half. Finally, the lengthy halftime passed. The decisive Game 7 entered a tumultuous second half. Just as it began, Ray Allen found his rhythm, sinking 3 consecutive three-pointers from the same spot, once again granting the Celtics a 9-point lead. Much like in Game 6 of the series, the Celtics appeared poised to seize the game decisively. Ray Allen had erupted, having already made 6 three-pointers in this match. Just one shy of Jiang Chen, Barkley exclaimed excitedly. Witnessing 2 three-point sharpshooters competing in a Game 7 was an unprecedented visual delight. It seemed Ray Allen was secretly vying with Jiang Chen as the league's recognized premier three-point shooter. How could he stand idly by while Jiang Chen flaunted his skills before him? Reggie Miller remarked, his own fervor igniting as well. This contest is not merely a battle to determine the rightful champion. It may also serve as a decisive confrontation to ascertain who reigns as the league's most formidable three-point shooter. On the court, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, Phil promptly called for a timeout. "Kobe, you must find a way to contain Ray Allen. His three-point shooting poses a substantial threat to us," Phil stated with gravity. "I apologize, Coach. That was my mistake. That damned Ray Allen is simply on fire," Kobe retorted, his tone laced with frustration. Despite his relentless efforts on defense, he still allowed Ray Allen to seize opportunities to sink those critical three-pointers. "This is quite disheartening." Phil furrowed his brow. Kobe is already the most formidable defensive stalwart on the team, having been selected for the NBA's all-defensive team for several consecutive years. If even Kobe cannot contain Ray Allen, then the game will indeed become arduous. Fortunately, Pierce has been underwhelming in his performance. Otherwise, we might witness a repeat of the 6th game scenario, with a lead stretching to 20 points, or even 30. Wait. Suddenly, a spark of insight ignited within Phil as he turned his gaze toward Jiang Chen. After being defended by Jiang Chen, Pierce's offensive performance plummeted dramatically. Yet, it is evident that Jiang Chen possesses no notable defensive prowess. His frail physique offers no resistance, and his speed cannot keep pace with those elite athletes. But following his explosive three-point shooting in the previous match, could it be that he has found his defensive rhythm as well? This situation is rather peculiar. Yet, at this point, one must treat a dead horse as if it were alive. "Jiang, do you possess the confidence to contain Ray Allen, as you have been assigned to defend him?" Phil Jackson inquired tentatively. "Certainly. I shall render Ray Allen incapable of self-sufficiency," Jiang Chen responded with unwavering assurance. His teammates gazed at him in astonishment. At this moment, do you still dare to boast? Even Kobe, the most formidable defender among the league's guards, was unable to contain the explosive Ray Allen. What gives you the audacity to claim you can thwart Ray Allen, who is capable of living independently? Just because you excel in three-point shooting does not mean you can make unfounded assertions. The crowd expressed their skepticism, and even Kobe cast a cold glance in that direction. "Very well. After the timeout, you shall take on the primary responsibility of defending Ray Allen," Phil stated, a slight smile curving his lips as he began to anticipate whether this overlooked talent from China could still deliver a pleasant surprise. He also sought to validate his hypothesis. Could Pierce's underperformance be linked to Jiang Chen's defense? The players were once again bewildered. It was one thing for Jiang Chen to boast, but how could the coach join in the folly? "Hey, is there some sort of misunderstanding here? This is indeed a decisive Game 7 that will determine the fate of the championship. Is this truly a jest?" On the other side, the Celtics bench, Rivers bellowed, "Make every effort to pass the ball to Ray Allen. Let his three-point shot seal this game." The timeout concluded, and the players returned to the court. their expressions riddled with confusion. Jiang Chen dashed directly to Ray Allen, while Kobe positioned himself beside Pierce. Oh. We now observe Jiang Chen tasked with the primary defense against Ray Allen. If Kobe cannot contain him, does Phil truly expect an undrafted rookie to restrain Ray Allen? Although Jiang Chen's three-point shooting is remarkable, to anticipate his defensive prowess surpassing that of Kobe is rather far-fetched. Reggie Miller expressed his astonishment. In his pre-game preparations, he had perused extensive information on Jiang Chen, discovering that apart from his three-point shooting, he possessed no discernible strengths. Concerning his defensive skills, the assessment was simply abysmal. Yet, Jiang Chen had effectively neutralized Pierce. I believe his defense against Ray Allen holds promise, asserted Barkley. He understood that Jiang Chen's extraordinary three-point performance had overshadowed his contributions on the defensive end. Wasn't it Pierce's own poor form that was to blame? What relevance does that have to Jiang Chen's defense? Reggie Miller remained skeptical. Buddy, do not evaluate Jiang Chen based on scouting reports or other data. Did you foresee him sinking consecutive three-pointers from the logo? Did you anticipate him dribbling with 3 fingers, and doing so with such finesse? Barkley stated with firm conviction. Reggie Miller fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed this undrafted rookie from China consistently exceeded expectations on the court. But what of this instance? On the court, Ray Allen smirked, displaying an air of arrogance. You intend to guard me? Has the Lakers team conceded this game? Ray Allen scoffed. No, quite the contrary. We are determined to win this match, Jiang Chen retorted boldly. Huh. Allow me to send you home with a three-pointer, Ray Allen declared, brimming with confidence. In the next offensive possession, I shall sink a three-pointer from the logo right over your head. Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Not a chance. I will not grant you that opportunity, Ray Allen hissed, gritting his teeth. This undrafted rookie from China was utterly audacious, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Is it truly impressive to make a three-pointer from the logo? It feels more like mere showmanship, lacking practicality. Buddy, you ought to be cautious. This undrafted rookie's defense is peculiar. Every time I find an opportunity to shoot, the ball simply refuses to go in. Pierce, feeling somewhat disheartened, turned to remind his teammate. Ray Allen cast a sidelong glance at the elder Pierce, as if to say, come on, are you truly blaming the opponent's defense for your own lackluster performance? Although this was a pivotal Game 7, it hardly warranted such self-justification. During the Celtics' offensive possession, Rondo executed the coach's strategy by penetrating into the paint before delivering the ball to Ray Allen, who had skillfully positioned himself at the right corner, 45 degrees from the basket. As Jiang Chen approached to defend, Ray Allen remained undaunted. His gaze turned steely as he confidently elevated for a three-point shot. The moment his feet touched the ground, he celebrated with raised arms, forming an OK gesture. The sensation of this shot is exceptionally pleasant. It is bound to succeed. This exemplifies the confidence of a three-point sharpshooter. However, the basketball soared through the air, tracing a high arc before striking the rim with a resounding clang and bouncing away. Ray Allen was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 30. Bragging? The modest goal of 10 three-pointers has been achieved. Ray Allen raised his hands triumphantly, suspended in midair, forming an OK gesture with his fingers. This is truly embarrassing. Damn it. The feeling of shooting was so right. How could it not go in? He glanced at his hands, disbelief etched across his face. Blocked. Jiang Chen has successfully defended against Ray Allen's three-pointer, exclaimed Barkley with excitement. Just one play does not signify much. Let us continue to observe. Reggie Miller maintained a calm demeanor, still somewhat skeptical of Jiang Chen's defensive prowess. Barkley huffed, eagerly anticipating Jiang Chen's forthcoming performance, eager to showcase the defensive skills of this overlooked talent from Huaxia. On the court, the Lakers were on the offensive. Jiang Chen actively requested the ball from the baseline, initiating a thunderous dribble as he sprinted towards the front court. Ray Allen closely guarded him. Echoing in his mind were Jiang Chen's words, his gaze resolute. He could not allow Jiang Chen to succeed in flaunting his skills. It would be too demoralizing. Crossing half-court, Jiang Chen passed the ball to Kobe, then ran a wide arc around the baseline, arriving near the logo at the top of the arc. Kobe swiftly passed the basketball back. Jiang Chen received the ball, ID approaching Ray Allen, and launched a three-pointer. As he landed, he mimicked Ray Allen's celebratory gesture in advance. The basketball traced a long arc through the air. Swish. It went in without touching the rim. Then, under Ray Allen's dark, furious gaze, Jiang Chen pointed at the logo beneath his feet. Whoa. Jiang Chen has made another long-distance three-pointer. What an astonishing shooting ability. Thus far, Jiang Chen had scored 24 points with 8 three-pointers, making him the highest scorer on the court. Barkley marveled, at a loss for words to describe Jiang Chen's extraordinary performance. Moreover, he pointed at the logo, a blatant provocation towards Ray Allen. It remained uncertain whether Ray Allen could deliver an answer ball, Reggie Miller remarked, growing increasingly tense. On the court, Jiang Chen taunted, "I told you I would shoot a three from the logo. Yet you still couldn't defend against it. Who can you blame? I gave you a chance, but you failed." In retreat, Jiang Chen directed his words at Ray Allen, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness. Ray Allen's lips twitched slightly, feeling offended, a tempest of anger swelling within him. He had fought valiantly on defense. Yet he still allowed this overlooked talent from Huaxia to sink that three-pointer from midcourt. Damn it. Why was his shooting range so extensive? Simply astonishing. It is imperative to reclaim this dignity. Ray Allen, with remarkable agility, maneuvered through a screen and received a pass from Rondo. Jiang Chen swiftly navigated around the pick, closing in on him. In truth, the opportunity for a three-point shot had slipped away, yet Ray Allen, with an insatiable eagerness, stubbornly launched the shot. Clang. The ball ricocheted off the rim. No answer ball. At this pivotal moment that could determine the outcome of the game, Ray Allen faltered. As Reggie Miller remarked with a hint of bitterness, he harbored a profound sense that Ray Allen was drifting farther from the title of the league's most formidable shooter. Come on, admit it. Jiang Chen is not only formidable with his three-point shooting, but his defensive prowess is equally formidable. In this highly anticipated Game 7 showdown, it was not Pierce, Garnett, nor Kobe and Gasol who dominated the match, but rather Jiang Chen, the waterboy at the end of the bench. He reigned supreme on both the offensive and defensive fronts. Barkley exclaimed with excitement, a sense of pride swelling within him. Indeed, he had not misjudged Jiang Chen. The mysterious East, Huaxia, is truly filled with wonders. Reggie Miller fell silent, suddenly reminded of his pre-game prediction that the Celtics would triumph in this decisive battle. It now seemed highly likely that he would be proven wrong. Meanwhile, as the two commentators exchanged thoughts, the Lakers transitioned swiftly from defense to offense. Kobe dribbled rapidly down the court and, upon crossing half-court, passed directly to Jiang Chen, who had positioned himself at the right side 45-degree angle. With no hesitation, he launched a three-pointer. Without a doubt. Swish. The crisp sound of the net echoed as the ball found its mark once more. 2 consecutive three-pointers had narrowed the gap to 3 points. The Lakers players erupted in ecstatic cheers, while the bench wildly mimicked Jiang Chen's shooting form. The Celtics players, on the other hand, displayed expressions of resigned disbelief. That was 9 three-pointers. Who can withstand this? He is just 1 three-pointer away from the 10 he arrogantly claimed he would make. With 9 successful three-pointers, how far can the 10th be? All eyes turned towards Ray Allen. They distinctly remember his pre-game declaration that he would surpass Jiang Chen in three-point shots during the match. Ray Allen raises an eyebrow, feeling the immense pressure. Had he known, he would not have made such a boast. The Celtics launched their offense. Under Jiang Chen's defense, Ray Allen attempts another three-pointer. Clang. Another miss. Jiang Chen is ecstatic. The formidable wall of Chuan Zhizhiji indeed lives up to its reputation. Adept at thwarting the offensive players from the miracle era, lowering the opponent's shooting percentage is truly ruthless. The Lakers counterattack. Jiang Chen maneuvers around a screen, positioning himself just a meter away from the three-point line. Receiving the ball, he takes a shot. Swish. It's a clean net. That marks his 10th three-pointer. Jiang Chen has truly accomplished it. His post-game interview was not mere bravado, but a manifestation of his prowess. The remarkable feat of turning his boast into reality is commendable. Barkley exclaims with enthusiasm. Who would dare to question Jiang Chen's three-point shooting ability now? Reggie Miller? He has long since turned to fervently praise Jiang Chen. Ray Allen? He has already been thoroughly outmatched by Jiang Chen. My goodness. Consecutively hitting 10 three-pointers in 2 games. No player in NBA history has ever achieved this. Moreover, this is in the finals. Jiang Chen has delivered a monumental three-point performance, and his extraordinary display continues. Reggie Miller stares wide-eyed, his spirit trembling. He is utterly captivated by Jiang Chen's three-point exhibition. Reflecting on his prior disdain for Jiang Chen, he wishes he could slap himself twice for such rashness. In the VIP lounge, with 10 three-pointers made, Jiang Chen has set yet another remarkable record. Astonishing. This is the most exhilarating three-point performance I have ever witnessed in the finals, Wade remarks, his face displaying an exaggerated expression. Not only that, he also defended Ray Allen. And prior to that, he had succeeded in containing Pierce. His dazzling three-point shooting has overshadowed his defensive skills. Riley speaks in a low, trembling voice. From players to coaches, And from coaches to team presidents, he has navigated the NBA for decades, witnessing countless trials and tribulations. Yet today, he is equally astonished by Jiang Chen's performance. Regardless of the cost, we must sign this overlooked gem from Huaxia. A superstar in the NBA is on the rise. Signing Jiang Chen. We shall ascend to the pinnacle once more, reclaiming our status as champions. Chapter 31. We do not engage in unwinnable battles. We are the Huaxia CT5 studio across the ocean. Coach Zhang, he has made 10 three-pointers. How do we respond to this? Sun Jinping remarked with a smile, pride radiating from his countenance. In the thrilling 7th game of the NBA Finals, it was our Huaxia players who shone the brightest. Indeed, it was anticipated. When Jiang Chen expressed those words during the post-match interview, I knew he could deliver. We Huaxia individuals never engage in battles without assurance. I have perused numerous American media reports questioning Jiang Chen, and Ray Allen's pre-game interview displayed a distinct disdain for him. I was incensed. Can American players attain glory in a single battle while we Huaxia cannot? What do they say now? Who dares to belittle Jiang Chen? It truly elevates the pride of our Huaxia people. Elder Zhang Weiping chuckled, his excitement palpable, his aged face aglow. Indeed, I believe that all Huaxia fans watching this match from their television share this sentiment. Our Huaxia players have shown brilliantly on the grand stage of the NBA Finals. Sun Jinping nodded, his eyes glistening with emotion. In the live chat room, wow, 10 three-pointers, that's astonishing. Zhang's three-point shooting is truly remarkable, making him the standout of this decisive game. What phenomenal prowess is this? Which foreigner dares to underestimate Jiang Chen now? They must be eating their words. Haha. Are there still any online detractors with the audacity to criticize Jiang Chen? I am a devoted fan now. Anyone who dares to disparage him will face my wrath. As a seasoned keyboard warrior of the internet, I assure you that my words will send you home in tears. Jiang Chen, I adore you. I wish to bear your children. Wow, there are actually female fans? Why are they only surfacing now? Ladies, bring forth your good luck. With your support, the Lakers will surely secure the championship. It's not too much to ask for a few bikini photos. One get lost. A bunch of lecherous old men. My bikini photos are exclusively for Jiang Chen. I am also named Jiang Chen. May I have a look? What a coincidence. I too am named Jiang Chen. 1. In the arena, Rivers called for a timeout. Gentlemen, I must reiterate seriously. This Huaxia undrafted player's performance has exceeded our expectations. He is indeed the damned X factor. We must devote 100% of our energy to confront him. Rivers roared, his heart heavy with a pent-up frustration yearning for release. This team has not secured a championship for nearly 2 decades. And these players have never tasted victory in their professional careers. Garnett and Ray Allen, unwilling to remain with their steadfast teams, joined forces with Pierce to form a formidable trio in pursuit of the coveted title. Now, the championship appears tantalizingly within reach. Yet, an unexpected player from the Chinese league threatens to shatter this dream. Can an undrafted rookie truly extinguish their aspirations for glory? This is absolutely unacceptable. Double team. Continue to encircle this playmaker at the water cooler. Even if it means allowing Kobe to unleash his offensive prowess, we must restrict Jiang Chen's three-point shots. Rivers, having shed his earlier indecision, resolved firmly to thwart Jiang Chen's perimeter attempts at all costs. The players nodded in agreement, with Garnett exhibiting a fierce expression. He had yearned for the championship for 13 long years. It was not to be taken from him by anyone. Upon returning from the timeout, the Celtics initiated their offense. Pierce seized an opportunity and executed a sidestep jumper, successfully sinking a mid-range shot. He exhaled deeply. Finally, it went in. It was time to step up and conclude this match. As the Lakers commenced their offensive play, Jiang Chen had just crossed half-court and was immediately met with the combined pressure of Pierce and Rondo. Swiftly, he passed the ball to Fisher. With 2 meters of space before him, the seasoned veteran raised his hand and launched a three-pointer. Swish. It found the net. In critical moments, true heroes reveal their mettle. Fisher's clutch shooting ability is eternally trustworthy. After all, he is the man who sent the Spurs home in 0. For seconds, Rivers' lips twitched in response. This is the price that Jiang Chen must pay for being double-teamed. For the moment, it remains bearable. He does not believe that Fisher's three-point shooting percentage could possibly reach the absurd heights of Jiang Chen's. The Celtics are on the offensive. Ray Allen, lurking in the corner, receives the ball and, despite Jiang Chen's defense, attempts a three-point shot. Clang. He hits the rim. As his composure begins to unravel, his three-point attempts become increasingly reckless. Buddy, try not to shoot when Jiang Chen is defending you. It's truly difficult to score. Pierce, drawing from his own experiences, quickly advises. Ray Allen nods, ultimately setting aside his frustration and obstinacy for the greater good. The Lakers are on the attack, and from the same position. Fisher sinks a long-range two-pointer just inside the line. Rivers' veins bulge with tension. What has transpired? Has the Lakers transformed into a trio of sharpshooters? It is utterly absurd. Following Jiang Chen's double team, the defensive burden on the other Lakers players has significantly diminished. Not only has Fisher been making consecutive shots, but Kobe has also ignited a scoring spree, while the formidable interior duo of Odom and Gasol frequently assaults the rim. Although Garnett, as the Defensive Player of the Year, possesses considerable deterrent presence in the paint, alas, two fists cannot combat four hands. The supplementary defense is simply insufficient. As the third quarter concludes, the score stands at 91-82, granting the Lakers a 9-point lead. In the final minutes, the Celtics' offense has relied heavily on Garnett and Pierce's valiant efforts, with Jiang Chen's absence from defense. Pierce's form has somewhat revived, sinking 2 mid-range shots. Meanwhile, Ray Allen, one of the three stars, has been rendered ineffective under Jiang Chen's vigilance, finishing the quarter with a dismal 3-for-9 shooting, totaling merely 9 points. Allen has been utterly stifled by Jiang Chen, currently shooting 6-for-15 from beyond the arc, having missed 6 attempts in this quarter alone. Such a lackluster performance has profoundly impacted the Celtics' offensive endeavors. Reggie Miller shakes his head in dismay. Do you still question Jiang Chen's defensive prowess? Barkley inquires, a gleam of schadenfreude in his expression. You need not dig your own grave. You seem intent on leaping into one regardless. Whom can we blame? It appears one has been soundly rebuffed. Yet, this is not the case. The evidence has unequivocally demonstrated that Jiang Chen possesses formidable defensive prowess. After all, even Kobe could not contain Ray Allen's performance, whereas Jiang Chen managed to do so. I must retract my pre-game assertions. The Celtics' path to the championship now seems exceedingly arduous. Originally, their capabilities were deemed superior to those of the Lakers. But Jiang Chen's remarkable emergence has altered the entire landscape. I can only assert that he is indeed the savior of the Lakers. Reggie Miller shook his head, promptly adjusting his perspective. All I can hope is to avoid further humiliation. Should the Celtics ultimately stage a comeback and secure victory, it would indeed be a social demise. Nevertheless, in light of Jiang Chen's extraordinary and commanding performance on both offense and defense, the likelihood of such an outcome is exceedingly slim. In this pivotal moment, Reggie opted to bet on Jiang Chen. Chapter 32, The Method to Break the Deadlock. The fourth quarter of the match commenced. The coaches of both teams immediately deployed their full starting lineups, entering the final phase of the decisive battle. In contests of this caliber, the playing time for substitutes is significantly curtailed, merely allowing them a few minutes to provide the primary players with a brief respite. The Celtics initiated the offense first. Rondo dribbled at the top of the arc, orchestrating his teammates' movements. After a pick-and-roll, he delivered the ball to Garnett, who executed a mid-range jump shot. Swish. It found the net cleanly. The score now stood at 91-84, with a 7-point gap. As one of the Celtics' big three, Garnett possessed formidable offensive prowess, ranking among the most versatile power forwards in NBA history. During his tenure with the Timberwolves, he averaged over 20 points per game for 9 consecutive seasons. Upon joining the Celtics, he willingly made sacrifices on the offensive end, channeling more of his energy into defense. However, with his fellow stars Ray Allen and Pierce underperforming, the veteran Wolf King stepped up, utilizing his scoring ability to aid the team. The Lakers launched their offensive. As Jiang Chen received the ball, he was immediately besieged by Pierce and Rondo. Forced into the corner, he found himself bereft of passing opportunities. With a swift motion, Rondo executed a decisive steal, knocking the ball away. The Celtics swiftly transitioned into a fast break. Pierce, upon receiving the ball, faced Fisher in defense and promptly executed a sudden stop to launch a 3-point jump shot. Swish. The score gap narrowed to 4 points. Learning from this experience, the Lakers were reluctant to allow Chin Feng an easy reception. Even while moving without the ball, obtaining a shooting opportunity proved exceedingly difficult, as the Celtics' defense was relentless. Kobe, dribbling at the top of the arc, exuded an aura of determination, intent on leveraging his exceptional offensive skills to secure victory. He engaged in a pick-and-roll with Gasol. After successfully executing the maneuver, Kobe penetrated the paint, but was met with a double team from Ray Allen and Garnett. This represents Doc Rivers' all-or-nothing strategy. He prevents Jiang Chen from receiving the ball for a 3-point shot and restricts Kobe from initiating the offense. It can be said that the entire defensive focus of the Celtics is directed towards Kobe and Jiang Chen, completely disregarding the other players on the Lakers. Rivers is banking on their inability to score. Kobe promptly passes to Gasol, who, positioned near the free throw line, attempts a mid-range shot. Clang. The ball ricochets off the rim. Gasol shakes his head in frustration. For the majority of the game, he has been engaged in a physical battle in the paint with Perkins and Garnett, exhausting his energy significantly and leaving him quite fatigued. Unfortunately, with the Lakers starting center Bynum injured and out for the season, the burden of the interior defense falls solely on Gasol's shoulders. Perkins secures the rebound and swiftly passes to Rondo. Rondo dribbles down the court at a rapid pace. And facing Fisher's defense, he halts beneath the basket, executing a feigned behind-the-back pass before pulling the ball back and effortlessly sinking a floater. The deficit is now a mere 2 points. Within less than 2 minutes of the fourth quarter, the Celtics unleash a surge of 7-0. The iron-willed green team demonstrates their formidable resilience and profound strength. In yet another sequence of plays, the Lakers remain scoreless, while the Celtics see Garnett connect on 2 consecutive mid-range shots, taking the lead by 2 points. It is difficult to ascertain how many times the lead has alternated in this match. The Lakers' offense has become stagnant, with Jiang Chen and Kobe being effectively contained. The Lakers appear utterly helpless on the offensive front. Barkley, with a furrowed brow, expressed his anxiety. Deep down, he harbors a certain support for the Lakers, which heightens his concern. In this critical moment of the decisive 7th game, securing even a slight lead could determine the outcome. After all, the likelihood of errors from either side is exceedingly low. The Celtics' defense is formidable, living up to their reputation as the top-ranked defensive team in the regular season, showcasing a suffocating defense in these final moments. Kobe finds himself surrounded by no fewer than 3 defenders, making it exceedingly challenging to score under such intense defensive pressure. If this continues, the Celtics' advantage will only grow. Reggie Miller also voiced his concerns, his inner turmoil palpable. At the conclusion of the third quarter, he rectified his pre-game statements and began to support the Lakers. Yet, as the fourth quarter commenced, the Lakers' performance was dismal. Could it be that today they are destined to face humiliation? On the court, Jiang Chen observed the rapidly deteriorating situation of the game, feeling an overwhelming sense of urgency. Continuing down this path, the championship will remain elusive, the mission unfulfilled, and the rewards will dissipate into thin air. It is imperative to devise a strategy to dismantle the offensive quandary posed by the Lakers. How splendid it would be if one could receive the ball and seize the opportunity to shoot a three-pointer. As he pondered swiftly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Conjuring up the elevator play frequently employed by the future Warriors to set screens for Curry's three-point attempts. This tactic can be regarded as a classic strategy for creating opportunities for three-point shots. A glimmer of determination shone in Jiang Chen's eyes as he urgently gestured to Phil, signaling for a timeout. Phil appeared bewildered. Every timeout was exceedingly precious. Should he squander this opportunity for Jiang Chen? After a moment's hesitation, he rose to request the timeout. The players of the Lakers returned to the bench. "Coach, I need a strategy that can generate three-point shooting opportunities for me. This way, I can break the team's scoring drought with a three-pointer," Jiang Chen exclaimed hastily. The players turned their gazes towards Phil. His expression was peculiar. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his graying hair. A strategy? What strategy? A flurry of all the tactics he knew raced through his mind. But none were specifically designed for three-point shots. The only option available was the triangle offense. Well, let us devise a variation of the triangle offense. After all, it is the strategy one am most adept at. Phil maintained a facade of calmness, yet internally, he was in a state of turmoil. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Chen took the initiative to grab the tactical board and began sketching on it. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, gazing at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Is this a depiction of tactics? Are you designing the strategy yourself? This is utterly outrageous. It seems that this overlooked talent from Huaxia is not only a concealed master of the three-point shot, but also a tactical genius. This is remarkable. Jiang Chen was intently sketching, drawing upon his extensive experience as a seasoned basketball enthusiast, well-versed in the elevator door tactic. Originally conceived by Mark Jackson and later refined by Steve Kerr, it stands as a quintessential strategy of the Warriors. As everyone observed, their eyes sparkled with newfound understanding, as if a veil had been lifted from their minds. This tactic is rather intriguing. Phil's mouth fell agape. With a mere glance, he comprehended the strategy, recognizing its remarkable practicality. What astonished him was that such a powerful tactic was devised by none other than a player A mere benchwarmer, to be precise. It was utterly inconceivable. Indeed, this strategy is commendable. We shall implement it post-timeout, Phil calmly declared, concealing his astonishment and restoring his usual demeanor. The players nodded in agreement. Kobe excitedly gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Buddy, having you on our team is truly the greatest fortune for the Lakers." "Indeed, it is," Jiang Chen chuckled. Though internally he scoffed. "I am merely standing on the shoulders of giants, playing the role of a laborer." Kobe was momentarily taken aback. This young man from Huaxia is quite unassuming, yet he undeniably possesses the audacity to be so. He understood that the tactic Jiang Chen had devised could indeed salvage the Lakers. Chapter 33, The Significance of Tactics. Who is at the end of their rope? On the Celtics bench. "Gentlemen, the Lakers are at their wits' end. Our strategy has effectively stifled both Kobe and Jiang Chen, their two most formidable scoring threats. Now, let us muster our strength and clinch this victory, seizing that championship trophy. Reflect on why we have come together. Show your fervent desire for the championship." Rivers bellowed. Unable to contain his excitement. The game had been thoroughly disrupted by Jiang Chen's antics, but now it seemed to have come to a halt. One cannot deny the Lakers' good fortune, but what use is that? The Celtics remain the stronger team, far more deserving of the championship. Victory is within our grasp. Garnett and Pierce, with eyes ablaze, roared in exhilaration, their thirst for triumph reaching an unparalleled intensity. 12 long years they had waited for this moment. As the game resumed, the Lakers executed an inbound pass. Fisher positioned himself at the right corner, drawing Rondo's defense while simultaneously creating space on the court. Kobe orchestrated the play from the top of the arc. Jiang Chen initiated his movement from the left 45-degree angle, sprinting towards the left corner. Midway through his run, he abruptly veered right, navigating around Gasol's screen and heading towards the basket. Just as he reached the halfway mark, he executed a sudden stop. Retreating from Gasol's left side towards the 45-degree three-point line. Concurrently, Odom positioned himself beside Gasol, standing shoulder to shoulder, as Jiang Chen dashed between them. Both players swiftly closed the gap, obstructing the pursuit of Pierce and Garnett. Jiang Chen found himself with an unguarded opportunity just beyond the three-point line. Kobe, ever vigilant, delivered a timely pass. Jiang Chen caught the ball, with a meter of space before him. Without any extraneous movements, he unleashed his signature high-arching three-point shot, sending the ball soaring through the air. Swish. The ball went through the net effortlessly. A slight smile graced Jiang Chen's lips as he raised his hand skyward, forming two guns and mimicking a shooting gesture. Utterly commanding. The elevator door strategy, truly effective for a sharpshooter. Whoa. Jiang Chen had just made his 11th three-pointer of the game, surpassing his previous record and setting a new finals benchmark. Reggie Miller exclaimed with excitement. The Lakers' strategy was nothing short of spectacular, creating a perfect opportunity for Jiang Chen to shoot. What kind of strategy is this? I've never seen anything like it before. Could it be something Phil just invented? Barkley said in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. It's highly probable. As someone who spent my entire career shooting threes, I have never encountered this strategy. If such a tactic had existed in my era, I would have made even more three-pointers. Reggie Miller remarked, his tone laced with envy, tinged with a hint of bitterness. I was born in the wrong era. Phil Jackson truly deserves his reputation as one of the greatest coaches in NBA history. This strategy will undoubtedly influence the game's outcome, completely dismantling the Celtics' defensive scheme. What a remarkable turning point. Barkley reflected, deeply moved. This championship finale is truly a classic, showcasing not only the players' exceptional skills and high-quality gameplay, but also the strategic duel between the coaches, who were equally formidable. At this juncture, it appears that Phil holds a slight advantage. The focus now shifts to whether Rivers possesses the means to counteract this. Reggie Miller and Barkley exchanged glances, both directing their attention toward Rivers. At this moment, Rivers appeared dazed, drenched in cold sweat, as if he had suffered a tremendous blow, exuding a palpable sense of despondency. Reflecting on the words exchanged during the recent timeout, Rivers felt an overwhelming urge to despair. It dawned on him that the true jester was none other than himself. It is not the Lakers who find themselves at a dead end, but rather the Celtics. The recent strategy has rendered all of the Celtics' defensive tactics to mere vapor. Jiang Chen has been fully activated. Should they fail to unravel this tactic, they risk being annihilated by this undrafted talent from Huaxia with a barrage of three-pointers. Conversely, if they commit entirely to double-teaming Jiang Chen, Kobe will be liberated once more. Thus, the butterfly effect is set into motion. The impact of this tactic extends beyond merely this round. it reverberates throughout the ensuing match. Therefore, to regain the initiative, it is imperative to decipher the strategy employed by the Lakers moments ago. Rivers swiftly regained his composure and began to contemplate a solution. On the court, the Celtics' offensive attempt fell short. The Lakers once again deployed the elevator door tactic. This time, at the apex of the arc, Jiang Chen was expertly shielded, granting him a prime opportunity. There was no doubt he effortlessly sank another three-pointer. With Jiang Chen's 2 successful three-pointers, the Lakers extended their lead to 4 points. Having made 12 three-pointers, he equaled Kobe's record for the most three-pointers made in a single regular season game. However, achieving this in the finals makes it an even greater feat than Kobe's achievement. This player, often relegated to the sidelines, is truly the most formidable benchwarmer in the annals of NBA history, Barkley exclaimed, his voice filled with fervor and his eyes reflecting sheer madness. This thrilling 7th game is undoubtedly the stage upon which Jiang Chen rises to fame, with an astounding 12 three-pointers. This undeniably ranks among the most remarkable individual performances in the annals of NBA Finals history. Witnessing such an extraordinary match firsthand is nothing short of exhilarating. In the VIP section, 12 three-pointers. It has surpassed the bounds of my imagination, Wade exclaimed. On the basketball court, there exists no performance beyond the realm of possibility for players, only those we have yet to conceive. A birthplace of miracles. Anything can transpire. The magnificent display by this overlooked talent from China will ensure that this game is immortalized in history. Pat Riley's gaze radiated wisdom. After the earlier excitement and fervor, a sense of calm has now settled. No matter how beautiful the fantasies may be, they remain mere illusions. Only the act of officially signing Jiang Chen to the Miami Heat with a contract lends significance to all that is being done. On the court, the Celtics initiated their offense. Upon recognizing that Jiang Chen was guarding him, Pierce immediately adopted a more cautious approach. After a series of dribbles and penetrations, he passed the ball to Ray Allen in the corner. Ray Allen decisively launched a three-point shot. Clang! Off the rim. This marks his first shot in the 4th quarter, and it is evident that his touch is somewhat cold. The Lakers seize the rebound and launch a counterattack, once again employing the elevator door strategy. Jiang Chen successfully sinks another three-pointer, narrowing the gap to 7 points. Guys, alter the defensive strategy. Do not wait for Jiang Chen to possess the ball before you double-team him. I want you to pressure him at all times, in every moment, Rivers declared vehemently, his fury threatening to erupt from within. How could they not contain this undrafted sensation from Huaxia? I refuse to believe this is insurmountable. The Celtics' subsequent offensive efforts yield no results. The Lakers advance, attempting to utilize the elevator door tactic once more. However, Jiang Chen is tightly guarded by Pierce and Rondo, leaving him no opportunity to move or receive the ball. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen passes the ball to Kobe. Kobe drives into the paint, finishing with a challenging reverse layup while fending off Garnett's defense, thereby extending the lead to 9 points. In the ensuing moments, the Celtics could no longer restrain the Lakers. Fortunately, the Celtics' offensive prowess remained at a consistent level, preventing the score from widening further, keeping it at a 9-point margin. Time swiftly elapses, and unbeknownst to all, only a minute and a half remains in the game. The atmosphere within the arena reaches a fever pitch. Who will ultimately claim the championship? An answer is imminent. Chapter 34, Sealing the Game. Lakers crowned champions. Rivers paced anxiously along the sidelines, his agitation palpable. A minute and a half to close a 9-point deficit is quite the daunting task. Moreover, the Lakers are adeptly managing the clock, further complicating the pursuit of points. This is untenable. The time for a methodical approach to offense has passed. It is imperative to seize the opportunity for three-pointers starting now. Rivers, resolute in his decision, glanced at the statistics and noted he still had 2 timeouts remaining. He decisively called for a timeout, preparing to devise a strategy. An audacious flurry of three-point attempts would be the Celtics' last desperate offensive surge. The fate of the game hinged on this singular moment. Upon returning from the timeout, the Celtics initiated an out-of-bounds play. Rondo held the ball at the arc while his teammates actively positioned themselves, replicating the elevator play recently executed by the Lakers. After all, the Celtics boasted the sharpshooting prowess of Ray Allen and the elite screening skills of Garnett. Thus, this elevator play was equally applicable to the Celtics. With the cover provided by the tactic, Ray Allen found himself with an open shot. Receiving the pass, he leaped and released the ball with fluidity and grace. Unlike Jiang Chen's aesthetically pleasing three-point shooting style, which exuded a sense of elegance and ease, Ray Allen's shot was the epitome of textbook precision, resembling a cold, mechanical execution of a shooting routine. Swish. The ball found its way through the net. Ray Allen had made his 7th three-pointer of the game. Catching up to Jiang Chen's 12 three-pointers now seemed a distant dream. Instead, he focused on narrowing the score through his own long-range shooting. The Lakers commenced their offensive. Kobe, at the top of the arc, controlled the tempo. With only 7 seconds left on the shot clock, he sprang into action. Through a series of deft dribbles, he executed a challenging step-back jumper. Swish. The ball found the net with precision. After the Celtics' defense targeted Jiang Chen, Kobe regained his offensive rhythm and began to dominate the game. With just 51 seconds remaining, Rondo swiftly dribbled past half-court. Forgoing the elevator play, he directly passed the ball to the advancing Ray Allen. Completing the elevator play would require at least 12 seconds, precious time the Celtics could not afford to waste. They needed to launch three-point attempts urgently, rather than slowing the pace for a tactical play. Spotting Jiang Chen in front of him, Ray Allen decisively opted not to shoot and instead passed the ball to Pierce in the corner, who, under Kobe's defensive pressure, launched a challenging three-pointer. Swish. The ball went through the net. The assault lasted a mere 5 seconds, narrowing the score difference to 5 points. Pierce, his demeanor calm, quickly transitioned to defense without a moment to celebrate. The Lakers initiated their offensive. Kobe meticulously managed the clock. With 9 seconds remaining, he executed a series of deft dribbles, penetrating the paint and drawing the attention of 3 defenders. Everyone anticipated that Kobe would force a shot, yet he unexpectedly delivered the finest assist of the match. A behind-the-back pass soared through the air, landing perfectly in the hands of Jiang Chen, stationed in the corner. Pierce's expression shifted dramatically as he retreated and pivoted to challenge Jiang Chen. Unfazed, Jiang Chen raised his hand and unleashed a three-pointer. Swish. It found the net cleanly. He had successfully landed his 13th three-pointer of the game, extending the lead to 8 points once more. Oh, my God. Jiang Chen can still score. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. 13 three-pointers. Especially that final shot, it was a dagger that sealed the match. Who could have predicted that Jiang Chen would vanquish the Celtics with his shooting prowess? Barkley exclaimed passionately. What an extraordinary display of three-point shooting. Jiang Chen is destined to become the NBA's premier sharpshooter. No, Jiang Chen has already ascended to that title. Tonight, he outshone Ray Allen, Reggie Miller said excitedly, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, finally free from the embarrassment. With just 24 seconds left in the game, the Celtics' hopes of erasing an 8-point deficit seemed utterly futile. Throughout the series, the Celtics had performed admirably, poised to clinch the championship in 6 games, but regrettably, Jiang Chen's emergence shattered those aspirations, robbing them of their championship dream. Barkley lamented. The entire arena fell into a hushed silence, many spectators' eyes brimming with tears. Numerous fans remained reluctant to accept the Celtics' impending defeat, clinging to the faintest hope for a miracle. On the court, the Celtics refused to concede, making one last effort. Ray Allen and Pierce each had opportunities for three-pointers, but both ended in failure. With just 6 seconds remaining, Pierce, Ray Allen, and Garnett stood together, a palpable sense of desolation enveloping them. They had surrendered. Kobe held the ball, his eyes reddened as he watched the clock tick down. As the final buzzer resonated, he tossed the basketball high into the air, unable to contain his joy, and began to celebrate exuberantly. 113-105. The Lakers triumphed by an 8-point margin in the decisive Game 7, reclaiming the NBA championship after a 5-year hiatus. Kobe was the first to rush towards Jiang Chen, enveloping him in a fervent embrace while delivering hearty thumps upon his chest. The rest of the Lakers players also surged forward, encircling Jiang Chen in a jubilant display. Everyone understood that the Lakers' triumph in this match was largely attributable to Jiang Chen's remarkable contributions. Just consider his performance. He not only sank 13 three-pointers, amassing an impressive 39 points, the highest in the game, but also effectively stifled the formidable duo of Ray Allen and Paul Pierce. He dominated both ends of the court with unparalleled prowess. Even the team's star, Kobe, seemed to fade into the background beside him. Jiang Chen reveled in the adulation of his teammates, his emotions reaching a fever pitch as he felt the exhilarating rush of adrenaline coursing through his veins. Both physically and mentally, he was enveloped in an overwhelming joy. The sensation of standing atop the pinnacle of success, coupled with the exhilaration of championship achievement, served to electrify his very nerves. This magnificent moment of victory is a feeling only those who have truly experienced it can comprehend. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere surrounding the Lakers, the players of the Celtics were enveloped in sorrow. The trio of stars, their eyes glistening with tears, could not contain their overwhelming emotions, allowing hot tears to cascade onto the court. They could never have imagined losing the championship in such a manner. The undrafted player from Huaxia, who is currently being revered, obliterated their hopes with his three-pointers, orchestrating one of the most astonishing comebacks in NBA history, without embraces or farewells. The Celtics players turned and walked directly toward the players' tunnel, leaving behind this heart-wrenching arena. This summer, they will endure the torment of failure, which will become the most regrettable and heart-wrenching loss of their careers. Congratulations to the Los Angeles Lakers on securing the NBA championship of 2008. They achieved a remarkable comeback, ultimately triumphing after trailing 2-3. Undoubtedly, the standout performer in the final two games was the extraordinary undrafted talent, Jiang Chen. Chapter 35. The Exaltation. Anticipating the Chinese Olympic Games. Jiang Chen dominated the match with an array of astonishing three-point shots. He is the most formidable three-point shooter I have ever witnessed. Barkley, in a fit of excitement, began to extol Jiang Chen, even neglecting the presence of the three-point king, Reggie Miller, seated beside him. Being the greatest naturally surpasses this three-point monarch. However, at that moment, Reggie Miller was equally engulfed in fervor. He paid no heed and found Barkley's words to be rather accurate, for he felt the same way. This is the consequence of underestimating Jiang Chen. My own contempt for Jiang Chen merely resulted in a slap to the face. The Celtics' disdain for him cost them the championship. One cannot deny that the Celtics' performance deserves respect, but there can only be one champion. Competitive sports are indeed ruthless. The Lakers were favored by Lady Luck, clinching the championship through the explosive emergence of a bench warmer. Yet, at times, fortune is a facet of skill. Reggie Miller reflected, his heart a tumult of emotions. He felt both regret for the Celtics and relief for the Lakers. Indeed, without Jiang Chen, the Lakers' sixth game would have been a disgraceful defeat, losing by over 30 points, marking the most humiliating chapter in Lakers history. They would have forfeited the championship. But Jiang Chen salvaged it all. Such is the allure of competitive sports. Until the final whistle blows, one can never predict what may unfold in a game. Barkley also remarked that words failed to capture the impact these two games had on him. He recalled Michael Jordan's last finals appearance. He reminisced about the fierce rivalry between Larry Bird and Magic Johnson during the finals. He thought of many classic finals. Yet, none seemed to possess the intensity exhibited by Jiang Chen in these two games. The missed draft of this Huaxia event has brought forth an abundance of surprises and astonishment. It is certain that everyone who witnessed this match, even years later, will still marvel at Jiang Chen's magnificent performance. With an astounding record of 13 successful three-pointers out of 21 attempts, he amassed 39 points, along with 3 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 steal. This is the statistical masterpiece Jiang Chen delivered during the game. While 39 points may not seem excessively high on the grand stage of the finals, the fact that all his points came from beyond the arc is truly remarkable. Reggie Miller expressed his astonishment. Can you believe which player from the Lakers will win the finals? Having missed the breathtaking turnaround in Game 6, I watched the thrilling Game 7 in its entirety. It was undoubtedly one of the most spectacular matches I have ever witnessed. How long have you been holding that in? Commented one. Where have all the beautiful women in the comments section gone? The Lakers have clinched the championship. Why not share some bikini photos for celebration? Damn it. I am a Celtics fan. What do I care for bikinis? I despise the Lakers. Brothers, a spy has surfaced. And it turns out to be a hater of Jiang Chen. Drown her in your spittle. At the North Shore Garden, many die-hard Celtics fans have already exited. The scene they dreaded most has indeed unfolded. Their arch-rivals, the Lakers, are set to conduct the championship awards ceremony in the Celtics' home arena. Chapter 36. The Awards Ceremony. The FMVP recipient everything is in readiness. All Lakers players, the coaching staff, and the owner donned the championship t-shirts and caps prepared in advance. Standing at the center of the stage, in front of them, the gleaming Larry O'Brien trophy stood proudly on the podium. The award ceremony is about to commence. The elegantly dressed host took the stage, delivering an impassioned opening speech before announcing that NBA Commissioner David Stern would present the award to the Lakers. Amidst a thunderous applause, David Stern shone under the spotlight as he made his entrance. As the commissioner and helmsman of the NBA, he has made tremendous contributions to its development. It is fair to say that without Stern, the NBA would not have evolved from a modest basketball league in America into a major sports league gaining worldwide attention. He is the one who took the NBA to the global stage. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here to witness a historic match. The Celtics and Lakers have delivered an unprecedented and spectacular performance in the finals, especially in the Game 7, which will be etched in history. The Lakers have triumphed over the Celtics, reclaiming the NBA championship after 5 years. Now, let us once again extend our congratulations to the Lakers. With his signature smile, David Stern concluded his speech and raised the championship trophy high. The owner of the Lakers, Jerry Buss, stepped forward, his face alight with excitement as he grasped the championship trophy and raised it high. He then passed the trophy down the line. Phil was the first to receive it, touching its surface before passing it to Kobe. In a moment of exuberance, Kobe fervently kissed the trophy before it was handed to Jiang Chen. Now, an eagerly awaited honor was about to be revealed, the Finals MVP. Following the votes, the player awarded the Finals MVP was the Lakers star, Kobe Bryant. Throughout the series, he delivered an impressive average of 7 points, 0 rebounds, 2 assists and 8 steals, dominating both offense and defense. David Stern proclaimed loudly. The camera immediately zoomed in on Kobe. With a smile, Kobe approached and received the Finals MVP trophy from Stern. The camera then shifted to Jiang Chen, standing amidst the crowd, seemingly conveying a message. Indeed, the Finals MVP honor was awarded to Kobe, not Jiang Chen, which prompted a somewhat regretful remark from Barkley. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen had played too few games, merely 2, and despite his extraordinary statistics and pivotal role in saving the Lakers, the MVP selection was based on overall series performance. It was evident that Jiang Chen's contribution in the first 5 games was negligible. Reggie Miller noted, this outcome was anticipated, as Kobe was the undisputed ace of the Lakers. Although Jiang Chen did not claim the Finals MVP, his name is forever etched in the annals of NBA Finals history. His remarkable performance will be remembered eternally. And he is only 20 years old. This is indeed extraordinary, Barkley remarked. Yes, I believe Jiang Chen will continue to shine in the NBA next season. I have great confidence that he will surpass me to become the all-time greatest three-point shooter in NBA history. Whenever I think of his breathtaking three-point displays, I am filled with fervor. Reggie Miller echoed this sentiment, brimming with anticipation. On the court, Kobe was being interviewed. Hey, Kobe, you've secured your 4th championship title. Your first since Shaquille's departure. How do you feel right now? The host inquired. To be honest, I'm quite surprised. I thought we were going to head home after Game 6. But Jiang Chen miraculously erupted, helping the team turn the game around. That's what led to this championship trophy. I must thank him. Although I received the Finals MVP, without Jiang Chen, we wouldn't have had a chance at the championship. The Lakers will never forget his contributions in the finals, and the fans will remember his magnificent three-point performances. The MVP of the last 2 matches is undoubtedly Jiang Chen. I hope that next season we will once again have the opportunity to fight side by side and lead the Lakers in their pursuit of the championship. Kobe remarked with a smile, a glint of mischief in his eyes. The host was momentarily taken aback. What is the situation? There is a subtle undertone of flattery in those words, isn't there? The large screen once again focuses on Jiang Chen, standing amidst the crowd. Although he did not secure the MVP title in the finals, the camera pays as much attention to him as it does to Kobe. Oh, how eloquently Kobe articulates his sentiments. Is he beginning to win hearts? Barkley remarked, somewhat astonished, as he had not anticipated the proud Kobe would extol a rookie. This season, Jiang Chen signed a 1-year minimum contract with the Lakers, and now that the season has concluded, his contract has also expired, rendering him a free agent. It is certain that numerous teams will express interest in him. Kobe's early declaration of his desire to continue collaborating with Jiang Chen has already given him a competitive edge in this battle for talent. Reggie Miller commented, a look of curiosity adorning his face. Will Jiang Chen remain with the Lakers? If he does, the Lakers will once again emerge as one of the league's most formidable championship contenders next season. Once Bynum returns from injury, the Lakers will be poised to assemble a super quintet of Kobe, Jiang Chen, Gasol, Bynum, and Odom. Should Jiang Chen choose to depart, which team will he select for the next chapter of his career? Regardless of his decision, his professional journey is undoubtedly bright. On the court, the most elated individual is none other than Lakers general manager Kupchak. With Kobe's recent remarks, it is believed that the task of renewing Jiang Chen's contract will become considerably easier, ideally securing him with a mid-level contract worth several $1 million annually. Thus, the team can evade a hefty luxury tax while maintaining formidable competitiveness in the upcoming season. Kupchak, filled with delight, eagerly anticipates discussing contract renewal with Jiang Chen, yet, as fate would have it, He finds himself without an opportunity to do so until the post-game interviews conclude. He resolves to wait at the arena entrance for Jiang Chen, striving to finalize this matter that very night. Otherwise, he would remain consumed by apprehension. Jiang Chen's dazzling performance in the final 2 games of the championship has undoubtedly caught the attention of rival teams, and it is imperative not to allow them a head start. Once Kobe concluded his award acceptance speech, the championship ceremony came to an end. However, the celebration for the Lakers' triumph was just beginning. Chapter 37, The Locker Room Celebration. System rewards acquired upon returning to the locker room. The Lakers players erupted in jubilant roars, expressing their exhilaration following the championship victory. Champions! Champions! We are the strongest! They bellowed, each player receiving the coveted championship trophy and passionately kissing it. When it was Jiang Chen's turn, he merely embraced the trophy. Observing the myriad of kiss marks adorning its surface, he hesitated to partake, feeling an inexplicable aversion to the lack of hygiene. At that moment, a cascade of champagne descended upon him, drenching him completely and enveloping him in a robust scent of alcohol. The Lakers players gathered around Jiang Chen, each clutching a bottle of champagne, and proceeded to pour their contents over him. This can be regarded as the highest tribute to celebration, as everyone expresses their gratitude towards Jiang Chen in such a manner. My friend, your 3-point shots are truly extraordinary. To be honest, I thought the words you uttered during the post-match interview were mere bravado, yet you have indeed fulfilled them. This is all so surreal. You made 13 3-pointers. I have never witnessed such a frenzied display of shooting. Gasol, overwhelmed with emotion, roared with joy, relishing the euphoria that comes with victory. Brother, splendid work. You are the finest 3-point shooter in the world. Farmar raised a champagne bottle, drinking and spilling it in a blissful haze. Even now, he feels an immense sense of gratitude for passing the ball to Jiang Chen during the garbage time of the previous game, granting him the opportunity to make his first 3-point attempt. It can be said that this single pass has altered the course of fate, transforming the destiny of the Lakers. Thank you, Jiang Chen exclaimed, basking in the warmth of his teammates' enthusiasm, feeling a true sense of belonging in this moment. Previously, when he served as the water cooler attendant, very few players regarded him with any respect, often treating him with indifference. Opportunities to interact with key players like Kobe and Gasol were scarce. More often than not, he was merely the water boy, responsible for handing out towels and serving tea. Now, as he makes significant contributions to the team, everything has changed. All the players of the Lakers have genuinely embraced him and acknowledged his worth. Jiang Chen was visibly moved, tears streaming down his cheeks as he felt the weight of this collective acceptance. After merging with the memories of this body, he has come to understand the arduous journey he has endured throughout the season. The cultural differences, language barriers, and variations in skin color have made it exceedingly difficult for him to integrate into the team. Being an undrafted player, he faced a lack of respect. Countless dismissive glances, unending mockery, and relentless denials have all contributed to an experience that can only be truly understood by those who have lived it. For a player from China to carve out a name for himself in a foreign land, in the highest echelons of basketball, is an immense challenge. However, the tides have shifted. Through his performances in 2 games, he has demonstrated formidable talent, securing his place in the NBA, alleviating any worries about future employment, and freeing himself from a life of uncertainty. The next step is to systematically evolve into a superstar in the league, dominating this realm. Cheers to you, my friend. At that moment, Odom handed a cigar to Jiang Chen. Smoking a cigar is regarded as a customary celebration after winning a championship, a distinctive form of festivity reserved for champion teams throughout history. Jiang Chen emulated the act of lighting the cigar with great flair, taking a deep puff as the spicy flavor mingled with the smoke, filling his nostrils and invigorating his senses. Haha, you're inhaling too quickly. Take it slow. One puff at a time, Odom remarked, savoring the moment as he exhaled smoke rings, his face radiating pleasure. Jiang Chen nodded, beginning to relish this victorious cigar. Just then, the long quiet system voice unexpectedly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task and aiding the Lakers in securing the championship. Rewards are being issued. 5,000 achievement points, 100 skill fusion fragments, and a Ryota Kai's mimicry skill experience card, valid for 10 minutes. Please check your inventory. Upon hearing this announcement, Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement. His achievement points had now accumulated to 8,000, just 2,000 points short of being able to draw again. The skill fusion fragments had reached a total of 150. Most importantly, The Ryota Kai's Mimicry Skill Experience card would become one of his most formidable assets in the upcoming Huaxia Olympics. The 08 Olympics, a century-long endeavor. This time, we must strive to bring glory to our country right at our doorstep, ensuring that the fans of Huaxia are not disappointed and that we do not bring shame to our people. The celebration in the locker room lasted for over half an hour before the players began to take their showers and change their attire. Subsequently, Kobe, Jiang Chen, and Phil participated in the post-match interview. Upon entering the press room, nearly 200 reporters turned their attention towards them, their gazes filled with a complex array of emotions. All the journalists vividly recalled the previous post-match interview, where they had witnessed Jiang Chen's bravado, many dismissing him as merely boasting. However, they could hardly have anticipated that Jiang Chen's audacious claims would indeed come to fruition in this decisive Game 7. Who can endure this? The crux of the matter is that all the journalists are baffled by how this rising star from Huaxia managed to sink over 10 three-pointers in consecutive games, particularly in the 7th game, which is characterized by the highest level of NBA competition, the most intense defensive pressure, and the fiercest physical confrontations. Even Kobe has found himself rendered cold in his shooting touch at times. Yet, this Huaxia prodigy remains utterly unfazed, delivering a performance throughout the match that is efficient, stable, and marked by a high shooting percentage. Not even the legendary Larry Bird, known for his bravado, has ever exhibited such flamboyance. Perhaps, as Jiang Chen himself stated, shooting three-pointers truly comes effortlessly to him. Jiang, you have once again showcased a magnificent performance and aided the Lakers in securing the championship title. A reporter eagerly inquired, what was your greatest takeaway from this decisive game? The greatest takeaway is that the 7th game was rather ordinary. It was intense, yes, but not as challenging as I had anticipated. I did not feel an overwhelming intensity in the defense at all. Jiang Chen remarked thoughtfully, his tone understated. The reporters were left with a myriad of questions swirling in their minds. How familiar this tone sounds. The Game 7 showdown is deemed rather ordinary, lacking in defensive intensity? One wonders how the Celtics would respond to such claims. As the team boasting the highest defensive efficiency during the regular season, the Celtics' defense is undoubtedly suffocating, especially in this decisive Game 7, where they exhibited an unprecedented level of defensive prowess. Even Kobe, in this match, managed to surpass merely a 40 shooting accuracy. Yet, for Jiang Chen, it seemingly had little effect, as his shooting percentage soared to an impressive 60. With all attempts from beyond the arc, Jiang, it was your extraordinary performance in the final 2 games that secured the championship for the Lakers, making you a rightful candidate for the Finals MVP. However, the accolade ultimately went to Kobe. Might you harbor any discontent regarding this outcome? A journalist posed this question directly. Upon hearing it, Kobe's expression shifted dramatically, his face transforming as if encased in ice, his eyes radiating a palpable menace. Jiang Chen regarded the reporter with a wry smile, inwardly scoffing. Goodness, is such a question truly appropriate? Aren't you afraid of facing the wrath of both Kobe and myself? Chapter 38. Indeed. The elevator door strategy was my design. This is undoubtedly a provocative question, one that directly offends 2 individuals, Kobe and Jiang Chen. The reporter's inquiry resembles the intensity of a finals match, with exceptional three-point shooting ability and outstanding defense, all while not monopolizing the ball. Jiang Chen is undeniably a coveted asset for any team. Kobe's gaze reflected anticipation as he looked on. To be frank, I have yet to formulate a response. The options available are overwhelming. I must take time to contemplate. Jiang Chen chuckled softly. Prior to Game 6 of the finals, he was an overlooked, undrafted player, uncertain of his next opportunity after his contract with the Lakers expired. Yet now, he has become a sought-after player by numerous teams. The contrast in treatment is indeed stark. The reporters, unable to extract an answer from Jiang Chen, felt a twinge of disappointment. It seems this suspense will linger for some time, as the free agency market does not open until July 1st. Phil, you have once again led the Lakers to victory. Does this mark the beginning of a three-peat? A reporter inquired. It is noteworthy that Phil Jackson has experienced 3 separate three-peats during his illustrious coaching career, twice with the Bulls and once with the Lakers. If this pattern holds, the Lakers may once again achieve the remarkable feat of a three-peat, establishing a dynasty. I certainly aspire to secure a three-peat. We shall strive earnestly towards this objective, Phil replied with a smile, aware that the reporter was jesting. Phil, when the Lakers faced offensive challenges, you devised an exceptional strategy for Jiang Chen to create open shots. May I ask how you conceived this tactic? Was it your own design? Another reporter asked. No. This strategy was neither devised by me nor conceived by me. It was entirely Jiang Chen's own creation. Phil shrugged, his tone imbued with a hint of astonishment. The ability to formulate such an ingenious and practical tactic reveals that this undrafted player from China possesses a natural talent for coaching. The reporters were left utterly speechless upon hearing this revelation. Is this not a joke? They glanced at Phil, then at Jiang Chen, their expressions laced with uncertainty. Indeed, as Phil had mentioned, this tactic was a stroke of genius that I had conceived, which I aptly named the elevator door tactic. Jiang Chen remarked nonchalantly, as if he were merely discussing something trivial and inconsequential. The reporters were utterly bewildered. This is utterly absurd. It is astonishing to think that this tactic, which has the power to alter the course of the game, was conceived on the field by an undrafted player in a moment of inspiration. This is truly a revelation that challenges one's perspective. With such prowess, how could one not excel in basketball? It would indeed be a squander of talent not to pursue a coaching career. Kobe, having secured your 4th championship trophy in your professional career, what are your feelings at this moment? A reporter inquired. Now, I have as many championships as Shaquille, Kobe succinctly replied. The reporters were left in awe. This response undeniably resonates with the spirit of Kobe. Even after more than 2 years have passed, he remains haunted by Shaquille O'Neal's taunt regarding his additional championship ring. In the interview room of the Boston Celtics, the atmosphere is thick with somberness and tension. The trio of superstars, alongside Rivers, wear gloomy expressions, their eyes swollen and red, clearly having wept. Rivers, did you ever envision that this series would conclude in such a manner? A reporter inquires. Absolutely not. He replies, his voice laden with disbelief. Even now, I can hardly fathom that this is truly happening. The championship was rightfully ours. During the 6th game, we held a staggering 33-point lead. I was already preparing to celebrate our victory. Yet, alas, everything spiraled out of control once that undrafted player from China entered the game. Rivers' voice grows low and hoarse. And as he utters his final words, a grimace of bitterness and hatred contorts his face. He is filled with rage. This may be the finest opportunity for him to contend for the championship in his coaching career, and likewise, the best chance for veterans Garnett, Pierce, and Ray Allen. Yet now, all of this has been jeopardized by a rookie from Huaxia. Without Jiang Chen, would the Lakers truly stand a chance against the Celtics? A reporter inquired. What is your perspective on the sudden emergence of that benchwarmer Jiang Chen from the Lakers? Remarkable, astonishing, and utterly unbelievable. This undrafted player from Huaxia seems to have been sent by the heavens to punish us. Yet, I am at a loss as to where we have offended the divine. Rivers lamented. A flash of the final quarter of the 6th game crossed his mind. If only I had been more prudent then. Deploying all the Celtics' key players on the court, would the outcome have been different? There are no answers. Will this championship defeat undermine the team's confidence? Will management consider dismantling the Big Three this summer? Chapter 39, the 3 in a play, all arriving together. No. At most, I will blame my unfortunate luck. But I have never doubted the strength of the team, nor will I lose faith. As for how management will operate, I am unaware. What I do know is that this defeat will not break us. It will only render us stronger. Next season, we shall remain contenders for the championship. Rivers asserted with a resolute and powerful tone. Ray, what is your view on Jiang Chen's performance of 13 three-pointers in a single game? Do you still believe that his shooting prowess is merely a matter of luck? A reporter asked. It is hard to fathom. His performance has transcended my understanding. Especially those logo three-pointers from midcourt that completely altered my perception. I retract my previous statements made in the pre-game interview. Jiang Chen's display is a testament to his skill. His defensive capabilities were also exceptional, completely limiting me. There is nothing I can say about being defeated by him, but I will remember the pain of this loss. Next season, we will rise again. Ray Allen remarked with a grim expression. There was no resentment. He acknowledged Jiang Chen's prowess, for that is the truth. Jiang Chen obliterated the Celtics with his astonishing three-point shooting. As Rivers stated, the team merely encountered misfortune, facing the sudden explosion of this undrafted player. Do you believe Jiang Chen has the potential to become the strongest three-point shooter in the NBA? A reporter queried. He is already the strongest three-point shooter. Are there any other players in this league capable of effortlessly sinking three-pointers from the midcourt logo? Ray Allen spoke in a low voice, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. The reporters turned their heads in surprise, clearly astonished. It seemed that Ray Allen had indeed been impressed by Jiang Chen's three-point shot. Subsequently, the journalist posed a few more questions before concluding the interview. At the entrance of the North Shore Garden Arena, Riley and Wade stood there, awaiting Jiang Chen's arrival. At that moment, a portly gentleman clad in a suit approached the doorway, his expression transforming into one of astonishment upon spotting Riley. "Mori, Riley, are you also here to await Jiang Chen?" The two spoke almost in unison, then instinctively retreated a few paces, eyeing each other warily. A rival has emerged. Riley mused inwardly, furrowing his brow. He had not anticipated that the Rockets would also enter the fray in the pursuit of signing Jiang Chen. This situation is indeed quite challenging. After all, the Rockets boast Yao Ming, which presents a significant allure for Jiang Chen. "Senior Riley, let us not squander any more time. Jiang Chen will undoubtedly sign with us," Mori remarked with a smile, his tone imbued with both pride and confidence. Prior to arriving in Boston, he had already conversed with Yao Ming over the phone. Yao had explicitly expressed his desire for Jiang Chen to join and offered to assist the team in persuading him. It is still too early to make such declarations," Riley retorted stubbornly. He remained resolute, unwilling to concede defeat until a definitive outcome was achieved. "Ladies and gentlemen, you certainly possess a flair for the dramatic. Is it not a tad late to be out here in the evening breeze?" A grim voice echoed from a distance as Lakers general manager Kupchak approached briskly, his expression decidedly unpleased. "Heavens, I had believed myself to be diligent enough, yet I was taken aback to find that Riley and Mori were even more industrious." Already awaiting at the entrance, one could easily surmise, even without thinking, that these two were there for Jiang Chen. A wave of anxiety washed over me. Kupchak felt a sense of relief for having made the decision to come to the arena and wait for Jiang Chen. Otherwise, he might have been outpaced by others. Simultaneously, he reflected on the time when Jiang Chen was an undrafted player, overlooked by all, with no team willing to extend a contract. It was the Lakers' need for such a role that led him to offer a minimum salary contract. Now, having proven his worth, Jiang Chen had become the target of numerous teams vying for his attention. Truly, fortunes shift like the tides, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. "Kupchak, are you also here to wait for Jiang Chen? You are indeed his patron, yet do you fear he might sign with another team without greeting you?" Mori remarked, laced with sarcasm. Since you are aware that I am Jiang Chen's patron, what are you even doing here? He will certainly prioritize re-signing with us, the Lakers." Kupchak replied, maintaining an outward calm, though internally feeling quite unsettled. "Prioritize, perhaps, but whether he signs remains uncertain," Mori countered, exuding confidence. Kupchak chose to ignore Mori and turned his attention to Riley. The two had previously worked together with the Lakers. During Kupchak's playing days, Riley had coached the team, leading them to 4 championship rings within 9 years. Among the 3 prominent figures present, Riley boasted the most illustrious career and the highest standing. Wade, observing from the side, was utterly astonished, unable to articulate his shock at the sight of 3 general managers or presidents of teams waiting at the arena entrance for an undrafted player. This is utterly ridiculous. One cannot help but acknowledge that the performance of this Huaxia player, who scored over 10 three-pointers in consecutive finals games, has completely captivated the league. As he pondered whether he would receive such treatment when he became a free agent, Wade felt a twinge of envy. After nearly half an hour of anticipation, the figures of the Lakers players finally appeared at the entrance of the arena. The crowd continued to cheer loudly, oblivious to the presence of several notable figures at the door. It was only upon exiting the venue that everyone noticed, and their expressions turned to one of bewilderment. What is the situation? In the dead of night, the high-ranking officials from 3 teams are wide awake, gathered at the entrance of the arena to converse? This seems rather improbable. Immediately, it appears that everyone begins to realize something, their gazes shifting towards Jiang Chen, their eyes reflecting a sense of astonishment. Is this the commotion stirred by Jiang Chen? Have the 3 magnates personally awaited at the entrance of the arena to secure a contract with Jiang Chen? Is this the level of attention and treatment that an undrafted player can receive? After the initial surprise, everyone could only sigh in amazement. It turns out that, unbeknownst to them, Jiang Chen was no longer the mere water boy serving tea and refreshments. In just 2 games, he had transformed his market value. This summer, he would secure a substantial contract, subsequently becoming a key player, perhaps even the cornerstone of a team. His future career gleamed with promise. The eyes of players like Farmar and Luke Walton sparkled with envy and excitement, as they felt genuine happiness for Jiang Chen. This undrafted talent from Huaxia had showcased an impressive prowess that warranted such recognition. The twists of fate in life are truly remarkable. Perhaps many years hence, when Jiang Chen has achieved fame and success, they will boast with pride to those around them, reminiscing about when Jiang Chen was merely a rookie, the last player on the roster, practicing daily as their sparring partner and serving them refreshments. Chapter 40. The battle for players begins. Conditions of various teams. As Jiang Chen exited the arena with his teammates, 3 pairs of eyes were intently fixed upon him. The crowd, in a harmonious understanding, stepped away from Jiang Chen, adopting expressions of spectators eager to witness the unfolding drama. This thrilling competition for talent is seldom witnessed in ordinary times. Regrettably, Phil did not grant them this opportunity. He repeatedly called out, ushering them onto the bus, which then departed from the scene. Conversely, he chose to remain, eagerly observing the proceedings. Alongside Phil, Kobe also stayed behind. He was unwilling to let go of his formidable teammate, Jiang Chen. Having expressed his desire for continued collaboration during the recent interview on multiple occasions, now, witnessing both the Heat and the Rockets making their moves, he felt a growing impatience and curiosity regarding Jiang Chen's eventual decision. Riley, Maury, and Kupchak stood before Jiang Chen, exchanging glances, yet none dared to break the silence. Ultimately, it was Riley who spoke first. Jiang Chen, I watched the decisive Game 7 live, and your performance was nothing short of breathtaking. It left me utterly astonished. Therefore, I would like to discuss the possibility of you joining the Miami Heat. With intentions laid bare, Riley avoided circumlocution or dissimulation, addressing the matter directly. As an exceptional orator, Riley's voice resonated with a magnetic quality, imparting a sense of inexplicable comfort and allure. Listening intently, Jiang Chen could not help but feel admiration. This legendary figure, who has traversed the NBA landscape for half a lifetime and amassed countless honors, possesses an undeniable personal charisma. Merely standing here commands respect. So do I. Both you, and I hope you will join the Rockets, forming a new duo with Yoming as you pursue the championship together. Maury remarked with a smile, his eyes darting thoughtfully, each word imbued with deeper significance. He first articulated his intent, then invoked the name of Yao to foster a sense of affinity between Jiang Chen and the Rockets, subsequently mentioning the duo in the pursuit of a championship, enough to stir the heart of a player who has yet to witness the grandeur of the league. Buddy, as a vital contributor to our championship success, we naturally wish to see you remain with the Lakers, Kupchak stated succinctly, refraining from weaving grand illusions. As the Lakers are already reigning champions, and Jiang Chen has tasted the sweetness of victory. Shall we discuss this at the hotel? Jiang Chen replied with a hint of resignation. It is a splendid evening, and perhaps my teammates are reveling in the nightclubs at this very moment. I too had the chance to return to the hotel with a stunning beauty, to indulge in a delightful night. Yet now, I find myself accompanying 3 elderly gentlemen back to the hotel. Jiang Chen glanced at Phil in the distance. Oh, wait, make that 4 elderly gentlemen. A boisterous group made its way back to the hotel, adhering to the principle of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. Jiang Chen graciously afforded the first opportunity for negotiation to Riley. In the opulent presidential suite, seated at a round table, Riley sat before Jiang Chen, smiling as he unveiled 5 championship rings, placing them on the table. Jiang Chen struggled to suppress a smile. Could it be that this venerable gentleman believes that recruiting any star player could be accomplished merely by showcasing these 5 championship rings? He distinctly remembers that during the summer of a decade ago, when attempting to recruit LeBron James, the New York Knicks delivered a 2-hour PowerPoint presentation, while Riley simply laid the 5 championship rings before James and sealed the deal. One cannot deny the allure of those 5 glimmering rings. However, Jiang Chen is not LeBron James. If his sole focus is on the championship, his aspirations are rather limited. Sir, I have already secured a championship in my rookie season, Jiang Chen remarked nonchalantly. Riley's expression shifted to one of embarrassment as he withdrew his 5 rings and solemnly stated, I offer you a maximum contract extension of 4 years for $80 million, alongside the power to veto any trade. And the team will be constructed around you as its centerpiece. It was simply direct and compelling. Jiang Chen's face reflected astonishment. One cannot overlook the enticing nature of Riley's proposition. A 4-year contract worth $80 million translates to an average of $20 million per year, while the highest salary in the league, held by Garnett, is merely $22 million. Even the legendary superstar Kobe's salary hovers just above $19 million. Furthermore, the 4-year contract represents the maximum duration Riley can offer. As an undrafted player, Jiang Chen is limited to a 4-year contract, and only after serving 3 years with a single team can he negotiate a 5-year deal. The trade veto power is an immense privilege for a player, with only 7 individuals in the entire history of the NBA possessing such authority. Lastly, being the focal point of the team signifies that he would be the unequivocal cornerstone of the Miami Heat, with the team's structure and strategies meticulously designed around him. From the very outset, Riley has unleashed a formidable hand, presenting conditions that are irresistibly enticing, and to consider their cumulative allure is simply staggering. Regrettably, however, Jiang Chen remains merely astonished, devoid of any inclination to act. As a businessman, Riley is undeniably astute, exhibiting a ruthless demeanor and employing methods that are cold and merciless. Yet, he is somewhat bereft of that essential touch of humanity. Jiang Chen feels a profound sympathy for Wade, pondering what emotions might stir within Wade, who stands waiting at the entrance upon realizing that Riley has relegated him to the second position within the team. What significance does possessing a no-trade clause hold? Wade, too, possesses such a right, yet years down the line, Riley opts not to trade him. Instead, he allows Wade's contract to expire, leaving him to languish without an extension. Such actions provoked Wade's ire, ultimately leading him to join the Chicago Bulls. Regardless of the circumstances, Wade has certainly faced his share of challenges under Riley's management. Observing Jiang Chen's silence, Riley felt increasingly confident. The terms he proposed were undoubtedly the most advantageous, utterly irresistible. Who would not aspire to be the cornerstone of a team? Especially after demonstrating undeniable talent and capability, everyone yearns to assume the role of an unequivocal leader. Now, he was extending this opportunity to Jiang Chen. Furthermore, the salary he offered was indeed a maximum contract. For an undrafted player to secure a maximum salary in the second year of his career is a rarity in the annals of NBA history. Certainly, there has been no player like Jiang Chen, who showcased a remarkable performance by sinking over 10 three-pointers in consecutive finals games during his rookie season. Thus, this maximum contract is truly warranted. This encapsulates Riley's perspective. When he refrains from action, it is inconsequential, yet when he does act, it is with a force of thunderous might. This exemplifies his audacity. Certainly, he is also taking a gamble. However, signing players in the NBA is inherently a risk-laden endeavor. There are numerous contracts that offer exceptional value, yet there are also many that are utterly worthless. He is willing to wager $80 million over 4 years. Senior, the terms you propose are indeed enticing, yet I must ponder further, as both the Rockets and the Lakers await outside, Jiang Chen remarked politely. Though inwardly he had already declined Riley's offer, it is wise to leave a thread of connection for future encounters. Jiang Chen would not be so foolish as to outright reject Riley. He aimed to preserve some semblance of dignity for Riley, who had expended considerable effort in his persuasion. An outright refusal could lead to an irreparable rift between them. The NBA is not merely a league, it is a realm of its own. Within this realm, one must navigate the intricacies of human relationships. Of course, but I doubt they possess the capacity to extend an offer as generous as mine, Riley remarked with a smile before turning to exit the room. Next to enter was Daryl Morey, the general manager of the Rockets. Buddy, I am currently on the phone with you, Ming. Would you like to speak with him? Morey inquired, extending the phone towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression instantly turned cold. In such circumstances, it is imperative to engage. Upon answering the phone, he heard the voice of Yao. My friend, I never anticipated that our conversation would unfold in this manner. I had intended to call you tomorrow to extend my congratulations, but here we are, compelled to converse. Yao expressed in Chinese, a hint of resignation evident in his tone. Not to worry, I await your congratulations tomorrow. Jiang Chen replied with a smile, also in Chinese. Morey reached out to clarify matters. From the depths of my heart, I genuinely wish to play alongside you. However, please harbor no psychological burden. Make the choice you deem most appropriate. Go wherever your heart leads you. I will support you unconditionally. Yao continued, his voice warm, akin to that of an elder brother offering encouragement to Jiang Chen. Understood, Brother Yao, Jiang Chen replied, ending the call. It is evident that Yao has expressed his willingness to stand by Jiang Chen. Now, I shall convey the terms that the Rockets can offer you. A 3-year contract worth $50 million, with a player option in the final year, allowing you the choice to opt out and become a free agent, Morey said with a smile. Jiang Chen's expression darkened once more. If his feelings towards Riley were lukewarm, his sentiments towards Morey bordered on disdain. Morey, from their very first meeting, played the emotional card. And the 3-year contract he proposed coincidentally aligned with the conclusion of Yao's contract with the Rockets. Thus, Morey could navigate both options, demonstrating his cunning strategy. Riley is a shrewd businessman, while Morey is both crafty and astute. Furthermore, this corpulent individual has not only uttered words that incited outrage among the Chinese populace, but has also faced a ban in China. I apologize, but I will not consider the Rockets. Chapter 41, A Decision. The winds of the West Coast do not reach the South Coast. If the Yao McGrady duo remains healthy next season, Mori continued to enthusiastically paint a picture of the future for Jiang Chen. However, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, he stood frozen in disbelief. He rubbed his ears, suspecting he had misheard. "Jiang, what did you just say? You will not consider the Rockets?" Mori uttered incredulously. "Indeed." Jiang Chen replied forthrightly. "Do you not wish to play alongside Yao in the NBA? Will you betray his expectations of you?" Mori pressed, once again leveraging Yao to sway Jiang Chen. "I desire to play with you. I simply do not wish to do so with the Rockets," Jiang Chen stated calmly. The Rockets may indeed represent a fond memory for a generation of Chinese fans, yet that was solely due to Yao's presence. Once Yao retires, the Rockets' prominence in China will plummet. Mori, regaining his composure, cast a shadowy gaze and coldly remarked, "Jiang, I hope you do not come to regret this decision in the future." Having spoken, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Outside, Kupchak observed Mori's demeanor and felt a surge of elation. It appeared that a rival had been eliminated. To his astonishment, the Rockets, who were the frontrunners to sign Jiang Chen, were the first to bow out. He entered the room and took a seat before Jiang. "Jiang, could you share with me the terms that Riley offered you?" Kupchak inquired with a smile. Adopting a more composed approach than Mori's emotional appeal and avoiding the bombastic tactics employed by Riley, he was of a more prudent disposition. His method was to deliberate before acting. Jiang Chen was forthcoming, revealing all of Riley's conditions. At heart, he preferred to remain with the Lakers. After all, the team had shown him kindness by offering him a minimum salary, which allowed him to stay in the NBA and granted him the opportunity to participate in the finals, thus commencing this remarkable journey. Even as a mere water boy, he was still an NBA player. Kupchak's expression shifted to one of disbelief. He had not anticipated that Riley would extend such generous terms. Previously, he had contemplated securing Jiang Chen with a mid-level contract worth several $1,000,000. But now it was clear that he had underestimated the situation. Kupchak rapidly assessed not only the team's salary cap, but also the compatibility and synergy of the roster. He recalled the words of owner Jerry Buss when he had assigned him the task to sign Jiang Chen at all costs. "At all costs, my friend. The best contract I can offer is a 3-year deal worth $45 million, with the final year being a player option. This way, after 3 years with the Lakers, you could opt out and negotiate a 5-year max contract. I can also grant you a no-trade clause for your security. As for the core player position, you will need to earn that, for the Lakers have Kobe. If your skills surpass his and you earn his respect, I believe you two will enjoy a harmonious relationship. Kobe has previously collaborated with legendary figures like Shaquille O'Neal. He understands how to establish balance." Kupchak spoke with earnestness. He was uncertain whether Jiang Chen could evolve into a superstar, but the current market trends suggested he possessed the potential to do so. Furthermore, "Kobe had just been conversing with me, expressing a strong desire to collaborate with you. He can impart a wealth of knowledge on the court. And as you come into your own, his career may be nearing its conclusion. Perhaps he will become the new face of the Lakers, carrying forth this illustrious legacy." Kupchak added, his gaze fervently fixed on Jiang Chen. The implications of his final statement were profound. Kobe was already 30 years old. How many prime years could he possibly have left? It is conceivable that if Jiang Chen were to truly ascend to the status of a superstar, reaching the pinnacle of his career, it would take at least 3 to 4 years. By then, Kobe would already be 34 years old, and he could gracefully transition to a secondary role, passing the mantle of leadership to Jiang Chen, allowing him to guide the Lakers onward. This thought elicited an involuntary smile from Jiang Chen. A few years to stand on his own? He was confident that he would emerge as a superstar in the upcoming season, making a significant mark in the NBA. It seems Kobe would need to step back sooner than anticipated. Jiang Chen had already resolved in his heart to remain with the Lakers, especially considering the lucrative contract offered by Kupchak. An annual salary of $15 million was merely $5 million less than what Riley had proposed. Furthermore, there was an essential factor. Joining the Lakers and becoming teammates with Kobe would enable him to maximize the butterfly effect of his presence in the NBA, amplifying its influence on Kobe. In this manner, Kobe would not have had to exert himself to the point of rupturing his Achilles tendon in pursuit of the playoffs. Nor would the twilight of his career have been so tragically marred. Perhaps he would not have retired at the tender age of 36. If fate were to be irrevocably rewritten, could that disaster have been averted? Reflecting on the tragedy of Kobe's tragic plane crash in his previous life, Jiang Chen's expression grew somewhat somber. Indeed, it was a day etched in memory, filled with profound sorrow. In this lifetime, should the opportunity arise. He is determined to prevent this tragedy from occurring. Noticing the change in Jiang Chen's expression, Kupchak's heart tightened. Could it be that he is choosing the Heat? Indeed. The conditions offered by the Heat are exceedingly generous. Buddy, I have decided to continue my journey with the Lakers, Jiang Chen declared, his voice soft yet imbued with conviction. Kupchak's pupils constricted, and then he was overtaken by a wave of elation, his emotions soaring like a roller coaster. Splendid. This is an exceptionally wise decision, he exclaimed with excitement. Jiang Chen smiled as he resolved the next chapter of his NBA career. From that point onward, everything became considerably simpler. He merely awaited the opening of the free agency market to sign with the Lakers. Now, rest well, and leave the remaining matters to me, Kupchak said. Elated as he exited the room, rushing to relay the news to owner Jerry Buss and informing Kobe as well. Having chosen to remain with the Lakers, there was no need to prolong matters with the Heat. Jiang Chen glanced at the business card Riley had left on the table and dialed the number inscribed upon it. Jiang, have you made a decision? Riley inquired, his tone shifting to one of gravity. Yes, I prefer to act decisively, without hesitation. And your choice is? Riley asked cautiously, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. I apologize, but I have chosen to stay with the Los Angeles Lakers, Jiang Chen replied calmly. Why? Even if you do not choose the Heat, there would be other teams vying for your attention. You shouldn't rush your decision. Riley expressed his surprise. He had anticipated waiting until the free agency market opened in July to know the outcome. Making a decision now was certainly not wise. Moreover, how could the Lakers offer terms that could match those of the Heat? In his previous conjecture, if Jiang Chen rejected the Heat, he would inevitably choose the Rockets instead. Jiang Chen gazed out at the darkened window, his eyes growing distant. No team is more suited for me than the Lakers. This is the starting point of my career, and I hope it will also be its conclusion. As for declining the Heat, the winds of the West Coast in Los Angeles cannot reach the South Coast of Miami, no matter how they blow. Riley was left bewildered, grappling with the confusion of it all. One thing was clear, Jiang Chen's continuation with the Lakers was now a foregone conclusion. In that case, I wish you a successful career, he responded. Riley declared, abruptly terminating the call. At that moment, he was seated in a taxi alongside Wade, en route to their reserved hotel. With a voice brimming with indignation, Riley bellowed, within 3 years, I shall assemble a championship roster even mightier than the current Lakers. Chapter 42, a topic of national discussion. Officially signed. The Olympics, here I come. The following morning, the news of the Lakers' triumph in the 2008 championship spread like wildfire across the United States and beyond. It resonated not only within the realm of sports but also stirred significant reactions across various sectors of society. The headlines concerning the decisive Game 7 dominated the NBA's official website. An unprecedented comeback. The Lakers, initially trailing 3-2, secured victory in 2 consecutive away games, ultimately overcoming the Celtics to claim the championship. A historic turnaround. The young prodigy from China once again achieved legendary status, scoring a remarkable 39 points, including 13 three-pointers. He consistently netted over 10 three-pointers in 2 consecutive games, redefining the significance of the three-point shot for undrafted players. The young talent introduced the elevator door strategy, showcasing Phil's potential as a coach. A timely eruption. The basketball prodigy Jiang Chen emerged as a beacon of fortune for the Lakers. What is his background? Countless netizens commenced fervent discussions online, fueled by curiosity about Jiang Chen. Many fans embarked on a quest to unearth every scrap of information and news related to him. Yet, the entirety of the American internet yielded scant news about Jiang Chen, limited solely to his status as an undrafted player signed by the Lakers. With no further reports to follow, he is undoubtedly a marginal player in the NBA. Yet, this obscure individual performed a miracle in the finals, vanquishing the Celtics with his three-point shooting. This has left fans in disbelief. Beyond the towering Yao Ming, are there indeed more players from China in the NBA? Such news had previously eluded my ears. A player from the bench, exploding onto the scene to score high points and rescue the Lakers? This is utterly absurd. I feel as if I am watching a film. No, even the most fantastical screenplay could not conjure such a bizarre narrative. Oh my God. I can only say that the Celtics suffered a most unjust defeat. How could they fail to contain this undrafted player? Has the Almighty intervened to save the Lakers? This Chinese rookie must surely be a divine embodiment. Meanwhile, some netizens, while expressing their astonishment, have begun to weave conspiracy theories. It is all too surreal. Could this be scripted? Has the NBA sunk to such depths for the sake of attention? It reeks of clandestine manipulation. The NBA no longer deserves our attention. It is all a facade. While match fixing might be one thing, why resort to an undrafted player from China? Shouldn't they rather seek an American talent? This Chinese player is merely a puppet of the NBA. A plethora of opinions abound. At this moment, one cannot help but admire the peculiar logic and perspectives of the Americans, which are truly enough to leave one in tears. Many Chinese individuals residing in the United States are infuriated upon encountering such comments. Why is it that when American athletes excel, it is deemed miraculous and normal, while the success of Chinese athletes is often dismissed as mere manipulation? This is utterly incomprehensible. The indignant Chinese community eagerly anticipates the arrival of the Olympics, hoping that Jiang Chen will shine brilliantly on the grand stage and deliver a resounding blow to the Americans. Nearly half a day has passed, and sports media has once again released news regarding Jiang Chen's status as a free agent. Soon after, basketball experts began to share their opinions online, enumerating several prominent teams that Jiang Chen could potentially join, with the Los Angeles Lakers prominently topping the list. The Lakers not only possess championship-caliber strength but could also nurture him as Kobe's successor, all while being situated in the vibrant market of Los Angeles, where attention and spotlight are never in short supply. Thus, the Lakers emerge as the optimal choice. Following closely is the Phoenix Suns, renowned for their high-scoring prowess. The Suns are in dire need of players who excel in both three-point shooting and defense, making Jiang Chen an ideal fit should he choose to sign with them, allowing him to fully showcase his talents. Other teams such as the Rockets, Heat, and Magic are also in the mix. The speculation surrounding Jiang Chen's next career destination has become a hot topic among fans. Shortly thereafter, the esteemed Yahoo reporter Wojnarowski revealed a bombshell on the championship night. Three prominent figures, Pat Riley of the Heat, Daryl Morey of the Rockets, and Mitch Kupchak of the Lakers, personally traveled to Boston to engage in fierce negotiations for Jiang Chen. Ultimately, the Lakers emerged victorious, securing Jiang Chen's commitment to remain with the team. The details of the contract have yet to be disclosed, but updates will be reported promptly. Upon the release of this news, fans were left astounded. What? Could this Chinese undrafted player possess such allure that three general managers would personally vie for him in Boston? One can only speculate what conditions these teams proposed. The truth will be revealed once the free agency market opens, with the Lakers likely offering the most attractive terms. Otherwise, he would not have chosen them. Several $1 million? It is worth noting that his previous annual salary was merely in the hundreds of thousands. A few million seems reasonable. But whether he can replicate his playoff performance next season remains to be seen. We certainly hope he does not revert to his regular season form of making just one three-pointer throughout the entire season, or the Lakers would truly be at a loss. American fans engage in discussions, their tone tinged with subtle disdain. In their eyes, the transformation from Crow to Phoenix is an improbable feat for a Chinese player. Their entrenched belief is that aside from Yao Ming, no one from China can compete in the NBA. In contrast to the multifaceted perspectives in America, the sentiment within China is much more straightforward. Wow, impressive. Jiang Chen's three-point prowess truly brings glory to our nation. We hope he continues to excel at the Olympics and strives to create history for the Chinese men's basketball team on home soil. I'm a fan now. Jiang Chen's performance has completely won me over. In a single game, Jiang made an astonishing 13 three-pointers, decisively overpowering the Celtics. As the anticipation for the Olympics grows, one wonders what remarkable synergy will emerge from the combination of Yao Ming and Jiang Chen. When the Chinese men's basketball team was placed in a daunting group, my heart sank. Having reached the quarterfinals in the last Olympics, it felt unlikely they would even advance from the group stage this time on home soil. Yet, with Jiang's exceptional shooting, I sense a revival for the Chinese men's basketball team. Fans across the nation are fervently discussing and eagerly awaiting the Olympics. Even though the event is nearly 2 months away, it seems that the most significant focus for the entire country is indeed the Olympics. Daily broadcasts featuring Olympic-related content abound on television, signifying a nationwide fervor for the Games. While basketball enthusiasts worldwide engage in conversations regarding the Lakers' championship victory, the team has already returned to Los Angeles aboard an aircraft. Eager fans have filled the arena, and as the players exited the airport, they were met with resounding cheers. The players greeted their supporters, proudly hoisting the championship trophy aloft. Without a doubt, the current Lakers team stands as the heroes of Los Angeles. This warm welcome is merely the commencement of their celebration. In a few days, the Lakers will partake in a grand championship parade, inviting all fans to join in the jubilation, a citywide celebration. Once the parade concludes, the festivities will gradually wind down, and the Lakers players will officially transition into vacation mode. However, the management's responsibilities are just beginning. On June 27th, the NBA draft will commence. Kupchak invited Kobe and Jiang Chen to attend the draft, but both declined. Kobe cited the need to be with family, while Jiang expressed a lack of interest. After all, the Lakers possess only a late second-round pick, and the likelihood of making a significant selection is minimal. Even if notable future All-Stars like DeAndre Jordan or Goran Dragic emerge from the second round, the Lakers lack the opportunity to acquire such talent. Thus, attending seems futile. Moreover, Jiang advised Kupchak that if adjustments to the roster are to be made during the summer, efforts should be made to trade for future draft picks. Although the class of 2008 boasts a high success rate, the class of 2009 promises even greater potential. Future superstars such as Griffin, Curry, Harden, and DeRozan all hail from the 2009 draft. Additionally, there are formidable role players like Drew Holiday, Ty Lawson, Jeff Teague, and Danny Green. Should the Lakers secure several draft picks, Jiang Chen's foresight regarding the future would undoubtedly enable them to select exceptional players. The draft proceeded as scheduled. Without the interference of Jiang Chen, the historical trajectories remained unchanged. Derrick Rose was still the first overall pick, selected by the Chicago Bulls. A few days after the draft, the NBA free agency market officially opened. The most prominent free agents were Francis and Allen Iverson. Regrettably, both players announced they would not opt out of their contracts, instead choosing to fulfill the final year of their existing agreements. Consequently, this year's free agency market was marked by much ado but little impact, lacking players capable of altering the dynamics of the league, leading to a significant decline in interest. The focal point of fan discussions and the NBA's official website was the news of the Los Angeles Lakers re-signing Jiang Chen. On the first day of free agency, the Lakers announced a staggering 3-year, $45 million contract with Jiang Chen, granting him trade veto rights. Thus, Jiang Chen set an NBA record, earning $15 million in his second professional season, becoming the first in the league's history to achieve such a feat. Fans were astonished by the magnitude of the contract offered to Jiang Chen, unaware that the Miami Heat's Riley had proposed an even more substantial deal, surpassing those of superstars like Kobe and Iverson. After finalizing the contract, Jiang Chen purchased a plane ticket and quickly returned home, eager to rejoin his team. His name prominently featured on the roster announced by the Chinese Basketball Association for the upcoming Olympic Games. The Olympics. Here I come. The regrets from my previous experience of watching the Olympics linger in my mind. In this lifetime, every regret shall be rectified. Absolutely, there shall be no lingering remorse. P.S. The tempo is soaring, diving straight into the Olympic narrative. Chapter 43. Return to the team. 22 points are inconsequential. On July 4th, at the airport in the capital of Huaxia, a colossal passenger aircraft from Los Angeles descended gracefully. Jiang Chen, clad in a sleek black tracksuit, sporting a backpack and wheeling a suitcase, with a baseball cap perched atop his head, hastily disembarked from the plane. His return to the homeland was remarkably discreet. He had informed no one but Yao through a brief text before boarding. Stepping out of the airport, the evening air remained stiflingly warm. Jiang Chen relished the familiar heat of Kyoto, a smile of contentment gracing his features. He opened his phone, intending to summon a rental car to the hotel, only to be met with a text from Yao. Come to Wuxong Gymnasium as soon as you return. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen hailed a taxi and made his way to Wuxong Gymnasium. The capital airport lies to the northeast of the Fifth Ring Road, while Wuxong is located to the west, a considerable distance apart. Even in the absence of traffic, the journey would take no less than an hour. At Wuxong Gymnasium, the rhythmic sound of dribbling echoed within, accompanied by fervent shouts. At that moment, a warm-up match was underway between the Huaxia team and the Australian team. Previously, the Huaxia team had faced off against the national teams of Lithuania and Croatia, with results that were far from ideal. The Huaxia team had yet to secure a single victory. As the warm-up match progressed into the latter part of the second quarter, the Huaxia men's basketball team found themselves trailing by a daunting 16 points, rendering the situation quite dire. It seemed as though they were destined for another resounding defeat. Although the esteemed Yao Ming had returned to the team, he was still sidelined due to an ankle injury. With hopes of returning to the court only by the end of July, he could only watch helplessly as his teammates were relentlessly overpowered by the robust Australian players. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the arena, drawing everyone's attention. On the court, the Huaxia team's primary point guard, Lu Wei, attempted to penetrate the paint for a layup, but was met with a resounding rejection from Bogut, who had swiftly come to help defend. After executing the block, Bogut tauntingly wagged his finger at Liu Wei. A look of disdain etched across his face. As the first overall pick in the NBA draft, Bogut was a formidable defensive force, renowned for his shot blocking and foul-inducing abilities, as well as his exceptional rebounding skills. However, he was often criticized for his lack of offensive prowess, particularly regarding his interior scoring techniques, which could be described as abysmal. Fortunately, the Australian team boasted an array of talented offensive players, and Bogut's role was primarily focused on defense. How infuriating. Blocked again, exclaimed Dufong from the bench. His frustration palpable. If only Yao could play, he would undoubtedly teach Bogut a lesson and put an end to his arrogance. Li Nan lamented, shaking his head, his voice heavy with resignation. As the eldest member of the Huaxiao team, Li Nan was unable to contribute on the court, relegated instead to the role of a spiritual leader. The other players, having overheard their conversation, cast yearning glances toward Yao Ming, their eyes brimming with hope. At this moment, one could only wish for the illustrious Yao Ming to grace the court and lead the Huaxia team into battle. As the undeniable core and spiritual pillar of the Huaxia men's basketball team, Yao is akin to an indomitable Great Wall, safeguarding the squad. Yet, the spectators were somewhat taken aback. Yao's focus seemed diverted from the game. Why did his gaze remain fixed on the players' tunnel? Suddenly, the resounding swish of the net echoed across the court. Attention shifted back to the game, where the young talent Mills, under the defense of Sun Yu, executed a three-point shot, extending the lead to a staggering 19 points. Although a second-round draft pick this year, he has already established himself as a key player for the national team. Steady, steady. Do not afford the opponents any easy shooting opportunities. Coach Jonas shouted anxiously from the sidelines, clearly dissatisfied with his team's performance. With the Olympics looming, the Huaxia team appeared to lack the competitive edge one would expect. The absence of their two-star players, Yao and Jiang Chen, could not serve as an excuse for their consecutive losses. In contrast, the Australian coach sat comfortably on the bench, a look of arrogance in his eyes. He had not prepared extensively for this warm-up match, as his team could easily overpower Huaxia with sheer talent alone. Were Yao present, there might have been a flicker of a threat, but without him, Huaxia seemed inconsequential. The whistle blew, signaling the end of the second quarter, 35-57, with Huaxia trailing by 22 points. The teams retreated to the halftime break. In the Huaxia locker room, silence reigned. Everyone sat in their respective places, faces etched with disappointment, while Coach Jonas wore a grim expression. This highlights the disparity between the Chinese men's basketball team and international powerhouses. Now, we can only hope that once Yao Ming recovers from his injury, he will bring some improvement to the national team. Moreover, the recently shining undrafted player from the NBA is expected to lend his support to the team. Even as an undrafted player, he surpasses most of those currently on the court. Yao Ming sat dejectedly in a corner, his mind seemingly elsewhere. Could it be that Jiang Chen truly cannot make it to this match? It appears we must wait until the day after tomorrow's second warm-up game against Australia to witness Jiang Chen's debut in the national team. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed through the locker room. Yao Ming's eyes brightened. He leaned on his crutch and hurried to the door, opening it to reveal a familiar figure, followed by a smile. It was none other than Jiang Chen. Apologies. The arena is quite vast, and it took me a while to find my way. The match should not be over yet. Jiang Chen chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. On his way, he had already learned that the Chinese team was competing against Australia. Not late at all. You arrived just in time. Yao Ming exclaimed excitedly, pulling Jiang Chen into a bear hug. The other players gathered around, curiously examining Jiang Chen. Previously, Jiang Chen had spent time studying and playing basketball in the United States, limiting his interactions with the likes of Yi Jianlian and others, making him somewhat of a stranger to the team. The player he was most familiar with was Yao Ming, who had provided considerable support during their time in the U.S. Understanding dawned upon everyone. No wonder Yao Ming had been gazing down the player tunnel. He was waiting for Jiang Chen. Yet, could Jiang Chen's arrival truly alter the current predicament? There lingered a sense of skepticism among the players. Upon entering the locker room, Jiang Chen introduced himself. The players were already well acquainted with his achievements, having followed his journey closely over the past period. Now, finally meeting him in person, they were filled with curiosity and a hint of doubt. Could this youthful figure truly be the sharpshooter who had sunk over 10 three-pointers in 2 consecutive games during the NBA Finals? You've arrived. Now I feel confident about this match. In the second half, Let us decisively take down the Australian team, Yao Ming proclaimed, brimming with confidence in Jiang Chen. Rest assured. Leave it to me. I will certainly help the team secure a victory against Australia, Jiang Chen replied with a smile, his tone imbued with unwavering self-assurance and an almost indescribable aura of strength. Really? Is that so? We are currently trailing by 22 points to Australia. It won't be an easy task, Dufeng interjected, unable to contain his skepticism. He was rather taken aback by Jiang Chen's blind confidence and found it hard to believe his words. Are you aware of the current situation? Upon arrival, he boasted unabashedly. The other players regarded him with skeptical glances, yet only Yao Ming wore a smile that suggested unwavering confidence. Jiang Chen looked at Dufeng, a smirk playing on his lips. Where has your commanding presence as a future coach vanished to? He mimicked Dufeng's coaching tone, exclaiming, a mere 22-point deficit? Nonsense. I shall recover this gap within a single quarter. Chapter 44, Defeating for Fame? The Ambition of Mills. The crowd was taken aback by his words. This new teammate exudes an extraordinary confidence. Yet, soon everyone was struck with realization. Jiang Chen undoubtedly possesses the merit to make such statements. After all, he scored an astonishing 35 points in a single quarter during the NBA Finals, leading the Lakers to overcome a 33-point deficit and triumph over the Celtics. Such a remarkable performance in a single game can indeed instill an unprecedented self-assurance in a player. Clearly, Jiang Chen now embodies youthful exuberance and bravado. Well, I look forward to your performance in the second half, Yao Ming remarked, his eyes bright with anticipation. Although he had never directly faced Jiang Chen, Yao had contended with the Celtics and understood their formidable prowess. The fact that Jiang Chen could establish a series of remarkable three-point records against the Celtics' ironclad defense is simply unfathomable. Therefore, Yao held high hopes for Jiang Chen's performance in the Olympics. All right, everyone, our Chinese men's basketball team is assembled. Let us charge towards the Olympics, said Jonas, inspiring the players with his infectious enthusiasm. Roar! The players bellowed, shaking off their earlier despondency. The halftime break swiftly passed, and the second half of the game commenced. The Chinese team adjusted its starting lineup. Center, Yao Ming. Power forward, Yi Jianlian. Small forward, Jiang Chen. Shooting guard, Sun Yu. Point guard, Lu Wei. As Jiang Chen stepped onto the court, an enormous cheer erupted from the crowd, surpassing any applause from the first half. Though the audience was not large due to the exhibition match, nearly 10,000 spectators were present. Goodness, what magic has transformed the Chinese team? How did they conjure Jiang Chen's three-point prowess? Wasn't he in the United States? How could he suddenly appear here? This is utterly astonishing. With Jiang Chen back in position, the Chinese men's basketball team was fully assembled. Surely, they would crush the Australian team, right? However, the Chinese team trailed by 22 points. Could they catch up? For others, it might be a daunting task, but for Jiang Chen, it should not pose much of a problem. Who exactly is this Jiang Chen? Why does he possess such immense popularity? Clearly, you are a fair-weather fan, unaware of who Jiang Chen is, yet you dare to attend a basketball game? The spectators fervently discussed, their excitement surging with Jiang Chen's entrance. Jiang Chen is on the court? He must have just returned from the United States. It's impressive that he is participating in an exhibition match right after getting back, the commentator Su Kun noted. Finally, we can witness Jiang Chen in the national team. I have high expectations for his performance. I hope he can lead the Chinese men's basketball team forward in Yao Ming's absence. Another commentator, Yu Jia, expressed his surprise and anticipation. The Australian team's bench buzzed with curiosity about the player donning the number 12 jersey. Who was this player from Huaxia? And what warranted such an uproarious cheer? Some players, unaware of Jiang Chen's illustrious feats, inquired about him. Jiang Chen, the recently ascendant star of the NBA, had not only etched his name in the annals of glory during the Lakers vs. Celtics match, but had also shattered numerous three-point shooting records in the NBA Finals. Just days prior, he had secured a staggering 3-year contract worth $45 million with the Lakers. From an unnoticed, undrafted player, he had catapulted into the limelight as a renowned basketball prodigy. Bogut remarked, a shadow passing through his gaze, a blend of disdain and envy evident. Despite entering the NBA as the first overall pick, his current salary barely reached a few $1 million, rendering Jiang Chen's contract utterly incomparable. This Huaxia athlete epitomized the quintessential tale of triumph against the odds in the NBA. An undrafted player who seized the opportunity to achieve fame. He had firmly established his presence in the league. Mills, his eyes gleaming with aspiration and fervor, Yon to carve his own niche in the NBA as a second-round draft pick this year, presenting himself with a golden opportunity. Defeating the currently flourishing Jiang Chen would surely capture the attention of his team, the Portland Trail Blazers. Perhaps in the new season, he might earn the coach's trust, secure consistent playing time, and fulfill the narrative of a second-round draft success story. In this match, he intends to use Jiang Chen as a stepping stone to establish his foothold in the NBA. Do these Chinese spectators truly believe that the presence of Jiang Chen can alter the course of the game? Such naivety is astounding. Let me see if this overlooked draft pick from China is truly deserving of his reputation. Bogut remarked, his tone serious, not daring to underestimate Jiang Chen. However, he also did not believe that Jiang Chen could single-handedly turn the tide. After all, basketball is a team sport that involves 5 players, rather than a solitary performance. Beep. The referee's whistle echoed. The starting players from both teams took the court. The Australian team initiated the offense. After Mills dribbled past half-court, he executed a designated play, setting a screen with his teammate before confronting Jiang Chen's defense. It seemed as though flames burned in his eyes, and his entire being was ablaze with fervor. At this moment, a singular thought dominated his mind: defeat Mills. Mills, seemingly perplexed, could not fathom why he evoked such animosity. After all, he had scarcely interacted with Jiang Chen before. Yet, it felt as though Mills regarded him with the fervor of a sworn enemy. Ding dong. Sensing Mills' intense hostility, a mission was announced: defeat the Australian team and score 5 3-pointers under Mills' defense. The reward: 2,000 achievement points and 100 skill fusion fragments. The system's voice resonated in Jiang Chen's mind, filling him with elation. Another task had arrived. Completing this mission would bring his achievement points to a total of 10,000, granting him a chance at a lottery draw. Mills, this young man, was indeed commendable, extending a warm welcome right from the start. He was destined for greatness. Jiang Chen mused, resolved to teach this second-round draft pick a lesson. So what if he was a second-round pick? Did he dare to bully me, an undrafted player? Such audacity. Mills dribbled fiercely, executing a sudden change of direction as he surged from the right side. Jiang Chen activated his strongest defensive skill, the wall of Chuan Tianjiji, closely shadowing Mills and denying him any opportunity to break free. In response, Mills abruptly halted and retreated, launching a mid-range jump shot. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Deji seized the rebound and promptly passed it to Lu Wei. Lu Wei took a dribble and delivered a long pass to the sprinting Jiang Chen, who, without wasting a moment on dribbling, came to a sudden stop just 2 meters from the three-point line, assuming a shooting posture. The entire audience held their breath in anxious anticipation, their eyes riveted to the court, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. A terrifying yet exhilarating image flickered in their minds. Jonas rose from the bench, mouth agape. Yao Ming clenched his fists, eager to witness the moment he had longed for. On the court, Mills and Ingles charged towards Jiang Chen. Undaunted, Jiang Chen unleashed his high-arc three-point skill, launching the basketball into the air. At the instant the ball departed his fingertips, Mills' hand reached to block him, but alas, it was just shy of success. The basketball traced a terrifying arc, akin to a missile, and descended into the hoop. Whoosh! Instantly, the entire arena erupted into a frenzy of cheers. There it was, Jiang Chen's extraordinary long-range three-pointer. Truly, it lived up to its reputation. Yu Jia exclaimed with excitement, his heart roaring. That three-pointer was absolutely phenomenal. Oh, witnessing Jiang Chen's remarkable long-range shot live was far more exhilarating than watching it on television. The sheer range was simply astounding. Su Kun remarked, with a hint of disbelief, that it felt almost surreal. On the sidelines, Yunus exuberantly raised his arms in celebration. Yao Ming, abandoning his cane, stood up to applaud Jiang Chen incessantly. The defense was executed impeccably, yet it proved futile. Jiang Chen cast a glance at Mills before turning to retreat on defense. Mills' expression grew even darker, though a flicker of astonishment flickered in his eyes. What players in the NBA possess the remarkable ability to execute long-range three-point shots with such effortless grace? The Australian coach furrowed his brow, shouting commands to prevent the Huaxia team from launching fast breaks, urging his players to hasten their retreat. Furthermore, he insisted on closely guarding the Huaxia number 12 player, forbidding him from taking easy three-point attempts. The calm demeanor of the first half had entirely dissipated, although a single three-pointer could not alter the dynamics of the game. Especially with the team still holding a 19-point lead, the shooting prowess displayed by the number 12 player warranted serious attention. Chapter 45, a complete eruption, shooting threes as effortlessly as sipping water. The Australian team initiated their offense. Bogut positioned himself at the arc, ready to orchestrate the play. As a towering center, he possessed an exceptional court vision and passing ability, serving as the strategic fulcrum for the team. Players diligently maneuvered, and Ingles found himself with an opportunity for a three-point shot. Bogut promptly delivered the ball, allowing Ingles to execute a clean jump shot from beyond the arc clang. The ball ricocheted off the rim. The Australian team refrained from contesting the offensive rebounds and swiftly transitioned to defense, denying Huaxia any chances for fast breaks. As the game settled into a half-court battle, Jiang Chen took possession, using Yao Ming's screen to sidestep his defender and unleashed another three-pointer. Swish! The ball sailed through the net. The crowd erupted in applause, excited spectators chanting the essence of Huaxia, making an immediate impact with 2 consecutive three-pointers. Jiang's performance was nothing short of explosive. Is this the same Jiang we previously jested about? The smoothness of his shooting touch, the burgeoning confidence, and the audacious nature of his three-point attempts were simply astounding. Jiang Chen instilled a sense of certainty. Every three he attempted felt destined to find the net. The excitement was palpable. With the formidable duo of Yao and Jiang at the Olympics, what could possibly stand in their way? The score now stood at 41-57, a 16-point gap. Gentlemen, let us unleash our staunch defense and ensure that this Huaxia player does not score easily. Bogut shouted loudly to his teammates, growing increasingly anxious. He vividly recalled the 6th game of the finals between the Lakers and the Celtics, where Jiang Chen relentlessly sank one three-pointer after another, ultimately sealing the fate of the Celtics. The other players nodded, their expressions turning grave. They could all sense that this newly joined Chinese player possessed a prowess that evidently surpassed that of the others. The Chinese team, which had previously dominated the first half, had transformed entirely with Jiang Chen's mere presence in the second half. As Mills dribbled past half-court, he passed the ball to power forward Anderson. Anderson, facing the defense of Yi Jianlian, attempted a forceful hook shot. However, Yi Jianlian would not allow him such ease. With a remarkable display of athleticism, he leaped high, swatting the basketball away with a decisive hand. Bogut, witnessing this scene, could only shake his head in resignation. Having played alongside Yi in the Bucks, he was well aware of Yi's explosive physical abilities. Had it not been for his susceptibility to injuries and inconsistent offensive form, he would undoubtedly have made a significant mark in the NBA. The basketball was seized by Lu Wei, who swiftly initiated a fast break. Mills, in a frantic chase, reached the key area just ahead of Lu Wei, ready to block. Unexpectedly, Lu Wei delivered an extraordinary pass. Upon penetrating the key, he executed a behind-the-back toss. Jiang Chen appeared steadily at the three-point arc, yet he refrained from shooting. Instead, he waited until the lightning-fast Mills approached before releasing his three-point shot. He clearly remembered the system task, which required him to sink 5 three-pointers amidst Mills' defense. Swish! The ball continued to find its way through the net. Within less than 3 minutes of the second half, Jiang Chen had consecutively netted 3 three-pointers, narrowing the deficit to 13 points. The audience was left somewhat bewildered. Jiang Chen's maneuver was truly perplexing. Why not shoot when open, but instead wait for the defender to approach before attempting a shot? Was he using the defender as a sight? His three-point shooting ability was remarkably formidable. He had completely transcended to an extraordinary realm. Yu Jia held his head in disbelief, trembling with excitement. Incredible! It seemed Jiang Chen was poised to stage another thrilling comeback this evening. Throughout the history of the Chinese men's basketball team, there have been many excellent three-point shooters, such as the legendary Lu Yudong and Hu Weidong. Yet, never has there been a player like Jiang Chen, who could disregard defense and range, effortlessly launching three-pointers from anywhere at any time. Once, Yang Yi remarked about Lu Yudong. Lu Yudong's three-point shot is like a free throw. Making it is normal, missing it is merely fortunate. Now I wish to articulate that Jiang Chen's ability to sink three-pointers is as effortless as drinking water. Free throws, on the other hand, require practice, yet drinking water is a natural action inherent to humanity. Su Kun remarked, adjusting his glasses, passionately expressing his viewpoint. Jiang Chen's prowess in three-point shooting is a gift, an innate talent that cannot be reached solely through diligent effort. Yu Jia nodded in agreement, acknowledging how apt this description truly is. On the court, Mills once again called out Jiang Chen's name, consumed by an obsession to defeat him in pursuit of attention. This impacted his performance, causing it to fall significantly below his usual standards. Jiang Chen once again activated the formidable shield skill of Jin Xuan Tomoki, and remarkably triggered an alternate effect of the skill, enticing the opponent to commit a foul. The emotionally unstable Mills, after several unsuccessful attempts to break through, anxiously forced his way forward, swinging his arm and inadvertently striking Jiang Chen in the face with an elbow. The referee promptly called an offensive foul on Mills. The Huaxia team regained possession of the ball. After Lu Wei dribbled past the half-court, he once again passed the ball into Jiang Chen's hands. In this instance, the Australian team's Mills and another player swiftly converged, intent on thwarting Jiang Chen's advance. A faint smile graced Jiang Chen's lips, exuding a chilling yet playful demeanor as he unleashed the thunderous dribbling skill of Yamashita Kodoro. The court reverberated with a cacophony akin to thunder. Jiang Chen, utilizing 3 fingers, dribbled backward with astonishing speed, rendering the trajectory of the basketball nearly indistinguishable, leaving only the rhythmic sound of the ball bouncing, retreating to the vicinity of the midcourt. The 2 Australian players relentlessly pursued him. At this juncture, the offensive space for the Huaxia team had been entirely created by Jiang Chen. Rather than forcing a shot amidst the double team, he leaped effortlessly, delivering the ball to his teammate. Zhu Fengyu, stationed at the corner, received the basketball in a completely unguarded position and, without hesitation, launched a precise 3-pointer. Swish. The ball sailed through the net, untouched. Jiang Chen acknowledged Zhu Fengyu with a thumbs up. The ability to shoot 3-pointers was not solely Jiang Chen's domain. Zhu Fengyu was equally a remarkable sharpshooter, employing the 3-finger dribble. Jiang Chen showcased another extraordinary skill. Though the notion of 3-finger dribbling may seem ludicrous, Jiang Chen executed it with remarkable finesse, reaching a level of mastery. Observe his dribbling, swift, precise, and steady. His height of 2.01 meters in no way constrained his agility in handling the ball, as Yu Jia remarked in astonishment. The crowd erupted in a chorus of gasps, their eyes fixated on the instant replay displayed on the large screen. The execution of this 3-finger dribbling technique is astonishing. However, the proficiency with which Jiang Chen employs it is even more remarkable. Beep. The referee's whistle pierces the air. The head coach of the Australian team rises to call a timeout, his expression turning grave. The performance of the Huaxia team in the first and second halves seems to belong to 2 entirely different squads. The 12th player, Jiang Chen, has brought a transformative change to the Huaxia team. Although his offensive techniques are rather singular, his remarkable precision in 3-point shooting has entirely altered the dynamics of the game. No matter how the match unfolds, the substantial lead amassed by the team in the first half will swiftly dissipate. In the first 4 minutes of the second half, the point differential had diminished to just 9. It was imperative to call a timeout to quell the offensive surge of the Huaxia team. The head coach of the Australian team made strategic adjustments, reinforcing the team's strengths by substituting Mills for a taller player, consistently emphasizing the necessity to elevate the intensity of the game and to prevent Huaxia, particularly the formidable number 12, Jiang Chen, from taking easy shots. Upon returning from the timeout, Australia executed a tactical play, securing 2 points and finally scoring in the second half. The Huaxia team initiated their offense, but the quintet of towering players from Australia, each standing over 2 meters tall, posed significant challenges to Huaxia's passing coordination, resulting in 2 consecutive turnovers. Recognizing this, Jiang Chen decisively switched to a personal offensive mode, employing a thunderous dribble followed by a high-arching 3-point shot. This deceptively simple maneuver left the opponents utterly bewildered. When the Australian team converged on Jiang Chen with full force, he adeptly passed the ball to his teammates, who capitalized on the numerical advantage to execute their offense. Under Jiang Chen's leadership, Huaxia surged ahead towards the end of the third quarter, leading 69-67, thus securing a 2-point advantage. On the Huaxia bench, players waved their towels excitedly, their faces radiant with joy. Wow, Jiang Chen is incredible. He truly managed to erase a 22-point deficit in just 1 quarter. I'm in awe. Completely in awe. Chapter 46. Winning the warm-up match. The system draws again. Du Feng, Wang Shipeng, and others fervently discussed, marveling at Jiang Chen's prowess. This prompted them to envision the forthcoming Huaxia Olympic Games with great anticipation. With the formidable addition of Jiang Chen, even placed in the so-called group of death, their spirits were undeniably lifted. Perhaps, this Olympic event would grant the Huaxia team the chance to contend with those international powerhouses. On home soil, in front of their compatriots, they sought to assert their pride. In a corner of the bench, the towering Yao gazed at Jiang Chen as he exuberantly displayed his talent on the court. Feeling an insatiable itch, he longed for the complete recovery of his injury, yearning to join Jiang Chen in overwhelming the Australian team. To dominate the Australian squad to the point where they could not raise their heads would be an unprecedented feat in the history of Huaxia basketball. Although this was merely an ordinary warm-up match, for the two teams representing different nations, victory and defeat were intrinsically tied to national honor and pride. Thus, no one was willing to concede this match. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 73-70. The Huaxia team had astonishingly scored 38 points in that quarter, surpassing their total from the first half and erasing a 22-point deficit to take a 3-point lead. Jiang Chen once again delivered an explosive performance, shooting 7 out of 11 from beyond the arc, accumulating 21 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists, thereby completely dominating the game. With both teams reluctant to yield, the fourth quarter promised to be even more intense and exhilarating. Soon, the fourth quarter commenced. The Australian team continued to employ their 5-man lineup, while the Huaxia team maintained their starting formation, led once again by Jiang Chen. To Jiang Chen's dismay, Mills remained on the bench, showing no intention of entering the game. What shall we do? If Mills does not take the court in the fourth quarter, will that not render the task impossible? This wave has resulted in significant losses. With the Olympics approaching, it is imperative to seize every opportunity to enhance one's capabilities. No systematic task must be overlooked. A strategy must be devised to ensure Mills takes the court. Jiang Chen received a pass from his teammate and effortlessly sank another three-pointer. Then turned to glance at Mills seated on the bench, beckoning him with a subtle gesture. Subsequently, Jiang Chen directed a dismissive gesture towards the Australian team's coach. Mills's expression darkened considerably. How utterly insulting. He glanced at the coach, his eyes filled with yearning. The Australian coach wore a grim expression, reminiscent of the times when he himself had been so disregarded in his role. It was truly outrageous. The fans in the stands erupted in excitement, whistling continuously to cheer on Jiang Chen. The commentators, Yu Jia and Su Kun, exchanged helpless smiles. Teacher Su, how do you perceive Jiang Chen's provocative antics? Yu Jia inquired. As the second half commenced, Mills employed a targeted strategy to single out Jiang Chen, though the results were far from favorable. Given Jiang Chen's temperament, it was evident that he would not let this matter rest. Was he seeking to entice Mills into the game for a confrontation? Su Kun speculated, feeling somewhat bewildered. Mills, one of the primary scorers for the Australian team, remaining off the court should have been advantageous for the Huaxia team, making Jiang Chen's actions perplexing. Did he find his opponents too feeble and wish to raise the stakes? Even the players of Huaxia looked on in confusion at Jiang Chen's audacious maneuvers. Jiang Chen, witnessing the astonished expressions of his teammates, felt utterly innocent. His intentions were quite simple. He merely wished to fulfill his task. Buddy, get on the court and dominate this Huaxia player. Leverage your speed and agility. He cannot contain you, the Australian coach urged Mills, his anger palpable. Mills nodded, re-entering the game during a dead ball moment. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, feeling more at ease. He began to execute his targeted strategy, repeatedly challenging Mills. At a height of merely 185 meters, Mills was utterly outmatched against Jiang Chen, whose positional advantage was glaringly apparent. 3 consecutive offensive plays resulted in 3 three-pointers, all scored over Mills' defense, truly formidable. The point gap widened at an alarming rate. As for Mills' speed and agility, they were rendered ineffective against Jiang Chen's exceptional physical prowess and the formidable defensive skills of Tsukikawa Tomoki. Witnessing this, the Australian coach capitulated entirely, substituting Mills once more. To leave Mills on the court any longer would likely drive him into despair. Seated on the bench, Mills felt a wave of dejection wash over him. His confidence completely shattered. Reflecting on his earlier naive thoughts before the match, he found them laughable. Jiang Chen, this Huaxia player, was certainly not to be underestimated. Instead of using Jiang Chen as a stepping stone, he had become a mere backdrop. This situation is quite distressing. Continuously facing Mills' defense, Jiang Chen relentlessly attempted three-pointers, ultimately forcing Mills onto the bench, likely depriving him of any further opportunity to play in this match. Yu Jia, suppressing a smile, remarked, "You see, what did I tell you? Jiang Chen is merely seeking to reclaim his dignity." The moment Mills stepped onto the court, he eagerly engaged him in a one-on-one tactical showdown, leaving no chance for his opponent. Even if he had taken a moment to pace himself and play one-on-one just once, it would have allowed Mills to remain on the court a while longer, granting him time to showcase his skills. Yet, remarkably, Mills was substituted after just 2 minutes of play. This must be a significant blow to the young player. Su Kun commented, earnestly analyzing the situation. On the court, Jiang Chen appeared utterly relaxed. He had already accomplished his objective of sinking 5 three-pointers against Mills, rendering Mills' presence inconsequential. Now, securing the victory was all that mattered in order to fulfill his mission. Under his fervent barrage of three-point shots, the Huaxia team had expanded their lead to 15 points. With less than 5 minutes remaining in the match, it became exceedingly difficult for the Australian team to orchestrate a comeback. After another 2 minutes of play, the Australian coach called for a timeout, substituting all the starters for the bench players, effectively conceding the game. On the Huaxia side, Jiang Chen, along with key players like De Ji, also stepped off the court to rest, comfortably awaiting the conclusion of the match. Beep. The final whistle sounded. The match ended with a score of 103-91. The Huaxia team completed an impressive comeback, winning by a margin of 12 points in this warm-up game. The entire audience erupted in applause, chanting Jiang Chen's name. At the end of the first half, many fans were convinced that the Huaxia team was destined for another defeat. However, they were taken by surprise when Jiang Chen emerged in the second half, turning the tide and leading the team to victory against the proud Australian squad, providing fans with a much-needed sigh of relief. On the Huaxia bench, players exchanged high-fives in celebration. It had been a long time since they had enjoyed such a resounding victory. Even more exhilarating was the prospect of many more wins to come with Jiang Chen's return to the national team. Surrounded by his teammates, Jiang Chen reveled in the cheers of triumph. Ding dong! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and earned 2,000 achievement points, along with 100 skill fusion fragments. The system's voice resonated in Jiang Chen's mind. He decisively responded, Drawl P.S. This is the third update. The debut is today. I seek the support of my brothers. Chapter 47. New Skill Rewards. The unwavering determination of Dayo ignited a whirlwind of thoughts within Jiang Chen's mind. After a brief span of seconds, the whirlwind ceased, and the system's voice resonated. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have acquired the skill card for the unpredictable strike of Qingfeng Dehui. A look of ecstatic joy illuminated Jiang Chen's face. The reward drawn this time is truly remarkable. I have directly obtained a skill card for the illustrious heaven-defying, one of the miraculous generations. Previously, when I utilized the basketball skill experience card for heaven-defying, I personally felt the overwhelming power of his unpredictable shooting technique. It is akin to a bug in the system. This method of shooting, unbound by fixed postures, allows one to shoot in any manner, rendering opponents defenseless. Previously, I only possessed a singular offensive tactic, the three-point shot, which felt rather insufficient. Now, with this skill, my offensive capabilities will diversify significantly, elevating my performance to greater heights. As I focused my thoughts, the description of heaven-defying's unpredictable shooting skill materialized in my mind. Heaven-defying's unpredictable shot, the ace of the miraculous generations, a scoring machine from Taiko Middle School. This technique is one of his signature moves, granting the ability to shoot without a defined form. Its initial level is advanced, with a fusion rate of 50 and a shooting accuracy of 50 when employing this unorthodox shot, currently effective only within the three-point line. As I had anticipated, the system imposed certain limitations on heaven-defying's skill, restricting its use within the three-point line. However, that is of little concern, for I possess the high-arc three-point shooting skill of Murasakibara Tsushi, which is already sufficiently formidable. System, fuse the skill of heaven-defying's unpredictable shot, I commanded. Ding. Congratulations, host. Fusion complete. The system's voice resonated. A smile involuntarily graced my face. With the unpredictable shooting skill acquired, my confidence for the forthcoming Olympics has surged. Returning my awareness to reality, my teammates were still celebrating the victory in the warm-up match. The Australian team, on the other hand, left the court in disappointment, utterly unprepared for their defeat. They realized that the Huaxia team is no longer a team that can be easily bullied, nor can they be viewed through the lens of past perceptions. After my inclusion in the second half of the game, the overall quality of our team's offense saw a significant enhancement. Even though the chemistry among the players has yet to be fully established and their direct collaborations are somewhat awkward, the current Huaxia team is already a formidable force. Most importantly, the NBA superstar Yao Ming has yet to take the court. What kind of prowess could the Huaxia team display if both Yao and I were to be on the court simultaneously? This suspense shall only be resolved at the Olympic Games, regardless of the circumstances. The Chinese men's basketball team has established itself as a formidable contender among the 12 teams participating in this year's Olympics. The only solace for the Australian team is that the Chinese squad has been placed in the so-called Group of Death, Group B, to encounter them at the Olympics. The Chinese team must first navigate this perilous group and secure a place in the top 8, compounding their concerns. They have a warm-up match against the Chinese team in 2 days. Bravo! With your addition, the national team's prowess has indeed ascended to new heights. Yao Ming, brimming with excitement, enveloped Jiang Chen in a bear hug, his eyes glistening with emotion. He perceived not merely the victory of this match, but also the formidable strength that the Chinese team could showcase at the forthcoming Olympics. Yao holds these games in the highest regard. Despite the Rockets medical team advising against his participation in the Olympics during the off-season due to his injuries, he resolutely returned. Even if he has to compete while injured, he is determined to partake in the Olympics on home soil. Yao has repeatedly expressed in interviews that missing the Olympics would be an everlasting regret. As the undisputed leader of the Chinese men's basketball team, he feels an unwavering obligation to guide his team towards success at the Olympics. Many American fans and media find Yao's patriotic fervor perplexing, believing that his stubbornness may jeopardize the interests of his club. In the individualistic culture of American sports, Yao's actions are often deemed incomprehensible. They will never grasp the profound emotions felt by the Chinese people when the 5-starred red flag rises proudly at the Olympic venue. However, numerous media outlets have published supportive reports asserting that Yao's love for his country transcends his pursuit of professional accolades and salary, suggesting that American stars who dismiss participation in the Olympics could learn a thing or two from him. Indeed, once you recover, we shall dominate the Olympics together, Jiang Chen remarked with a smile, brimming with anticipation. While he may not have the opportunity to partner with Yao on the Rockets, collaborating on the national team to bring glory to their country is equally commendable. Having watched every game of the Olympic basketball tournament in his previous life, Jiang Chen holds vivid memories of Yao's performance. The determination on the court and the unwavering commitment to serve his nation despite injuries profoundly moved him. He distinctly recalls an American article stating, "Imagine carrying the hopes of 1 billion people on your shoulders, yet being unable to compete. That is the true anguish." It seems this encapsulated Yao's mindset at the time. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yao appeared momentarily taken aback. To dominate the Olympics? This is somewhat imposing. However, if he likes it, he ought to possess such determination and fighting spirit. In the past, he never harbored such thoughts, not out of a lack of desire, but rather from a fear of aspiration. Now, with Jiang Chen's inclusion, Yao's ambitions have begun to flourish, and he has envisioned more than once leading the Chinese men's basketball team to a higher echelon of competition. Upon returning in the evening, he inquired whether dinner had been consumed. "Come, I shall treat you to a late-night snack," Yao said with a smile, feeling a surge of excitement within. "All right. Allow me to return to the locker room to shower and change first," Jiang Chen replied, following his teammates back to the locker room. Ultimately, Yao treated all the players of the Chinese team to a late-night meal. For someone of Yao's stature, worth over 100 million, this was merely a drop in the bucket. The following day, the Chinese media erupted with fervent reports of Jiang Chen's return to the national team, highlighting his contribution in the second half of a warm-up match that led to a stunning comeback against Australia. Within mere hours, the entire internet was abuzz. Basketball enthusiasts were excitedly discussing the upcoming Olympics, filled with anticipation and confidence. This has left the fans of the national football team filled with envy. What was once considered a weak link in national sports has quietly transformed into a formidable team. How distressing it must be for the national football team, which has secured its participation in the Olympics solely due to its host nation status. Countless fans of the national football team have turned their attention to the state of Chinese basketball, placing all their hopes on the men's basketball team. On the third day, the Chinese men's basketball team faced off against Australia once again at the Wuxang Arena for a final warm-up match. Given that it was the last opportunity for both teams to prepare, the atmosphere was relatively relaxed, with players seemingly disinterested in the competition. Ultimately, thanks to Jiang Chen's remarkable performance, the Chinese team achieved yet another victory. In this match, Jiang Chen relied solely on his previously established skills, refraining from employing his signature shot technique, which he wished to reserve for a pivotal moment to catch the opposition off guard. Over the next fortnight, the Chinese team engaged in additional warm-up matches against national teams from Serbia, Angola, and others. By the end of July, after concluding all their preparatory games, they officially took residence in the Olympic Village, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the games. Additionally, a stroke of good fortune arrived as Yao Ming, having received medical clearance, commenced training with the team, displaying commendable form. This also signifies that he can take to the field at any moment. as the time draws nearer. The Olympic spirit permeates the entirety of Huaxia. The gaze of 1.3 billion people is fixated on the Olympic Games, in every city, on every street. Discussions abound regarding matters related to the Olympics. Finally, the day arrives, August 8th. The grand opening ceremony of the Olympic Games is upon us. Chapter 48. A proud opening ceremony. Huaxia team versus United States team. In Kyoto, on the evening of August 8th, the highly anticipated opening ceremony of the Olympic Games unfolds with great splendor. As the countdown to the ceremony concludes, the spectacle commences with a welcoming display of fireworks. The entire city of Kyoto is enveloped in the radiant glow of the fireworks, resonating with sounds of celebration and cheers. Following this, the flag-raising ceremony takes place. Nearly 100,000 spectators rise in unison, their eyes filled with pride as they watch the national flag ascend, joining together in a powerful chorus. The stirring melody of their collective voices reverberates throughout the venue, broadcasted to over 200 countries worldwide via live television. This is a moment of immense pride for all of the Chinese people. Following the flag-raising ceremony, the stage was set for a captivating artistic performance. The entire presentation unfolded with a magnificent grandeur, showcasing the civilization of 5 millennia of Chinese history, revealing to the world the ancient culture of China, as well as the principles and attitudes embraced by contemporary China. A myriad of scenes transition seamlessly, accompanied by a narrating voice, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. This spectacle stirred a profound sense of pride among all Chinese viewers watching the Olympic opening ceremony live, bringing their emotions to a zenith. It also marked a moment for global audiences to begin understanding this enigmatic nation. The representatives of China in the audience were equally moved, their eyes glistening with tears. Jiang Chen stood beside Di Yao, his eyes brimming with emotion as he softly murmured, "Incredible. This is the true rhythm of the Olympics." The performances showcased during the opening ceremony were truly of exceptional caliber. As Jiang Chen beheld these artistic displays, a myriad of emotions surged within him. Even having witnessed numerous performances in his past life, he was still profoundly struck. He could not help but recall the Olympic Games of 2021, which were beyond mere difficulty to describe, instead bordering on the terrifying. All the performances were steeped in sorrow, enveloped in a chilling atmosphere, with bizarre shapes and dances that sent shivers down the spines of the audience, causing cold sweat to break out. Following the conclusion of the opening ceremony, the world erupted into a frenzy of critique. Some Chinese netizens candidly stated that while art can be grounded, it should not descend into the realm of the underworld. Art can possess a soul, but it must not harbor ghosts. Art can be ethereal, yet it should not delve into the supernatural. Art is meant for the audience, not to send them away. Even netizens from the island nation could not bear to watch, voicing their opinions and posing existential questions. Is this art? I cannot comprehend. Others sarcastically remarked, a perfect grave ceremony, no problem at all. Even renowned director Takeshi Kitano expressed that the opening ceremony was a source of embarrassment. Now, experiencing the opening ceremony of the Chinese Olympics once more, Jiang Chen's heart swelled with pride. The level of excellence is truly unparalleled. It must be said that the hosting of the Olympics by China has been remarkably successful. Following this grand event, an increasing number of individuals across the globe have come to know China, amplifying its influence on the world stage. After the performance of the Olympic theme song, the athletes' entrance ceremony commenced, lasting nearly 2 hours. The Chinese sports delegation was the last to enter, led by the flag bearer, Yao Ming, at the forefront of the procession. The audience erupted in thunderous applause and continuous cheers, with resounding cries of "Go China!" echoing throughout the stadium. As the entrance ceremony concluded, the opening ceremony drew to a close. Esteemed leaders of the Olympic Organizing Committee began their speeches, ultimately declaring the official commencement of the Olympic Games. On that night, the land of Huaxia astonished the world in a mere 4 hours. The following day, media outlets across the globe were abuzz with reports on the Olympic opening ceremony. This edition of the Olympics achieved the highest viewership ratings in the annals of human history. International media lauded the opening ceremony, deeming it a masterpiece of artistic beauty and a reflection of Huaxia culture. Online, netizens fervently expressed their emotions, taking pride in the prosperity of their nation. Meanwhile, various sporting events commenced in Kyoto in an orderly fashion. On August 10th, the men's basketball competition officially began, with the inaugural match featuring the Huaxia team pitted against the formidable U.S. team in what was dubbed the Group of Death. This match has garnered unprecedented attention. 3 hours before the game, The Wuxang Arena was already teeming with fans, and even the square outside the venue was bustling with people. Enthusiastic supporters waved banners and painted their faces with national flags, arriving from all corners to revel in the Olympic atmosphere. Although China is not a formidable contender for gold medals in basketball, the sport enjoys immense popularity in the nation. The reputation and influence of Yao Ming ensure that every game involving Chinese basketball attracts significant scrutiny. It is unclear when exactly the national football and basketball teams transcended mere entertainment and sport. They now embody the aspirations of over 1 billion Chinese citizens. It is no exaggeration to assert that the performance of these teams has ascended to the realm of national honor. Countless fans hope for the rise of both the national football and basketball teams, aspiring for them to emerge as formidable forces on the global stage. Today, this iteration of the Chinese men's basketball team is regarded as the strongest in history, eagerly anticipated by innumerable fans, with attention reaching unprecedented heights. Being placed in the so-called group of death has imbued the Chinese men's basketball team with a sense of tragic determination and resolve. In their first group match, they faced the formidable American team, which boasts a lineup of the NBA's elite superstars, led by Kobe Bryant and the Banana Boat brothers. With Jason Kidd as captain, a truly formidable roster. The American team has not secured a championship in the last 3 international competitions, prompting this dream team to deploy its strongest lineup, dubbed the Redemption Team. Their objective is clear: to reclaim the championship and re-establish American dominance in the world of basketball. According to media rankings of team strength, the American Dream Team is indisputably positioned at the top. The only team considered capable of posing a threat to their championship aspirations is the Spanish team, led by the Gasol brothers. As for the Chinese team, they are scarcely even part of the discussion, despite the combination of Yao Ming and Jiang Chen. Neither the media nor basketball experts believe the Chinese team possesses the strength to contend for the championship. The gap is simply too vast. At this moment, both teams are engaged in pre-match interviews. In the Chinese team's interview area, hundreds of media outlets focus their cameras on Yao Ming. The journalist's primary concern revolved around Yao's injury. For in their eyes, he is the unequivocal core determining the team's potential. Yao, how is your injury recovery? Will you definitely start tonight? Will your ankle injury affect your performance? Chapter 49, The Surge of Emotions, The Athlete's Mission. Who doesn't want to win a championship? I cannot say I am 100% recovered, but it will absolutely not affect my performance in the Olympics. Regardless of the cost, I will give my all, even if it means wagering my professional career. Yao Ming declared with resolute conviction, his expression stern and his gaze imbued with determination. It was a fierce resolve to engage the enemy with an unwavering spirit. The journalist gazed at Yao with eyes brimming with tenderness and respect, deeply moved by his words. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn, filled with admiration for Yao. Indeed, Yao has devoted everything to his country. He has made significant sacrifices for this Olympic Games, due to injuries. He played only 2 years after the Olympics before choosing to retire, thus concluding his professional career. It is precisely because Jiang Chen is aware of this outcome that he is now even more touched by Yao's remarks. Undoubtedly, Yao's symbolic spirit in the history of Chinese men's basketball remains unsurpassed. What heights do you aspire to elevate the Chinese men's basketball team? A reporter inquired. I cannot say for certain. Of course, I hope for the best possible results. However, each match must be played, and until we have completed these games, we know nothing. Yao replied solemnly. Facing the formidable American team in the first group match, would there be pressure for the Chinese men's basketball team and for you? Another reporter asked. There is certainly pressure, as they are the dream team. Frankly speaking, we all understand that winning against the dream team is a daunting prospect, yet our mindset remains positive. There is neither defeatism nor despair. Our focus is on how to perform our best and unleash the maximum energy we possess. Even if we are ultimately defeated, we aim to go down like fireworks. At least we will shine brilliantly. Yao remarked, a hint of a smile gracing his face, his tone imbued with a sense of ease. The journalists nodded in unison, feeling both sympathy for the Chinese men's basketball team and admiration for Yao's words. As the flag bearer leading the Chinese delegation at home, what was your feeling? What does it mean to represent your country? A reporter asked. Instantly, the room fell silent, all eyes fixed on Yao. I can sense a shift in the athlete's emotions. Traditionally, Chinese athletes at the Olympics have exhibited restrained feelings, but this time, everyone is eager to express their joy. I too feel an uncontainable enthusiasm. Everyone understands that this transcends mere competitive sports. We are striving for results. As athletes, This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to participate in the Olympics in one's own country, to give our all on the field in service to our nation, Yao stated, his expression once again turning earnest. Jiang Chen, you have delivered outstanding performances in both the NBA Finals and the warm-up matches with the Chinese team. Are you confident in sustaining this fervent form at the Olympics? The reporters turned their attention to Jiang Chen as a rising star, swiftly becoming the second most significant player in the Chinese team after Yao. Jiang Chen has become an undeniable presence. Absolutely. I will strive to perform even better, he affirmed. Jiang Chen spoke softly, the corners of his mouth curling upwards with a hint of frivolity, exuding an undeniable aura of confidence. What are your expectations for this Olympic Games? A reporter inquired. Certainly, the championship. What could be more exhilarating than clinching a gold medal at the Olympics held in our own country? It is a stroke of fortune for our generation of athletes to partake in the Olympics hosted by Huaxia. How could we possibly let this opportunity slip by? Jiang Chen replied earnestly, his eyes sparkling with intensity. The entire assembly of reporters fell silent, taken aback. Championship? How dare he utter such words? They pondered. Even the illustrious Yao Ming had hesitated to make such a bold declaration. What audacity did he possess? Although he had contributed to the Lakers' triumph and secured a significant contract in the NBA, could such arrogance truly be justified? Such hubris. The player from Huaxia is truly overstepping. Completely oblivious to the current circumstances, the American team has deployed its strongest lineup, while the Spanish squad continues with the championship roster, presenting a formidable challenge. Argentina, as the reigning Olympic gold medalist, bolstered by Jin Billy, boasts immense strength. How many chances does the Huaxia team truly have to overcome these towering obstacles? Everyone is aware that the Huaxia team has been placed in the so-called group of death, and even advancing past the group stage seems exceedingly bleak. To even dare to speak of championship aspirations is laughable. Journalists shook their heads, sensing that Jiang Chen had been somewhat swayed by recent accolades, utterly unaware of the reality of his situation. Sitting beside Jiang Chen, the great Yao displayed a look of astonishment, yet his eyes shimmered with anticipation. The youthful spirit harbors vast dreams. Only by daring to dream can one achieve greatness. In comparison to Jiang Chen, Yao felt he had been overly cautious. As the host nation, who wouldn't yearn to secure a gold medal on home soil to bring glory to their country? Yao desired that too. Yet, he refrained from voicing such thoughts, recognizing their impracticality. In the American team's press room, a reporter posed a question to LeBron. How do you assess the strength of the host nation, Huaxia's men's basketball team? By how many points do you believe you can defeat them? 40 points? Or perhaps 50? LeBron shrugged, responding with a relaxed tone. The Huaxia men's basketball team should be quite capable. They have Yao, who poses a certain threat to us. As for how many points we'll win by, I'm not overly concerned. In his eyes, the outcome of the match seemed entirely predictable. Kobe was then asked, what are your expectations for this upcoming game? Turning his gaze to Kobe, the reporter received a bright smile in return. I am eagerly anticipating Jiang Chen's performance and hope he continues to surprise me. Kobe's competitive spirit surged within him. Just 2 months prior, he and Jiang Chen had celebrated a championship victory as teammates. Now, just 2 months later, they would face each other on the court, each representing their respective teams. This is indeed a most intriguing affair. The journalists erupted into laughter, empathizing with Kobe's sentiments. Naturally, Kobe harbored hopes that Jiang Chen would excel in the Olympics, thereby validating the Lakers' decision to secure him with a maximum salary contract. LeBron, however, slightly curled his lips in disdain. In his eyes, the only true rival capable of challenging the American team was none other than Yao Ming. As for Jiang Chen, who had dazzled in the NBA Finals, he was merely a brash youth, not worthy of concern. As the pregame interviews concluded, the players from both teams traversed the player tunnel and made their way onto the court. When the large screen panned over the players of the Chinese team, the audience erupted in fervent applause. The Chinese players, upon hearing this, felt their emotions surge, unable to find tranquility. When the camera shifted to the American team, a smattering of cheers arose, for both Kobe and LeBron enjoyed immense popularity in China, particularly Kobe, who was said to have a staggering fan base of 6 billion worldwide. Following the entrance ceremony, both sides engaged in warm-up exercises. The American players relentlessly bombarded the hoop, showcasing a series of impressive dunks to demonstrate their explosive athleticism. In contrast, the Chinese team appeared relatively subdued, merely practicing their shooting. The atmosphere in the venue grew somewhat oppressive before the fierce and formidable American team. The Chinese team seemed akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Chapter 50. Dunk Pressure? A counterattack with consecutive mid-range three-pointers. The Dream Team's warm-up was undeniably brutal, inadvertently placing immense pressure on the Chinese team. The commentator Jiang Chen expressed his concern. Unreasonable. This is entirely unreasonable. Basketball is a contest of who can score more points, not a competition of whose dunks are more aesthetically pleasing. The American team's actions seemed to carry an air of showboating, remarked the guest commentator, the venerable Zhang Weiping, shaking his head. I hope the young men of the Chinese team can remain calm under pressure and not let the American team disturb their mindset. We already lack the advantage in strength, and if our mentality falters, the challenge of this match will only intensify, Jiang Chen stated, turning his gaze toward the Chinese team. The players continued their warm-up drills in an orderly manner, but they could not resist glancing back at the American players as they relentlessly attacked the hoop. The extraordinary physical prowess displayed is truly enviable. Everyone, focus your attention and do not let the American team's dunks affect your morale. With a furrowed brow, Yao Ming expressed the pressure felt by the team. The other players nodded in agreement, though some apparent tension lingered in the air. After all, they were facing superstars they had only seen in the news. The NBA stands as the pinnacle of basketball excellence globally, with luminaries like Kobe Bryant and LeBron James among its elite. Competing against such players would naturally incite nerves, coupled with the influence of the American players' dunks. The team's spirit appeared somewhat diminished. Observing this scene, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, realizing he must find a way to uplift the team's spirits. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, recalling the warm-up techniques frequently employed by Curry. Elevating morale could transcend mere dunks. He seized a basketball and quietly approached the center court. The players of the Huaxia team looked on in perplexity, unsure of his intentions. Was he attempting a dunk from half-court? The American players, too, paused their training to watch. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, assumed a shooting stance, and gently flicked the basketball towards the hoop. The ball seemed to possess a will of its own, gracefully swishing through the net. The crowd erupted in exuberant cheers, astonished by Jiang Chen's remarkable long-range three-pointer. What a stunning half-court shot. Is this Jiang Chen's response to the American team? He truly shows no signs of backing down, Jiang Chen exclaimed in surprise. The Huaxia team desperately needed someone as audacious and meticulous as Jiang Chen to stand up and respond. Rational. Jiang Chen's half-court three-pointer was entirely justified, serving as a warning to the American team not to overstep their bounds. So what if they can dunk? Is there anyone in America who can shoot threes with the same nonchalance as Jiang Chen? The venerable Zhang Weiping was equally exhilarated. Once more, Jiang Chen shouted. Lu Wei flicked his wrist, passing the basketball. Bending his knees, he jumped, raised his elbow, and flicked his wrist in a fluid motion. The basketball soared once again. Swish. Another perfect shot through the net. Jiang Chen continued his impressive display, sinking 5 consecutive three-pointers from near half-court before finally halting his performance. The audience had already gone wild, cheering fervently. If the warm-up training was this electrifying, how spectacular would the actual game be? Countless viewers, even those who seldom watched basketball, began to pay attention to this match, marveling at Jiang Chen's extraordinary three-point shots. The online discussions ignited fervently. Who is this? I haven't watched basketball in years. When did the Huaxia men's basketball team produce such a talent? His three-point shooting is astonishingly precise. Wow, could it be that I am an uncivilized person? How have I never encountered this number 12 before? My friend, how can one be unaware of this and still claim to appreciate basketball? This number 12 player is Jiang Chen, the most celebrated basketball star in Huaxia at the moment. Indeed, I sense that Jiang Chen surpasses even Yao Ming. Surpassing Yao Ming? Such bravado. On the court, the American players displayed expressions of astonishment. Having traversed the NBA for many years, they had never witnessed a player so effortlessly scoring three-pointers from the half-court line. This kid truly lives up to his reputation. His three-point shooting ability is commendable. However, during the game, I shall not grant him the opportunity to shoot easily. What good is range if it is not utilized? James chuckled, brushing it off. Wade and Kobe, however, bore serious expressions. Both had witnessed Jiang Chen's performance in the finals and were acutely aware of his terrifying three-point prowess. My friend, we must not underestimate him, Kobe cautioned. Rest assured, I am well aware, James replied, turning back to his training. Soon, the warm-up concluded. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the starting players from both teams took the court. The Huaxia team's starting lineup consisted of center, Yao Ming, power forward, Yi Jianlian, small forward, Jiang Chen, Shooting guard, Sun Yu. Point guard, Lu Wei. The American team featured center, Dwight Howard. Power forward, Carmelo Anthony. Small forward, LeBron James. Shooting guard, Kobe Bryant. Point guard, Jason Kidd. In addition to these 5 starters, the American bench was graced by superstars such as Wade, Paul, and Bosh. The jump ball commenced. Snap. Yao Ming showcased his height advantage, swatting the basketball down. Lu Wei seized the ball and swiftly dribbled past half-court. His teammates actively maneuvered to create shooting opportunities for Jiang Chen. Yet, the Dream Team had already prepared for this. James kept a vigilant eye on Jiang Chen, denying him any chance to receive the ball. The remaining teammates were similarly stifled by the suffocating defense of the Dream Team. On the sidelines, Coach K wore a faint smile, clearly satisfied with the scene before him. The prowess Jiang Chen had previously displayed was not overlooked by the American coaching staff. They had already devised a strategy to enhance their defense against this formidable Huaxiao player renowned for his extraordinary three-point shooting skills. Aspiring to effortlessly launch long-distance three-pointers in this match? It would not be so simple. The initial offensive play of the Huaxia team came to an abrupt halt. Observing this, Yao Ming decisively emerged from the paint, receiving the ball just beyond the three-point arc, intending to orchestrate a play. Scanning the court, he found no opportunities for a pass. Noticing that Howard was not marking him and remained stationed in the key, Yao Ming hesitated not a moment and launched a three-point shot. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air. Swish. It found the net with perfect precision. Initially taken aback, Yao Ming then exuberantly waved his arms in celebration. Overflowing with excitement, the three-pointer was nothing short of miraculous. He could hardly believe he had made it. The crowd erupted in ecstatic cheers, as if they might lift the very ceiling off the arena. Just as the game commenced, it soared straight into a crescendo. Chapter 51. The Dream Team's fantastical performance. To withstand LeBron? Oh, what a splendid three-pointer. Even Yao Ming has made a three-pointer. His form is quite impressive. The venerable Zhang Weiping exclaimed with excitement. This marked Yao Ming's first three-pointer in his national team career. Could it be that he was influenced by Jiang Chen, secretly practicing his three-point shooting? Yang Jian remarked with a playful tone of surprise. The American team executed a swift throw-in. Kidd advanced the ball rapidly before passing it to Kobe. Kobe penetrated the paint, drawing in defenders, then passed the ball to Anthony. From an open position, Anthony unleashed a three-pointer. Swish. It found nothing but net. He gestured an OK sign with one hand, then tapped his temple, performing his signature celebration. The Chinese team initiated their offense. Lu Wei dribbled past half-court, preparing to orchestrate an attack. Kidd, with unyielding pressure, surged forward to make a decisive steal quick, precise, and ruthless. The basketball was swatted away. Kobe and LeBron immediately launched a fast break. Kobe dribbled down to the basket, then hurled the ball high into the air. LeBron, following closely, leaped and soared through the air, catching the ball with both hands and emphatically slamming it into the hoop. The rim trembled with a resounding thud. The entire audience felt their adrenaline spike from that dunk, yet Kobe and LeBron remained composed, exchanging a high-five before swiftly transitioning back on defense. The two greatest basketball players in the world demonstrated remarkable synergy. The collaboration of Kobe and LeBron was truly a sight to behold. This is the moment that countless fans around the globe have eagerly anticipated. At last, the opportunity has arrived. The Huaxia team advances. Lu Wei cautiously dribbles past the halfway line, delivering the ball into the hands of Yao Ming. Yao, with his back to the basket, faces off against the formidable Dwight Howard. At that time, Howard was already regarded as the premier center in the league, yet Yao remained undaunted. He consistently managed to contain these elite centers on the NBA stage. Even the mighty Shaquille O'Neal found himself bewildered and questioning life after being blocked by Yao. What fear could he possibly have of Howard? With swift movements, he dribbles, continually engaging in a fierce contest with Howard. In a decisive moment, Anthony rushes into double team, disrupting Yao's offensive play. This exemplifies the formidable presence of Yao Ming. Even the American team dares not allow him a one-on-one encounter within the paint. Yao, with impeccable timing, delivers a pass. Sun Yu darts to the arc's apex and, upon receiving the basketball, unleashes a three-pointer. Swish. Another successful shot. The audience erupts in a frenzy, tirelessly cheering with exuberance. The match commenced with an intensity that was palpable, rendering spectators hesitant to blink for fear of missing a spectacular moment. The atmosphere on the court was both urgent and suffocating, as if the very air had solidified. The American team advances. Kidd dribbles past half-court, exchanging a knowing glance with Howard in the direction of the key. Howard, understanding the unspoken cue, pivots and leaps towards the basket, where the basketball hurtles towards him. Upon catching it, he executes a powerful two-handed dunk. The arena reverberates with gasps of astonishment. One cannot deny the sheer talent of the American team. Their gameplay relies not on strategy, but rather on innate ability. They impose a suffocating defensive pressure that forces their opponents into mistakes, swiftly transitioning to rapid counterattacks. Every aspect of their performance is a testament to their extraordinary gifts. Now, it is the turn of the Chinese team to attack. Lu Wei brings the ball past half-court, passing it into the hands of Jiang Chen. A mere 2 minutes into the game, this marks his first contact with the basketball. James immediately closes in on defense. His expression stoic yet intimidating, his taut muscles exuding a strength capable of overpowering a bull. "Buddy, don't even think about easily sinking a three-pointer in front of me." James intones, his inner emotions heightened by the electrifying atmosphere of the arena, fueling his desire to perform. How much hope have the Chinese fans pinned on this rising star? It is time to shatter those hopes. Jiang Chen grits his teeth, feeling that this contest is more intense and fierce than a decisive Game 7 in the NBA. He withstands James' defense and attempts a contested three-point shot. Under the watchful gaze of nearly 20,000 anxious and expectant eyes, the basketball soars toward the hoop. Rebound. James has already turned, shouting assertively, brimming with confidence, for he had just grazed the ball with his fingertips. No feints before him, a straightforward three-point jump shot. This will merely add 1 block to his stats. Bang. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. How could it not go in? A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Alas, it seems Jiang Chen's shot was taken in haste. Perhaps he has yet to acclimate to James' defensive intensity, Yang Jian remarked, frowning. While this shot appeared to be a reckless attempt, I believe Jiang Chen's decision was quite reasonable. Even if it misses, it carries significant deterrent power, asserted the venerable Zhang Weiping with a serious tone. Did Jiang actually miss a three-pointer? Surely he won't underperform in such a crucial match. Stop with the ominous predictions. Jiang Chen will undoubtedly shine, just as he did in the NBA Finals. No need to rush. The game has just begun. I hope Jiang Chen swiftly regains his rhythm. By all that is holy, if Jiang Chen manages to explode, I shall run naked around the Wuxong Arena. The fervent discussions among the fans reflected their anxious anticipation. On the sidelines, Coach K of the American team stood with his hands on his hips, thoroughly satisfied with James' defense. His assessment was accurate. Defending this young Chinese talent required only James' singular effort, rendering the allocation of additional defensive resources unnecessary. Focusing on Yao Ming was essential to curtailing the Chinese team's performance. Crack. Howard seized the rebound and hurled it forward. James bolted again, akin to a tank racing at 180 miles per hour, exhibiting both speed and force. He received the pass and charged toward the paint. The entire audience instinctively covered their heads, unable to bear witnessing the impending onslaught at the rim. At that moment, a fiery red figure surged into the foreground, blocking James' path. It was none other than Jiang Chen, clad in jersey number 12. The red uniform seemed to flutter without wind. Akin to a blazing flame, strikingly bright, Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. In that instant, the entire audience stood up, unable to contain their excitement. Jiang Chen. Is he really going to confront James head-on? What an outrageous notion. If James were to collide with him, it would likely result in an immediate exit from the game. In the backcourt, the likes of Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian gaped in astonishment, their expressions tinged with concern at the unfolding scene. Should Jiang Chen sustain an injury, it would undoubtedly deal a devastating blow to the Chinese national team's hopes. As the sprinting James caught sight of Jiang Chen, a cruel smile crept across his face. If that were the case, let this young man witness the true essence of power. Jiang Chen felt the gusts of wind swirling around James as the distance between them diminished. The description of Ziyuan Dun's physical prowess clearly emphasized that the fusion of skills accentuates strength and neural reflexes. Thus, let us ascertain the limits of Ziyuan Dun's strength through this encounter with James. Chapter 52. Toppling James. A distant three-point shot. Boom. Jiang Chen and James collided. Many spectators shielded their eyes, unable to bear to watch, convinced that Jiang Chen would be sent sprawling. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. Jiang Chen merely staggered back a few steps, effectively dissipating the force of James's impact. Conversely, it was James who found himself knocked off balance, stumbling several steps before falling heavily to the ground. The entire Wuxong Arena stood in stunned silence, eyes wide in disbelief at the sight before them. The historically exceptional physicality of James had been bested by Jiang Chen. Some fans rubbed their eyes, glancing back at the court, seemingly unable to trust their own vision. After confirming the reality of the moment repeatedly, they erupted into a chorus of excited yet bewildered exclamations. This is utterly outrageous. LeBron James is universally recognized for his extraordinary physical prowess. Once he charges forward, no one can withstand him. Yet, Jiang Chen managed to stand his ground. Which begs the question, how exceptional must Jiang Chen's physical attributes be? It is hard to fathom that a player from China could possess such incredible physical capabilities. Goodness. Jiang Chen actually faced LeBron head-on. What immense courage this requires. Surely, even the bravery of Liang Jingru pales in comparison. The most astonishing part is that he knocked LeBron down. I can hardly believe my eyes. Ferocious. I can only say that Jiang Chen is truly formidable. Although I am a fan of LeBron, in this instance, I feel a swell of pride for Jiang Chen. This is the kind of performance we expect from our Chinese players. It is simply astonishing, and it brings tears to my eyes. Fans are fervently discussing, showering Jiang Chen with unending applause. This. I can't be mistaken. Jiang Chen knocked down LeBron, and he only took a few steps back? Yang Jin exclaimed, utterly incredulous. Aha! I knew Jiang Chen would never engage in a battle without preparation. Since he dared to stand before LeBron, he must possess confidence. Coach Zhang Weiping chuckled. Seemingly pleased, Yang Jin shot a peculiar glance at Coach Zhang, internally scoffing. Are you serious? Just moments ago, you were wide-eyed, even more anxious than I was. The smile that once adorned Coach K's face now seemed frozen in disbelief. LeBron has been knocked down? This truly is an unprecedented occurrence. What exactly is the origin of this promising talent from Huaxia? The draft reports and pre-game information completely fail to mention his extraordinary physical prowess. On the court, the likes of Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian excitedly waved their arms, their emotions surging forth. Jiang Chen approached James, towering over him with an imposing gaze, a smile creeping across his face. As anticipated, after assimilating the unparalleled physical attributes of the consummate Atsushi Aoyama, he found that in terms of strength, there was no contest against James. Indeed, throughout the entirety of NBA history, perhaps only the peak of Shaquille O'Neal could rival him. Witnessing this scene, the audience erupted into a frenzy. This is truly astonishing. That somewhat provocative smile seems to declare, this is my domain. No one can wreak havoc here. At this moment, James remains sprawled on the ground, yet to rise. Realizing the gravity of the situation, his American teammates hastily gathered around, their expressions tinged with concern. Surely, he hasn't sustained an injury. Buddy, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort in your body? Anthony inquired anxiously. Even a star-studded team like the Americans cannot afford the loss of James. I'm fine, just a bit sore. Give me a moment, James grimaced, clutching the area where he collided with Jiang Chen. Kobe, Anthony, and the others were left bewildered. How could someone as robust as James be rendered unable to stand after a collision with Jiang Chen? This defies logic. After a brief pause, James, supported by his teammates, rose to his feet, his eyes filled with astonishment. In the moment of colliding with Jiang Chen, he felt as though he had struck a solid iron plate. Despite Jiang Chen's physique not appearing particularly formidable, he was utterly perplexed by the situation. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a blocking foul against Jiang Chen. Although it was Jiang Chen who committed the infraction, the collision with James ignited the fervor of the fans and elevated the team's morale. The American team resumed play with an inbound pass. Kidd held the ball while James positioned himself in the low post, leaning against Jiang Chen and earnestly signaling for the ball. His earlier embarrassment lingered, and he was determined to reclaim his dignity by teaching this Chinese newcomer a lesson. Receiving the ball, he dribbled and, utilizing his strength, executed a turnaround jump shot. Jiang Chen activated his strongest defensive skill, the wall of Tsujiwara, and charged forward with all his might. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Yao Ming, safeguarding the defensive rebound, swiftly passed the ball to Lu Wei. As Lu Wei dribbled past half court, he keenly observed the American team's defense while directing his teammates' movements. Jiang Chen swiftly maneuvered, momentarily shaking off James with the aid of a teammate's screen, and darted towards Lu Wei's rear. Suddenly, Lu Wei executed an unexpected wrist flick, delivering the basketball behind his back to Jiang Chen. The space opened up entirely. James attempted to close in but was momentarily obstructed by Lu Wei, causing him to lose his rhythm. Jiang Chen glanced towards the distant hoop and leaped to take the shot, a remarkable three-pointer from 2 meters beyond the arc. The audience held their breath in anticipation once more. This familiar scene, this well-known rhythm, will it succeed this time? The basketball arcs through the air like a vibrant rainbow, crashing into the hoop with the force of a cannonball. It's in. Jiang Chen has landed an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. Yang Jian exclaimed excitedly. What did I say? A shooter like Jiang Chen is impossible to defend against. That block by James was merely a fluke. Now, Jiang Chen is truly showcasing his prowess. The old master Zhang Weiping remarked, his enthusiasm evident. Huh? Yang Jian pondered, somewhat bewildered. When did I say that? I was completely unaware. Old master. You truly excel at commentary. 7, 9. The Huaxia team has regained the lead through Jiang Chen's remarkable three-pointer. Coach Old K, watching from the sidelines, furrowed his brow. As the trajectory of the match had taken an unexpected turn. Just moments ago, the American team seemed poised to unleash a wave of offensive momentum, executing steals and blocks that stifled Huaxia's offensive flow. It appeared they were about to widen the score gap. Yet, Jiang Chen's sudden eruption has helped Huaxia reclaim its footing. Can James not handle this young talent? Coach Old K, feeling dissatisfied, shouted towards the court. James, focus up. Stop coasting. Nullify Huaxia's number 12. Do not grant him any more opportunities for three-pointers. James nodded solemnly, his gaze fierce and predatory, a glimmer of death in his eyes. It was imperative to teach this Huaxia rookie a lesson, a reminder of reality. Chapter 53, Evenly Matched. The astonishing Huaxia men's basketball team. Ding dong. The system detected that James has fixed his deadly gaze upon you and has issued a task. Task, score more points than James in this match. Reward, 2,000 achievement points. 200 skill fusion fragments. 1 choice treasure chest. The system's voice echoed abruptly in Jiang Chen's mind. He was taken aback for a moment before a smile of delight spread across his face. He relished such straightforward and audacious tasks. If the system had tasked him with defeating the American team, he would have lacked confidence. After all, it was just the group stage, and revealing his trump card. The skill mimicry of Ryo Takai's would be unwise if he unleashed his abilities from the outset. While it might be exhilarating and potentially lead to victory over the American team, the consequences could be dire later on. Thus, it was wiser to bide his time, saving his trump card for when the stakes were highest. As for scoring more than James, that seemed manageable, didn't he? After all, the American team was filled with talent, and the distribution of shooting opportunities was quite equitable. Achieving a high score would undoubtedly be challenging. Jiang Chen brimmed with confidence, already anticipating the rewards. What delightful skills might await him in the choice treasure chest. The American team initiated their offensive play. After Kidd advanced the ball past half court, he passed it to LeBron James. As the captain of the American team and its oldest player, his primary contribution lay in his psychological influence. As for his performance on the court, it could be deemed negligible. It was not that Kidd had lost his prowess. Rather, he was merely coasting through the game. Faced with Jiang Chen's defense at the top of the arc, LeBron opted for a drive, attempting to power his way into the paint for a layup, only to be taken aback by his inability to push through. Reluctantly, he retreated and called for Howard to set a screen. After the switch, LeBron effortlessly penetrated the lane, soaring over Yao Ming to execute a challenging hanging layup, drawing a foul in the process. Upon landing, LeBron confidently displayed his bicep in celebration of the 2-1. Swish. He calmly sank the free throw. The score now stood at 10-9, with the American team regaining a 1-point lead, while LeBron had already amassed 5 points, accounting for half of his team's total. Now it was the turn of the Huaxia team to attack. After Jiang Chen crossed half court, he proactively sought the ball from Lu Wei. With LeBron's fierce competitive spirit unleashed, it was evident that this match would not conclude easily. A response was imperative. Upon receiving the pass, LeBron swiftly closed in, applying tight defense, exuding an intimidating aura. Undeterred, Jiang Chen launched into his signature dribble, transforming his hands into 3 fingers as he accelerated his dribbling speed. Unfortunately, this skill lacked breakthrough capability. Otherwise, it would have been even more formidable. He executed a series of crossovers and, with a sudden step back, launched a jump shot for 3. The basketball arched gracefully through the air. Swish. It found nothing but net. The Huaxia team once again took the lead, igniting a wave of fervent cheers from the crowd, their adrenaline surging in response to Jiang Chen's emphatic answer. To compete with LeBron in scoring, it seemed that only Jiang Chen possessed such capability within the entire Huaxia team. Remarkable. Facing LeBron's defense, Jiang Chen dared to shoot. This was the audacity that we, as Huaxia people, ought to possess. Regardless of the opponent, even against a multitude, none could withstand the force of my resolute three-pointer, exclaimed the venerable Zhang Weiping, filled with excitement. This is precisely the thrilling spectacle he has long awaited. As the American team descended into a frenzied offensive, it was imperative for the Huaxia team to respond. A lack of reaction would inevitably lead to their downfall. Previously, the Huaxia team lacked such players, but now, Jiang Chen showcased his extraordinary prowess demonstrated in the NBA Finals, delivering a powerful counterattack. Coach Old K stood up and called for a timeout. "LeBron, I have already emphasized this. Do not slack off," Coach Old K remarked with evident dissatisfaction. LeBron felt an unspoken frustration. He truly was not slacking, but rather struggling to contain this Huaxia rookie. "Gentlemen, exhibit your physical prowess, elevate your defensive intensity against Huaxia. Force your opponents into mistakes, and capitalize on your speed for swift counterattacks. We must avoid engaging in a half-court battle with Huaxia, as it would only squander our time," Coach Old K asserted, clearly displeased with the team's performance thus far. The other players nodded in agreement, somewhat taken aback by the resilience of the Huaxia team. In the midst of his admonition, Coach Old K made adjustments to the lineup, substituting Howard and Kidd for the quicker Bosch and Wade. Upon returning from the timeout, the American team initiated their offensive play. After dribbling past half-court, LeBron passed the ball to Wade. The Flash took a swift step forward, effortlessly breaking through Lu Wei's defense. Launching himself into the air once within the paint, Yao Ming attempted to provide support, but was simply outmatched. Wade's breakthrough was alarmingly easy and impressively swift. With a thunderous boom, Wade slammed the ball into the hoop with a powerful two-handed dunk, a display of undeniable talent. The Huaxia team, however, was equally relentless. Jianlian positioned himself just inside the three-point arc and successfully executed a long-range jumper. The teams exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch. While the American team maintained a rapid pace and displayed a fierce playing style, the Huaxia team remained composed, ensuring that each half-court possession yielded results. Especially with Jiang Chen's three-point support, the Huaxia team did not fall behind significantly. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 27-30. With Huaxia trailing by just 3 points. The balance of the game was astonishing, as Huaxia had matched the American Dream Team evenly. This was truly unexpected, and there was hope that Huaxia would continue to deliver an exhilarating performance. Yang Jian exclaimed with excitement, brimming with anticipation. "This is remarkable, regardless of the game's outcome. This quarter alone will leave an indelible impression on all Huaxia fans, becoming a cherished memory for a lifetime," Old Master Zhang Weiping remarked. In the face of skepticism from all quarters regarding the prowess of the Huaxia team, including a lack of faith from within their own ranks, they delivered a remarkable performance, resolutely withstanding the relentless onslaught of the American team. For at least one quarter, the Huaxia men's basketball team ignited immense excitement and pride among the national audience. The fans in attendance fervently rallied behind the Huaxia team, many of whom were supporters of basketball legends like Kobe Bryant and LeBron James, yet chose to unite in their support for Huaxia. Following a brief intermission, the game surged into a tumultuous second quarter. Chapter 54, The Declaration of Brutality Against the Huaxia team. Both sides fielded their bench players. Yet it was evident that the American substitutes far surpassed their Huaxia counterparts in strength. The mere presence of Dwayne Wade and Chris Paul was sufficient to trouble the Huaxia squad, not to mention the inclusion of all-star caliber players such as Chris Bosh, Carlos Boozer, and Tayshaun Prince. Wade exhibited an intense desire to dominate offensively. With stars like Kobe and LeBron absent, he became the unequivocal focal point of the attack. Utilizing his aggressive pressing and blistering speed, Wade continuously executed fast breaks, frequently finishing with thunderous dunks. Within a mere 3 minutes, the American team launched a 9-2 offensive surge, extending their lead to 10 points. In desperation, Coach Yunus promptly substituted in key players such as Yao Ming, Jianlian, and Jiang Chen during a stoppage in play. While the American side made no personnel changes, continuing to rely on the combination of Wade and Paul. Even under these adjustments, the Huaxia team could only muster a tenuous response, unable to close the gap after nearly 3 additional minutes of play. Jiang Chen shone brightly, sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers. Yet the offensive efforts of his teammates faltered significantly, as their shooting percentage plummeted under the American team's intense defensive pressure. Yao Ming, in particular, found himself effectively neutralized by targeted defensive strategies, with scant opportunities to shoot. As the latter half of the second quarter unfolded, the American team reintroduced their star players. Kobe Bryant seized control of the offense, making 2 consecutive mid-range jump shots and forcing Sun Yu into a turnover, which culminated in a swift counterattack resulting in a dunk. He scored 6 unanswered points, stretching the lead to 16. The arena fell into a hush, with some spectators visibly moved to tears. There was no disappointment, only a profound sense of empathy. The Huaxia men's basketball team had exerted every ounce of effort. How could one bear to cast blame? Ultimately, the disparity in skill was stark. Trailing by 16 points, the Huaxia team's offense was stifled by the American defense, and in this suffocating atmosphere, numerous errors ensued, leading to a cascade of counterattacks from the American side. Jiang Chen spoke with a hint of melancholy. Despite the evenly matched first quarter, the second quarter saw a dramatic shift in momentum. The rapid change in circumstances sent emotions spiraling like a roller coaster. It was an inevitable situation. For the Huaxia team to hold their ground against a star-studded American squad for an entire quarter was already quite commendable. Although Jiang Chen's performance was remarkable, this is ultimately a team sport, and our overall strength still lags significantly behind. Elder Zhang Weiping shook his head in resignation, his demeanor calm, for this outcome was anticipated. The attention surrounding this match was unprecedented, with millions of viewers nationwide tuning in to support the Huaxia team. However, no one believed that the Huaxia men's basketball team could secure victory in this contest. The odds of this are even slimmer than winning the lottery. On the court, the Huaxia team has not surrendered. They continue to exert every effort in both offense and defense. Yao Ming's gaze remains resolute and unwavering, unchanged through adversity. Regardless of whether they are trailing by 30, 40, or even 50 points, he is determined to fight until the end. That is his conviction. During one offensive possession, Yao fought fiercely to secure an offensive rebound, subsequently scoring while drawing a foul from Howard. He let out a mighty roar, his arms raised high, the crimson jersey rippling as he passionately expressed his emotions. As the leader of the Huaxia team, he naturally leads by example, charging ahead. Swish. The free throw found its mark. In the next defensive series, Jiang Chen struck again from the corner with a three-pointer, continuing to narrow the gap for Huaxia. Before the cheers of the crowd could subside, the American team swiftly mounted a counterattack. James dribbled the length of the court and launched the ball skyward. Howard caught it with both hands and dunked it in a spectacular alley-oop. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 41-53. The Huaxia team managed only 14 points in the entire second quarter, with Jiang Chen contributing 9 points from three-pointers, while Yao added 3 points. The remaining players combined for a mere 2 points. This starkly illustrates the dismal shooting accuracy of the Huaxia team. The atmosphere in the arena felt stifling. All spectators were acutely aware that the Huaxia team might endure an even harsher beating in the second half, yet they clung to a flicker of hope. After a lengthy halftime intermission, the second half commenced. The American team escalated the intensity of the game once more. Anthony sank 2 three-pointers from the perimeter, while Kobe and James executed successful drives to the basket. In less than 2 minutes, the American team launched a 10-0 run, stretching the lead to 22 points. Coach Jonas called 2 timeouts in succession, but neither could halt the Huaxia team's collapse. The American team then began rotating players, bringing in Darren, Prince, and Michael Redd, who had yet to see action. In Coach K's eyes, the match had entered garbage time. The arena fell into a deathly silence, witnessing the Huaxia team's brutal defeat. The audience was engulfed in despair and heartache. How frustrating it is. Despite our relentless efforts, we still cannot compete with the American team. Can we not even achieve a dazzling display? Yao expressed his profound anguish, his face etched with the word unwilling. The other players wore expressions of despondency. Brothers, we cannot concede until the final whistle blows. At the very least, we must not let the entire nation see us lose our fighting spirit. That would be far more dreadful than the defeat itself. Jiang Chen clapped his hands and addressed his teammates. He could distinctly sense that, apart from Yao Ming, the enthusiasm of the other players was waning, their morale having plummeted to an all-time low. Everyone looked towards Jiang Chen, their eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. With the score being so lopsided, how could they possibly make a comeback? Could they really expect Jiang Chen to replicate his remarkable second-half turnaround of 22 points, as he had done in the warm-up match against Australia? It is utterly implausible. The United States team and the Australian team are simply not on the same level. Perhaps a comeback is a daunting challenge, yet we must not allow the United States to secure an effortless victory. Even narrowing the gap by a single point or 10 would demonstrate that we are still engaged in the fight. Jiang Chen declared, his eyes gleaming with determination. He yearns profoundly to grow stronger. If he could acquire even a few of the extraordinary skills from the realm of Kuroko's basketball, he could undoubtedly stand against the entire United States team with sheer will. At present, he still feels inadequate. However, He has yet to utilize the unpredictable shooting technique of aim and daiki in this match. Now, he has resolved to no longer conceal his abilities. Even if a complete turnaround seems unlikely, he intends to elicit a bead of cold sweat from the United States team. Moreover, he has system tasks to fulfill. At this moment, James has scored 18 points, while he himself has also netted 6 three-pointers, amassing 18 points. Sharing the same score would hinder the completion of his task. Failing to accomplish the task would impede the enhancement of his strength. How could he aspire to reach the finals and vie for the gold medal? In the face of adversity, the valiant prevail. Even in the jaws of the tiger, I shall extract a couple of its teeth. It is time to launch a counterattack. Chapter 55. Aim and Daiki's unpredictable shooting stuns the crowd, igniting a surge of scoring. Listening to Jiang Chen's words, the spirits of the crowd were invigorated, as if they had been infused with adrenaline, their eyes brimming with fighting spirit. These words resonated with fervor, evoking a sentiment more akin to warfare than mere competition. At that moment, one could hardly suppress the impulse to charge forth with bayonets drawn, even if it meant fighting to the last soldier. The resolve to advance and vanquish the enemy remained unwavering. Diao, taken aback, gazed at the scene, utterly astonished by Jiang Chen's impassioned declaration. This young man has already displayed remarkable leadership qualities at such a tender age. The words spoken were profoundly inspiring, significantly uplifting the spirits of the teammates. It was truly remarkable. Jiang Chen was absolutely right. This is our home ground, no matter how formidable the opponent may be. We must defend this territory and never bring shame before the nation. The passionate De Yao proclaimed, his chiseled visage radiating determination. He had never given up, but now he was resolved to fight even harder. The Huaxiao team launched an offensive. Jiang Chen immediately initiated his thunderous dribbling, advancing past the halfway line to confront Prince's defense. As a player known for his defensive prowess in the NBA, Prince was indeed exceptional. Yet he lacked the intimidation factor that LeBron possessed. Jiang Chen stepped back to create some space, and with Prince's long arms reaching out, he executed a swift three-point shot. The basketball arched beautifully through the air. Swish. It found nothing but net. They had scored. This marked the first point for the Huaxia team in the second half, and it was Jiang Chen's seventh three-pointer of the game. Yang Jian exclaimed with excitement, the previously somber mood finally experiencing a flicker of relief. Although the Huaxia team was destined to lose the match, Jiang Chen's performance was impeccable, standing out as the greatest surprise of the game. I believe it is the perfect moment to let Jiang Chen unleash his scoring abilities without restraint, remarked the venerable Zhang Weiping, his eyes shining with newfound hope. On the court, the American team mounted an offensive. Darren passed the ball to Boozer, who, under De Yao's defense, attempted a forced step-back jumper. However, De Yao emphatically swatted the shot away. The two were indeed old rivals. De Yao's Rockets had been eliminated by Darren and Boozer's Jazz for 2 consecutive years. With pent-up frustration, De Yao seized the opportunity to teach Boozer a lesson. The basketball was snatched by Sun Yu, who swiftly passed it to Jiang Chen. Fast break. Jiang Chen dribbled past half-court, stepping just inside the three-point line. Prince closely shadowed him, ready to pounce with a block at any moment. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen unleashed his unique shooting technique, leaning forward at an unusual angle, and released the ball with a remarkably low center of gravity. The entire audience was left in stunned silence at this astonishing display. What is this shooting posture? So peculiar. It bears no resemblance to a conventional basketball motion. In a moment of astonishment, the basketball spins high in the air, descending with a low arc into the hoop. The crowd erupts in a chorus of gasps. It has appeared. At last, this unorthodox shooting technique has resurfaced. Jiang Chen has executed it once more. Yang Jian exclaimed with delight. Jiang Chen, as a player, has an uncanny ability to surprise at every turn. He once displayed such erratic shooting, but it was merely a fleeting glimpse, lasting only a few minutes. Initially thought to be a spontaneous act, it now appears he possesses this skill, albeit rarely employed. Much like Rondo's three-point shot, he can shoot and does shoot, yet with little accuracy, thus seldom utilizes it. Elder Zhang Weiping analyzed. If Jiang Chen were to consistently employ this unconventional shooting style, would it not be even more challenging to defend against? Yang Jian inquired. Certainly. But Jiang Chen's primary offensive weapon remains the three-pointer. This erratic shooting is merely an embellishment. Coach Zhang replied, expressing little expectation for Jiang Chen's performance. As it seems rather absurd, a more reliable three-pointer is certainly preferable. On the court, Prince appeared utterly bewildered. Can such a shooting technique actually succeed? My goodness. What extraordinary fortune. On the bench of the American team, Prominent figures like James and Anthony remained unfazed, as they often executed such miraculous shots during matches. Only Kobe's expression grew serious, as memories of the final minutes of Game 6 of the NBA Finals flashed through his mind, filling him with concern. Should Jiang Chen unleash the prowess displayed in that game, the American team could indeed find themselves in jeopardy. The American team launched an offensive. Under Jiang Chen's defense, Prince attempted a mid-range jump shot. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim. Yao Ming seized the rebound. The Huaxia team swiftly counterattacked. Jiang Chen sprinted across half-court with remarkable speed, receiving the ball and abruptly halting near the midline, then launching a long-range logo three-pointer. Swish! The ball sailed through the net with precision. Instantly, the atmosphere within the arena ignited with the energy of that remarkable three-pointer. The spectators erupted in fervent enthusiasm, chanting Jiang Chen's name with unwavering zeal. Was Jiang Chen about to showcase his signature moves once again? Achieving a comeback of over 20 points was a feat he had often accomplished in previous games. Despite the American team's seemingly invincible stature, the fans held on to a glimmer of hope. Darren dribbled past the front court, attempting to catch the Huaxia team off guard with a hasty three-point shot. Alas, the ball failed to find its mark. Yao Ming secured another rebound, dominating the paint like a true titan. He executed a long pass, sending the ball to Jiang Chen, who had already crossed half-court. Anticipating the play, Prince positioned himself early to obstruct the path. Observing this, Jiang Chen dribbled a step inward, abruptly stopping for a leaning jump shot. The angle of his lean was quite pronounced, giving the impression that he was almost suspended in midair. The entire audience was once again left in speechless astonishment. Even the esteemed figures on the American team's bench could not help but rise to their feet in admiration. Is this a fadeaway jump shot? It resembles one. Yet can a fadeaway truly achieve such a significant angle? This situation is rather absurd, bordering on the unscientific. With a swift motion, accompanied by the astonished gazes of the crowd, the basketball once again swished through the net. Cheers erupted as the fervent fans could no longer contain their excitement, unleashing a chorus of roars. Jiang Chen's unexpected outburst not only caught the American team off guard, but also left the spectators in a daze. In less than 2 minutes, he scored 10 consecutive points, showcasing an explosive scoring prowess that narrowed the deficit to a mere 10 points. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Coach Old K could no longer tolerate the unfolding chaos and promptly called for a timeout. Wasn't it supposed to be garbage time already? What is the situation with this rising star from Huaxia? Is it truly astonishing? Are they taking advantage of my team's lack of prominent players? In a fit of frustration, Coach Old K substituted in the strongest lineup from the American team: Howard, Anthony, James, Kobe, and Wade. Each of them is a basketball superstar, adorned with accolades and honors. Merely hearing their names instills a sense of trepidation. As these 5 legends graced the court, the atmosphere grew heavy and oppressive once more. The audience, too, became anxious. In the face of the formidable offense and defense of the American team, could Jiang Chen sustain the explosive performance he had just displayed? Chapter 56, a one-man stand against the Dream Team. The final result: the American team's offense commenced. James orchestrated the play from the top of the arc. Wade and Kobe maneuvered to high positions from the flanks, executing a cross run. After Wade received the ball and penetrated the paint, drawing the defense, he passed it to Kobe, who effortlessly sank a jump shot. The 3 superstars showcased a remarkable display of teamwork. While the American team could overwhelm all players with sheer talent, they were equally adept at executing strategies. Let us seize the momentum and widen the gap. We must not afford Huaxia any opportunities, Kobe remarked earnestly, a flicker of vigilance crossing his gaze. Although the American Dream Team was several tiers above his Lakers, he still harbored concerns about the potential for Jiang Chen to orchestrate a comeback in this match. The memory of the 6th game of the finals loomed large in his mind. How much energy could Jiang Chen, his future teammate, exhibit in this encounter? Kobe felt completely uncertain. Just moments prior, after Coach Old K had substituted his main roster for less than 2 minutes, Jiang Chen had relentlessly pursued a 10-point surge. The explosive scoring prowess displayed is truly terrifying. Therefore, it is imperative to ensure that the game loses any semblance of suspense early on. The veteran has spoken. Players like James and Wade nodded earnestly, their eyes glinting with a steely resolve. The dignity of the Dream Team is inviolable. As the Redemption Team, they are resolute in their refusal to lose even a single match during the Olympics. The Huaxia team initiates their offense. Jiang Chen dribbles past half-court, facing James, and with a thunderous determination, he unleashes a dazzling display of skill with the basketball in his hands. Suddenly, he steps back, halting abruptly to execute a three-point jump shot. Although James anticipated Jiang Chen's intention, he was unable to restrain the latter's shot. Bolstered by the momentum of his dribble, Jiang Chen's speed was remarkable, and his step back was expansive. James could only watch helplessly as the ball soared into the air. Swish! The basketball descended like a precision-guided missile, effortlessly sinking into the hoop. It's in. Another long-range three-pointer. Even James found it impossible to defend against Jiang Chen's signature move. Yang Jin exclaimed, barely containing his excitement. Were he not seated in the commentary booth, he might have leapt from his seat in exhilaration. This is our Huaxia's finest marksman, when in prime form. No one stands a chance, not even James, and certainly not Jordan. The elder Zhang displayed a proud expression, a hint of satisfaction evident on his face. Regardless of the game's trajectory, Jiang Chen showcased an explosive performance, embodying the indomitable spirit of the Huaxia men's basketball team. As the host nation, the Huaxia team did not bring shame to the millions of fans. Double-team this number 12 player, do not allow him to cross half-court, and simultaneously cut off his passing lanes, Coach Old K said, his brow furrowed, his demeanor grave. He had a clear sense that this number 12 player had already eclipsed the influence of Huaxia's leader, Yao, and had become the sharpest arrow on the offensive front. The player's reliance was transitioning from Yao to Jiang Chen. The American team commenced their offense. Kobe penetrated, drawing defenders, and passed the ball to Anthony on the perimeter. Anthony raised his hand and scored another three-pointer. The Huaxia team's defense seemed as flimsy as paper against the American squad, lacking any real threat. The Huaxia team counterattacked. Just as Jiang Chen received an inbound pass, James and Wade closed in on him. The crowd erupted in astonishment, and the fans were electrified. Am I seeing this correctly? The two titans of the NBA are double-teaming Jiang Chen? What an honor. This clearly demonstrates the level of threat Jiang Chen poses to the American team. Fans exchanged incredulous remarks, utterly astonished. How many players in this Olympic Games have received such defensive attention from the American team? Regrettably, the options were exceedingly limited. Jiang Chen, feeling helpless, could only pass the ball to Lu Wei. Lu Wei dribbled past the halfway line and, upon seeing Jiang Chen utilize Yao Ming's screen to circle around the baseline and shake off James, delivered the basketball. Receiving the ball, Jiang Chen swiftly executed a thunderous dribble, charging towards the paint. As James lunged to defend, Jiang Chen abruptly halted and took a jump shot, employing the unpredictable shooting style reminiscent of Siren's Daiki Yaman. Leaning back once more, as he neared a near-horizontal position, he released the ball. Swish! It effortlessly swished through the net. A look of astonishment crossed James's face. Disbelief etched all over him. Here it comes again. This damn peculiar shooting technique. How can one possibly block it? It feels utterly impossible. I seem to possess all this strength, yet I am unable to harness it. The sensation is indeed quite distressing. The faces of the American team are marked by astonishment, inwardly relieved that their offensive prowess is overwhelmingly formidable. Otherwise, given the relentless scoring rhythm of the Chinese rookie, this match would have posed significant challenges. In the ensuing moments, both teams entered a stalemate. Jiang Chen single-handedly countered the offensive onslaught of the five American superstars, resulting in a fiercely contested few minutes. The audience, fervent with excitement, chanted Jiang Chen's name, rallying behind him as the MVP. However, two fists cannot contend with four hands. Jiang Chen's two primary offensive skills also have a shooting percentage, and it is impossible for every shot to find the net. Moreover, the support from his teammates was regrettably minimal. Ultimately, the score began to widen in favor of the American team. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 71-86, with the American team leading by 15 points. During this quarter, the Chinese team managed to score 30 points, with Jiang Chen himself achieving an impressive 21 points from 12 attempts, including 5 successful three-pointers out of 8. As the fourth quarter commenced, the American team fielded their starting lineup. Observing his top 5 players take the court, Coach K felt a twinge of discontent. Since the inception of the Dream Team, they had participated in the America's Cup and several warm-up matches, yet never had they entered the fourth quarter with merely a 15-point lead. It was equally unprecedented for them to require their star players in the final quarter. Typically, they concluded battles by the end of the third. It is worth noting that in previous matches, the Dream Team had been accustomed to winning by an average margin of approximately 25 points, dominating all opponents. Yet, in the first group match of the Olympics, they had not overwhelmed the Chinese team and still had to deploy their main players, which was rather absurd. Even if they secured a victory, Coach K remained dissatisfied. On the court, The Dream Team tirelessly executed remarkable defensive counterattacks while the other players of the Chinese team, aside from Jiang Chen, were visibly exhausted, struggling to move as though each step was accompanied by a tearing sensation in their lungs. It was evident that their stamina had reached its limit. After 3 intense quarters against the American team, their energy was ultimately depleted, and all hopes rested upon Jiang Chen. Rising to the occasion, he scored 5 consecutive points, helping to stabilize the situation for his team. However, against the still vigorous American team, it was but a drop in the bucket. Nonetheless, all starting players of the Chinese team persevered until the final minutes. The referee's whistle sounded, signaling the end of the match. The final score was 91-104, with the Chinese team succumbing to the American team by a margin of 13 points. This created the narrowest margin in the history of encounters between the Huaxia team and the American team. The arena resonated with thunderous applause, and the cheers echoed endlessly. In the eyes of countless Huaxia fans, despite the defeat, the Huaxia men's basketball team remains proud. Chapter 57, Scoring in a Dazzling Fashion. The future of Huaxia men's basketball. On the court, the American players celebrated their victory, their faces adorned with relaxed expressions and a hint of surprise. They had not anticipated encountering the formidable Huaxia men's basketball team in their first Olympic match, and the victory proved to be a challenging endeavor. It seems that reclaiming the pinnacle of the world basketball stage is not an easy feat. Meanwhile, the Huaxia players returned to the bench, their faces devoid of despondency, instead reflecting the fatigue that follows a match, coupled with a touch of exhilaration. Yao Ming stood at the sidelines, beaming with pride, as he raised his hands in celebration, exchanging high-fives with his teammates. When the point gap widened midway through the second quarter, he thought the Huaxia team would not even manage to shine as brightly as fireworks. Yet, throughout the entire match, the Huaxia team fought tenaciously against the American team until the very end. What we witnessed was not merely fireworks. It was akin to a torrent of blazing magma. Until the competition concludes, this molten mass shall not cool. Within this fiery inferno, there shines a radiant flame. That is Jiang Chen. His performance was astonishing and imbued the Chinese men's basketball team with immense confidence, instilling within them the belief that they could venture further on their Olympic journey. Bravo, my brother. You have helped the Chinese team persevere until the very end. When it was Jiang Chen's turn, Yao Ming embraced him fiercely. Yet, despite this, we faced defeat. With a hint of dejection, Jiang Chen remarked that although he had anticipated this outcome, the bitterness of losing was still difficult to bear. Fear not, we performed admirably in this match. Our achievements have far exceeded expectations, Yao Ming reassured him, patting Jiang Chen on the shoulder. How he too wished for victory. However, as an adult, accepting reality is paramount. The vast disparity in strength between the teams was akin to an insurmountable chasm, one that Jiang Chen alone could not bridge. When we meet the American team again, I will undoubtedly find a way to secure a victory, Jiang Chen declared, his tone imbued with unwavering determination. Yao Ming paused in surprise. The next encounter with the American team would likely be in the semifinals or perhaps even the finals. For the Chinese team to face them again, they would need to reach that pinnacle. Observing Jiang Chen's confidence, Yao Ming smiled. If Jiang Chen could maintain such explosive performances, reaching the finals would not be beyond the realm of possibility. It is over. I take immense pride in this Chinese team. Although we lost the match, the prowess they exhibited surpassed all my expectations. After all, the Chinese team and the American team do not inhabit the same echelon, historically. The Chinese team has averaged a loss of 48 points in their encounters. Yet in this match, the Chinese team consistently challenged the Americans. Since the formation of the Dream Team, few teams have been able to compete for even a quarter and a half. Yang Jian spoke passionately, his voice quivering with emotion as feelings surged within him uncontrollably. Beyond the valiant efforts of the Chinese men's basketball team, the most significant factor was Jiang Chen's explosive performance. Throughout the match, Jiang Chen made 17 of his 26 attempts, sinking 12 of 19 three-pointers, amassing an astonishing 46 points. This constituted nearly half of the Chinese team's total score. His record of 12 three-pointers in a single game set a new Olympic benchmark for men's basketball. Undoubtedly, Jiang Chen eclipsed superstars such as Dwayne Wade, Kobe Bryant, and LeBron James, emerging as the most dazzling player on the court, even prompting the American team to employ double-teaming tactics to contain him. Indeed, one must acknowledge that Jiang Chen possesses the aura of a true champion. Old Master Zhang's face beamed with joy as he eagerly extolled Jiang Chen's brilliance. Indeed, the Huaxia team managed to contend with the American team until the very end. and Jiang Chen's contribution was indispensable. Aside from Jiang Chen, no other player from the Huaxia team scored more than 20 points. Even Yao Ming could only muster 13 points, 10 rebounds, and 3 blocks, as their offensive efforts were completely stifled by the American squad. In contrast, the American team displayed a more balanced scoring distribution, with Kobe Bryant and Dwight Howard each contributing 13 points, LeBron James adding 18 points, and the substitute Dwayne Wade leading the team with 19 points. Yang Jian gazed at the statistics sheet, his voice laden with astonishment. Jiang Chen's scoring truly stands unparalleled. At that moment, the comments section of the live stream was ablaze with excitement. 46 points. Jiang's three-pointers are remarkable. He always manages to surprise us. Although the match ended in defeat, the players of the Huaxia men's basketball team could still hold their heads high as they exited the Wuxang Arena. In victory, we rejoice together. In defeat, we endure together. I take immense pride in the Huaxia men's basketball team. This number 12 player is truly formidable. His heroic and explosive performance has made me fall in love with basketball uncontrollably. Hey, if you don't understand basketball, why are you even here? Humph. Does not understanding the game mean one cannot watch it? This is a grand event for all of Huaxia, especially with international superstar Yao Ming present, of course. We must come out and support. Yet, what astonishes me the most is still Jiang Chen. To be frank, the men's basketball games are far more thrilling than the national football team's matches. They invigorate my spirit, while watching the national football team merely makes me want to sleep. Inside the Wuxang Arena, as the audience began to leave, they gathered in small clusters to discuss the thrilling match they had just witnessed. There were so many unforgettable moments that compelled them to share their viewing experiences with those around them. Being able to witness the Huaxia men's basketball team deliver a historically significant performance right on their doorstep will undoubtedly remain an indelible memory for the fans. Now, they eagerly anticipate the upcoming games of the Huaxia men's basketball team. Both the American team and Huaxia team exited the court and returned to their locker rooms, subsequently engaging in post-match interviews. In the Huaxia team's interview area, hundreds of journalists clamored to capture the moment when Yao Ming, Jiang Chen, and Jonas appeared, snapping a flurry of photographs. Yao, how would you assess the performance of the Huaxia team tonight? A reporter eagerly inquired. I am very satisfied. I knew we could play beautiful and resilient basketball. As I stepped off the court, the only thought in my mind was that we ultimately showcased the true essence of the Huaxia team. That is enough for me, Yao Ming replied solemnly, his eyes glinting with determination. Yao, you only scored 13 points and grabbed 10 rebounds tonight. Is this due to your injury still healing? Or did the American team's defense disrupt your performance? A reporter inquired, is this your best condition? This is indeed my utmost state. I have exerted every ounce of my strength and accomplished all that I could, Yao resolutely replied. Another journalist asked, what are your thoughts on your teammate Jiang Chen's performance? He was outstanding. He showcased his own style and displayed formidable offensive prowess. Undoubtedly, he is the strongest player on our team, and he represents the future of the Chinese men's basketball team. As I crafted this segment, I consulted numerous references. I am aware that this narrative leans towards the gratifying genre, which typically calls for a brisk pace of exhilaration. However, I have deliberately moderated the sense of euphoria to convey the genuine emotions expressed by the Chinese men's basketball team and their fans during this match. It is indeed a challenging endeavor to articulate the myriad emotions and sentiments, yet I have endeavored to convey them as best as I can. I believe that many basketball enthusiasts, upon mentioning the Chinese men's basketball team, will inevitably recall this particular match, reminiscing about the feelings experienced during the game. Each fan possesses their own unique memories of this significant event. This match serves as a microcosm of the Chinese men's basketball team's performance in that Olympic Games. Now that the most challenging contest has concluded, the main players are set to soar in the upcoming matches, promising an exhilarating experience ahead. I hope for everyone's generous support. Chapter 58, Praise for the Right Ones, Skill Selection for the Optional Treasure Chest. The reporters were somewhat astonished. The future of the Chinese men's basketball team? Yao Ming's evaluation of Jiang Chen is indeed quite high. Has Jiang Chen already been regarded as a successor? However, it must be said that Jiang Chen's performance in this match was truly remarkable, as his formidable scoring ability helped the Huaxia team contend with the American team until the final moments. Anyone who witnessed the game was captivated by Jiang Chen's display. Their spirits ignited. Jiang Chen, tonight you achieved an astonishing 46 points, setting numerous records. How do you feel at this moment? A reporter inquired. Not very well. No matter how impressive the stats, we still lost the game, Jiang Chen replied, shaking his head with a hint of resignation. Do you still have confidence in the Huaxia team's pursuit of an Olympic gold medal? A reporter asked, somewhat teasingly. After all, during the pre-match interview, Jiang Chen confidently proclaimed that the goal for this Olympic Games was gold. Of course, I have never doubted my confidence, Jiang Chen stated calmly. The reporters shook their heads in response. Even now, he persists in bravado. How can he be deemed a worthy successor to Yao Ming? Confidence is admirable, but one must first acknowledge reality. The gap between the teams was starkly evident in this group match. To seize the gold medal, the American team is an insurmountable hurdle. Does Jiang Chen believe that after losing to the American team this time, victory will be assured in their next encounter? Moreover, whether the Huaxia team will even have another chance to face the American team remains uncertain. In the American team's press area, Kobe. Your Lakers teammate Jiang Chen scored 46 points tonight. What are your thoughts on his performance? A reporter asked. I am proud of him. His performance deserves all the accolades. Kobe responded, unable to suppress a smile. Do you believe the Huaxia team possesses the strength to contend for the gold medal? During the pre-match interview, Jiang Chen was brimming with confidence in his pursuit of gold. It's hard to say. I believe all teams participating in the Olympics aspire to win gold. What will unfold next is something time will reveal. But I must say, whether it's Jiang Chen or Gasol, when I face them, I will hold nothing back and will exert 200% of my energy to confront them, Kobe stated earnestly, his tone turning resolute. Since he has chosen to represent his country in the Olympics, he is undoubtedly aiming for gold. Even against his Lakers teammate, he will show no mercy. LeBron. You matched up with Jiang Chen throughout the game, yet it seems you were unable to contain him effectively. What are your thoughts on this? A reporter asked. I must admit, Jiang Chen is an exceptionally talented player, and I was astonished by the difficult shots he made during the game. When a player is in full bloom, it is exceedingly challenging to restrain them. Clearly, this evening, Jiang Chen has erupted, making our victory in this match increasingly challenging. After a moment of contemplation, James altered his pre-game attitude. Reflecting on Jiang Chen's remarkable moments during the game, a sense of helplessness welled up within him. What do you envision for Jiang Chen's professional prospects in the NBA? The reporter inquired further. Undoubtedly, his future is bright. We all recall the events of the recently concluded NBA Finals. Jiang Chen assisted the Lakers in achieving a remarkable comeback, which will indelibly etch his name in the annals of NBA history. Moreover, he has just signed a substantial contract, with an annual salary that even surpasses mine, which stirs a tinge of envy within me, James remarked with a hint of jest. The reporters chuckled in response. The post-match interview with the American team concluded in this light-hearted atmosphere. Meanwhile, the Chinese team, having wrapped up their post-match interviews, boarded the bus back to the Olympic Village. As Jiang Chen returned to his room, the system's voice resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards are now being distributed. Congratulations, you have earned 2,000 achievement points, 200 skill fusion fragments, and 1 selection chest. Jiang Chen exhaled in relief, having finally awaited the system's response. Use the selection chest, he promptly declared, intrigued by the rewards within. Ding! The chest has been successfully utilized. The host may choose one from the 3 experience cards contained within, the system announced. Experience cards? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, realizing that permanent skill cards are not easily obtained. He focused his consciousness on the chest, and his eyes immediately brightened. Although they were merely experience cards, the 3 options were extraordinarily formidable. 1 experience card for Akashi Sidro's team-wide zone, duration, 5 minutes. 1 experience card for ultra-wide-range defense, duration, 5 minutes. And 1 experience card for Akashi Sidro's Eye of the Emperor, duration, 10 minutes. Which experience card should he select? Jiang Chen found himself in a dilemma, perceiving the immense utility of each skill card. He recalled the recent group match against the American team. The performance of the Huaxia team in the second half could only be described as lackluster. Firstly, their physical confrontations fell short, leading to many actions becoming distorted. Secondly, as the game progressed into the latter half of the third quarter, every player's stamina began to wane, culminating in an utter depletion of energy by the fourth quarter. Consequently, Jiang Chen's initial inclination was to select the skill card for Akashi Sidro's all-player zone. However, the description of this card clearly stated that the all-player zone does not equate to a true zone. Instead, it allows teammates to exhibit capabilities exceeding 80, hovering around 90, which still falls short of the genuine zone. Nevertheless, this was already formidable. Yet, Jiang Chen harbored concerns regarding the inherent physical talents of the Huaxia players, which starkly contrasted with those of the American team. Would employing Akashi Shigero's all-player zone elevate their physical prowess to a level capable of contending with the Americans? Alternatively, if he opted for a super-wide area defense skill, Jiang Chen could significantly expand his defensive range, establishing a colossal spherical defense centered around himself, capable of neutralizing all 5 opposing players single-handedly. This skill, when combined with the formidable wall technique of Tomonori Tsukigawa, is undoubtedly capable of thwarting numerous offensive maneuvers from the American team. Admittedly, the skill is highly demanding in terms of stamina. However, it should sustain its efficacy for a full 5 minutes. Lastly, the experience card for Akashi Shigero's Eye of the Emperor is undeniably powerful, enabling Jiang Chen to unleash his full potential, rendering both the opponent's offense and defense ineffective. After a brief moment of hesitation, Jiang Chen resolved firmly, his thoughts crystallizing as he selected the experience card for Akashi Shigero's Eye of the Emperor. The experience card for Akashi Shigero's zone grants unpredictable results, leaving the extent of its power uncertain. Conversely, the ultra-wide defensive experience card possesses evident flaws, as it solely focuses on defense without enhancing offensive capabilities. In contrast, the Eye of the Emperor provides substantial enhancements to both offense and defense, synergizing perfectly with other skills to create a formidable force capable of overwhelming any adversary. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your successful selection. You have obtained 1 experience card for Akashi Shigero's Eye of the Emperor. Ding! The system detects that the Huaxia team has lost to the American team, and a new task is now issued. Jiang Chen's expression brightened with joy. He hadn't anticipated the arrival of another task so soon. Task: lead the Huaxia team to advance to the quarterfinals with a second-place finish in the group. Reward: 2,000 achievement points, 1,000 skill fusion fragments, and a skill fusion card for Sakurai Yoshimitsu's rapid-fire technique. Listening to the system's voice, Jiang Chen was overjoyed. His mind fixated on a singular thought: in the upcoming group matches, not a single game can be lost. Chapter 59: Astonishing Viewership. The Burden of Fame. The Huaxia team lost to the American team by just 13 points. Can Jiang Chen truly become the savior of the Huaxia team? Scoring 46 points in a single match, the young star Jiang Chen delivers an extraordinary performance. His prowess overshadows that of superstars such as LeBron James and Kobe Bryant, showcasing his formidable strength. Yao Ming openly declared that Jiang Chen is the future of the Huaxia team, already considering him as a successor. The accolades from the American team reflect the respect earned through Jiang Chen's remarkable performance. The following day, an array of news articles regarding the Huaxia team versus the American team proliferated across the internet and newspapers, with even CT1's Evening News dedicating a minute to recount this momentous match during their Olympic coverage. It is evident that this match has sparked a tremendous sensation within the realm of Huaxia. Furthermore, Jiang Chen's extraordinary performance has ignited a nationwide celebration. Conversations abound regarding this match, with everyone discussing Jiang Chen's miraculous display. Nearly all major news outlets have their headlines dominated by his name. On the largest domestic search engine, Baidu, Jiang Chen's name has unequivocally claimed the top position on the rankings. Even athletes who have secured gold medals for Huaxia do not garner as much attention or discussion as Jiang Chen. This match has undeniably elevated Jiang Chen's popularity in Huaxia to unprecedented heights. Previously, Yao Ming was a household name in Huaxia's basketball scene. Even those who were not avid basketball fans were aware of his prowess on the court. Now, Jiang Chen has similarly achieved widespread recognition, and his rise to fame is more ferocious and rapid than that of Yao Ming. Amid this fervent discourse surrounding the Huaxia men's basketball team, the national media outlet People's Daily has released a significant news report. According to CSM Media Research viewership monitoring data, a total of 184 million Huaxia viewers tuned in via television broadcasts to witness the men's basketball showdown between Huaxia and the United States, accounting for 15% of the national television audience. Such viewership ratings represent the pinnacle in the annals of Chinese men's basketball history, a phenomenon that can aptly be described as a citywide sensation. In this context, the tickets for the matches involving the Chinese men's basketball team have surged in demand. The prices of scalped tickets in the market have multiplied several times over, yet they remain exceedingly scarce. Surprisingly, despite basketball not being the strongest sport in China, it has now become the focal point of attention. All those who follow the Olympics in China are eager to discern the performance of the national team on home soil. Basketball has undeniably emerged as the most anticipated sporting event for the Chinese populace. After all, while there is hope for the national football team, the experience can often be rather disheartening. Conversely, the outcome of table tennis is predictable, with the only intrigue being which two domestic athletes will secure the gold and silver medals. Inside a basketball training facility in Kyoto, the players of the Spanish team are diligently honing their skills. As the champions of the 2006 World Championship, Spain is regarded as one of the most formidable contenders for this Olympic tournament, being the sole team deemed capable of challenging the Dream Team. Gasol, your Chinese teammate has also shown brilliantly at the Olympics, Navarro exclaimed in astonishment while perusing his phone during a training break. As the most accurate three-point shooter on the Spanish team, Navarro is known as the Bomb, a dominant force in the European leagues. Even amidst a roster filled with NBA talent, Navarro ranks among the elite. Jiang Chen is indeed a remarkable player. His performance in the NBA Finals was nothing short of miraculous. You wouldn't believe it, but when our team was trailing by 33 points, both Kobe and I had resigned ourselves to defeat. Yet Jiang Chen, with his unfathomable three-point shots, orchestrated a stunning comeback. Reflecting on it now evokes a sense of surrealism, as if Jiang Chen were sent by the heavens to rescue the Lakers. Gasol's gaze became distant as he reminisced, sharing his emotions with his teammates. Everyone listened in rapt silence, imagining that electrifying moment and feeling their spirits surge. We are set to compete against the Chinese team tomorrow. Do you have any strategies for defending against Jiang Chen? Navarro inquired, raising an eyebrow in mild exasperation, as his small forward position would see him directly matched against Jiang Chen. When you witness Jiang Chen make those seemingly impossible three-point shots, don't be disheartened. Just focus on committing fully to the next defensive play. Trust me, the coach will devise a method to contain Jiang Chen. Gasol shrugged. Although he had been teammates with Jiang Chen for a season, Jiang had often remained inconspicuous during the regular matches, barely making an impression. It was only after Jiang's explosive performance in the finals that Gasol had the chance to spend a few days with him. Consequently, he found himself at a loss when it came to questions about how to defend against Jiang, his playing style, or his habits. All he could offer were words of advice to his teammates. The attention of everyone turned to the coach of the Spanish team. While the head coach maintained a facade of calm, internally he was in a state of turmoil. The team had never regarded the Huaxia team as a serious opponent. In their eyes, only the American team posed a challenge. Thus, they had not conducted any thorough analysis of Huaxia. With the match against Huaxia looming, they had only just reviewed the footage of yesterday's game between Huaxia and the United States and had yet to devise a strategy to counter Jiang. Rest assured, by the time the match commences tomorrow, I will have formulated a tactical plan to address this Huaxia player's three-point shooting, the Spanish coach proclaimed with conviction. The players nodded in agreement and returned to their training. On August 12th in Kyoto, the group stage of the Olympic basketball event continued. The so-called group of death was set to witness the clash between Huaxia and Spain. 2 hours prior to the match, the Wuxong Arena was once again filled to capacity, with the surrounding square teeming with people. The fervor of Huaxia fans drowned the entire Wuxong Arena in an ocean of enthusiasm. As the Huaxia men's basketball team's bus approached the venue, the awaiting fans swiftly surrounded it, waving their national flags and fervently chanting Jiang Chen's name. Jiang, your popularity is truly soaring. It seems that every fan outside the bus is one of your admirers, Yi Jianlian remarked with a hint of surprise and envy. As a fellow emerging player in the Huaxia men's basketball team who had also entered the NBA in the same year, their paths had diverged dramatically. While Yi was traded from the Bucks to the Nets towards the end of the season with an uncertain future ahead, Jiang had signed a maximum contract with the Lakers that summer and had now become a core player for Huaxia, paving a bright road ahead. This kind of treatment used to be mine. I never expected you to take my place after just one game, Yao Ming teased with a smile. To be honest, having so many fans is quite a burden. I get recognized wherever I go. In just 2 short days, I've already been surrounded by numerous people asking for autographs. The most irritating part is that athletes from other events in the Olympic Village have also come to me for signatures, and my hand is sore from writing. Jiang Chen expressed with a hint of melancholy. The players of the Huaxia team turned to glance at Jiang Chen, who was seated at the back of the bus, wearing a bewildered expression. Chapter 60, The Eternal Pain in the Hearts of Fans. As the crowd listened to Jiang Chen's words, their expressions turned peculiar. How is it that this young man speaks in such an irksome manner? Is he truly distressed by the multitude of fans? This must also be a delightful torment of happiness. Others would envy such a predicament. Observing the expressions of those around him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. In this era, the term Versailles had yet to emerge as a popular internet phrase, yet this did not deter him from engaging in a bit of Versailles-like discourse. Perhaps it was merely a light-hearted jest before the competition. However, one must acknowledge that his rapid ascent to fame has indeed brought forth considerable challenges. He has yet to acclimate to the lifestyle that accompanies such notoriety. As the bus rolled into the parking lot, the players disembarked in succession, making their way down the corridor to the locker room. Yao Ming, Jiang Chen, and head coach Jonas proceeded to face the media for pre-match interviews. Yao, with the prospect of facing world-class teams, do you believe this will impact your mindset? A journalist inquired. Certainly not. We will approach each opponent with unwavering confidence. Yao responded assertively. Moreover, when we were placed in the group of death, we prepared ourselves for a formidable battle. And how do you perceive the Spanish team? Do you have confidence in leading your squad to victory against Spain? Another reporter asked, drawing the attention of the surrounding journalists. The question posed appears somewhat unreasonable. It is essential to recognize that the Spanish team is the champion of the 2006 World Cup, possessing formidable strength. Meanwhile, the Huaxia team, having lost to the American team by 13 points, does it truly hold the right to challenge Spain? However, the subsequent response from Yao Ming left everyone astounded. Certainly, he asserted with conviction. The Spanish team is indeed a remarkably powerful squad, yet we remain confident about this match. Yao Ming stated earnestly, casting a glance back at Jiang Chen, who responded with a thumbs up. Such audacity is commendable. Regardless of the opponent, in a narrow encounter, the brave shall prevail. He distinctly recalls that during the previous Olympics, the Huaxia team engaged in a fierce battle against the Spanish team, even leading by more than 10 points at one point. However, due to fatigue in the fourth quarter and errors in the coach's decisions, the Huaxia team collapsed, allowing Spain to equalize and force the game into overtime. Ultimately, Spain's star player, Pau Gasol, dominated the overtime period, securing victory. This match can be regarded as an everlasting sorrow for the fans of Huaxia. Undoubtedly, the most anguished among them is Decisive. At that moment, he made a 2-point shot from the line, which granted the Spanish team an opportunity to equalize the score. Years later, when the members of the 2008 Huaxia men's basketball team gathered, a journalist inquired about Decisive, and his response was heart-wrenching. If only I could have taken a step back and made a 3-point shot, would the outcome have been different? There lies no answer. This issue remains an everlasting regret in the heart of Decisive, as well as an unresolved sentiment for countless fans of Chinese football, no matter how much time passes. The recollection of this match continues to evoke an unquenchable sense of dissatisfaction. In this lifetime, Jiang Chen is determined to rectify this regret and assist his team in securing victory. Jiang Chen, you delivered an astonishing performance against the United States, scoring 12 three-pointers. Do you believe you can replicate such an impressive display in this match? A reporter inquired. Undoubtedly, this is a rather effortless endeavor for me. However, my pursuit is not merely of statistics, but rather the triumph of the game, Jiang Chen replied, his words imbued with an air of confidence. The reporters collectively gasped. Suddenly understanding why the traditionally humble Yao had adopted such an audacious demeanor, it was evidently a contagion from Jiang Chen. In the Spanish team's interview room, a reporter asked, Gasol, what are your thoughts on facing your teammate Jiang Chen? I hope he makes fewer long-range logo three-pointers. Gasol jested, but then his expression turned serious. Jiang Chen is an exceptionally formidable opponent. His three-point shooting poses a significant threat. I believe no team would dare to allow him to shoot uncontested. Have you devised specific defensive strategies to counter Jiang Chen? A curious reporter pressed. Absolutely. Jiang Chen merits our utmost attention. And I trust our coach will formulate a plan to contain him, Gasol affirmed. Instantly, the reporters shifted their focus to the head coach of the Spanish team. With a professional smile, the coach stated, I will adjust our tactics according to the flow of the game. Regardless, we will strive to contain Jiang Chen and prevent him from delivering a performance as explosive as he did against the United States. Upon hearing this, the reporters felt a surge of anticipation. Jiang Chen possesses an extraordinary shooting range, and no team has yet solved his three-point conundrum. The Celtics failed. Australia faltered in the warm-up match, and even the star-studded Dream Team 8 could not succeed. Could the Spanish team achieve what others could not? Observing the coach's confident demeanor, it seemed there was hope. After the pre-game interviews concluded, both teams returned to their locker rooms, donning their jerseys and training attire. They traversed the player tunnel to the spotlight of the court. Instantly, the audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The players of the Huaxia team engaged in warm-up exercises. Their spirits notably lightened. The sensation of playing at home is truly delightful. The warm-up session concluded swiftly, and the starting players took to the court. The Huaxia men's basketball starting lineup featured Yao, Jianlian, Jiang Chen, Sun Yu, and Lu Wei, while the Spanish team's starting lineup consisted of Pau Gasol, Marc Gasol, Navarro, Fernandez, and Rubio. In this lineup, aside from Navarro, all the players possessed the caliber to compete in the NBA. Pau Gasol requires little introduction. He entered the NBA quite some time ago and has since attained the status of an all-star player. Recently, he celebrated an NBA championship victory with the Lakers, and he is currently at the pinnacle of his career, undeniably the cornerstone of his team. Marc Gasol, a second-round draft pick from the class of 2007, was selected by the Lakers but subsequently traded to the Grizzlies, where he has proven to be exceptionally formidable. Fernandez, also a first-round pick from 2007, has made his mark in the league. Ricky Rubio, often referred to as the Golden Boy, is the youngest player to compete in Olympic basketball, having debuted at the tender age of 17. Despite his youth, he has already emerged as one of Europe's most renowned basketball figures, earning the title of a basketball prodigy. In some media reports, the term genius seems almost inadequate to describe Rubio, akin to using beauty to characterize Marilyn Monroe or charm for Elvis Presley. Yet, until more striking and sophisticated descriptors can be found, the term genius must suffice. Although he has yet to enter the NBA, countless scouts have traversed the Atlantic to Spain to witness Rubio's performances, forecasting that his arrival in the NBA will create considerable upheaval. At just 17 years of age, he has garnered immense anticipation from basketball enthusiasts worldwide. It can be said that this young prodigy has already become a winner in life, with every move under the watchful eyes of the global audience. Those who are inherently radiant are destined to attract attention. Prior to the match, numerous media outlets drew comparisons between Jiang Chen and Rubio. Despite their significant differences in basketball experience and their distinct positions on the court, both are remarkably young prodigies in this Olympic Games. The anticipation surrounding who would deliver a more dazzling and dominant performance became a focal point of the contest. With a sharp whistle, the referee launched the basketball high into the air. Yao Ming and Pau Gasol leaped simultaneously, reaching for the spinning sphere above. Chapter 61. A triumphant start with 3 consecutive three-pointers leaves the Spanish team stunned with a crisp sound. The basketball was first tapped by Yao Ming. As Lu Wei received the ball, he swiftly sent it soaring high into the air. The players of the Spanish team exchanged startled glances. Where is the basketball destined to fly? As the ball soared through the air, the crowd was astonished to discover that Jiang Chen had mysteriously positioned himself beyond the left side 45-degree three-point line, with no defender in sight. Navarro stood near the midcourt, bewildered by how Jiang Chen had managed to sprint past him. Receiving the basketball, he bent his knees, leapt into the air, raised his elbow, and deftly flicked the ball. A three-point shot was unleashed. Swish! It sailed cleanly through the net. In less than 5 seconds from the outset, the Huaxia team executed a remarkable offensive maneuver, astonishingly swift. The audience erupted in gasps of amazement. A splendid pass ensued. Jiang Chen gestured an OK sign towards Lu Wei, a slight smile gracing his lips. The ambush plan had succeeded. Lu Wei, equally exhilarated, vigorously waved his arms. Just prior to the jump ball, Jiang Chen had sprinted to Lu Wei's side, advising him to pass the ball towards the left side 45-degree angle upon gaining possession. To their surprise, it had truly come to fruition. At the moment Yao Ming leapt, Jiang Chen was already racing towards the front court. This is a gamble on whether Yao can secure the jump ball. If possession goes to Spain, Jiang Chen must retreat, which may lead to defensive lapses. The pace of this offensive round is astonishing. Is this a new tactic from the Huaxia team? Exclaimed the live commentator, Yu Jia, with palpable excitement. This play truly showcases Jiang Chen's strengths. Everyone's focus is on Yao and Gasol's jump ball, and nobody noticed that Jiang Chen had already sprinted past to the front court during their leap. Yang remarked, his tone imbued with astonishment. It feels as though the Huaxia team is even more spirited today compared to their previous match against the American team. Yu Jia chuckled in agreement. Indeed, the young men of the men's basketball team are brimming with determination. Today, it's all about securing victory. Regardless of the outcome, they must not falter in their momentum. Although they lost to the American team in the last match, it significantly bolstered the players' confidence, and one can clearly see a transformation in their demeanor on the court. Yang stated, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Today may very well be the most opportune moment in Huaxia men's basketball history to triumph over Spain. Yu Jia watched the court with shining eyes, pondering, can they win? On the court, Spain is on the attack. Rubio advances the ball past half-court. Pau Gasol sets a high screen. As a future versatile center, Gasol's passing ability is nothing short of elite. Navarro finds an opportunity to break free and receives the ball. Launching a three-pointer. Swish. It's a clean net. 3-3. The Huaxia team takes possession. Lu Wei dribbles past half-court and signals for a play. The players begin to position themselves. Yao and Yi Jianlian converge to the left, while Jiang Chen darts between them. Navarro is effectively blocked behind the two. The elevator door tactic. Jiang Chen timely receives Lu Wei's pass and launches another three-pointer. Swish. He scores again. It's evident that the Huaxia team has undergone a transformation today. In the last match, their strategy revolved around you. Every offensive maneuver had to pass through his hands. However, today, it is evident that the team is centered around Jiang Chen, even employing the elevator door tactic. Yang Yi exclaimed with delight. Moreover, I sense Jiang Chen's offensive desire is exceptionally strong today. He has already netted 2 3-pointers right from the start. Unlike the last match where he had little involvement in the first few minutes, Yu Jiao promptly remarked, the Spanish team is on the offensive. Navarro once again found himself with a shooting opportunity, yet unfortunately, this time he could not convert. Yao Ming secured the defensive rebound and swiftly passed to Lu Wei. Initiating a fast break, Jiang Chen immediately sprinted towards the front court, and upon receiving the pass, noticed Navarro lingering behind him. He decisively halted near the midcourt. And with no defender in sight, he launched a stunning three-pointer from beyond the logo. The basketball described an elegant arc through the air. Swish. It found the net without touching the rim. In an instant, the arena erupted. The 20,000 spectators were utterly electrified by Jiang Chen's extraordinary long-range shot, their adrenaline surging as if their very souls were ignited. Goodness, Jiang Chen's start today has been nothing short of sensational. Sinking 3 consecutive three-pointers that sent shivers down my spine. Invincible. This three-pointer was indeed unparalleled. Should Jiang Chen maintain this fiery touch, there might just be a chance to triumph over the Spanish team. This ticket was worth every penny. Is the game really this exhilarating right from the outset? The audience buzzed with excitement, fervently chanting Jiang Chen's name, their voices rising to a pitch that seemed ready to tear their throats asunder. The players of the Spanish team were momentarily taken aback, some appearing utterly bewildered. The rising star from Huaxia is in such formidable form. How should one defend against him? It seems the coach has not articulated a clear defensive strategy. Meanwhile, the Spanish team coach stands on the sidelines, his face clouded with concern. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his back. Why did that damn number 12 player explode right from the start? This left the Spanish team in a rather passive position right from the outset. Navarro and Fernandez, as soon as that number 12 player crosses half-court, would advance to double team, allowing us to disregard one of the Huaxia defender's shots. The Spanish coach exclaimed loudly in Spanish. After a night of contemplation, he could not devise a targeted defense against Jiang Chen, as the three-point shooting range and accuracy of this Huaxia player were simply terrifying. He could shoot from any position beyond the arc, undoubtedly complicating defensive strategies. Even with a dedicated mark, Jiang Chen could effortlessly evade his opponent through his movement. The only plausible tactic left was to double team. Jiang Chen was the most accurate shooter beyond the three-point line for Huaxia, followed by that number 8 player, Zhu Fengyu, who was currently seated on the bench. The shooting capabilities of the remaining players could be entirely dismissed. The Spanish team initiated their offense. Rubio orchestrated the play, passing the ball to Gasol. Gasol faced off against Yao Ming, executing a series of fakes before smoothly hitting a hook shot. Huaxia continued to push the pace. After realizing there were no opportunities, they slowed down to settle into a half-court offense. Jiang Chen received the basketball, and Navarro and Fernandez quickly converged to double-team him. He promptly passed the ball to Sun Yu. Subsequently, he utilized the double screen set by Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian to navigate to the corner three-point line. Receiving the pass, Navarro and Fernandez both maneuvered around the screen, charging towards Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen, undaunted, chose not to pass to the completely open Sun Yu at the top of the arc, instead rising to shoot over the defense. Swish. The ball found the net once more. This marked the 4th consecutive three-pointer to start the game. The excitement erupted not only among the spectators but also among the players of Huaxia, who roared with exhilaration. This is utterly astonishing. Jiang Chen raised his hands high, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Can a double team truly restrain me? Chapter 62. The intentions of the Spanish team. The dream of De Gea returns to its pinnacle. It's explosive, absolutely explosive. Jiang Chen's performance at the onset of the match was nothing short of spectacular. Within less than 3 minutes of the game's commencement, he had already sunk 4 three-pointers. What an extraordinary feat. Yang Yi's face flushed with excitement as he exclaimed loudly. This completely caught the Spanish team off guard. Even though they employed a double-team strategy, it was evident that the Huaxia team was well prepared, providing Jiang Chen with tactical cover to facilitate his opportunities for three-point shots, remarked Yu Jia. Though the specifics of how Jonas found his rhythm remain unclear, it must be acknowledged that his tactical arrangements for this match were remarkably adept. It was unexpected that while old Yu's player rotations were somewhat lacking, his strategic planning reflected the prowess of an international coach, Yang Yi noted, finally finding some favor with Jonas. Fellows, remain composed. Jiang Chen's shooting touch cannot remain this scorching indefinitely. We simply need to maintain our offensive strategy, Navarro called out, offering reassurance to his teammates. Could it be that Jiang Chen's three-point shooting will indeed remain this fiery throughout the match? Gasol mused quietly. Despite his teammates' heightened awareness of Jiang Chen, it was still far from sufficient. He had personally experienced the overwhelming dominance Jiang Chen displayed in previous matches. In the final 2 games of the NBA Finals, he had witnessed firsthand how the Celtics were annihilated by Jiang Chen's three-point prowess. The Celtics, devoid of any capability on the court, were left in utter despair. As if to corroborate Navarro's words, Jiang Chen missed consecutive shots in the ensuing 2 possessions. This allowed the Spanish team to catch their breath. Yet they failed to seize the opportunity, repeatedly missing their shots. Subsequently, Jiang Chen erupted once more, with Qifeng Dahue exhibiting an unpredictable shooting style, effortlessly releasing shots from within the three-point line. Although he lacked the ability to create his own offense, he was able to make smooth and unfettered shots as long as he utilized screens to position himself behind the arc and receive the ball beyond the three-point line. Rikujiro Jinteru's high-arching three-point shots left the opponents defenseless. When the Spanish team's defensive focus became entirely fixated on Jiang Chen, he transformed into a decoy, drawing defenders away and allowing his teammates to launch their attacks. Sun Yu and Yi Jianlian both erupted in succession, capitalizing on opportunities for easy shots from mid to long range, hitting consecutive baskets. As the first quarter drew to a close, the score stood at 21-34. With the Huaxia team leading by 13 points. Jiang Chen's performance in the first quarter was nothing short of explosive. He played the full 10 minutes, making 8 out of 12 shots, including 5 out of 8 from beyond the arc, accumulating a remarkable 21 points and setting a new Olympic record for points in a single quarter. Under Jiang Chen's sensational display, the fans in attendance were thoroughly exhilarated. The online commentary was ablaze with excitement. Jiang's three-point shooting was simply phenomenal, and his unorthodox shooting style was nothing short of breathtaking. Is it still appropriate to refer to him as Jiang Sanfan? That seems rather unreasonable now. Jiang the Great. Jiang Chen's performance was undeniably of superstar caliber. Jiang Invincible? Jiang the Marksman? Jiang Mitsui? What do those above mean? Isn't Mitsui Hisashi from Slam Dunk known for his accuracy in three-point shooting? In the Wuxan Arena, the American team sat in the stands, their faces reflecting shock. This new Huaxia rookie's performance was even more explosive than in the previous game. Anthony couldn't help but exclaim. For some reason, he always felt that the Spanish team did not appear particularly strong. What an illusion this is. The Spanish team is clearly the champion of the World Championship, yet in the first quarter, they were utterly powerless against the Huaxia team, which seems rather absurd. To be precise, it was Jiang Chen who rendered them defenseless, reflecting on the incredible long-range three-pointers he made in the previous match. I cannot help but feel a sense of helplessness. What extraordinary basketball talent allows for such a remarkable three-point shooting accuracy? It is truly astonishing, LeBron exclaimed, cradling his head in disbelief. Kobe's eyes sparkled with excitement, reflecting his enthusiasm. With Jiang Chen performing so splendidly, the Lakers' championship prospects for the new season appear secure. As the second quarter commenced, both teams fielded a mixed lineup of starters and substitutes. For Huaxia, Yao Ming and Jiang Chen took a breather on the sidelines, while Yi Jianlian and Wang Zhizhi became the offensive focal points. Gentlemen, while number 12 is off the court, let us seize this opportunity to close the gap in the score. The Spanish coach urged his players, his face radiating confidence. After all, no matter how invincible Jiang Chen appears, he cannot possibly play the full 40 minutes. In terms of roster depth, Huaxia simply cannot compete with Spain. If they can capitalize on the moments when Jiang Chen is absent, the Spanish team could easily dominate the game. However, the match did not unfold as he had envisioned. Suddenly, Wang Zhizhi erupted with a flurry of inside and outside scoring, leaving the entire audience in awe. The Spanish players were equally astonished. When did Huaxia possess such a formidable player? Remarkably, he is merely a substitute. On the bench, Jiang Chen was utterly exhilarated, rising to wave a towel in support of Decisive. As Decisive found his rhythm, he unleashed an arsenal of offensive maneuvers, his fervor seemingly capable of shattering the Spanish team. After executing a spectacular 2-1 play, Decisive reveled in the roaring applause of the crowd. Pointing skyward with one hand, his blood surging with passion as a fierce roar expressed the trials of his years. From the renowned wind chaser of Asia to his disorientation in the NBA across the ocean, and eventually returning to China to lead the Bai team back to the pinnacle of the CBA championship, culminating in his current representation of the national team at the Olympics. Decisive had been on a path of self-redemption. Today, he delivered the finest performance of his national team career. In less than 4 minutes, he scored 10 consecutive points, thwarting Spain's momentum and ensuring that the Chinese team maintained its lead. The Spanish coach watched in disbelief, his scalp tingling, as he prepared to make substitutions, only to be astonished to see that the seemingly invincible offensive player was leaving the court. Despite his remarkable performance, Yunus decided to substitute Decisive just 4 minutes later. The audience was baffled by Yunus's decision, erupting in discontented boos. Jiang Chen sighed in resignation. Aware that this outcome was inevitable, no matter how brilliantly Decisive performed, he would never earn Yunus's trust. Yunus, a defensive-minded coach, viewed Decisive's defensive weaknesses as insurmountable, and even his prodigious offensive talent could not endear him to Yunus. This predicament undoubtedly hindered Decisive's ability to fully exhibit his true prowess during this Olympic Games. As he melancholically exited the court and took a seat on the bench, draping a towel over his head, he gazed at the score displayed on the large screen, a look of contentment gracing his face. He had not brought shame to his nation while on the court. Indeed, he had played a significant role. At the very least, he had helped the Huaxia team maintain a commendable lead of 15 points. The rest he entrusted to his teammates. His eyes flickered towards Jiang Chen, aflame with fervor, more radiant than the Huaxia team's jerseys. Chapter 63. Rubio's Provocation. A direct onslaught, brother. The game is now in your hands. Do not let my efforts go to waste. Decisive exclaimed with a surge of emotion as he watched Jiang Chen pass by. In Jiang Chen, Decisive saw a reflection of his younger self, though he had not shown as brilliantly as Jiang Chen. He too had once harbored lofty aspirations and was regarded as the hope and future of Chinese basketball. Yet, he ultimately fell short of becoming the figure that the nation and fans had envisioned. Jiang Chen turned back with a beaming smile. Rest assured, we will surely win this match. I will compensate for your 2 centimeters of regret. Decisive was slightly puzzled by Jiang Chen's last remark, but it mattered little. The reassurance from the preceding words was enough for him. Coach Yunus not only substituted Jiang Chen into the game, but also brought in Yao Ming. He believed that having both core players on the court simultaneously would pose a greater threat to the Spanish team. The Spanish coach, in turn, introduced both Gasol brothers to maintain their dominance in the paint. The Huaxia team initiated their offense. Lu Wei dribbled from the arc, attempting to orchestrate an attack and pass the ball to Yao Ming. However, his intentions were swiftly discerned by Rubio, who effortlessly intercepted the ball. He promptly launched a fast break. Despite Lu Wei's earnest efforts to return in defense, he could not keep pace with Rubio, who executed an easy layup in a 1-on-0 situation. In successive plays, the Spanish team exhibited formidable defense, successfully thwarting several attempts by the Huaxia team. Rubio, in particular, stood out, consistently forcing Lu Wei into errors. Players from the American team, observing from the stands, displayed expressions of astonishment as they took note of the Spanish starting point guard. Rubio was indeed a prodigious talent. His defensive acumen rendered it exceedingly difficult for the Huaxia team's guards to advance the ball past half-court. Perhaps this would mark a pivotal turning point in the match. Kobe remarked earnestly, his eyes reflecting admiration. Indeed, if only the Huaxia team had an exceptional point guard, the performances of Yao Ming and Jiang Chen would reach unprecedented heights. James lamented, sensing the missed opportunity. Oh dear. The Huaxia team has committed far too many errors during this stretch. It feels as though sitting on the bench for a few minutes has rendered them incapable of playing. Yu Jia exclaimed in urgency, expressing the dire need for offensive players on the Huaxia team. He suggested that Jonas should substitute Decisive into the game, as Decisive possesses the ability to shoot 3-pointers, thereby creating space for Yao Ming to operate in the paint and alleviating the defensive pressure on Jiang Chen. Yang Yi articulated his thoughts and strategies, yet regrettably, As a commentator, he lacked the authority to influence the coach's decisions. It was truly a pity that Deji, in such exceptional offensive form, was taken off the court. Ujia echoed this sentiment, feeling both anxious and perplexed by Jonas's choices. Come on, everyone. Let us rally together and close the gap in the score. Rubio dribbled the ball while glancing at the scoreboard, noticing that they had narrowed the deficit to just 8 points. Indeed, once the Spanish team intensified their gameplay, the Huaxia team appeared remarkably vulnerable. Had it not been for the explosive performance of player number 12 in the first quarter, the Huaxia team would have scarcely had a chance to lead. Rubio's demeanor hardened as he signaled for a pick-and-roll with Navarro, intending to take Jiang Chen one-on-one. The crowd erupted with excitement, chanting encouragement for Jiang Chen. This kid is incredibly bold, daring to challenge Jiang Chen one-on-one. It must be said that the Spanish point guard seemed somewhat overconfident, for Jiang Chen's defensive prowess is formidable. I know this guard, Rubio, a basketball prodigy from Europe, but in comparison to Jiang Chen, I believe he falls short. The spectators were abuzz with anticipation, eager to see who would emerge victorious in this duel. Jiang Chen must uphold the pride of our Huaxia team and not falter at such a crucial moment. The atmosphere in the arena was electric. Let us witness who among us is the true basketball genius, Rubio declared, his eyes glinting with determination. Once I enter the NBA, my career achievements will undoubtedly surpass yours. Jiang Chen remained silent, merely offering a disdainful smirk. He was well aware that this Spanish golden boy, upon entering the NBA, had merely become an ordinary starter, without even a single all-star appearance throughout his career. Even the most renowned basketball prodigies can fade into obscurity in the NBA. Thus, he chose to disregard Rubio's provocations. As Rubio continued to dribble, attempting to penetrate Jiang Chen's defense, Jiang Chen activated his strongest defensive skill, Sukawa Tomoki's wall. Complemented by the enhanced reflexes from Aoi Haruto's physical attributes, swiftly executing a steal. With a sharp motion, he cleanly intercepted the ball. Immediately, he transitioned into a fast break. Lei Ming pushed the ball forward with all his might, halting at the three-point line, and executed a jump shot in a 1-on-0 situation. Swish. The hollow net reverberated with a thunderous cheer from the arena. Magnificent. That steal was truly exquisite. And what a splendid three-pointer it was. I always knew Jiang Chen would not disappoint the fans of Huaxia. This counterattack has indeed brought great pride. Rubio must be somewhat bewildered, wondering how this one-on-one duel concluded before it even began. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their emotions reaching a fever pitch. Rubio stood there, utterly stunned, having never anticipated that the basketball in his hands would be snatched away. This was not the outcome he had desired. Calm down, my friend. Jiang Chen's defense is formidable. Try not to confront him directly, Gasol admonished with a serious tone. He vividly recalled the disheartening scenes of Ray Allen and Pierce struggling against Jiang Chen's defense, which were nothing short of pitiful. Rubio snapped back to reality, nodding slightly, a flicker of dissatisfaction evident in his gaze. He sprinted to the backcourt, received the inbounds pass, and after dribbling past half-court, he delivered the ball to Gasol. Gasol, under the pressure of Yao Ming, attempted a forceful shot. Clang. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Yao executed a flawless defensive play and secured the rebound. The Huaxia team launched a fast break. After crossing half-court, Jiang Chen unleashed an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. Swish. The ball found nothing but net once again, extending their lead to 14 points with 6 consecutive points. Spain initiated their offensive. Rubio dribbled past half-court, and Jiang Chen immediately charged at him. As he continuously dribbled and changed directions, he sought a passing opportunity, but found none, ultimately resorting to a forced jump shot. Clang. The ball bounced off the rim. Yao grabbed the rebound and tossed it towards the front court. Jiang Chen was sprinting at full speed. Upon receiving the basketball, he executed his signature shooting technique, effortlessly sinking a mid-range shot. The Huaxia team now led by 16 points. The Spanish coach's face darkened as he called for a timeout. In the stands, Kobe shook his head in exasperation. Spain's fate rested on Rubio. His brilliance had initially stabilized the team's rhythm, yet he foolishly provoked Jiang Chen. Now, he had been decisively countered, leading to a surge in Huaxia's offensive momentum. Despite being a basketball prodigy, he still paled in comparison to Jiang Chen. Chapter 64. Victory within reach. Spain's counterattack. Kobe astutely pinpointed the reason for Spain's renewed suppression. Upon returning from the timeout, it was likely that Rubio would find himself benched by the Spanish coach. Wade, with a resigned expression, nodded in agreement. The dynamics on the court shifted rapidly. A minor misstep could dictate the outcome of the entire game. Furthermore, Rubio had committed several errors consecutively during the match. He was still too young. Lacking in major tournament experience, he may have lost his grasp on the game's flow due to emotional reasons. As the timeout concluded, the Spanish coach indeed replaced Rubio with another key player, Calderon. Although a substitute, Calderon was already an NBA player with consistent playing time and performance in the league. His game management skills surpassed those of the current Rubio. Yet he lacked in defensive capabilities compared to Rubio's exceptional skills. This is also the reason he was relegated to the bench. Now, as Rubio's performance falters, the coach of the Spanish team is compelled to increase Calderon's playing time. The match continues. The Spanish team advances first. Calderon orchestrates the offense, passing the ball to Pau Gasol, who executes a coordinated play with Marc Gasol in the paint, delivering a low behind-the-back pass that finds Marc Gasol, who then scores with a delicate hook shot beneath the basket. Frustrated by the consecutive successes of the Gasol brothers in the paint, Yao Ming hastens to the front court, eagerly seeking the ball to mount a response. Lu Wei promptly passes the basketball to him. Yao Ming backs down against Pau Gasol, employing a series of spin moves and feints before executing a turnaround jumper. With a flick of his wrist, the ball soars through the air, swish. It finds nothing but net. The turnaround jump shot in the paint is a signature move of the great Yao Ming. Without double-teaming, Yao's threat in the paint is undoubtedly elite, even in NBA games. No player would willingly allow Yao to engage in frequent one-on-one matchups. For several consecutive possessions, Yao dominated the paint, ultimately forcing the Spanish team to resort to double-teaming once more. Consequently, the perimeter defense loosened, allowing Lu Wei and Jiang Chen to hit three-pointers, igniting another wave of offensive momentum. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 48-69, with the Huaxia team extending their lead to 21 points. Heavens! It is unbelievable that we are leading the World Championship champions by 21 points, which has certainly exceeded everyone's expectations prior to the match, exclaimed Yang Yi. Indeed, I believe the Huaxia team had a chance to compete with the Spanish team, leveraging the home court advantage, at most securing a 50-50 split. But I never anticipated a lead of 21 points. I can only say that this iteration of the Huaxia men's basketball team has truly not disappointed us. Yu Jiao promptly added, his eyes shimmering with delight. The Spanish team will undoubtedly not sit idly by in the second half. The Huaxia team must focus on maintaining this lead and must not allow a comeback. Yang Yi expressed his concerns. From the latter part of the third quarter through the entirety of the fourth quarter, the issue of fatigue for the Huaxia team has become a well-known narrative. This situation is indeed unavoidable. In such an intense competition, facing physically formidable opponents, the depletion of energy occurs at a pace much swifter than in ordinary matches. Consequently, the Huaxia team often excels in the first half, only to falter dramatically in the latter. Yu Jiao nodded, acknowledging this concern. After a lengthy halftime intermission, the second half commenced. The head coach of the Spanish team once again included Rubio in the starting lineup, firmly believing that bolstering their defense was essential for overturning the Huaxia team. With Rubio tasked to contain Lu Wei, Huaxia's offense would inevitably experience considerable difficulty. The Huaxia team initiated the attack. As Lu Wei dribbled past midcourt, Rubio aggressively lunged at him, leaving no opportunity for tactical maneuvering. Reluctantly, Lu Wei passed the ball to Yao Ming, the team's linchpin, to address the offensive challenge. Yao, with his back to the basket, swiftly released the ball upon sensing an impending double team. Yi Jianlian seized the basketball and unleashed a long-range jump shot. Swish! The ball found its mark flawlessly. As the second half unfolded, the Huaxia team showcased a commendable offensive form, scoring consecutively over several possessions. Witnessing time gradually elapse, the anxious hearts of the audience began to ease, and it seemed unequivocal that a victory for the Huaxia team was imminent. At long last, a victory in the group stage appeared within reach. With half of the third quarter elapsed, the Huaxia team maintained a commanding lead of 20 points. It seemed the outcome of the match was no longer in doubt. Some fans in the audience had already begun to celebrate. Even Yang Yi and Yu Jiao relaxed, eagerly anticipating the moment of triumph. Was Spain truly on the verge of defeat? James expressed his astonishment. He had personally experienced the might of the Spanish team during the 2006 World Championship. Moreover, in this Olympic tournament, the American team regarded Spain as their most formidable obstacle on the path to victory. Yet now, Spain found itself thoroughly bested by the Huaxia team. This is somewhat astonishing. Perhaps the Huaxia team is no longer the team that can be easily dominated. In the previous group match, they only triumphed over the Huaxia team by a mere 13 points, which left me in a cold sweat. I had not anticipated that today the Huaxia team would perform even more brilliantly. It is truly remarkable, Wade remarked, unable to believe it. The addition of Jiang Chen has brought a qualitative leap to the Huaxia team. His offensive prowess has completely alleviated their previous reliance on Yao Ming. Watching Jiang Chen and Yao dominate both the inside and outside game, I was reminded of the days when I paired with Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe stated in a low voice. His emotions complex, filled with both surprise and a hint of caution. The other players from the American team exhibited expressions of astonishment. The Huaxia team's okay combination? Indeed intriguing. However, I am confident that the Spanish team will not concede defeat so easily. They are the reigning champions of the World Championships. And I believe the current Spanish team has yet to unleash their full potential, Kobe said solemnly, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Will the game still have its twists and turns? As Kobe had surmised, the Spanish team did not relinquish this match. In the latter part of the third quarter, the Spanish team suddenly erupted. Not only did they intensify their defensive efforts, but their offense also ignited with vigor. Navarro, Fernandez, and a host of sharpshooters consecutively sank three-point shots. The Gasol brothers engaged in fierce battles in the paint, nearly compressing Yao into a mere shadow of himself, effectively neutralizing his advantage. Furthermore, Marc Gasol managed to secure 2 offensive rebounds, granting the Spanish team additional opportunities to score. In less than 3 minutes, the Spanish team unleashed a 12-2 scoring surge, narrowing the gap to just 10 points. Instantly, the audience's spirits sank once more. At this moment, the Huaxia team must hold their ground. The gaze of nearly 20,000 spectators was fixated upon Jiang Chen, the individual who frequently conjures miraculous performances on the court. Will he once again rise to the occasion and withstand the counterattack from the Spanish team? Chapter 65, Seizing Control of the Game. An unbelievable 3-1. The third quarter has concluded. The Spanish team has narrowed the gap to a mere 7 points. The hearts of the nationwide audience are once again suspended in anticipation, their eyes glued to the television screens, unwilling to divert their attention for even a moment. As the fourth quarter commences, both teams field their strongest lineups. The coaches are acutely aware that the initial moments of this quarter are pivotal. For the Spanish team, overtaking the score at this juncture would establish a significant psychological advantage, allowing them to navigate the latter half of the quarter with greater ease. Conversely, for the Huaxia team, maintaining their lead is of utmost importance. Otherwise, their confidence could suffer a considerable blow. The Spanish team initiates the attack. Rubio drives past Liu Wei and successfully scores, reducing the deficit to 5 points. Wei go. I'll take on Rubio for the next defensive play, Jiang Chen declares earnestly, his expression turning serious. Rubio's ability to orchestrate fluid offensive plays is invaluable, and his contributions on the defensive end are crucial to the team's pursuit of points. Thus, to suppress the Spanish team, they must begin by containing Rubio. Liu Wei nods, recognizing his own limitations in keeping pace with Rubio, and concedes that Jiang Chen is the best choice for the defensive assignment. The Huaxia team advances on offense. After Liu Wei crosses half-court, he promptly passes the ball to Jiang Chen, simultaneously executing a pick-and-roll. Following the switch, Jiang Chen finds himself matched against Rubio's defense. With a determined expression and fiery resolve, Rubio is ready to reclaim the pride lost in the first half. His gaze sharpens as he lunges forward to attempt a steal. However, Jiang Chen reacts swiftly. His dribbling speed remarkable, he sidesteps Rubio's aggressive reach with ease. Rubio's overzealous attempt leaves him out of position defensively. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen launches a three-point shot. The basketball arcs gracefully through the air, swish. It finds the net with perfect precision. The audience erupts into fervent cheers once again. That three-pointer was executed with such confidence, effectively stifling the Spanish team's momentum. Steady. Jiang Chen's performance in this critical moment is truly remarkable, Yu Jia exclaims in admiration. What our Huaxia men's basketball team needs is a player like Jiang Chen with a heart of steel. While Yao Ming possesses the capability to be the team's stalwart in crucial moments, he often finds himself unable to receive the ball when it matters most, which is indeed frustrating. Yang Yi shook his head, a trace of helplessness evident in his tone. In the vast expanse of China, the absence of a capable point guard to facilitate passes to the great Yao Ming is indeed a lamentable reality. Even though Liu Wei stands as the most adept player in China at delivering the ball to Yao, he still fails to fully unleash Yao's potential. Moreover, fundamentally speaking, while towering players can dominate the court, they often struggle to find shooting opportunities in critical moments. It is those players who can dribble and create their own scoring chances who assume a more pivotal role when the stakes are high. Presently, Jiang Chen embodies this very role. Although lacking in breakthrough ability, his stable ball handling and rhythmic variations allow him to create shooting opportunities even under defensive pressure. For a top-tier shooter like Jiang Chen, this is more than sufficient. The Spanish team initiated their offensive play. Rubio advanced past half-court, while Jiang Chen positioned himself at the three-point line, maintaining a distance of 2 body lengths from Rubio. He defended against the drive, yet gave room for the shot. Fully aware of Rubio's limited shooting capacity, after entering the NBA, Rubio's reluctance to score led to his dismissal by numerous teams, resulting in a career marked by incessant wandering. Fans even affectionately dubbed him Louis Zhang as a playful jab at his shooting prowess. Despite his commendable organizational skills, Rubio's lack of offensive ability has prevented him from ascending to the ranks of elite NBA point guards. Thus, Jiang Chen confidently stood nearly a meter away from Rubio, unperturbed. The audience was left in astonishment. Are they really allowing Rubio to shoot? Incensed by this, Rubio's frustration began to boil over. This is rather disrespectful, isn't it? Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a three-point shot. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. The audience's eyes widened in surprise. Remarkably, it did not go in. Quite astonishing indeed. Yuming secured the rebound under pressure. The Huaxia team found themselves in a half-court battle. Jiang Chen, with the ball in hand, faced Rubio, dribbling repeatedly before stepping back to launch another three-pointer. Swish. Once again, he succeeded. Rubio's expression darkened considerably, realizing that his defense was utterly ineffective against Jiang Chen. Most crucially, he struggled to discern the dribbling trajectory of this Huaxia player, making it exceedingly difficult to anticipate his next offensive move. This is quite distressing. The Spanish team is on the offensive. Rubio furrowed his brow as he observed Jiang Chen, who had once again left himself unguarded. Such an exceedingly provocative defense rendered the act of abstaining from shooting impossible. Nevertheless, even if he were to shoot, the lack of confidence was palpable. His self-assurance was gradually dissipating. Navarro sprinted to the top of the arc, timely receiving Rubio's pass, and after catching the ball, launched a three-point attempt. Clang! The shot was a miss. The Huaxia team counterattacked. Jiang Chen received the ball and once more employed a designated play, switching defenses with Lu Wei to confront Rubio. Utilizing Yi Jianlian's high screen, Jiang Chen took a lateral step, deliberately lowering his head to glance at the three-point line. Realizing both of his feet were beyond the arc, he calmly released a three-pointer. Rubio circumvented Yi Jianlian and desperately rushed to defend, yet he was a beat too late. Left to watch helplessly as Jiang Chen released the basketball. However, Jiang Chen, in his fervor, lost control of his body mid-air, resulting in a sharp impact against Jiang Chen's wrist. Swish! The basketball found its way into the net with a perfect arc. Jiang Chen collapsed to the ground in response. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Rubio had committed a foul. Jiang Chen's basket was counted, and he was awarded an additional free throw. The arena fell into a momentary silence, soon to be erupted by cheers that threatened to shatter the ceiling. Rubio stood frozen in place, glancing down at his hand, a visage of despondency etched across his face. His eyes devoid of luster. Splendid. Yao Ming, brimming with excitement, rushed over to envelop Jiang Chen in a hearty embrace. The ball soared into the net with a commanding flair, invigorating the atmosphere. His teammates quickly surrounded Jiang Chen, excitedly patting him on the back. Stepping up to the free throw line, he effortlessly sank the shot. With a remarkable streak of 10 consecutive points, the team surged to a 10-0 run, extending their lead to 15 points. Suddenly, the Spanish coach called for a timeout, reorganizing their strategy and reluctantly substituting Rubio for Calderon. This decision seemed rather ill-conceived. Although Rubio had been outmatched by Jiang Chen, his presence on the court was still invaluable for both offense and defense, and pulling him from the game was likely to severely impact his confidence. Anthony furrowed his brow, perplexed by the move. However, the coach's decision was indeed timely. It was, in fact, a protective measure for Rubio. Having been thoroughly dominated by Jiang Chen, Rubio was on the verge of losing his confidence and even his grasp of the game. It was imperative to shield him from further humiliation. Losing a group match was inconsequential, but allowing the team's primary point guard to falter in confidence would incur a far greater loss. Chapter 66. Winning the World Championship. The Dawn of Hope? Coach Old K spoke solemnly, expressing understanding for the Spanish coach's actions. As a collegiate head coach, he not only aimed to enhance his players' basketball skills but also frequently guided them through psychological challenges. After all, they were still young, and mental fortitude could easily waver. particularly for prodigies like Rubio, who had faced little adversity in their early careers, having grown amidst accolades and applause. The current situation was a stark contrast. Previously, he had been a definitive star on the European stage, yet now, in his inaugural Olympic match, he found himself utterly overwhelmed by Jiang Chen. This will undoubtedly deal a severe blow to Rubio's confidence. It resembles a middle school student who has consistently ranked among the top in their class, admired by ordinary peers, only to enter a prestigious high school and suddenly become ordinary, fading into obscurity. Many students cannot bear such a psychological disparity and ultimately fall into despair. To strip a person of their confidence is far more terrifying than to defeat them. If the Spanish coach does not substitute Rubio, and he endures further humiliation at the hands of Jiang Chen, he may truly lose all faith in himself. The game continues. Calder-In has taken on the responsibility of orchestrating the team's offense. Although he lacks Rubio's finesse in passing, he diligently executes every tactical play. The Gasol brothers relentlessly attack the paint, challenging Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian with fervor. Particularly, Marc Gasol resembles a powerful polar bear, dwarfing Yi Jianlian and making him appear slender and ineffectual. The brothers score consecutively, yet they fail to close the gap, with Rubio's tight defense absent. Lu Wei is unperturbed by Calder-In's guarding and begins to shine, delivering a series of exquisite assists. Yao Ming, Zhu Fangyu, and Yi Jianlian seize their shooting opportunities, scoring steadily. Both teams engage in a fierce exchange of offense. However, time gradually slips away. The diminishing seconds become increasingly advantageous for the Huaxia team. As the fourth quarter approaches the 7-minute mark, the Huaxia team begins to control the clock. The Spanish team appears visibly anxious, abandoning their forays into the paint and instead resorting to three-point attempts in hopes of rapidly closing the score. Navarro attempts several shots, but they are thwarted by the formidable defense of Jiang Chen and Chuan Jiki. Fernandez and Calder-In manage to sink a three-pointer each. Yet, Zhu Fangyu responds without hesitation, hitting a three-pointer with a defender in his face, showcasing the prowess of the former Asian MVP. The current Asian MVP, Jiang Chen, also refuses to be outdone, launching a long-range three-pointer that finds its mark, maintaining a lead of 13 points. This could seal the game. With merely 2.5 minutes remaining, the Spanish team calls for a timeout and substitutes all their starters, conceding the match. In response, the crowd erupts into ecstatic cheers, creating an almost dreamlike atmosphere. It truly feels like victory is within reach. It is simply unbelievable. The Huaxia men's basketball team has brought glory to their home ground, clinching the championship at the World Championships. I can only express my admiration for the Huaxia men's basketball team. They have exceeded expectations. Their performance has been nothing short of extraordinary. This is undoubtedly a historic moment, and I feel incredibly fortunate to witness such greatness. The fans were abuzz with excitement, some unable to contain their emotions, shedding tears of joy. The triumph of the Spanish team in the World Championship, even if it was merely a group match, filled the supporters with immense pride. Regardless of how far the Huaxia men's basketball team may progress in the subsequent matches, this single game was already sufficient to meet the expectations of the fans. The final whistle blew, signaling the end of the match. 101-110. The Huaxia team secured victory over the Spanish team by a margin of 9 points, achieving their first win in the group stage. The spectators erupted into exuberant cheers, as if the Huaxia team had clinched the Olympic championship. Many foreign fans in attendance struggled to comprehend why such elation was warranted for merely winning a group match. They were unaware of the profound significance this victory held for the Huaxia men's basketball team and all of its devoted supporters. The emotions encapsulated within this moment can only be truly comprehended by the fans of Huaxia. Victory! The Huaxia team has indeed accomplished what once seemed impossible. All the young men of the national basketball team are our heroes, filling the Wuxong Arena with an overwhelming sense of pride this evening. Yu Jia expressed his exhilaration. His eyes slightly reddened. As a commentator, witnessing the Huaxia team triumph over a world-class opponent on home soil is an unparalleled joy. My heart has never before been inundated with such complex emotions. Since my childhood, I have followed the Huaxia men's basketball team, observing their struggles and defeats against formidable international teams, yet my hope for their resurgence never wavered. Today, I finally behold the dawn of a new era. The renaissance of Huaxia basketball is on the horizon, promising a bright and splendid future. Yang Yi eloquently articulated his feelings, tears welling in his eyes as well. Jiang Chen will lead the Huaxia men's basketball team to greatness, guiding them into this new realm. Consider his performance in this match, 35 minutes on the court. 18 of 26 shots made, 12 of 18 from beyond the arc, 2 of 3 from the free throw line, amassing an astounding 50 points, along with 2 rebounds, 1 assist, and 3 steals, completely dominating the game. Jiang marveled at this statistical masterpiece, feeling an uncontrollable surge of passion and emotion. Record-breaking. Jiang Chen has once again shattered his own scoring record at the Olympics, setting a new benchmark for Huaxia players and establishing the highest single-game scoring record in Olympic basketball history. Moreover, in this match, Jiang Chen effectively neutralized the performances of Navarro and Rubio, rendering Spain's backcourt duo ineffective. Yang Yi exclaimed with excitement, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Jiang Chen's statistics were astonishing, yet his on-court performance was even more breathtaking. Only those who witnessed this match can truly appreciate the immense energy Jiang Chen exhibited. On the court, the players of Huaxia were elated, embracing one another in celebration, with Jiang Chen at the center, basking in the cheers of his teammates. The Spanish players exited the arena in despondence, with only Gasol approaching Jiang Chen for a brief exchange. Losing the first group match is a significant setback for them, as they aspire to contend for gold against the American Dream Team. In the post-match interview segment, all eyes converged on Jiang Chen in the Huaxia team's interview area. Undoubtedly, Jiang Chen has not only become a household name in basketball, but has also emerged as a prominent figure of the entire Olympics. Chapter 67. 2 consecutive victories. Securing qualification in advance. Jiang Chen, you have led the Huaxia team to triumph over the championship-winning Spanish squad at the World Championship. What does this victory signify for you and for the Huaxia men's basketball team? Jiang, you scored an impressive 50 points, once again setting a record at the Olympics. How do you feel about that? Jiang, you dominated the Spanish prodigy Ricky Rubio during the match. What is your perspective on this player? The reporters continued to pose an array of inquiries, their curiosity seemingly insatiable regarding the remarkable events surrounding Jiang Chen. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang chose to respond to a few of the questions. Defeating the Spanish team has significantly bolstered our confidence. In future encounters with any formidable international teams, we will face them with unwavering certainty. Beyond that, it holds no extraordinary significance, as it is merely a group stage match. A victory is simply a victory. Scoring 50 points is indeed a remarkable achievement, and I am pleased to have delivered such an outstanding performance. However, this is far from my ultimate potential. Should the team require it, I will strive to surpass this in forthcoming matches. Ricky Rubio? Apologies. I had not heard of him prior to our game against the Spanish team. Nevertheless, he undoubtedly possesses immense potential, and I believe he has the capability to establish himself in the NBA, if not as a starter. However, it must be said that he needs to enhance his shooting skills. As they listened to Jiang Chen's responses, the reporters were both astonished and struck by a sense of familiarity. Indeed, this is truly reflective of Jiang Chen's distinctive style in responding to inquiries. Although it may come across as somewhat ostentatious, no one dares to doubt the veracity of his statements. After all, from the moment he rose to prominence, every instance of his bravado has been substantiated, which speaks volumes. When one fails to impress, it is merely boasting. However, when every display of bravado succeeds, it is a testament to one's prowess. In the Spain team's interview room, a reporter inquired, Gasol, what do you believe was the primary reason for today's defeat? Gasol replied, somewhat dejectedly, clearly, we were unable to contain Jiang Chen's performance. He scored 50 points over us, an outcome that is simply unacceptable. Another reporter then asked, how would you assess Jiang Chen's performance in this match? He delivered an extraordinary display, completely dominating the game with his exceptional offense and defense. Such dominance is something I have only witnessed in Kobe, Gasol remarked, generously expressing his admiration for Jiang Chen. The reporters were visibly taken aback. This commendation is indeed remarkably high. It is well known that Kobe is one of the premier superstars in the NBA, and to be compared to him signifies that Jiang Chen's performance has truly captivated Gasol. Subsequently, the reporters turned their attention to the head coach of the Spanish team. In your pre-match interview, you mentioned that you would contain Jiang Chen, yet throughout the game, it seems that the Spanish team's defense against him was rather ineffective. What might be the reason for this? The reporters inquired, their curiosity piqued. Upon hearing this question, Gasol also turned to look at the Spanish head coach with intrigue. Indeed, I devised a targeted defensive strategy, even employing double teaming. However, regrettably, the results were not as expected. I will thoroughly analyze this match to identify the underlying issues. The Spanish head coach replied vaguely, somewhat awkwardly. Dear reporters, please take note. It was Gasol who claimed pre-match that he would contain Jiang Chen. What does that have to do with me? I merely stated that I would exert my utmost efforts to restrict Jiang Chen, but I never claimed it would be guaranteed. Why does Gasol consistently offer me assurances? This has put me in a rather passive position, the coach of the Spanish team mused inwardly. While striving to maintain a calm facade, it is time for a serious discussion with Gasol. He must refrain from making indiscreet remarks during the next interview. After posing several more questions, the journalists concluded the post-match interview and promptly disseminated the information. The Olympics are in full swing, with a plethora of news regarding athletes clinching gold medals emerging incessantly. Yet, the group match between the Chinese team and the Spanish team remains a focal point on the Olympic official website, sparking fervent discussions across the internet. For the general public watching the Olympics, the performance of the Chinese men's basketball team has indeed been a delightful surprise. Historically, the Chinese men's basketball team has been perceived as being on par with the national football team, consistently languishing at the bottom in international standings. The lone distinction lies in the presence of Yao Ming, a stabilizing force, which has helped the team maintain a tenuous ranking of 8th in the world. However, when compared to truly formidable international teams, a significant gap still exists. This time, to witness an unexpected victory against the world-class powerhouse Spain is truly delightful and a source of immense pride. Following his extraordinary performance of scoring 46 points in the previous match against the United States, Jiang Chen's 50 points against Spain once again set the internet ablaze. I can only exclaim, remarkable. Jiang Chen seems like a deity descended from the heavens. I must regard him as the savior of the Chinese men's basketball team. His presence instills great optimism in me regarding their potential achievements in this Olympic Games. Jiang Chen has successfully piqued my interest in basketball, and I shall watch every match of the Chinese men's basketball team from now on. Press on, leading the team through the so-called group of death to defend the dignity of the host nation. Fans are eagerly discussing and expressing high expectations for Jiang Chen's forthcoming performances. After a day's rest, the Chinese men's basketball team faced Angola on August 14th in their third group match. Angola, being the weakest team in Group B, was a team that the Chinese men's basketball team had identified as a necessary victory to advance. With Jiang Chen on the roster, there was no doubt about the outcome. As soon as the match commenced, the Chinese team launched a series of successful attacks, quickly establishing a significant lead. By the end of the first quarter, they had secured a 13-point advantage. After the halftime break, the lead expanded to 25 points, rendering the game's outcome inevitable. Ultimately, the match concluded with a score of 109-81, as the Chinese team triumphed over Angola with a commanding 28-point margin, thereby achieving their second victory in the group stage. Undoubtedly, the standout performer of the match was still Jiang Chen, who played for 29 minutes, making 14 of 23 field goals, hitting 6 of 10 three-pointers, and converting both of his free throws, amassing an impressive tally of 36 points, along with 2 rebounds and 1 assist. Additionally, Yao Ming also showed signs of resurgence, scoring 29 points with 12 rebounds and 3 assists from 12 of 19 shooting and a perfect 5 for 5 from the free throw line. This is the finest performance among the 3 matches held at the Dayo Olympic Games. This match has unveiled the immense potential of the Chinese dual stars to the world. When Yao Ming and Jiang Chen both begin to excel, the prowess of the Chinese men's basketball team undoubtedly reaches a world-class caliber. Numerous media outlets have reported that all participating teams in this Olympic Games dare not underestimate the Chinese squad. In their eyes, the Chinese team has emerged as the greatest dark horse in the men's basketball event. Following consecutive victories in 2 group matches, the Chinese team has already secured a spot in the top 8. Chapter 68, a light defeat of the national team. Facing the last opponent in the group stage on August 16th, in Kyoto time, the Chinese team encountered the 4th opponent in the group stage, the national team. This team boasts 2 NBA players, the superstar Dirk Nowitzki and the all-star caliber Chris Kaman. Apart from these 2 athletes, the remaining players are local talents from the national team, whose abilities are rather average. This has led to the unfortunate circumstance that, despite possessing 2 NBA superstar players, the German national team is still not regarded with optimism. Prior to the commencement of the men's basketball event at the Olympics, numerous media outlets forecasted that the German team would triumph over both the Chinese and Angolan squads, securing a spot in the quarterfinals as the 4th seed in Group B. However, to everyone's surprise, the Chinese team showcased formidable prowess during the group stages, rendering the German team's hopes of advancement increasingly bleak. In a pre-match interview, The atmosphere surrounding the Chinese team was notably relaxed and vibrant. Having already secured their place in the quarterfinals, this match posed no pressure for them. Yao Ming expressed his confidence in containing Chris Kaman's performance, candidly stating that even though they had qualified, they would still strive to win every game in preparation for the forthcoming knockout stage. Yao's aspirations extend beyond merely leading the Chinese team into the top 8. Indeed, ambition tends to expand in tandem with one's capabilities. As the host nation, he aims to guide the Chinese men's basketball team to achieve the finest results in their history, with the possibility of even clinching a medal. This is the goal that Dayo has been striving for until now. He understands that this is not an unrealistic fantasy, but rather something truly attainable. In contrast to the atmosphere surrounding the Huaxia team, the interview setting for the national team feels somewhat oppressive and somber. Prior to this match, the German team had suffered consecutive defeats against the teams from the United States, Greece, and Spain, teetering on the brink of elimination. Should they falter against the Huaxia team today, it would signify the loss of their chance to advance to the quarterfinals. Thus, this encounter stood as a matter of life and death for them. In an interview, Nowitzki expressed his unwavering commitment to lead the team to victory over Huaxia, preserving their hopes of reaching the final 8. Chris Kaman, with a hint of arrogance, proclaimed his intention to contain Yao Ming, asserting his superiority as a center. The match commenced swiftly. Kaman secured the jump ball, and the German team launched the first offensive. Nowitzki unleashed a three-pointer from beyond the arc, executing a stunning one-leg shot that left Jianlian unable to contest. Swish! The ball sailed through the net effortlessly. The Huaxia team responded with determination. Jiang Chen, refusing to be outdone, received a pass from Lu Wei and unhesitatingly launched a three-point shot. Swish! It too found its mark. It was yet another remarkable long-range three-pointer. For Jiang Chen, such a challenging display of shooting has become a familiar sight for the audience, a spectacle they have grown accustomed to. In their eyes, Jiang Chen's extraordinary three-point performances have become routine. In the ensuing minutes, the match was entirely transformed into a scoring duel between Nowitzki and Jiang Chen, both showcasing their exquisite shooting prowess. However, Jiang Chen's three-point ability proved superior, swiftly overshadowing Nowitzki's offensive momentum. In the paint, Yao Ming and Kaman engaged in a fierce battle. Kaman exerted considerable effort in both defense and offense, yet remained no match for Yao Ming. Clearly, Kaman's aspirations were somewhat naive. Even with Yao Ming's injuries not fully healed, he could easily dominate Kaman. After all, a malnourished camel is still larger than a horse. Yao Ming is a top-tier NBA center, whereas Kaman merely hovers around the caliber of a near all-star. In terms of defensive capability and offensive versatility, Kaman could not compare to Yao Ming. After several exchanges, Yao Ming gained the upper hand, relentlessly tormenting the basket. At the close of the first quarter, the Huaxia team held an 8-point lead, firmly controlling the game's dynamics. As the second quarter commenced, Yao Ming and Jiang Chen continued to excel, firing from both inside and outside, racking up points. Fortunately, the German team had Nowitzki. Otherwise, the score would have widened significantly. After enduring a quarter of play, as the game progressed into the second half, Nowitzki began to tire, and his offensive efficiency declined. The entire German team's offensive efforts relied solely on Nowitzki, which became increasingly unsustainable. Seizing this opportunity, the Huaxia team widened the gap, rendering the match devoid of suspense. As the final whistle blew, the score read 96-79, with the Huaxia team triumphing by a 17-point margin, securing their third consecutive victory in the group stage. Meanwhile, the German team found themselves eliminated from contention for the top 8. Thus, the victors and the vanquished were clearly delineated. Competitive sports are indeed merciless. The national team players exited the arena, shrouded in disappointment, leaving behind a stage that was not meant for them. Meanwhile, the Huaxia team continued to revel in their victory, basking in the adulation of the spectators. Jiang Chen maintained his formidable performance, achieving 12 out of 20 from the field, 7 out of 12 from beyond the arc, and 2 out of 2 from the free throw line, amassing an impressive tally of 33 points and 2 rebounds. Yao Ming, on the other hand, recorded 15 successful shots out of 23 attempts, converting all 5 of his free throws, and astonishingly secured 35 points along with 14 rebounds, showcasing his prowess as a top-tier NBA center and setting a new personal best in scoring for the national team. Observing the remarkable display of the Huaxia duo, commentator Yang Yi could not help but express his admiration, declaring Yao Ming and Jiang Chen the most formidable combination in the history of Huaxia basketball. Now, This exceptional pair aims to lead the Huaxiao team in pursuit of historic glory. On August 18th, the Huaxiao team faced their final opponent in the group stage, the Greek team. As a formidable European powerhouse, Greece boasts sophisticated basketball techniques and exceptional skills, excelling in both offense and defense. They have emerged as a rising force in European basketball in recent years. In the semifinals of the 2006 World Championship, Greece famously triumphed over the mighty American team, advancing to the finals. Regrettably, in the championship match, Greece faltered, ultimately conceding victory to a Spain team that was missing its star, Pau Gasol, thus securing the World Championship title. Although this match bore little significance for the Huaxiao team, all players expressed a fervent desire to win beforehand. To them, this game was a chance for revenge. The Huaxiao team had suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Greece in the round of 16 during the 2006 World Championship, losing by over 30 points in a match where they were utterly outmatched. It stands as one of the darkest moments in Huaxiao basketball's international history. Now at the Olympics, how could they possibly miss this opportunity for retribution? As the game commenced, the Huaxiao team was fired up, launching a relentless offensive assault on the Greek basket. With fierce determination, they seized every opportunity to shoot. Even Jiang Chen, who seldom attempts three-pointers, successfully netted one from beyond the arc. In less than 5 minutes, the Huaxiao team executed a remarkable 15-6 run, establishing a 9-point lead. The Greek coach promptly called for a timeout to implement tactical adjustments. Upon resuming play, the effect was immediate. Greece showcased exquisite teamwork, consistently finding shooting opportunities beyond the three-point line, rapidly leveling the score. The two teams exchanged leads in a fiercely contested battle, with neither able to create a significant gap. This situation persisted into the second half. In the third quarter, the Greek team suddenly surged, unleashing a formidable 14-3 scoring run, thereby extending their lead, which they maintained into the fourth quarter. As the point differential widened, while the likes of Yao Ming and others remained reticent, Jiang Chen grew increasingly anxious. What an international jest! With only one game remaining to complete the systematic mission, a loss would render their efforts in vain. No, this match absolutely cannot be lost. Chapter 69, a comeback against Greece. Advancing to the top 8 as group runners-up, Jiang Chen glanced at the scoreboard on the large screen, 87-75. The Greek team led by 12 points, with approximately 8 minutes left in the match. That was ample time. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened, radiating an incredible intensity. Energized as if he had been invigorated, he increased his movement, utilizing Yao Ming's screen to position himself beyond the three-point line. Receiving a pass from Lu Wei, he launched a three-pointer. The basketball arced gracefully through the air swish. It found nothing but net. The Greek team initiated their offense, expertly coordinating to secure an easy layup in the paint, adding another 2 points. Now it was the turn of the Huaxiao team. After dribbling past half court, Jiang Chen observed that his defender had not closed in, decisively halting near the midline to unleash a long-range logo three-pointer. Swish. Once again, it swished cleanly through the net. The entire audience erupted into fervent cheers, shouting with excitement. He was waiting for the moment the Huaxiao team would surpass the score and clinch victory. Should Huaxiao truly manage to overturn this match, they would advance to the top 8 as group runners-up. Undoubtedly, this would mark a historic achievement for the Huaxiao men's basketball team in international competitions. Presently, the weight of this historic endeavor rested squarely on Jiang Chen's shoulders. On the court, Jiang Chen executed 2 off-ball movements, receiving a pass from Yao Ming in the paint, effortlessly scoring with a shot reminiscent of the Qifeng Dahui's unpredictable style. Alongside him, Jiang Chen and Yao Ming also scored consecutively in the paint. After all, the Greek team relied heavily on perimeter shooting and lacked an advantage in the interior. Among all teams participating in the Olympics, few possessed an interior strength that could rival that of the Huaxiao team. With 3 minutes remaining in the match, Jiang Chen's remarkable long-range three-pointer propelled Huaxiao into the lead by 2 points. They had turned the tide. With just 3 minutes left, Huaxiao must hold firm. Yang Jian clenched his fists, his eyes slightly reddened, fixated intently on the court. Coach Shang's breathing grew rapid, reflecting his mounting tension. Under the relentless assault from the Huaxiao team and the fervent emotions of the spectators, the Greek players' mental state was evidently disrupted. They attempted a counterattack, launching 3 consecutive three-point shots from beyond the arc, yet none found their mark. Meanwhile, the towering Yao Ming continued to dominate the paint, scoring with 2 successive jump shots and further extending the lead. With merely 1 minute remaining in the match, Huaxiao had widened the gap to 9 points. rendering the outcome seemingly inevitable. The final buzzer echoed through the arena, 101, 108. Huaxia had triumphed over Greece, securing a second-place finish in their group and achieving the finest group stage performance in the history of the Huaxia men's basketball team. Victory! This Huaxia squad has truly bestowed upon us a plethora of surprises. A second-place finish, a feat I could scarcely dream of, Jiang Chen exclaimed, as his long-suppressed emotions erupted at that moment. Who would dare claim that the Huaxia team could not transcend the so-called group of death? We have not only navigated through it, but have also secured second place, second only to the illustrious Dream Team of the United States, an accomplishment to be immensely proud of. Elder Zhang Weiping, with reddened eyes, echoed this sentiment. As a veteran figure in Huaxia basketball, he had once been a key player in his youth and subsequently devoted his life to basketball commentary, dedicating himself wholly to the advancement of the sport in Huaxia. Witnessing the Huaxia men's basketball team achieve their most remarkable performance in the Olympics held on their home soil was nothing short of exhilarating. Thus, the group stage of the Olympic men's basketball tournament came to a close, and the lineup for the quarterfinals was officially announced. The Huaxia team would face Croatia. The third-place team from Group A, Jiang Chen remarked, his eyes sparkling with excitement. In a matchup against Croatia, the Huaxia team held a significant probability of advancing to the semifinals, as Croatia was the sole team in Group A without any NBA players. In contrast, Huaxia boasted 4 players of NBA caliber, with Yuming being a superstar and Jiang Chen possessing the potential to rise to such heights. Additionally, in the warm-up matches preceding the Olympics, Huaxia had triumphed over Croatia twice. This has granted the players of the Huaxia team a psychological advantage. Perhaps advancing to the quarterfinals as the second in their group is merely the beginning of the Huaxia men's basketball team's splendid performance in this Olympic Games. As they enter the knockout stage, how many more surprises can the Huaxia men's basketball team bring us? Chapter 70, Skill Fusion Sakurai Ryuku's Quick Release. As the quarterfinal matches commence, the venerable Zhang Weiping turns his gaze towards Jiang Chen. In his eyes, the presence of Jiang Chen within the Huaxia team signifies boundless possibilities. Undoubtedly, this edition of the Huaxia men's basketball team will be remembered. They are the strongest in the history of men's basketball and will achieve unparalleled success. On the court, the players of the Huaxia team continue to embrace one another, celebrating their hard-fought victory. Jiang Chen finds himself at the center of this joyous commotion, his consciousness already immersed in the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task and successfully aiding the Huaxia team in advancing to the quarterfinals with a second-place finish in their group. The task rewards are now being issued. Rewards: 2,000 achievement points, 1,000 skill fusion shards, and the skill fusion card for Sakurai Ryuku's quick release. The system's cold voice reverberates in Jiang Chen's mind. Skill fusion, Sakurai Ryuku's quick release. Jiang Chen exclaims with excitement. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the successful fusion. The system's voice resonates once more. With a mere thought, Jiang Chen envisions the description of Sakurai Ryuku's quick release in his mind. Sakurai Ryuku's quick release, a first-year student from Tohoku Academy, endowed with the ability for rapid release. The initial level is intermediate, with a fusion rate of 50. Upon fusion, it can enhance the host's original shooting speed by 50. A smile involuntarily graces Jiang Chen's face. This skill, when combined with the remarkably high-arc three-point shot of Motoi Shintaro, becomes utterly invincible. Although it only enhances shooting speed by 50, the terror it instills is undeniable. Consequently, his three-point shooting ability becomes increasingly difficult to defend against. He gazes at his system interface. System: Black Basketball System Host, Jiang Chen height, 201 centimeters weight, 98 kilograms overall physique, 89 skills, Ammon Daiki's unconventional shooting, advanced, Purple Haze S physical talent, perfect level. Motoi Shintaro's high-arc three-point shot, advanced. Hayama Kotaro's thunder dribble, advanced. Sakurai Ryo's lightning release, intermediate. Items: Akashi Seijiro's Emperor Eye Experience Card 1, duration, 10 minutes. Kuroko Ryota's Imitation Experience Card 1, duration, 10 minutes. Achievement points: 3,000 skill fusion fragments, 1450 with only 3,000 achievement points. The prospect of a lottery seems distant, however. The skill fusion fragments have accumulated to 1450. Just 550 more would allow for a skill upgrade. He hopes future task rewards will yield more skill fusion fragments. Jiang Chen murmurs to himself, his eyes filled with anticipation as he contemplates which skill to upgrade. Ding! A new task has been issued. lead the Chinese men's basketball team to achieve remarkable results at the Olympics. The higher the ranking of the Chinese men's basketball team, the more substantial the rewards. Reaching the semifinals grants 2,000 achievement points and 600 skill fusion fragments. Advancing to the finals yields 500 skill fusion fragments. Winning the championship provides 500 skill fusion fragments and rewards the perfect level of the God of Fire's physical talent, which notably enhances jumping and hang time abilities. Along with a selection treasure box 1. Note: rewards are not distributed all at once but are cumulative. The system's voice resonates once more in Jiang Chen's mind. He is momentarily stunned, and then his eyes glisten with fervor as he fixates on the ultimate reward. The reward is indeed exceedingly bountiful. The prowess of the God of Fire within my physical capabilities is truly extraordinary, particularly in terms of jumping ability and hang time, rendering me akin to the most formidable player depicted in the Kuroko's basketball manga. I could even walk in the air. Should I obtain this reward? My physical attributes would ascend to an even higher echelon. Even in the NBA, I would not be outmatched by any player. Instantly, I was infused with an indomitable spirit. Regardless of the circumstances, I am determined to lead the Chinese men's basketball team to glory. As my consciousness returned to reality, accompanied by the jubilant cheers of my teammates, I couldn't help but smile radiantly. The following day, news of the Chinese team advancing to the quarterfinals exploded across the internet. Concurrently, major sports media outlets commenced a round of predictions for the upcoming quarterfinal matches. Aside from the clash between the Chinese team and Croatia, the remaining 3 matchups featured Lithuania against Greece, Argentina versus Spain, and Australia facing the United States. The most anticipated encounter, however, remains between the Chinese team and the United States. An increasing number of media voices have begun to speculate on the likelihood of the Chinese team reaching the finals. After all, they triumphed over the formidable Spanish team in the group stage and lost to the United States by a mere 13 points, securing advancement as the second in their group. Various indicators suggest that the Chinese team has emerged as a formidable force in the Olympics, one that cannot be overlooked. Such predictions have thoroughly ignited the fervor of fans of the Huaxia basketball team, who have inundated online platforms with messages expressing their unwavering support and anticipation. 2 days later, the quarterfinals officially commenced. The opening match featured a contest between the Lithuanian and Greek teams. Both squads, esteemed powerhouses of Europe, exhibited striking similarities in both their playing styles and overall demeanor, while the players were well acquainted with one another. The two teams engaged in a fierce battle that extended into the fourth quarter, yet ultimately, Lithuania triumphed, thanks to the stellar performance of their leading star, narrowly overcoming Greece to secure a place in the semifinals. Next, the match between the United States and Australia unfolded. The disparity in strength between the two teams was glaringly apparent, leaving little room for suspense. Although Australia boasted the presence of Andrew Bogut, the top draft pick, they were no match for the formidable American squad. Throughout the game, Bogut was thoroughly dominated by Dwight Howard, who effectively neutralized his impact. Within a mere 5 minutes, the United States had already established a significant lead. The final score was 115-80, with the American team effortlessly advancing to the semifinals by a staggering 35-point margin. Thus concluded the first day of competition. On the following day, the quarterfinals continued. The first match featured Spain versus Argentina. Spain, the champion of the 2006 World Championship, faced off against Argentina, the victor of the 2004 Olympics. The encounter was nothing short of explosive, akin to thunder colliding with lightning. Both teams boasted NBA superstar players. Spain had Pau Gasol, while Argentina featured Manu Ginóbili. On paper, the two teams appeared evenly matched. The entire match was intensely contested, with each side responding vigorously to the other's impressive displays, thrilling the spectators. In the climactic fourth quarter, Spain showcased superior prowess, with the Gasol brothers dominating the paint and executing a series of powerful plays that ignited a scoring surge. Unfortunately for Ginóbili, his attempts at a comeback were thwarted, as he missed 2 crucial 3-point attempts, sealing the fate of the game. Ultimately, Spain successfully advanced to the semifinals. 2 hours later, at the Wuxang Arena, the final quarter-final match was about to begin, featuring Huaxia against Croatia. The atmosphere in the arena was electric, with fans brimming with excitement as they awaited the start of the game. Undoubtedly, the attention surrounding this match reached unprecedented heights. In addition to the fervent crowd present, countless others were tuning in via television or online broadcasts to witness this momentous event. The arena was also graced by numerous celebrities from various sectors, all rallying to support the Huaxia men's basketball team. whether the Chinese men's basketball team can surpass its historical best achievement and advance to the semifinals hinges on this match. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen's performance is also highly anticipated. This remarkable rising star of Huaxia has unequivocally emerged as one of the leading figures of the Huaxia men's basketball team. His performance will ultimately dictate the team's potential. On the court, the two teams are engaged in warm-up exercises. The resounding clang of missed shots reverberates from the Huaxia side, with even the great Yao struggling with his mid-range accuracy. It is important to note that this is merely a warm-up. One can only speculate how much more challenging the official match will be. Jiang Chen observes the team's demeanor and realizes that his teammates are feeling the pressure. It is evident that their bodies are tense, and their shooting lacks the finesse one would expect. As for Yao, the weight of expectation rests heavily upon him. He has staked his professional career by returning to the national team, risking an early end to his NBA journey, all while bearing the historical burden of representing his country. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to compete in the Olympics on home soil and bring glory to their nation. This opportunity can be described as a once-in-a-century occurrence. Coach Zhang, the players of the Huaxia men's basketball team appear somewhat anxious. What adjustments do you think they should make? Inquired commentator Yang Chen. Hey, what's there to worry about? What is the strength of our Huaxia men's basketball team now? Just go for it. Coach Zhang responded cheerfully, exuding confidence. At this pivotal moment in history, everyone's emotions are magnified infinitely. Regardless of victory or defeat, they will undoubtedly become the focal point of tomorrow. Yang Chen mused. Reflecting on the journey of the Huaxia men's basketball team from the Olympics to the present, which has been sufficiently remarkable, enough to make every Huaxia fan proud. Unlike the neighboring national football team, which faltered in the group stage under the weight of national expectations. Although expectations for the national football team are limited, disappointment still lingers. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no pain. In contrast, the Huaxia men's basketball team has brought immense joy to its fans, many of whom have transferred their hopes from the national football team to the basketball team. This transfer of hope has led to the Huaxia men's games frequently breaking viewership records. Regardless, let us hope the young men of the Huaxia team perform admirably. Securing a spot in the quarterfinals on home soil, this opportunity may never come again. The venerable Zhang Weiping also adopted a serious demeanor, stating earnestly while clenching his fists and gazing at the court. The warm-up has concluded. The players from both teams take the court, and the match officially commences. Yuming effortlessly wins the jump ball, directing the basketball into Lu Wei's hands. The latter swiftly dribbles past half-court, intending to orchestrate a play, only to be thwarted by a fierce steal from a Croatian defender, resulting in a turnover. Although there are no NBA players on the Croatian team, the players' skills are remarkably balanced, with two guards posing the most significant threats, excelling in both defense and aggressive offense, showcasing sharp drives and accurate three-point shooting. In this Olympic tournament, Croatia is the most overlooked team, as fans in Huaxia possess limited knowledge of European basketball leagues and are consequently unfamiliar with these athletes. However, if one were to delve deeper, they would surely recognize that Croatia has a storied past, having once secured a silver medal, second only to the legendary Dream Team. Although their current prowess may not match their peak, they should not be underestimated. Following the steal, the Croatian team launched a swift counterattack. After crossing half-court, their guard abruptly halted at the three-point line, launching a shot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air. Swish! It found nothing but net. The audience erupted in a chorus of gasps. Isn't this the rapid stop-and-shoot three-pointer frequently employed by Jiang Chen? To execute such a move, one must possess unwavering confidence in their three-point shooting abilities. Respond to the ball! Respond to the ball! The fans vociferously cheered, completely exhilarated. To dare to showcase a three-pointer in front of Jiang Chen? This is truly akin to brandishing a sword before Confucius, a display of utter hubris. The opening has certainly sent a stark warning to the Huaxia team. The Croatian players are in splendid form. If it were me, such provocation would be intolerable. I firmly believe that Jiang Chen is not one to endure such indignities. Let him unleash his prowess. The venerable Zhang Weiping exclaimed with fervor. The Huaxia team launched an offensive. As Lu Wei dribbled past the halfway line, he passed the ball to Jiang Chen. The Croatians were well prepared, with two players swiftly converging to double-team him. Jiang Chen activated his thunderous dribbling, retreating several steps from the three-point line to the vicinity of the center logo. As the two defenders closed in, he displayed no fear, executing the high-arc three-pointer of Ryota Mitarima combined with the lightning-quick release of Ryo Sakurai. He assumed the shooting posture, his wrist flicking with remarkable speed as he released the ball, its velocity astonishing. The two defenders, initially confident in their ability to block Jiang Chen's shot, were momentarily disoriented, only to witness the basketball soaring away. The two stood frozen in place, caught in a moment of disbelief. What an astonishing release speed! The basketball soared through the air, tracing a high arc swish. It found nothing but net, igniting an eruption of excitement throughout the arena. The fans erupted into fervent cheers. With two defenders bearing down upon him, he executed an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. This response was undeniably fierce. And that release speed, what on earth was that? It was ridiculously swift. I have never witnessed Jiang Chen shoot with such rapidity before. Yang Jian remarked with a hint of disbelief. I have never seen a player dare to take such a three-point shot. Were it anyone else, I would deem the attempt irrational and reckless, yet with Jiang Chen, it seems entirely justifiable, for he possesses such remarkable capability. The venerable Zhang Weiping exclaimed with enthusiasm. On the court, the players from the Huaxia team celebrated by high-fiving Jiang Chen as they retreated on defense, their faces alight with excitement. The collective spirit of the team was thoroughly invigorated by Jiang Chen's remarkable shot, dispelling any lingering tension. Yao Ming gazed at Jiang Chen's silhouette, his eyes filled with awe. One cannot deny that Jiang Chen is indeed a remarkable player. A single three-pointer has the power to completely transform the morale and emotions of the team. With performances like his, what is there to fear? The quarterfinals. We must seize victory. Yao Ming's expression solidified into determination, his entire being radiating strength. The Croatian team's guard broke through and attempted a forceful layup. Yao Ming swiftly arrived to provide support, delivering a resounding block that sent the ball flying. As he landed, he pounded his chest and let out a roar, reminiscent of a slumbering lion awakening, instilling fear across the arena. Chapter 72, What I Am Owed. Return it to me. Everyone performing brilliantly. A splendid block. The duo of Yao Ming and Jiang Chen unleashed their prowess, decisively suppressing the Croatian team. This is the current strength of the Huaxia men's basketball team. Coach Zhang proclaimed excitedly, applauding with vigor. One cannot help but acknowledge the remarkable opening display of the Huaxia men's basketball team. Although the players were initially tense during warm-ups, the sudden outbursts from Yao Ming and Jiang Chen have surely helped everyone recalibrate their emotions. Yang Jian continued, his breathing quickening. Jiang Chen and Yao Ming led the charge, demonstrating a resolute determination to win this match, which undoubtedly serves as tremendous encouragement for the rest of the Huaxia men's basketball team. On the sidelines, among the Spanish spectators, one could sense that this Huaxia rookie's shooting speed has significantly accelerated. Navarro furrowed his brow in astonishment. Indeed, it is almost unbelievable. How could a human achieve such rapid shooting speed? Fernandez expressed his astonishment. It was not merely Jiang Chen. Yao's condition had also improved significantly. It appeared that under the invigorating atmosphere of the home crowd, he had mentally overcome the shackles of his previous injuries. Thus, the Huaxia team had grown even stronger since the group stages. Gasol remarked with a serious demeanor, struck by the miraculous transformation the Huaxia team had undergone in such a brief period. Initially, I had favored Croatia to win this match, as they boasted a more balanced roster and superior overall strength compared to Huaxia. However, at this moment, I believe the Huaxia team can secure victory, Navarro added earnestly. The others rolled their eyes, acknowledging the obvious. The stars, the environment, and the synergy were all in Huaxia's favor. How could they possibly lose? On the court, Yao sent the basketball soaring out of bounds, resulting in Croatia retaining possession. As the point guard received the inbound pass and prepared to launch an attack, Lu Wei suddenly sprang forth, intercepting the ball with precision. What I owe you, I will reclaim, Lu Wei bellowed fiercely, initiating a swift counterattack. Sun Yu and Jiang Chen closely trailed behind him. Lu Wei penetrated the paint, executing a no-look pass to the advancing Sun Yu. Sun Yu leapt high with the ball in hand, and the retreating Croatian players mirrored his ascent. Just when everyone anticipated an emphatic dunk, he turned to glance at the moon, flicking his wrist to pass the ball to the three-point line. Positioned beyond the arc, Jiang Chen was poised for a shot. Upon receiving the basketball, he leapt and released it. Simultaneously, he activated the swift shooting skill of Sakurai Raya. The basketball soared like a comet, seemingly imbued with light, heading towards the hoop. Swish. It found nothing but net. What a splendid shot! Lu Wei exclaimed, as the pent-up frustration from his earlier turnover erupted in exhilaration. He too aspired to showcase an exceptional performance before millions of Huaxia fans, not wanting them to be disappointed in him as a guard. He sought to become a source of pride for the fans, proving that his selection for the national team was not solely due to his past partnership with Yao, but rather his own merit. This represents the most significant criticism from the fans. Now, he is determined to shed this label. Within the national team, everyone's aspiration is to bring glory to the nation. However, beneath this grand objective, each individual carries distinct burdens and pressures. Jiang Chen made an okay gesture, exuding elegance and nonchalance. The crowd erupted once more, generating a thunderous roar akin to a tidal wave, further amplifying the momentum of the Huaxia team. Splendid! The recent three-pronged fast break was truly magnificent. Such exquisite coordination is indeed rare for the Huaxia team. Yang Jian exclaimed with enthusiasm. How could one not fall in love with such a remarkable Chinese men's basketball team? And how could they not inspire anticipation? Lu Wei's interception was executed with remarkable decisiveness, avenging the earlier theft by the Croatian point guard. The young men of the Chinese team truly embody valor, each player striving to outdo the other. Coach Zhang expressed his satisfaction, his eyes brimming with expectation. The Croatian team launched an offensive, their core point guard orchestrating a tactical play with his teammates. A player found an opportunity beyond the three-point line and launched a shot. Yet, just as the basketball ascended, it was swatted away by an astonishingly powerful hand, none other than Yi Jianlian, who had leapt to defend. The ball, having struck a Croatian player, flew out of bounds, granting possession to the Chinese team. Yi Jianlian clenched his fists and let out a fierce roar, his youthful face reflecting his determination. Everyone was contributing. How could he remain in the shadows? He had to give his all to support the team. The exuberant Yao Ming rushed over, enveloping Yi Jianlian in an exuberant bear hug. As the Chinese team resumed their offense, Lu Wei dribbled past half-court before executing a pick-and-roll with Yi Jianlian, delivering the ball into his awaiting hands. Yi Jianlian caught the basketball, leaped in fluid motion, and unleashed a thunderous dunk that wreaked havoc upon the rim. The Croatian coach, unable to withstand the onslaught, rose to call a timeout. They simply could not cope with the relentless aggression of the Chinese team. If this continued, they would collapse long before the first quarter concluded. The head coach restructured their strategy, fervently attempting to soothe his players' frayed nerves, clearly overwhelmed by the Chinese team's performance. Upon returning from the timeout, Croatia managed to execute a tactical play, scoring 2 points. However, amidst the collective prowess displayed by the Chinese team, this meager offensive effort seemed utterly inadequate. Jiang Chen continued to rain down shots from the perimeter, while Yao Ming showcased his dominance in the paint, repeatedly scoring with forceful drives. The Croatian team's most glaring weakness lay in their fragile interior defense. Not a single player on their roster could rival Yao Ming's formidable presence. In this match, Yao Ming transformed the Croatian penalty area into his own private garden. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the score stood at 18-31, with the Huaxia team holding a commanding lead of 13 points, effectively suppressing the Croatian squad. Following a brief intermission, the second quarter commenced. The trio of Yi Jianlian, Zhu Fangyu, and Wang Shipeng spearheaded the offensive for Huaxia. Notably, Yi Jianlian delivered a series of stunning offensive displays. His solid footwork allowed him to effortlessly create opportunities for shots. Even as Croatia mounted multiple offensive surges, they were consistently quelled by Yi's formidable attack. After a half-quarter, the main players from both teams took the court. Croatia began to showcase their team strength, executing intricate plays that dismantled Huaxia's defense and generated numerous open shooting opportunities. Their sharpshooters began to find their rhythm, sinking consecutive three-pointers. Jiang Chen stepped up at a crucial moment, draining 3 consecutive three-pointers, extinguishing Croatia's resurgence. At halftime, the score read 38-59, with Huaxia extending their lead to 21 points. The scales of victory had begun to tip. Chapter 73, advancing to the Final Four. Upgrading thunderous dribble. After the intermission, the match surged into a tumultuous third quarter. Huaxia erupted once more, orchestrating an 11-for run in under 3 minutes, widening the gap to 28 points. The outcome of the game seemed inevitable. The audience began to cheer in celebration, as no one had anticipated such overwhelming dominance from Huaxia in the quarterfinals, leaving Croatia utterly defenseless. A sense of pride swelled for the Huaxia men's basketball team. In this historic match, the team's performance was nothing short of perfect. In the remaining time, they merely needed to maintain control of the situation until the final whistle. Although Croatia attempted several counterattacks, they were consistently suppressed by the formidable duo of Yao Ming and Jiang Chen. Ultimately, the game concluded with a score of 87-104, as Huaxia triumphed over Croatia by a resounding 17 points, effortlessly advancing to the Final Four. At the sound of the final buzzer, The entire audience erupted into a frenzy of cheers, a tidal wave of exuberance that was deafening. Simultaneously, fans watching from home celebrated with equal fervor, akin to an awakened dragon roaring joyously across the land of Huaxia. Victory. The Huaxia men's basketball team delivered an unexpectedly stellar performance under the gaze of millions of fans, etching their name in history. Jiang Chen's voice trembled with emotion, his heart filled with immense joy. This victory was a decade in the making. Since his entry into the commentary profession, he has awaited with bated breath the day when the Chinese men's basketball team would achieve commendable results on the international stage. Year after year of anticipation has yielded nothing but disappointment. At long last, that day has arrived. Even more exhilarating is the fact that the Chinese men's basketball team has made history as the host nation, adding profound significance to this achievement. Indeed, the young athletes of this Chinese team have performed exceptionally well. From the very outset of the match, they exhibited an ardent desire and fierce determination to secure victory, with each player contributing their utmost to the cause. Ultimately, their unity and collective effort enabled the team to etch their name in history. Yet, it was Jiang Chen and Yao Ming who displayed an undeniable dominance. Throughout the game, Jiang Chen scored 39 points with 15 successful shots out of 25 attempts, including 7 out of 11 three-pointers and 2 for 2 from the free throw line. Yao Ming, with 32 points and 12 rebounds, was a formidable presence, hitting 13 of 20 shots and making all 6 of his free throws, utterly overpowering the opponent's paint. Elder Zhang Weiping expressed his excitement, his voice tinged with nostalgia and a hint of relief, acknowledging that the remarkable achievements of the Chinese men's basketball team could not have been realized without the contributions of both Yao Ming and Jiang Chen. At the pinnacle of Yao's illustrious career and at the dawn of Zhang's rise to prominence, the duo united at the Kyoto Olympics, leading the Chinese team to glory. The previous Olympic Games were not held in China and did not feature Jiang Chen, while the next will not be hosted in China either. Jiang Chen is poised to become the national team's leader, though it is likely that Yao Ming will not be present. Thus, the current circumstances seem serendipitously fortuitous. Looking ahead, the Chinese team will contend with Lithuania for a place in the finals. Compared to Croatia, Lithuania presents a slightly more formidable challenge. Yet both teams share remarkably similar playing styles, relying on precise shooting and intricate teamwork, with a mutual vulnerability in the paint. Hence, I believe the Chinese team stands a significant chance of advancing to the finals. Jiang Chen exclaimed passionately, his excitement surging as his confidence grew, boldly making his predictions. With the Chinese team having breezed through to the semifinals, what is there left to fear? This prediction holds merit. Under the invincible partnership of Yao Ming and Jiang Chen, all European rivals are but paper tigers. Coach Zhang expressed his exhilaration, a swell of pride welling within him. Basketball, much like modern China, has emerged from a century of weakness and oppression. Now that it has risen, who would dare to underestimate it? It is believed that following this Olympic Games, the influence of the Chinese men's basketball team on the global stage will only continue to grow. When basketball enthusiasts from nations around the world discuss the prowess of their respective teams, the Chinese men's basketball team will undoubtedly be a part of that conversation. On the court, the players embrace one another, reminiscent of heroes returning from battle, reveling in the joy of victory and the adoration of their fans. To attain such honor in their professional careers leaves them without regret. However, they are all aware that this is neither the end nor the conclusion of their narrative. They shall continue to inscribe even greater legends, striving for loftier standings. Yao Ming, in particular, is overwhelmingly emotional. The pressures accumulated over many days are released in a moment of joy. He has previously expressed in interviews that perhaps if one performs poorly, it is unwarranted for others to comment. Every Chinese fan is entitled to voice their opinions on the national team. Yet, despite such assertions, the anguish within him is undeniable. As a national athlete, he felt unworthy to face the fans. But now, the situation has transformed. It is certain that billions of Chinese fans will take pride in today's accomplishments of their men's basketball team. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the phased task. Rewards are now being distributed. 2,000 achievement points and 600 skill fusion fragments. Just as Jiang Chen was celebrating, a sudden voice from the system echoed in his mind. His expression brightened. The timing of this reward was indeed fortuitous. With this reward, his skill fusion fragments have accumulated to 2,150, sufficient to upgrade a high-level skill to perfection. System, upgrade the Yeson Kataro Thunder Dribble skill, Jiang Chen declared without hesitation. Long ago, he had resolved to enhance this skill. for the upgrade would propel his capabilities to new heights, granting him the ability to break through defenses. He distinctly recalls the description of Yeson Kitaro's dribbling, where the fingertips rise to 4, allowing for an almost ethereal speed in maneuvering past opponents. Congratulations to the host for a successful upgrade. The Yeson Kitaro Thunder dribble skill has been upgraded to perfection level, with a fusion rate of 80. Alongside possessing exceptional dribbling techniques, he has acquired the ability to evade defenders with an almost vanishing finesse, with the breakthrough success rate varying according to the intensity of the defense, and a 10 probability of being intercepted. Note, to activate the breakthrough ability, the dribbling fingertips must be raised to 4. The system's voice rang out, devoid of emotion. Yet it filled Jiang Chen with exuberance. He lifted his gaze towards the Lithuanian team on the sidelines, his eyes ablaze with determination, a smile creeping upon his lips as if he were gazing upon prey. The semifinals. Here I come. Chapter 74. The semifinals begin. The attention of the American team focuses on the audience in the stands. The Lithuanian players can feel Jiang Chen's intense gaze, which fills them with a fervent fighting spirit and an air of gravity. The dominance displayed by the Huaxia team in this match cannot be disregarded. In previous competitions, they had never encountered Huaxia, as the team had never advanced to the semifinals. However, the prowess exhibited by Huaxia in this Olympic Games is astonishing, marking them as a formidable opponent. All Lithuanian players are acutely aware that the semifinal will be a fierce battle. Yet, despite the challenges ahead, this match also presents an opportunity to showcase Lithuania's strength to the world. What could be more exhilarating than defeating the Huaxia men's basketball team in front of billions of viewers at the Olympic Games? Let us prepare diligently. The semifinal is our test, as well as a chance bestowed upon us by Lady Luck. Although Huaxia has demonstrated formidable strength, they are, after all, making their debut in the semifinals, lacking in competitive experience, and their mindset is likely to be affected. This is our advantage. Compared to the colossal teams like Spain and the United States, encountering Huaxia is indeed a stroke of fortune for us. Perhaps this year presents our best opportunity to reach the finals. The excitement of the Lithuanian head coach is palpable. He understands that the immediate priority is to devise a strategy to contain Jiang Chen. A plan has already begun to form in his mind, which is the true source of his exhilaration. If they can restrain Jiang Chen, the scoring powerhouse, then the Huaxia team will lose their menace. After exchanging pleasantries with the Croatian players, the Huaxia team returned to the locker room. Yao Ming and Jiang Chen participated in the post-match interview. The media contingent that arrived for the interview was remarkably formidable, completely filling the interview room. After all, the news of the Chinese men's basketball team's historic achievement was sensational for the people of China, brimming with intrigue. The following day, reports regarding this match flooded the news, swiftly igniting a nationwide fervor. Every street and alley buzzed with discussions about the Chinese men's basketball team, as everyone was overwhelmingly excited, their faces radiant with pride. Simultaneously, the gaze of millions of fervent fans across the nation was fixated on the impending semifinal match. Anticipation soared in tandem with the team's exemplary performance, as terms like advancing to the finals and securing a medal became increasingly prevalent in the conversations among fans. This was previously unimaginable. Under the spotlight, the semifinals arrived as scheduled. The day commenced with a match between the United States and Spain. In contrast to the game between the Chinese team and Lithuania, the clash between the United States and Spain represented a true pinnacle of competition, with intensity and fervor that has thus far been the most thrilling of the Olympics. The two teams battled fiercely through 4 quarters. With approximately 3 minutes remaining, Spain trailed by a mere 5 points, still clinging to the hope of a comeback. No one anticipated that Spain could engage the formidable United States in such a fiercely contested encounter. In a crucial moment, Kobe once again unleashed his Mamba mentality, showcasing his killer instinct and began to dominate the game. He first executed a driving layup in the paint. Following that, he hit a fadeaway jumper. He then assisted Howard, who effortlessly completed a dunk beneath the basket. Finally, Kobe, against the defense, made an extraordinary 3-1 play, instantly igniting the crowd into a frenzy. The audience erupted in cheers, chanting MVP. This exemplifies the immense popularity and influence Kobe holds in China, where many fans affectionately refer to him as the boss. Kobe's performance in this Olympic Games has become an everlasting memory for Chinese basketball enthusiasts. In the Wuxong Arena, only the Chinese men's basketball team could elicit cheers that surpassed those given to Kobe. The decisive 3-1 play effectively sealed the outcome of the match. Kobe, with resolute determination, triumphed over his closest ally in the Lakers, Pau Gasol, leading the United States men's basketball team into the finals. As the final whistle echoed, Kobe promptly approached Gasol to offer him solace. Despite the disappointment etched on Gasol's face as he grappled with the loss, he congratulated Kobe and expressed his hopes for him to secure the gold medal for Team USA. Meanwhile, the other players exchanged gestures of respect, acknowledging the valiant performance of the Spanish team, which earned the admiration of the proud American squad. Subsequently, both teams exited the court, while the staff swiftly prepared the venue for the impending match. Soon, the teams from China and Lithuania appeared on the court, commencing their pregame warm-up. The American team took their seats in the stands to observe this contest, knowing that one of these teams would emerge as their opponent in the finals. "I was genuinely surprised that Team China made it to the semifinals," Anthony remarked, his astonishment evident. "What is even more unexpected is that Team China could very well become our adversary in the finals," James stated with a serious demeanor, turning his gaze toward Kobe, seemingly seeking his insight. "I have faith in Team China's potential for advancement, especially with formidable players like Yao Ming and Jiang Chen on their roster. Jiang Chen, in particular, has displayed talent that often astonishes me. What perplexes me most are his unconventional technical maneuvers, which are utterly unpredictable," Kobe replied earnestly. Memories of the NBA Finals flooding his mind, his expression turning grave yet flickering with excitement. "If I could truly face Jiang Chen in the finals, it would undoubtedly be exhilarating. After all, such an opportunity may not present itself again in the upcoming season. Moreover, Jiang Chen possesses an immense energy that seems to surge in the face of formidable opponents. His ability to rise to the occasion is a trait not commonly found in ordinary prodigies." Wade chimed in, acknowledging, "To be frank, Jiang Chen's three-point shooting presents a significant challenge for us. However, regardless of the circumstances, the championship will ultimately belong to us." The spiritual leader, Jason Kidd, spoke with a tone imbued with unwavering confidence. A profound silence enveloped the crowd as all eyes turned towards the direction of the Chinese team on the court. Unbeknownst to them, they had already begun to perceive the Chinese team as their hypothetical adversary. After all, the stunning performance of the Chinese team in their opening match of the group stage had left an indelible impression that lingered in their minds. As for the Lithuanian team, regrettably, they could hardly recall any notable strength of this squad. Yet, as Kidd proclaimed, the championship undoubtedly belonged to the Dream Team. They had assembled the most formidable Dream Team in recent years for this Olympic event, not merely to serve as a backdrop for other teams. Their singular ambition was to seize the gold medal and reclaim their dominance over the global basketball arena. Indeed, the Dream Team showcased an overwhelming prowess in this Olympic tournament, leaving all competing teams in awe. Only Jiang Chen of the Chinese team, in every interview, completely disregarded the American team, boldly declaring his intent to secure the gold medal. Even after a loss in the group stage, he continued to dismiss the American team with nonchalance. This may not have fazed the players of the American team, but it certainly irked their supporters. Presently, many American fans fervently hoped for the Chinese team to advance to the finals, so that the Dream Team could deliver a resounding lesson to this arrogant Chinese rookie. Chapter 75, Front Defense and High-Screen Offense Tactics. The Might of Lithuania. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the starting players from both sides took the court. The match commenced. Yao Ming effortlessly won the jump ball, directing the basketball into Lu Wei's hands. The defensive characteristics of European players are marked by ferocity and agility, akin to an unyielding adhesive plaster. In their encounter with the Croatian team, Lu Wei had already been subjected to this aggressive defensive style right from the outset. This time, he became cautious, passing the ball to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen executed a high lob to the hands of Yao Ming. Although he lacked the passing prowess of Heizi or Akashi, this simple pass was well within his capabilities. Jonas's initial strategy was clear: to capitalize on Yao Ming's strengths and relentlessly assault the Lithuanian team's paint. However, the Lithuanian team was evidently prepared, swiftly closing in to apply intense defensive pressure on Yao Ming. Yet, Yao Ming remained undaunted, pivoting and leaping against two defenders to delicately nudge the basketball away. Swish! It sailed through the net. The crowd erupted in cheers. Yao Ming's opening basket was undeniably impressive. The Lithuanian team retaliated, immediately employing their signature high pick-and-roll tactic. 4 years ago, at the Athens Olympics, Lithuania had utilized this very strategy, combined with precise three-point shooting, to topple the star-studded Dream Team 6 of the United States. Today, they continued to wield this traditional approach. 3 perimeter players possessed the ability to create their own offense, with one stationed at the high post while the center moved up to set a screen. The remaining players spread out along the perimeter, poised to receive the ball for 3-point attempts. The ball handler, utilizing the screen, drove forward, perhaps wary of Yao Ming's defensive prowess in the paint. The player did not penetrate deeply, halting near the free throw line for a jump shot. Swish. The basketball effortlessly swished through the net. In comparison to the Croatian team, the Lithuanian players displayed superior physical prowess, tall yet nimble, swift yet precise. Their technical skills, awareness, and teamwork surpassed those of the Croatian team, particularly in the realms of driving to the basket and executing 3-point shots. These elements formed the very foundation of Lithuania's game. The recent offensive play showcased Lithuania's exceptional teamwork, incisive breakthroughs, and accurate shooting. As a traditional powerhouse in European basketball, Lithuania has participated in the Olympics 5 times, securing bronze medals on 3 occasions. Even though the Hwashia team triumphed over Croatia with ease, one must never underestimate Lithuania. On the sidelines, Hwashia's head coach, Jonas, observed the recent offensive maneuver with a furrowed brow, his expression laden with helplessness. Being Lithuanian, he was acutely aware of this tactical approach. He had once aspired to mold Hwashia's strategy in a similar fashion to Lithuania's, but 2 critical issues impeded this ambition. Firstly, Hwashia lacked players capable of executing sharp drives with the ball when Yao Ming attempted to set high screens. Not a single player on Hwashia could leverage the screen to penetrate the paint. The subsequent tactical options, whether shooting or passing after a drive, were even more disheartening. Secondly, Hwashia was devoid of players with consistent 3-point shooting abilities, with only Zhu Fanyu and Jiang Chen serving as reliable sharpshooters. When Jiang Chen returned to the national team, Jonas was elated, viewing him as the prime initiator of this strategy. The high screen and roll between Jiang Chen and Yao Ming promised to be an unstoppable force in this Olympic tournament. However, it was unfortunate that Jiang Chen lacked the capacity to drive effectively. This evokes a profound sense of sorrow and despair. Observing the Lithuanian team deftly maneuvering through the Olympics with their tactical prowess elicits nothing but admiration. The Chinese team advances, yet the Lithuanian coach bellows from the sidelines, signaling his players to alter their defensive strategy. Liu Wei aims to pass the basketball to Yao Ming, only to be taken aback by the Lithuanian players in the paint, who have effectively positioned themselves to deny Yao any opportunity to receive the ball. This is the tactical approach of the Lithuanian team against the formidable Yao Ming. Helplessly, Liu Wei seized the opportunity to pass the basketball to Yi Jianlian, who attempted a long-range jump shot. Clang. A miss, securing the defensive rebound. The Lithuanian team swiftly initiated a counterattack, delivering a long pass to a player on the fast break, who then launched a 3-pointer from beyond the arc. Swish. Nothing but net. Witnessing this, the Lithuanian head coach subtly lifted the corners of his mouth in satisfaction. He had thoroughly deciphered the offensive style of the Chinese team. Although Jiang Chen possessed the ability to make difficult 3-point shots, the Chinese team evidently preferred to first draw defenders with Yao Ming, subsequently creating easier shooting opportunities for Jiang Chen. Only when the game found itself in dire straits would Jiang Chen take it upon himself to dominate, consistently utilizing his exceptional 3-point shooting to aid his team. Now, by containing Yao Ming, they compelled Jiang Chen to activate his personal offensive mode prematurely. Indeed, during several consecutive possessions, the Chinese team failed to score. Yao Ming struggled to receive the basketball, preventing him from fully unleashing his potential. Even in moments where he found a brief opening to receive the ball, it was often out of reach. Subsequently, he was once again thwarted by the physicality of Lithuania's interior defense. This left you feeling quite frustrated and anxious. On the periphery, Liu Wei and Sun Yu had opportunities to shoot 3-pointers, yet their touch was lacking, resulting in a series of missed attempts. Conversely, the Lithuanian team showcased their precision through impeccable coordination and exquisite shooting, consistently creating 3-point opportunities via high pick-and-roll tactics, maintaining an impressive shooting percentage. In less than 4 minutes, Lithuania unleashed a 12-2 offensive surge, establishing a 10-point lead. The atmosphere in the arena fell into a hushed silence. Fans watched in disbelief, utterly unprepared for the overwhelming onslaught faced by the Hwashia team, who seemed deprived of any chance to retaliate. It was evident that Lithuania had thoroughly prepared for this match. After a series of extraordinary performances, Hwashia was abruptly brought back to reality, with Yao unable to receive the ball and 3-point attempts failing to find the net. The offense descended into chaos, accompanied by a complete absence of defense. The Huaxia team found themselves in dire straits, as both their offensive and defensive strategies were dismantled by Lithuania. Commentator Yu Jia expressed his growing anxiety. The tactics devised by Jonas were entirely suppressed by the Lithuanian team, resulting in Huaxia's offense lacking a solid foundation. Yang Yi furrowed his brows, noting that the only potential solution to this predicament rested on Jiang Chen's three-point shooting. Yu Jia remarked, his eyes filled with anticipation. With one of the two core players, Yao, being effectively neutralized, all eyes turned to the other core player, Jiang Chen. On the court, Jiang Chen remained composed and unfazed. He had foreseen this scenario, as he vividly recalled from his previous life that in the quarterfinals, Huaxia faced none other than Lithuania, suffering a loss by over 30 points. During that match, Huaxia's three-point shooting was abysmal. With a dismal record of 3 successes out of 30 attempts, to describe it as tragic would be an understatement. In stark contrast, Lithuania boasted a remarkable accuracy, sinking 13 out of 31 three-point attempts. However, this time, such a situation would not repeat itself. As Jiang Chen approached the top of the arc, he signaled to Lu Wei, actively requesting the ball. Initially, he intended to help his teammates find their offensive rhythm, but it appeared necessary to activate his own offensive prowess. Upon receiving the basketball, Jiang Chen retreated 2 steps before launching a jump shot from beyond the arc. The ball soared in a high arc swish. It found nothing but net. The arena erupted in cheers. Fans exuberantly chanted Jiang Chen's name, hoping he could replicate his past performances and leverage his formidable three-point shooting ability to turn the tide for Huaxia. Hey, team, it's time to showcase your exceptional defensive capabilities. On the sidelines, the Lithuanian coach roared with fervor, his emotions clearly heightened. Having effectively neutralized Yao Ming at the outset, they now sought to contain Jiang Chen without him. How could the Huaxia team compete? The players nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with confidence. The Lithuanian team launched their offensive once more, employing a high pick-and-roll strategy. Their point guard, utilizing the screen, surged towards the free throw line and executed a sudden jump shot, successfully netting another mid-range basket. As the Huaxia team initiated their attack, Jiang Chen encountered staunch defense the moment he crossed half-court. Lacking the capacity to break through, he found himself at the mercy of relentless, close-quarters guarding. In response, Jiang began to actively move without the ball, hoping to create opportunities for a catch-and-shoot situation. However, the defender shadowed him closely, while the other players remained vigilant to Jiang's every movement. The instant he showed any sign of finding space, the nearest player would abandon their original assignment to provide help defense, intensifying the pressure on Jiang. Simultaneously, the Lithuanian team expanded their defensive perimeter to beyond the three-point line, with a clear intent to restrict Jiang's long-range shooting. This aggressive strategy inevitably left other Huaxia players unattended. Yet, it was evident that Lithuania was gambling on the shooting accuracy of Huaxia's remaining players. Yi Jianlian found himself with a shooting opportunity near the free throw line and attempted a distant jump shot, only to clang off the rim. The shooting touch of Huaxia's other players could only be described as frigid this evening. With Yu Ming effectively contained, it had somewhat hindered the team's overall performance. The Lithuanian team seized the rebound and swiftly initiated a counterattack. Their point guard, taking advantage of Yao Ming's delayed return to defense, executed a sharp drive, effortlessly penetrating Huaxia's defense for an easy layup. Following several consecutive plays, Jiang Chen found himself overwhelmed by the constant pursuit, tight marking, help defense, and even double teaming, leaving him with no opportunity to receive or shoot the ball. Capitalizing on this momentum, the Lithuanian team surged ahead with a wave of offensive prowess. With 7 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the score stood at 23-7, with Huaxia trailing by a daunting 16 points. Jiang Chen, too, was effectively shackled by Lithuania's strategy of abandoning original assignments to assist in guarding him, a tactic that proved exceptionally effective. Yu Jia furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with frustration. The reality was stark. Apart from Jiang Chen, Yi Jianlian, Sun Yu, and Lu Wei lacked consistent shooting ability. The only player with a respectable three-point shot, Zhu Fangyu, remained on the bench. Jiang Chen had taken Zhu's position. Their roles were too similar for both to be on the court simultaneously, and substituting Lu Wei or Sun Yu was not a viable option. As Lu was essential for orchestrating the offense, while Sun's defensive prowess was crucial for Huaxia's needs, Yunus truly finds himself in a perplexing dilemma. Yang Yi shook his head, fully aware of the game's dynamics and possessing an intimate understanding of the Huaxia team's lineup. It seems as though the Huaxia team is struggling to find a breakthrough, Yujia remarked with a tinge of despair. Questioning whether the remarkable Huaxia team would falter at this juncture, Yang Yi remained silent, his eyes reflecting profound concern. What can be done? A possible solution flickered in his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. In the stands, the American players were enveloped in a heavy silence. They too had not anticipated such a challenging contest for the Huaxia team, as the Lithuanian squad effectively dismantled their offense. Initially, there was hope that Huaxia would advance to the finals, but now that prospect seemed increasingly bleak. Lithuania undoubtedly boasts an exceptional team. The memories of the previous Olympic Games linger vividly. There was an overwhelming sense of frustration, akin to Jiang Chen's feeling of powerlessness. Anthony shook his head, recalling that painful episode. Yet, perhaps this presents an opportunity for retribution. In the Athens Olympics, our Dream Team 6 was ousted by Lithuania. If we could triumph over them in this tournament's finals, it would constitute the most exquisite of conclusions. LeBron echoed this sentiment, his expression somewhat somber. Apart from Chris Paul, the other three members of the Banana Boat are part of the Dream Team 6. The loss to Lithuania remains one of the darkest moments of their careers. Now, observing the Huaxia team struggle to reverse their fortunes, could Jiang Chen truly resign himself to defeat? Wade expressed his skepticism. Having witnessed Jiang Chen's electrifying performances in the NBA Finals, can a player endowed with such extraordinary three-point shooting prowess really be contained? There exists another avenue for a breakthrough. One that Jiang Chen has previously exhibited but has since seemingly vanished from his repertoire. Kobe, with a grave tone, voiced his anticipation, wondering if Jiang Chen could still unveil his comprehensive abilities in this crucial moment of the team's survival. On the court, Jiang Chen watched as the point gap widened, growing increasingly anxious. Initially, he had planned to employ the upgraded Thunder dribble in the finals, but now he found it necessary to utilize it prematurely. The Huaxia team launched an offensive. After Lu Wei dribbled past half court, he passed the ball to Jiang Chen. Standing near the midline, he faced a tenacious defender who was brimming with confidence. Without hesitation, he activated the Yeshan Kotaro Thunder dribble, employing the four-finger technique. The sound reminiscent of thunder subtly resonated across the court. With merely a slight change of direction, Jiang Chen deftly maneuvered through the defense with swift dribbling. In that fleeting moment, the basketball seemed to vanish from the court. It only reappeared in his hands once he had completely bypassed the defender. He came to an abrupt halt just beyond the three-point line, with 3 meters of unguarded space before him, and unleashed a three-point shot. The ball arced gracefully through the air. Swish! It found nothing but net. A hush fell over the crowd, and in the next instant, a roar erupted that could have shattered the ceiling. The players on the court stared at Jiang Chen in bewilderment, their minds racing with questions. What had just transpired? Subsequently, the players of the Huaxia team erupted in wild celebration. On the bench, Zhu Fengyu and Wang Shipeng waved their towels in exhilaration. Jiang Chen had actually broken through. P.S. A correction. Earlier, it was stated that the American team did not pay attention to the Lithuanian team. This chapter has been amended accordingly. Chapter 77. The application of high screen and roll tactics. Breaking through the defense, had Jiang Chen truly surpassed his opponent? Good heavens! How was this possible? Did he not lack breakthrough capability? Yujia exclaimed, rising to his feet, his expression reflecting profound astonishment. No, he had briefly showcased remarkable breakthrough abilities in the past. Yet for reasons unknown, they had since diminished. Now, as the Huaxia team found themselves in dire straits, had Jiang Chen finally begun to unleash his full potential once more? Yang Yi remarked with excitement, his heart swelling with pride. Indeed, he had been right in his predictions. Jiang Chen has indeed demonstrated an extraordinary capacity for breakthrough, which is simply astonishing. The Huaxia team has truly come alive. Jiang Chen's incisive penetration will serve as the pivotal moment for change. What the Huaxia team desperately needed was a player capable of ball handling offense, possessing both precise shooting and sharp breakthroughs. Yujia remarked, his excitement lingering long after the moment. Indeed, this is a moment of profound transformation, akin to discovering a path amidst the mountains and rivers, where the willows darken and the flowers bloom in another village. In the audience, the players from the American team also displayed expressions of astonishment. Is this for real? Jiang Chen actually managed to break through? Exclaimed Anthony with exaggerated astonishment. Goodness! If this breakthrough is not merely a stroke of luck, then this young talent from Huaxia has significantly elevated his offensive threat. The most crucial aspect is, how could this lad progress so rapidly? Throughout the entire Olympics, he never demonstrated such breakthrough capability. Kid remarked, his expression grave. That is precisely the marvel of this Huaxiao prodigy. His performance on the court is always full of surprises. One can never predict what extraordinary display he will unveil in the next moment. Wade paused, shaking his head in disbelief and resignation. In any case, it seems that the Huaxiao team has found a glimmer of hope in this match. Let us now witness how Jiang Chen's newfound ability to break through can elevate the strength of the Huaxiao team. Kobe's lips curled slightly as his eyes sparkled with heightened excitement. When faced with formidable opponents, he rises to the challenge. This emerging talent from Huaxiao consistently unleashes astonishing energy, whether it be hidden potential or newfound breakthrough abilities. Undoubtedly, Jiang Chen has now become significantly more formidable. This further ignited Kobe's fighting spirit. The players of the American team nodded in agreement and then turned their gazes towards the court. On the sidelines, Jonas watched as Jiang Chen executed a breakthrough. He was momentarily taken aback, only to be followed by an expression of pure elation. This breakthrough ability has truly salvaged the Huaxiao team. Without hesitation, Jonas called for a timeout, ready to reconfigure the strategy. Gentlemen, as we commence the next round, we will implement a high pick-and-roll tactic, with Jiang Chen initiating the offense. Jonas declared with palpable excitement. Coach, my passing skills are rather lacking, Jiang Chen replied, raising his hand in resignation. Aware that he currently lacked the necessary passing techniques from Kuroko's basketball, placing his skills at a mediocre level within the national team. That's of no concern. Your ability to penetrate is more than sufficient. Jonas responded with great enthusiasm, a smile breaking through his demeanor. After the high pick and roll, you need only to focus on your offensive play. If the situation becomes dire, then find a way to pass. I can permit some errors in that regard. Jonas continued to adjust the lineup, substituting Lu Wei for the sharpshooter Zhu Fangyu. The functional roles of the two players had diverged entirely, and their presence on the court was now complementary. Zhu Fangyu's primary purpose was to create space for Jiang Chen and Yao Ming's high pick-and-roll strategy. On the Lithuanian bench, the head coach furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. When did this Huaxiao player acquire such breakthrough capabilities? He pondered. The players remained silent, equally perplexed by the unfolding circumstances, feeling the game becoming increasingly challenging. Let us maintain our tactics and observe further to determine whether this Huaxiao player has genuinely mastered the breakthrough ability or if this is merely a fortuitous occurrence. The head coach decided. As the timeout concluded, Lithuania commenced their offensive round, once again employing the high pick-and-roll strategy. This time, however, the player initiating the pick was the shooting guard rather than the point guard, with a sharp breakthrough tearing through the Huaxiao defense. The player passed the ball to the center, who attempted a hook shot, only to be met with a ferocious block from Yao Ming. Jiang Chen seized the basketball and launched into a thunderous dribble, pushing forward with great speed. Lithuania's defense responded swiftly, denying Huaxiao any opportunity for a fast break. Reluctantly, they were forced into a half-court battle. With the ball at the arc, Jiang Chen positioned himself as Yao Ming set a high screen. Activating his thunderous dribble, Jiang Chen effortlessly utilized Yao's pick to slice through the opponent's defense, then abruptly halted beyond the three-point line, raising his hand to unleash a three-point shot. The basketball soared in a graceful arc swish. It found nothing but net. Magnificent. Jiang Chen and Yao Ming exchanged a celebratory high-five, each seeing in the other's eyes an unwavering determination to secure victory in this match. Impressive. One could not help but acknowledge that Coach Yu's timeout was masterfully executed, effectively maximizing Jiang Chen's incisive breakthrough advantage. The Lithuanian team is capable of executing a high pick-and-roll strategy, and so too can the Huaxiao team. Moreover, the high pick-and-roll tactics employed by Huaxiao will prove to be even more formidable than those of Lithuania, especially considering that both Yao Ming and Jiang Chen are NBA superstar caliber players. It is noteworthy that Jiang Chen possesses a three-point shooting range that extends across the entire half-court, which signifies that he can initiate high pick-and-roll plays with Yao Ming from beyond the three-point line or from any position within the mid-range. Therefore, Jiang Chen's ability to pass becomes somewhat inconsequential, for his individual offensive prowess is akin to that of a nuclear weapon. Certainly, if Jiang Chen were to develop passing skills, he could invigorate the entire team, elevating the overall strength of Huaxiao to a higher echelon. Yang Yi exclaimed with growing excitement as he spoke. On the court, Lithuania initiated an offensive play, skillfully creating a shooting opportunity for one of their players. However, regrettably, Jiang Chen, despite having lost his defensive position, still effectively activated his formidable skill, the strongest wall of Tsuchiwara. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Yao Ming secured the rebound, and Huaxia surged into offense once more. Employing a super-high pick-and-roll strategy, positioned 2 meters away from the three-point line, with Yao Ming's screen and Jiang Chen's thunderous dribbling and penetrating ability, Lithuania's defense crumbled like paper. Jiang Chen halted just outside the three-point line and unleashed another three-point shot. Swish. It found nothing but net once again. The score was now 23-16. In less than 2 minutes, Huaxia orchestrated a 9-0 run, narrowing the gap to just 7 points. Following the demonstration of his penetrating abilities, Jiang Chen erupted in brilliance. The targeted defense that Lithuania had previously devised against him became ineffective. Another score. The hoop seemed as vast as the ocean for Jiang Chen. With this momentum, let us seize the opportunity to reverse the game. Chapter 78. The introduction of small ball era and unlimited pick-and-roll tactics amidst the frenzied cheers of the crowd. Huaxia launched a counterattack reminiscent of a tidal wave, more forceful than the thrust of an engine. The Lithuanian team was utterly overwhelmed by Huaxia's offense. No, to be precise, they could not withstand Jiang Chen's onslaught. Under the pressure of Jiang Chen's vigorous attacks, the mindset of the Lithuanian players began to falter, their shooting touch deteriorated, and one player even managed to airball a shot under Jiang Chen's defense. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the score stood at 28-26. In the final 4 minutes, Huaxia executed a remarkable 19-5 surge, dramatically reducing the deficit to just 2 points. On the Lithuanian bench, the call for a double team arose. As Huaxia initiated their high pick-and-roll strategy, they swiftly pressured Jiang Chen with a double team, forcing him to pass to Yao Ming. However, Yao Ming lacked both three-point shooting capability and the ability to create his own shot, which could potentially stall Huaxia's offensive momentum. The head coach of the Lithuanian team astutely identified the issue. The high pick-and-roll strategy employed by the Huaxia team is not without its flaws, and indeed, it possesses vulnerabilities. After observing several plays, he swiftly devised a solution. Previously, when faced with the Huaxia team's high pick-and-roll tactics, Lithuania habitually retreated in defense, resulting in a lack of timely support. This led to Jiang Chen having numerous opportunities to effortlessly attempt three-point shots. Now, if one were to aggressively defend against Jiang Chen, it would effectively restrain his three-point shooting prowess, thereby forcing the ball to Yao Ming, who possesses no offensive capability beyond the three-point line. The players nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting confidence, and their emotions returned to a state of stability. The second quarter commenced. Jonas persisted in deploying the core duo of Yao Ming and Jiang Chen. In such a critical match, he dared not allow either of them to rest, having resolved for them to play through the entirety of the game. In addition to Yao Ming and Jiang Chen, Jonas also included the trio of Yi Jianlian, Zhu Fengyu, and Wang Shipeng, all of whom shared the common trait of possessing three-point shooting ability. The game began. The Lithuanian team initiated the attack, executing a splendid combination to score a mid-range shot. The Huaxia team countered. Jiang Chen held the ball at the top of the arc, with Yao Ming positioning himself 2 meters beyond the three-point line to set a high screen. As Jiang Chen attempted to drive, 2 defenders swiftly closed in to double-team him. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to pass the ball to the completely unguarded Yao Ming. Upon receiving the basketball, a flicker of confusion passed across Yao Ming's expression. This situation is entirely outside his offensive domain. For a moment, he found himself at a loss as to how to proceed, observing his teammates being tightly guarded. He had no choice but to launch an attack, raising his hand to release a three-point shot. Clang. Unsurprisingly, it hit the rim. The Lithuanian team seized the rebound and swiftly executed an offensive play, sinking another three-pointer. The hearts of the spectators in attendance surged once more. The tactics of the Huaxia team had been effectively thwarted. If they were to employ the high pick-and-roll strategy again in the next round, the outcome would likely be the same. The Lithuanian team's adjustments were remarkably timely, effectively constraining the Huaxia team's high pick-and-roll tactics. Yu Jia remarked, his voice laced with anxiety. Once again ensnared in a predicament, how would they unravel this conundrum? It was up to Jonas's on-the-spot coaching prowess. This semifinal match was indeed thrilling. Although it lacked the explosive visual feast provided by the American and Spanish teams, the tactical adjustments made by both the Huaxia and Lithuanian teams were equally captivating. Yang Yi noted, his brow furrowing. On the sidelines, Jonas furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for a viable solution. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen on the court adopted a serious demeanor. He found himself nostalgically recalling the era of small ball in the future, where centers like Jokic and Towns not only possessed the ability to shoot three-pointers but also showcased remarkable passing skills, swift movements, and even the capability to drive to the basket with the ball. This is also the reason why the role of traditional centers has diminished in the era of small ball. Traditional centers, like Yao Ming, possess only offensive skills confined to the paint, rendering them ineffective when forced to play beyond the three-point line during pick-and-roll situations. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Jiang Chen's mind, prompting him to turn his gaze towards Deji. Is it not true that the illustrious Yao Ming perfectly aligns with the requirements of towering athletes in the era of small ball? Although his speed may have diminished somewhat, Yao possesses an exquisite shooting touch from beyond the arc, along with a remarkable ability to initiate offensive plays while handling the ball, and he even demonstrates commendable passing skills. A vivid memory surged forth as he recalled an article from a previous life, which posited that Yao was a victim of unfortunate timing. Had he emerged during the epoch of small ball, his prospects in the NBA would have been significantly brighter. After all, during his tenure as the preeminent power forward in Asia, upon entering the NBA in an era that undervalued the three-point shot, he achieved an impressive three-point shooting percentage of 38.5. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with increasing intensity as he adapted to this era, completely forgetting that pick-and-rolls need not exclusively involve centers. In the forthcoming age of small ball, an abundance of pick-and-roll strategies awaits, regardless of position. Any player with ball-handling prowess can initiate a pick-and-roll, and the player setting the screen could be a center, forward, or even a guard. In this match, he could have seamlessly integrated some tactics from the small ball era to dismantle the Lithuanian team's defense. After Jiang Chen dribbled past half-court, Yao Ming prepared to set a high screen, but Jiang Chen halted him. A befuddled Yao retreated back to the paint. Jiang Chen gestured for Deji to come up for the pick-and-roll. Deji, equally perplexed, complied nonetheless. Although Deji's screen did not match the quality of Yao's, the essence of a pick-and-roll lies in the effectiveness of the screen. For Jiang Chen, Deji's screen was sufficient. Two Lithuanian players charged forward to apply pressure. Jiang Chen promptly passed the ball to Deji, who stood beyond the three-point line, momentarily taken aback by the 3-meter gap in front of him. However, he quickly regained his composure and launched an open three-pointer. The basketball soared in a high arc before swishing through the net. Instantly, the crowd erupted in jubilation. Most spectators were unaware of the tactical intricacies at play, yet their excitement surged upon witnessing the Huaxia team's score. Those who grasped the strategic significance were swept away by fervor and enthusiasm. This, utilizing Deji for the pick-and-roll, was truly ingenious. Yu Jia exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Yang Yi echoed his enthusiasm, declaring, "They've come alive. The Huaxia team has come alive." The targeted tactics devised by the Lithuanian coach had been rendered ineffective. Jiang Chen dismantled their defense in a single possession, proving himself to be a tactical genius, the very innovator of the elevator door strategy. P.S. These two chapters emphasize the tactical aspects of the narrative. I consulted numerous resources, which proved quite challenging, ultimately simplifying the distinction between the center era and the forthcoming small ball era. The emergence of these tactics has laid a solid foundation for overcoming the American team. Imagine if Jiang Chen possesses two more experience cards upon utilization. He would acquire exceptional passing, three-point shooting, and breakthrough abilities, complemented by these avant-garde strategies. Utterly vanquishing the opposing team. Chapter 79, Defeating the Lithuanian Team with Lithuanian Tactics. The audience once again expressed their astonishment at the American team. The surprises brought forth by Jiang Chen in this match were truly remarkable. Marvelous, indeed. Jiang Chen directed you back into the paint, positioning player number 14, Deji, to execute a high screen, thereby unraveling Lithuania's defensive strategy with finesse. Coach Lauke could not suppress his applause. Was this the solution to their predicament? It seemed almost too swift. The Huaxia team hadn't even called a timeout, nor had the head coach devised a strategy. Yet Jiang Chen dismantled their plans effortlessly? Wade expressed his disbelief. Perhaps the head coach of Huaxia was equally bewildered, grappling with how to counter Lithuania's aggressive double team. Only to look up and find Jiang Chen and player number 14, Deji, had already resolved the situation. Kid chuckled, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. What a remarkable basketball IQ. He could easily take on the role of a coach. I still recall during the 7th game of the finals, when we found ourselves ensnared in a scoring drought against the Celtics. It was Jiang Chen who proactively requested a timeout from the coach and subsequently devised the elevator door strategy. Reflecting on it now, I still find it astonishing. To my surprise, a similar scenario has unfolded once again. This young man, Jiang Chen, truly possesses an innate talent for coaching. Kobe shook his head in awe, lamenting that even his own pride could not deny Jiang Chen's superiority in tactical design. The crowd was enveloped in a profound sense of absurdity. Designing strategies? The aptitude for coaching? What can a rookie NBA player in his early 20s accomplish? It is simply outrageous. On the sidelines, the coach of the Lithuanian team is utterly bewildered. This is merely the first round. Has the newly adjusted defensive strategy already been unraveled? Or was it dismantled by a player from the Huaxia team? Where can one reason this out? On the other hand, Jonas was overjoyed. Having such a versatile player makes the coach's job remarkably effortless. On the court, the Lithuanian team launched an assault, employing a high pick-and-roll strategy. The Huaxia team responded with an aggressive defensive approach. The point guard swiftly passed the ball to the center. Although the Lithuanian center lacked the capacity to shoot three-pointers, he possessed exceptional playmaking skills from the high post. After executing a complex tactical maneuver, the center delivered the ball to a teammate stationed in the corner, who effortlessly sank a three-point shot. The Huaxia team counterattacked. Jiang Chen approached Deji and exchanged a few succinct words. Upon hearing this, Deji's eyes lit up, and he excitedly gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are truly a genius." With a grin, Jiang Chen dashed to the baseline to receive the ball. After dribbling past half-court, he replicated the earlier strategy. When Deji received the ball, rather than attempting a three-pointer from beyond the arc, he charged directly towards the basket. The high pick-and-roll created ample offensive space for Huaxia, leaving the area from the three-point line to the paint devoid of defenders. Save for one player guarding Yu Ming beneath the rim, he skillfully maneuvered into the paint, where two defenders swiftly converged to provide assistance. At this moment, both Zhu Fangyu, who lay in ambush beyond the three-point line, and Yao Ming, stationed beneath the basket, found themselves unguarded. The decision of how to pass the ball rested solely on the shoulders of Yi Jianlian. With a delicate flick, he tossed the basketball into the hands of the unmarked Yao Ming. Rising on his toes, Yao effortlessly executed a slam dunk, showcasing a splendid display of teamwork from the Chinese national basketball team. The crowd erupted in exhilaration once more. In this match, it was the first occasion on which I witnessed Yu Ming effortlessly scoring. Previously, he could only manage to secure a shooting opportunity after engaging in a fierce struggle. As the game progressed, Yao found himself devoid of any chances to connect with the ball. The coach of the Lithuanian team appeared increasingly grave. It felt as though the Chinese team had suddenly been invigorated. If the high pick-and-roll strategy employed by the Chinese team in the first quarter merely unleashed Jiang Chen's individual offensive prowess, then in the second quarter, the collaboration between Jiang Chen and Yi Jianlian in the pick-and-roll truly revitalized the entire team's offense. It is utterly astonishing. During the next offensive possession for the Huaxia team, Deji penetrated the paint, drawing a double team, before delivering the ball to Zhu Fangyu, who effortlessly launched a three-pointer that swished through the net. "Hey guys, abandon the pressure on Jiang Chen. We must contain the performance of number 14. The head coach of the Lithuanian team could no longer restrain himself and made yet another tactical adjustment. Following this change, Deji was effectively covered. Yet Jiang Chen revived his offensive prowess, consistently sinking three-pointers and unorthodox shots, thoroughly dismantling the Lithuanian defense. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 54-60. With the Huaxia team having amassed 34 points in the quarter, not only catching up but also surging ahead by 6 points. As the second half commenced, the Lithuanian team still struggled to counter the Huaxia team's high pick-and-roll strategy. Under this tactic, Jiang Chen effortlessly found shooting opportunities, akin to exchanging a burst shot for cannon fire, leaving the Lithuanian team disoriented and in disarray. Although the Lithuanian team's offensive efficiency remained impressively high, it paled in comparison to Jiang Chen's performance. At the conclusion of the third quarter, the Huaxia team had extended their lead to 18 points. Entering the fourth quarter, the Lithuanian team mounted a fervent counterattack. Yet it was subdued by Jiang Chen's relentless isolation plays. As the game approached its final minutes, the Lithuanian team resorted to a desperate barrage of three-point attempts in a bid to rapidly close the gap. However, their efforts proved ineffectual. After 3 consecutive missed shots, the Huaxia team widened the gap to 23 points, rendering the outcome inevitable. Nonetheless, the Lithuanian team did not concede defeat, persevering until the very last moment. It was only upon the final whistle that they abandoned their offensive, fully displaying their frustration. Each player wore a despondent expression, with some unable to hold back tears of anguish. The Lithuanian coach, standing at the sidelines, shook his head in resignation. Unable to fathom that the Huaxia team had triumphed using the very high pick-and-roll strategy that Lithuania had mastered. This is truly heart-wrenching. It feels as if the Lithuanian team, through their exemplary teachings, has enhanced the prowess of the Chinese team, only to be ultimately vanquished by them. 92-109. The Chinese team triumphed in the semifinals with a commanding lead of 17 points. Victory. The Chinese team has once again etched their name in history by advancing to the finals of the Olympics. Oh heavens! It is simply unbelievable. Yang Yi could not help but marvel, his emotions surging anew, his eyes glistening with tears. Who could have anticipated that merely 2 months ago? The Chinese team had set their sights on merely surmounting the death group and reaching the top 8, yet here they are in the finals? This assures them at least a silver medal. What a historic breakthrough. To achieve this feat on home soil, in front of millions of devoted Chinese fans, is a remarkable source of pride for the people of China. Chapter 80. A staggering 56 points. Is it arrogance or confidence? Yu Jia proudly proclaimed, unable to contain his excitement, rising to join the audience in jubilant cheers. In a game lasting 35 minutes, he executed 31 attempts, scoring 20. With a remarkable three-point success rate of 13 out of 20, and converting 3 out of 4 free throws, amassing a phenomenal tally of 56 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 steal. This astonishing 56 points has once again set an Olympic record, with Jiang Chen now holding all 3 top single-game scoring positions in Olympic history. This score surpasses half of the total points of the Chinese team. Yang Yi remarked, once again astonished by Jiang Chen's formidable prowess displayed in this match. It is evident that Jiang Chen's breakthrough ability has led to a qualitative leap in his offensive capabilities, elevating the strength of the Chinese team to new heights. Moreover, the Lithuanian team's terrifying three-point shooting, which resulted in 13 successful attempts out of 31, pales in comparison to Jiang Chen's individual achievement of 13 three-pointers. With an outrageously high success rate, the record of 13 three-pointers in a single game has also been established at the Olympics. Yu Jia followed up, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Just gazing at these statistics is enough to send one's heart racing. Next, the Chinese team will compete against the American team for the gold medal in the finals. Given the performance of the Chinese team in this match, I believe they stand a fighting chance against the American team. Yang Yi exclaimed with fervor. The prowess displayed by the Chinese team in this match was markedly different from their previous performances. While it may seem that Jiang Chen single-handedly scored 56 points to defeat the Lithuanian team, anyone who watched the entire match knows that the Chinese team's tactical approach has become significantly more diverse. It was not solely about Yao Ming and Jiang Chen. Players like Yi Jianlian, Zhu Fengyu, and others also found opportunities to shine. Although their contributions may have been limited, it is possible that a single three-pointer, a mid-range shot, or even an assist could determine the course and outcome of the match. I firmly believe that the finals will be a classic battle worthy of the history books. Since my school days, I have longed for the Chinese men's basketball team to earn a medal on the international stage, and now that dream is finally within reach. The Huaxia men's basketball team is poised to take the stage of the finals right at their doorstep. This signifies that the Huaxia team has truly emerged as an international powerhouse. Yu Jia expressed his anticipation for the final match. In the stands, the players of the American team were still recovering from the exhilaration of the game, savoring the remarkable experience. One cannot deny the brilliance of this match, which showcased not only Jiang Chen's extraordinary individual performance but also the tactical rivalry between the two teams. The Huaxia team has truly perfected the art of blending individual flair with cohesive teamwork. When we first faced the Huaxia team in the group stage, I never imagined we would meet them again in the finals, remarked the veteran kid with a shrug, somewhat surprised. We can no longer view the Huaxia team through a previous lens. After just a few matches in this Olympic tournament, they have exhibited tremendous growth, especially in today's game, which revealed a completely new incarnation of the Huaxia team. Gentlemen, let us rally our spirits. It seems we are in for a fierce battle in the finals. Coach Old K stated earnestly, his demeanor growing serious. Regardless of the Huaxia team's past weaknesses or underwhelming record, their advancement to the finals demands our utmost respect. Hee. I must admit, I find myself rather eager, James remarked with a slight smile, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Having experienced the bitter taste of defeat with the Dream Team 6, he understands the weight of such moments. Now, returning with the Dream Team 8, he is resolute not to relinquish the championship. Kobe, though silent, emanated an intense aura, his very being trembling with anticipation. He could hardly wait to face Jiang Chen on the court. On the court, the Huaxiao players surrounded Jiang Chen, fervently pounding his chest in celebration of this incredible victory. The finals await. Medals beckon. These words once seemed so distant to them, yet now they are within reach. All of this is attributed to Jiang Chen. His presence has transformed the Chinese national team. Together with Yao Ming, he has shouldered the team's journey to the end. Jiang Chen relishes the cheers of his teammates, though he feels a slight discomfort in his chest. Celebrations are delightful, yet they can be taxing on the heart. Subsequently, Yao Ming, Jiang Chen, and Coach Jonas attended the post-match interview, where reporters flocked to them. Jiang, you scored an impressive 56 points tonight, once again breaking your own scoring record at the Olympics. What are your thoughts on your performance? Jiang, you exhibited astonishing breakthrough abilities during the game. Were you concealing your skills prior to this? Or have you recently mastered this newfound basketball technique? Jiang, you took the initiative to bypass the pick and roll with Yao Ming, opting instead for a screen from Yi Jinlian, which fully activated the high pick and roll strategy, energizing players like Yi and Zhu Fangyu. What inspired this decision? Jiang Chen, in the finals, you will face the formidable Dream Team. You previously suffered a loss to them in the group stage. Will this add pressure for you in the finals? An onslaught of questions bombarded him. The reporters were eager to hear Jiang Chen's responses, especially given the explosive performance displayed in the match. Each point of discussion had the potential to incite significant commotion and attention. Scoring 56 points? I can only say it was satisfactory. I had numerous opportunities for easy baskets, so achieving a high score is quite natural. I give my all in every game, so the notion of concealing basketball skills is unfounded. The breakthrough technique is a newly acquired ability. Based on this match, it proved effective. As for the adjustments to the high pick-and-roll strategy, it came to me in a moment of inspiration, and I executed it. Pressure? Apologies. I feel no pressure, only excitement. When we lost to the American team in the group stage, I told Yao Ming that the next time we faced them, I would be sure to win. Now, that opportunity has finally arrived. Jiang Chen responded to each query with composure, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. The reporters were left bewildered. The sheer number of astonishing points was overwhelming, akin to a barrage of bombs, leaving them at a loss for words to adequately express their astonishment. Scoring 56 points is merely a commendable performance? Mastering new breakthrough techniques? What a remarkable rate of progress. It's as if he is on a rocket. And the innovation in the high pick-and-roll strategy, merely a stroke of genius? How is it that Jiang Chen experiences so many flashes of inspiration? Each instance directly alters the course and outcome of the game, which is nothing short of extraordinary. Ultimately, expressing excitement at the prospect of facing the American team? It seems that among all the teams participating in the Olympics, only Jiang Chen dares to articulate such sentiments. Is this arrogance or confidence? Additionally, after the group stage against the American team, they confidently proclaimed that they would encounter the American team once more. Is this real? All the journalists unanimously turned their gaze towards Yao Ming, their eyes gleaming with a fervent desire for truth. Chapter 81. Do you wish to angrily slam the tactical board? As the Olympics draw to a close, the nation is captivated by the men's basketball finals. Indeed, after the group match against the American team, Jiang Chen expressed these sentiments to me. At that moment, I was taken aback, struggling to believe it, but little did I expect that within less than a fortnight, Jiang Chen's words would become a reality. We have advanced to the finals, set to contend for the gold medal against the American team. Yao Ming spoke, his tone shifting from astonishment to resolute determination, his gaze now imbued with resolve. What are your expectations for the impending finals? The journalist inquired further. What else could there be? Having arrived at this juncture, we must undoubtedly strive for the gold. Yao Ming declared emphatically, seemingly exerting all his strength into that statement. Previously, such aspirations felt unattainable. Now, we are directly aiming for the gold. The journalists collectively gasped in astonishment. It was unimaginable that such words would emerge from Yao Ming's lips. The typically humble and reserved Yao Ming was gradually beginning to display his exuberance. Eunice, what is your perspective on Jiang Chen's optimization of the high pick-and-roll strategy? What changes might this bring to the Chinese team? A reporter queried. Oh, words cannot express my astonishment. Jiang Chen has already demonstrated his potential as a coach. This tactical refinement will propel the strength of the Chinese team to new heights. Furthermore, Jiang Chen seems destined for this strategy. His three-point shooting ability significantly enhances the threat of the high pick-and-roll. We are confident in our ability to contend with the American team in the finals. Yunus responded excitedly, his face aglow with enthusiasm, emotions vividly reflected in his expression. This is a historic moment for the Huaxia team, a moment where Jiang Chen creates a miracle, and undoubtedly, It marks the ascent of Jonas towards glory. Transitioning from a player to a coach, he has yet to experience true brilliance. To put it bluntly, the role of a coach was merely a job for him in the past. However, now his career is poised to shine, transforming his profession into an accumulation of personal achievements. It is believed that following this Olympic Games, he will emerge as an internationally renowned coach, sought after by numerous national basketball teams. The future is indeed exceedingly bright. The journalist nodded, fully comprehending Jonas's sentiments. It can be said that Jiang Chen is his benefactor. After posing a few more questions, the reporters concluded this post-match interview, which was undoubtedly filled with valuable insights. In the Lithuanian team's interview room, a reporter inquired, "What is your perspective on the defeat in this match?" The Lithuanian head coach responded, "It is difficult to accept, as we were undoubtedly the stronger team overall. In the first quarter, we established a lead of 16 points, effectively suppressing the performance of the Huaxia men's basketball team. Unfortunately, the Huaxia team discovered a way to attack. And despite our average defensive capabilities, they completely overwhelmed us with their offense." Another reporter asked, "What do you believe caused this outcome? What is your view on the performance of the young talent Jiang Chen from the Huaxia team?" The coach replied, "Clearly, everything stemmed from Jiang Chen. This young man delivered an astonishing performance, and what was most surprising was his ability to break through, which we had not anticipated, considering he had not exhibited such skills in previous matches. Moreover, I was particularly astounded by his application of high pick-and-roll tactics, elevating the efficacy of this strategy to an entirely new level. It can be said that the Huaxia team defeated us using a tactic we are proficient in, which incites a desire to slam the tactical board in frustration." The Lithuanian coach expressed his discontent. This matter will undoubtedly leave him in a state of melancholy for an extended period. It was evident that facing the Huaxia team in the semifinals was advantageous for them. He held immense confidence in leading the Lithuanian team to victory over Huaxia, thereby making history. After all, the Huaxia team had previously been regarded as a weak opponent devoid of threat. Yet, who could have anticipated that this team, which had never reached the semifinals before, would demonstrate such formidable strength upon their inaugural appearance? Do you believe that the Huaxia team possesses the capability to contend with the American team? A journalist continued to inquire. This question is indeed challenging to answer, as the prowess of the American team is widely acknowledged. They have assembled some of the finest basketball players in the world and have exhibited overwhelming dominance in this Olympic Games. Meanwhile, the Huaxia team had never even made it to the semifinals prior to this event, with their best result being merely a quarterfinal finish. However, I must emphasize that one should never underestimate the Huaxia team. Just when you believe you have the upper hand in a match against them, they often unleash unexpected energy, turning the tide of the game. "Let us await the intriguing developments that will unfold in the finals," the Lithuanian coach remarked with a shrug, his eyes filled with anticipation. Regardless of who ultimately claims the championship, it holds little significance for the Lithuanian team. Their focus now shifts to the forthcoming ranking match. In 2 days, they will face the Spanish team in a contest for third place in this Olympic Games. Should they triumph over Spain, they will secure a bronze medal, which would render their journey worthwhile. The following day, the news of the Huaxia men's basketball team's advancement to the finals captivated the entire nation. Discussions abounded regarding their remarkable performance, with even those who typically do not follow basketball discreetly researching recent news and essential information about the Huaxia team, subsequently joining the conversations among peers. Unquestionably, anyone unaware of Huaxia's advancement to the finals risks being isolated by friends due to the lack of a shared topic. After all, the Olympics represent a national endeavor, and the situation surrounding them garners widespread attention. Basketball has emerged as the most celebrated and scrutinized sport among all the events in which Huaxia participates. As the Olympic Games reach their conclusion, the question of whether the Huaxia men's basketball team can secure another gold medal to solidify the nation's leading position on the Olympic medal tally has become a matter of great interest to all citizens. If the much-anticipated Liu Xiang's withdrawal from the hurdles due to injury is deemed the most disappointing event of these games, then the performance of the Huaxia men's basketball team stands as the most delightful surprise. In contrast to the predictable triumphs of table tennis, diving, and gymnastics, the astonishing resurgence of the Huaxia men's basketball team has ignited a profound sense of national pride and honor among the people of Huaxia. Amidst the fervent anticipation of the masses, the grand finale of the Huaxia Olympic Games has arrived. On the medal tally, the Huaxia team has gallantly secured the foremost position with an impressive total of 48 gold medals, leaving all competitors trailing in their wake. Following in a distant second place is the team from the United States. This marks the first occasion in Olympic history that the nation of Huaxia has surpassed the United States in the medal standings. On that day, the final events of the Olympics culminated in an exhilarating showdown, the men's basketball final between the Huaxia team and the United States. Chapter 82. As anticipated. Winning the match makes everything meaningful. Undoubtedly, the most anticipated event was the match between Huaxia and the United States, which far surpassed the Chinese audience's interest in other competitions. There are several reasons for this. Firstly, the superstars of the United States team enjoy immense popularity in Huaxia, particularly Kobe Bryant, who is famously said to have 1.3 billion fans in Huaxia. Though this may be an exaggeration, it undeniably reflects Kobe's extraordinary appeal in the country. Secondly, the Huaxia men's basketball team, once underestimated, has made a remarkable ascent to the finals, igniting the interest of the Chinese populace in basketball and instilling a profound sense of national pride. Thirdly, the very matchup between Huaxia and the United States is inherently captivating and draws significant attention. The United States is the most powerful nation in the world, frequently topping the Olympic medal standings, and Huaxia's first time surpassing the United States has undoubtedly stirred a sense of pride among the Chinese people, with millions eager to see if the Huaxia men's basketball team can triumph over this formidable opponent and secure a gold medal for the nation. Lastly, Jiang Chen has consistently delivered extraordinary performances throughout the Olympic Games, epitomizing personal heroism. There is no doubt that Jiang Chen has achieved a status in Huaxia akin to that of the legendary Yao Ming, becoming a household name. It is inescapable. Whether online or on television, the Huaxia men's basketball matches are frequently reported, with Jiang Chen's name being mentioned repeatedly. Data indicates that Jiang Chen has become the most searched Huaxia athlete during the Olympics. Throughout history, the people of Huaxia have held a deep-seated affection for heroes and knights. This has also ignited the anticipation of countless fans across Huaxia regarding Jiang Chen's performance in the finals, not solely within Huaxia. This match has garnered widespread attention across the globe, with numerous countries broadcasting it live. In the United States, major sports media outlets have made a plethora of predictions and analyses regarding the event. There is no doubt, these media unanimously believe that the U.S. team will effortlessly triumph in the final and secure the Olympic gold medal. Some outlets have even disdainfully referred to the Chinese team as the weakest opponent the U.S. team has faced in the history of the Olympics finals. Additionally, a poll was launched online regarding who would clinch the gold medal, with an overwhelming 99% of American fans selecting their national team as the victor. Their confidence in the U.S. team's prowess is palpable. After all, from the perspective of American fans, the country has dispatched its finest basketball players, including the legendary Kobe Bryant, alongside other superstars such as LeBron James and Dwayne Wade. Such a formidable lineup surely cannot be defeated. Media outlets from various nations, including the United States, Japan, and South Korea, have made predictions regarding the match, predominantly favoring the American team. Many believe that the Chinese team will falter within the first quarter, rendering the match devoid of suspense. The underlying reasons for this sentiment are well understood by those in the know. In response to such skepticism, Chinese media have mounted a robust defense. Even the official publication, People's Daily, has dedicated space to laud the Chinese men's basketball team, asserting that regardless of the match's outcome, as long as they remain true to themselves, that is what truly matters. Even in defeat, they stand head and shoulders above nations that lack even the qualification to compete in Olympic basketball. Amidst global discourse, this highly anticipated match has arrived as scheduled. 2 hours prior to the game, Luxong Arena was already teeming with spectators. Even before the match commenced, the fervor of the fans had ignited the entire venue. A sea of crimson adorned the arena, allowing viewers around the world to feel the intense passion emanating from China. Many spectators, having followed the recent news reports, were acutely aware of the disdain and condescension exhibited by smaller nations towards the Chinese men's basketball team. This has further ignited the fury and passion of the fans. Previously, many supporters believed that the Huaxia team could not possibly triumph over the American team, given the evident disparity in their lineups. However, now, the fans seem to have lost their rationality, fervently chanting for the defeat of the American team. Regardless of the outcome, they are determined to display their fervor. Damn it, what has the so-called Dream Team? We'll unleash our full force upon you. At this moment, both the Huaxia and American teams are undergoing pre-match interviews. In the Huaxia team's interview room, reporters have been waiting eagerly. In light of this highly significant and widely anticipated match, everything appears to have transformed into something extraordinary. There is even a palpable sense that every breath taken carries profound meaning. When Jiang Chen, Yao Ming, and others take their seats at the interview table, all the reporters become serious and solemn. Jiang, as you are about to face the formidable American team in the final, do you feel any pressure? A reporter inquires. Despite his extraordinary performance, Jiang Chen remains a mere rookie player, just over 20 years of age, and it is uncertain how he will emotionally navigate such a momentous occasion. This is a point of great curiosity for the reporters. Of course not. At this moment, I am overwhelmed by a singular emotion: excitement. I am acutely aware of the immense hopes that the fans of Huaxia have placed upon our team. However, for me, all the values and significance attributed to this endeavor ultimately culminate in the performance on the court. Only by excelling in the game and securing victory does everything attain its true meaning, Jiang Chen said calmly, his tone imbued with formidable confidence. The reporters were utterly perplexed by the source of Jiang Chen's self-assurance, considering that regardless of how well Huaxia performed, they were to face the formidable dream team of the United States in the finals. Who do you believe will be your greatest adversary in this match? Or rather, who poses the greatest threat to Huaxia? A reporter inquired. Without a doubt, it is my teammate on the Lakers, Kobe Bryant, Jiang Chen responded earnestly. While superstars like LeBron James and Dwayne Wade are undeniably formidable, when it comes to being the best, Kobe reigns supreme. Although his performance in this Olympic Games has been somewhat lackluster, everyone knows he has merely been conserving his strength. He has consistently motivated the team through his defensive prowess. But once he shifts into offensive mode, he becomes the Mamba, delivering the most merciless of responses to his opponents. The semifinal match between the United States and Spain serves as the perfect testament to this. Despite an unremarkable performance in the first three quarters, Kobe erupted in the crucial fourth quarter, completely dominating the game and leaving the Spanish team in awe. Yao, as the finals approach, what emotions are you experiencing? Chapter 83. Yao's inspiration. Entrusting everything to the motherland. An indescribably complex array of emotions. Compared to Jiang Chen, Yao's feelings are far more fervent and exhilarating. He has staked his entire career on this Olympic endeavor. Ultimately, all sacrifices have been rewarded appropriately. The Huaxia men's basketball team has reached the Olympic finals, creating an unprecedented miracle. What could be more joyous than this? Now, they stand on the highest stage, poised to contend for the gold medal against the reigning titans of world basketball, the United States, a scenario that feels fantastical in its improbability. Do you have anything to say as you face the dream team of the United States in the finals? The reporter asked, curiosity piqued. In pre-game interviews, it is typically a moment for bravado or mutual flattery. Yao's expression turned serious as he spoke each word with conviction, to the death. In the interview room of the American team, superstars such as Kobe and LeBron sat with grave expressions. Kobe, you were set to face the Huaxia team in the finals, a team that has never before reached the top four, and you previously secured an easy victory against them in the group stage. Does this imply that you can effortlessly claim victory in the gold medal? A reporter inquired with a seemingly relaxed tone. To most observers, this appeared to be a match devoid of suspense, with the disparity between the two teams clearly evident. On the contrary, this match may prove to be the most challenging we have encountered throughout this Olympic Games. Regardless of Huaxia's past, their presence in the finals signifies that they are no weak adversary, Kobe replied earnestly, bestowing high praise upon the Huaxia team. The most challenging match? Is it more difficult than the semifinals against Spain? Reporters furrowed their brows, questioning Kobe's assertion as they perceived it to be somewhat exaggerated. Indeed, the Huaxia team is stronger than Spain, especially since Spain could not secure a victory against them in the group stage, Kobe remarked. A smile gracing his lips as vivid memories of Jiang Chen's remarkable performances on the court surfaced in his mind. He understood well that even Jiang Chen alone posed a significant challenge for the American team. Without Jiang Chen, Huaxia would indeed be less formidable and might not have reached the finals. However, the current reality is that Huaxia possesses Jiang Chen, and thus, underestimating them would be unwise. One general is worth 1,000 troops. Jiang Chen has undeniably become Huaxia's ace. LeBron, during the group stage, you faced off against Jiang Chen. How would you evaluate his performance throughout the Olympics? A reporter queried. I must concede that Jiang Chen is an extraordinary player. His three-point shooting ability is astonishing, and his pace of development is even more remarkable. Throughout this Olympic Games, he has demonstrated his prowess and garnered recognition. I believe he is destined for a brilliant professional career, LeBron responded with a smile. Do you feel confident in containing him during the finals? Reporters pressed on. Certainly. Not only will I restrain Jiang Chen, but I will also lead our team to defeat the Huaxia squad and secure the gold medal. No one can impede our path to victory, LeBron declared solemnly, radiating immense confidence. In his view, it mattered little which team reached the finals. For the gold medal was undeniably destined for the Dream Team, a fact beyond dispute. The Huaxia team had already emerged as the dark horse of this Olympic Games. However, their magical journey would end here. Within the players' tunnel, the entire Huaxia team stood in the lengthy corridor, absorbing the tumultuous cheers echoing through the arena like crashing waves. Each player's expression bore the weight of gravity. To claim there was no pressure would be unrealistic. After all, it was their inaugural appearance on the grand stage of the finals before a nationwide audience. The amalgamation of pressure, exhilaration, excitement, and anxiety rendered them nearly speechless. They gathered closely, raising their hands and clenching fists in solidarity. Standing at the center was Dayo, his gaze resolute, his heart surging with fervor. Countless words welled up within him, yearning to be expressed in this historic moment, as he sought to conclude his journey with the national team on a triumphant note. Surely, the emotions swirling among them were tumultuous. They had accomplished what their predecessors had never achieved. And all of this transpired at the Olympic Games hosted in their own homeland. What an extraordinary fortune. They had ascended to this stage, delivering miraculous performances that brought no shame to their country. Now, let us steady our hearts, carry our emotions and responsibilities forth, and take to the court, giving our all for our nation in a fierce battle against the American team. We all bear the same weight atop our shoulders. Who fears whom? Dayo proclaimed passionately. His voice not loud, yet imbued with strength. Each word resonated deeply, transforming their restlessness into fervent determination. One word, let us do it. Having come this far, what is there to fear? The opportunity for gold glimmers before us. We must harbor lofty aspirations and achieve unprecedented glory. Let this Huaxia team shine as the brightest star in the annals of Chinese basketball history. Onward. With a fierce roar, Dayo surged ahead toward the end of the players' tunnel. Jiang Chen followed closely, mentally tallying his arsenal. Dayo's role as the spiritual leader had reached its zenith. Now, it was time to showcase their prowess on the court. Certain to astonish the American team, the crimson jerseys fluttered as if caught in a wind, creating a resounding rustle. All the players were electrified, vitality surging within them. Each step light yet powerful. The moment the Huaxia team emerged, the entire arena erupted into a thunderous ovation, akin to a tsunami of acclaim. Online, the comments section of the XL live stream was ablaze with excitement. They have arrived. The Huaxia men's basketball team has finally taken the stage. My goodness. I have been both thrilled and anxious, hardly sleeping for 2 nights in anticipation of this match. The game is about to commence. Can the Huaxia team topple the American squad and secure another gold medal for our nation? It's time for the fateful moment, my friends. Who will step up first? I will. If the Huaxia team triumphs, I shall take to the streets in a state of undress to document the occasion on video. And by the way, I am indeed a girl. How scandalous. The outcome of the match pales in comparison. The prospect of a streaking video is my true passion. Should the Huaxia team emerge victorious, I will propose to my girlfriend. Conversely, if they falter, I shall part ways with her. A bold proclamation indeed. It is evident that basketball is the true love. Enough of the chatter. Let's silence reign in the comments section, for the game is about to commence. Chapter 84. The match begins. Is the high pick-and-roll strategy ineffective? At the Wuxang Arena, following warm-ups, both teams' starting players take the court. The starting lineup for Huaxia features center, Yao Ming, power forward, Yi Jianlian, small forward, Zhu Fangyu, shooting guard, Sun Yu, point guard, Jiang Chen. The American team's starting lineup comprises center, Howard, power forward, Anthony, small forward, James, shooting guard, Kobe, point guard, Kid. The audience erupts in astonishment. In this highly anticipated final, the Huaxia team has made an early adjustment, shifting Jiang Chen to the point guard position and reinstating Zhu Fangyu as the starting small forward. It takes considerable audacity for Jonas to assign a 2-1-meter small forward to the role of point guard. While Jiang Chen may not be adept at passing, he has already demonstrated his prowess in ball handling during the previous match against Lithuania under the high pick-and-roll strategy. Jonas's adjustment is unmistakably aimed at unleashing Jiang Chen's offensive potential right from the outset. Commentator Yang Jian expresses his excitement, sensing a surge of vigor from Huaxia's reconfiguration, akin to revealing the sharpest sword to the opponent. He declares, "This is my most formidable offensive weapon. Now, do as you will." Indeed, this lineup possesses audacity. If only Jiang Chen were also proficient at passing, it would be utterly flawless. Presently, Huaxia's roster lacks a player with passing capabilities. Yi Jianlian can barely fulfill the role of facilitator, but his passing skills are merely average, compounded by his subpar three-point shooting and limited offensive repertoire. How splendid it would be to see Wang Zhizhi, the offensive kaleidoscope, reintegrated into the team. Commentary guest Zhang Weiping laments. Recalling the exquisite synergy between Jiang Chen and Wang Zhizhi in their previous encounter against Lithuania, wondering if such coordination can be witnessed again in this match. While Jonas's tactical shift is astute, his personnel choices appear somewhat inflexible. Is he to presume that other Huaxia players can effectively defend against the Dream Team when he deems Wang Zhizhi's defense inadequate? The turn is impossible to navigate, truly hindering De Ji's aspirations for success. In the 2004 Athens Olympics, the Lithuanian team triumphed over the formidable USA Dream Team 6 through a high pick-and-roll strategy, a staunch zone defense, and precise shooting skills. Let us observe if the Huaxia team can replicate Lithuania's magic today, Yang Jian remarked, his gaze fixed upon the court. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded. Howard and Yao Ming leaped for the tip-off, the former utilizing his explosive athleticism to swat the basketball away. The ball landed in Kid's hands. After dribbling past half-court, he surveyed the scene before him, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes upon seeing Jiang Chen. Are you really expected to play the point guard? Do they envision you as Magic Johnson? Unfortunately, your passing skills are lacking, and the Huaxia team's offense will be utterly disjointed. Kid scoffed. While he respected Jiang Chen's offensive abilities, he deemed him a complete novice when it came to orchestrating plays. To entrust a player devoid of passing skills with the role of point guard was indeed fanciful and rather absurd. Though I may not possess passing abilities, I can certainly exploit you on the offensive end, Jiang Chen replied candidly. Kid shook his head. With a subtle flick of his wrist, he deftly delivered the ball to a cutting LeBron James, who seamlessly executed a powerful layup. After making the pass, Kid nonchalantly shook his wrist, indicating the ease with which he had delivered the ball. Jiang Chen remained unfazed, receiving the inbounds pass from the backcourt and initiating a thunderous dribble, swiftly crossing half-court. Yi Jianlian positioned himself 2 meters beyond the three-point arc to set a high screen for Jiang Chen. Utilizing Yi Jianlian's screen, Jiang Chen prepared for a drive from the right side. However, just as he took a step forward, Anthony and Kid bore down on him. Indeed, the American team was well prepared for the Huaxia team's high pick-and-roll strategy. He promptly released the ball, passing it to Yi Jianlian. Yi Jianlian glanced down at the three-point line and decisively prepared to shoot a three-pointer. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, James rapidly closed in. Yi Jianlian, disturbed by James's defense, rushed his shot. Bang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Howard secured the rebound. The American team swiftly launched a counterattack, with Kid flinging the ball down the court. And once again, it was James who received the ball, executing a thunderous dunk. The Huaxia team resumed their offense, once more relying on the high pick-and-roll strategy. And once again, they were met with pressure on Jiang Chen. The American team's defensive strategy was clear, to stifle Jiang Chen's offensive efforts. Yi Jianlian received the ball again. Only this time Kobe closed in with remarkable speed. Anthony darted towards Sun Yu's direction. The American team's rotation was astonishingly swift, leaving no opportunity for the Huaxia players to find an open shot. The ball was passed around several times, yet no offensive opportunity materialized. Beep. The referee's whistle echoed through the arena. The Huaxia team committed an offensive violation. The American team had indeed prepared thoroughly, leveraging their players' abundant stamina and lightning-fast speed to dismantle Huaxia's high screen-and-roll strategy. The arrangement devised by Coach Jonas seemed rendered futile. Yang Jian's expression turned grave. It's going to be challenging. When Jiang Chen plays as the point guard, Huaxia's tactics become rather one-dimensional and easily targeted. If the high screen-and-roll strategy is curtailed, the Huaxia team's offense will stagnate, he analyzed, his face etched with concern. The Lithuanian team cannot be compared to the American team. After all, on the sidelines, Jonas wore a dark expression, contemplating whether to substitute in Lu Wei to introduce a pure point guard into the fray. On the court, James from the American team sank another mid-range shot, starting the game with 3 successful attempts out of 3, accumulating 6 points and exhibiting exceptional form. The Huaxia team initiated their offense. After dribbling past half-court, Jiang Chen halted Yi Jianlian's attempt to set a screen, signaling his teammates to clear out and create space. He intended to engage in a one-on-one. Given that the team's tactics had faltered, individual scoring became the only recourse. Perhaps the previous match's high-screen roll had left a lasting impression, causing many to overlook the sheer terror of Jiang Chen's one-on-one capabilities, especially after acquiring his breakthrough skills. It was time to remind everyone. Facing Kid's defense, who stood at a mere 1.93 meters while Jiang Chen towered at 2.01 meters, a clear mismatch ensued. With just a slight bit of space, a shooting opportunity emerged. Ignoring Kid's defense, Jiang Chen swiftly dribbled sideways and executed a jump shot from beyond the arc. Kid leapt with all his might to contest the shot but was still a beat too late. The basketball traced a high arc through the air. Swish. It found nothing but net, instantly igniting the crowd. Fans erupted in astonishment, realizing that it was Jiang Chen who could turn the tide. Glancing at the frustrated Kid, Jiang Chen calmly remarked, "Perhaps it's time for someone else to defend me. You simply cannot keep up. When I shift into individual scoring mode, even I find myself in awe." Chapter 85, Exploding Against Kid. A single player scoring exceeds the entire American team. Kid's face darkened, bearing the last remnants of stubbornness. He was, after all, a player who had once been selected for the NBA's all-defensive team, his defensive prowess recognized and respected. The audacity of this newcomer from Huaxia to underestimate his defensive prowess is simply intolerable. He remained silent, yet a flicker of fierce determination flashed in his eyes. Resolving to thwart this arrogant Huaxia rookie in the next round, the American team launched their offense. After crossing half-court, Kid passed the ball to Kobe, who had positioned himself perfectly. With his back to the basket, Kobe executed a series of feints before pivoting into a fadeaway jump shot. Sunyu leapt high, but was utterly unable to contest Kobe's shot. Swish. The ball found nothing but net. 8-3. The American team had secured a 5-point lead. Now it was the Huaxia team's turn to attack. Jiang Chen dribbled past half-court and unleashed his thunderous four-finger dribbling skill, executing two rapid directional changes that shook off Kid's defense. He came to a sudden halt near the free-throw line and employed the elusive Qifeng Dahe's unpredictable shooting technique. His body appeared to float gracefully in midair, leaving James, who had come to assist in defense, bewildered and unable to block the shot. The basketball arced through the air. Swish. Nothing but net. "See, I told you, you can't defend against me, and yet you still doubted." Jiang Chen glanced back at Kid, flashing a grin. As he retreated on defense, he passed by the American team's bench and called out loudly to Coach K. "Coach, let us switch it up." Kid has already been thoroughly outplayed. The American bench players were left utterly bewildered. Is this young man truly so arrogant? Has he gone a bit too far? Humph, what an insufferable lad. Coach Old K let out a cold grunt, choosing to disregard it. He was well aware that Kid would face some disadvantages against Jiang Chen. Yet he still believed that Kid, with his years of experience and defensive prowess, could manage to slightly restrain Jiang Chen. Do not pay attention to this fellow. He is merely trying to disrupt our focus, Coach Old K remarked to the players once more. Wade, Paul, and the others nodded in agreement. Such trivial banter would undoubtedly have no effect on them. However, one cannot say the same for Kid, as he has indeed failed to defend against Jiang Chen for 2 consecutive rounds. This will inevitably deal a blow to his confidence. The American team advances, and Kid dribbles the ball while casting a glance at Jiang Chen, a surge of unnameable fury rising within him. It is one thing for this Huaxia player to hurl trash talk at himself, but to then swagger over to Coach Lao K in an attempt to flaunt his bravado is utterly detestable. Where should I hide this old face of mine? In a moment of impulsiveness, Kid charged forward, forcing his way past Jiang Chen's defense, a fierce desire to attack surging within him. He yearned to retaliate, to demonstrate his prowess through action. Jiang Chen employed the formidable defensive skill of Chuan Chuan Jiji, only to be knocked to the ground by Kid's iron elbow. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air, ruling that Kid had committed a foul by colliding while in possession of the ball. The Huaxia team was awarded the offensive possession. An exasperated Kid raised his hand, acknowledging that he had acted recklessly. The Huaxia team initiated their offense. Jiang Chen dribbled at the top of the arc, retreating beyond the three-point line, launching a jump shot while enduring Kid's defense. Kid was utterly incensed, desperately attempting to contest the shot. Crack. A sharp sound echoed as Kid struck Jiang Chen's wrist, but the basketball had already been released by Jiang Chen in a flash of speed reminiscent of Sakurai Ryomitsu. Swish. The ball cleanly nestled into the net. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded again, calling Kid for a foul, confirming the basket, and awarding an additional free throw. What a splendid shot. Jiang Chen had scored consecutively, aiding the Huaxia team in leveling the score. The offense still relied on Jiang Chen, Yang Jin exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration. To speak candidly, Kid, with his aging limbs, was undeniably unable to contain Jiang Chen. With just a few simple moves, Kid found himself outmatched. The venerable Zhang Weiping declared with pride. In the stands, players from the Spanish team, who were observing the match, expressed their astonishment. Earlier, they had faced the Lithuanian team in a ranking battle, triumphing with a comfortable margin to secure the bronze medal in the current Olympics. Kid's mentality was completely shaken. He noticed Jiang Chen incessantly chattering away, unsure of what trash talk had been uttered. Navarro remarked, finding the situation somewhat amusing. It was indeed laughable that the illustrious superstar Kid was thrown off balance by the banter of this brash young player, Jiang Chen. This is rather absurd. Jiang Chen possesses an extraordinary intellect. He comprehends that this match is not merely a contest of tactics, basketball skills, or physical prowess, but also a battle of psychological resilience. Disrupting Kid's mental state can easily lead to mistakes, thereby allowing Jiang Chen to score with greater ease. Just like the three-point shot he executed earlier, where he had already completed his shooting form mid-air, Kid had no real need to foul, yet he did so, a clear display of irrationality. Gasol remarked, a smile gracing his features. Furthermore, the foul from the earlier collision was yet another instance of Kid's imprudent behavior. Rubio chimed in, a flicker of pain flashing in his eyes as unwelcome memories surged forth. During the group stage, it was Jiang Chen who had shattered his composure, resulting in a dismal performance. Nevertheless, observing Kid's struggles on the court brought a semblance of balance to Rubio's heart. It was not merely his own psychological weakness, but rather Jiang Chen's exceptional prowess that so effortlessly unsettled his adversaries. On the court, Kid felt a prickling sensation at his scalp, clutching his head as he cast an innocent gaze towards the referee, resembling a dinosaur maiden subjected to teasing, both aggrieved and incredulous. The referee, however, remained indifferent. Amidst the chorus of MVP chants, Jiang Chen effortlessly sank his free throw. 8-9. The Huaxiao team surged ahead by a single point. In the ensuing minutes, Jiang Chen completely commandeered the Huaxiao team's offense, thoroughly dismantling the veteran Kid. Despite Kid's wealth of defensive experience, he found himself utterly outmatched in height and speed by Jiang Chen, helplessly watching as Jiang Chen executed one shot after another. After half a quarter, the score stood at 12-18, with the Huaxiao team leading by 6 points. Remarkably, Jiang Chen had amassed 14 points, surpassing the total score of the entire American team. Finally, Coach K could no longer remain seated, his brow furrowed as he rose to call a timeout. A sense of regret washed over him. He should have heeded the words of that Huaxiao rookie and substituted Kid out earlier. What he had assumed to be mere trash talk aimed at stirring emotions had proved to be prescient, as Kid's performance on the court had been exceedingly lackluster, thoroughly outclassed. Is this acceptable? If this continues, not only will Kid succumb to depression, but the match will spiral out of control. Kobe, you shall take on the primary defense against Jiang Chen. Chapter 86, The Royal City Showdown. Kobe versus. As the players of the American team returned to the bench, Coach K did not even bother to pull out the tactical board before addressing Kobe. As the most formidable perimeter defender on the American team, Coach K held immense trust in Kobe. Kobe nodded earnestly, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. To face Jiang Chen head-to-head on the Olympic stage was an opportunity he had long anticipated. Kid, take a breather. Wade is preparing to enter. Coach K continued orchestrating the lineup, deploying the team's strongest configuration. Kid nodded, feeling a tinge of disappointment as he sat on the bench. Experiencing such overwhelming defeat on the Olympic stage was something he had never envisioned upon joining the American team. Gentlemen, unleash your true prowess. Do not afford the Chinese team a moment's respite. Decimate them. Coach K declared with commanding authority, his gaze sweeping across the players to convey his dissatisfaction. The players nodded in agreement, their anxiety palpable. They had clearly seized control of the match at the outset, yet Jiang Chen's explosive performance had dramatically altered the dynamics. A response was imperative. Otherwise, what would become of the Dream Team's honor? Throughout, Coach K refrained from utilizing the tactical board. After all, when one can rely on innate talent to resolve issues, intricate strategies become superfluous. The American team's offensive and defensive approach was straightforward. Leverage formidable individual defensive capabilities to force opponents into errors, then launch a swift counterattack. In half-court play, they relied on simple pick-and-rolls or the players' exceptional one-on-one abilities to penetrate the paint and attract defensive attention before distributing the ball. Upon resuming the game, Kobe positioned himself alongside Jiang Chen. The audience erupted in astonished gasps. Kobe is defending Jiang Chen. The internal rivalry within the Lakers has commenced. Who will prevail? The match has become increasingly exhilarating. The matchup between Kobe and Jiang Chen promises to be spectacular. Former teammates battling side by side in the NBA Finals now find themselves opposing each other on the international stage, vying for gold. What a Hollywood-esque narrative. Anticipation builds. While Kobe is my idol, I choose to support Jiang Chen and the Chinese team. The American team has finally deployed its finest perimeter defender, Kobe, to confront Jiang Chen. Coach Zhang, what is your perspective on Coach K's adjustments? Yang Jian turned to Zhang Weiping, a hint of playful mockery dancing in his eyes. It is well known that Zhang Weiping is a devoted fan of Kobe Bryant. His commentary during Kobe's games has birthed many hilariously classic phrases that have circulated widely among fans online. Undoubtedly, this is the most anticipated and iconic showdown of the current Olympics. Kobe's defensive prowess is formidable. He has been selected for the all-defensive team for several consecutive years, a fact we must concede. However, I remain optimistic about Jiang Chen's victory in this duel. After all, Jiang Chen's offensive capabilities are extraordinary. And with his newfound ability to penetrate defenses, he is undoubtedly unstoppable. Zhang Weiping remarked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, silently urging, Jiang Chen must triumph over Kobe. Otherwise, the Huaxia team's chances in this match would be bleak. In the audience, the Spanish team watched with eager anticipation. Paul, who do you think will dominate in this clash? Navarro asked, his eyes gleaming. As a teammate of both Kobe and Jiang Chen, Gasol was the most qualified to answer this question. I am undoubtedly rooting for Kobe. Jiang Chen's performance in this Olympics has indeed been explosive and unstoppable, yet he is up against Kobe. Hey, that is Kobe. That name signifies everything. If Kobe were on the Huaxia team, I am confident his performance would not pale in comparison to Jiang Chen's, Gasol stated earnestly, radiating confidence. Navarro's lips curled slightly as he recalled Jiang Chen's dazzling moments, pondering, is it truly so? On the court, the American team initiated the offense. Kobe moved to the top of the arc to request the ball. The instant he received the basketball, his demeanor transformed, his gaze sharpened, resembling a coiled black mamba. Poised to strike, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Without any unnecessary words, he launched into action. With a series of crossovers, shoulder fakes, and a feint shot to the left, he accelerated down the right flank, breezing past his defender before abruptly halting to execute a fading jump shot. The basketball soared through the air in a high arc swish. It nestled perfectly into the net. The entire sequence was fluid and seamless, the intricate details of his moves rendering defenders helpless. Despite Jiang Chen activating his strongest defensive skill, the strongest wall of Tsukuwa, he was still effortlessly outmaneuvered by Kobe, who sank the shot with ease. Jiang Chen felt an intense conviction that, against a scorer of Kobe's caliber, even the strongest wall of Tsukuwa had begun to falter. His eyes sparkled with fervor and determination. To triumph over a player of Kobe's stature would undoubtedly be a source of immense pride. This feeling surpasses even the thrill of facing LeBron in the group stage. The Huaxia team advances. After crossing half-court, Jiang Chen gestures for his teammates to create space, intent on isolating Kobe. Kobe slightly bends his knees, arms outstretched, exuding an aura of chilling intensity that evokes a suffocating defensive pressure. Jiang Chen initiates his signature four-finger thunder dribble, weaving through with rapid changes of direction before attempting to break through from the right. However, Kobe anticipates his move perfectly, forcing Jiang to halt abruptly, retreat a step, and launch a contested three-point shot. The ball arcs gracefully through the air. Swish. It finds the net without touching the rim. Kobe furrows his brow but remains silent as he sprints towards the front court. Although Jiang Chen scored, beads of cold sweat trickled down his back. It was astonishing that his Yeshan Shoutaro thunder dribble failed to penetrate Kobe's defense. Fortunately, he still possesses the unanswerable high-arcing three-pointer of Matsumoto Shintaro and the unpredictable shooting style of Aoman Daiki, miraculous skills from a bygone era. Otherwise, he would have been completely stifled by Kobe. The U.S. team takes possession. Kobe, holding the ball, executes a series of deft maneuvers before launching a pull-up three-pointer that finds its mark, delivering an emphatic response. The recent goal sent the substitute bench of the American team into a frenzy of jubilant cheers. Coach K's previously furrowed brow relaxed in relief. It is indeed thanks to Kobe. The dominance exhibited is unparalleled. As the Huaxia team advances, Jiang Chen, upon crossing half-court, abandons his fixation on one-on-one plays and summons Yao Ming to the high post for a pick-and-roll. He is acutely aware that engaging in a duel with Kobe Bryant would inevitably lead to his disadvantage. Moreover, the timing is not yet optimal. The true test of individual prowess will manifest in the second half, where the fate of the match will be determined. Chapter 87. Deji's resurgence. Utilizing the Kuroko Ryota imitation skill, post-high pick-and-roll, Jiang Chen breaks through to the vicinity of the free-throw line and activates Aemon Daiki's unpredictable shooting skill, effortlessly sinking a jump shot. The American team counters. Kobe penetrates the paint, drawing a double team, and lofts the ball high into the air. Dwight Howard leaps, catching the basketball mid-air and slamming it through the hoop with ferocity. Another electrifying alley-oop dunk. One cannot deny that watching the American team play is a visual spectacle, evoking a visceral thrill. Back to the Huaxia team's offense, they continue to employ the high pick-and-roll strategy. Under duress from the double team, Jiang Chen passes to Yao Ming. Yao dribbles a step closer to the free-throw line, disregarding the incoming Anthony, and elevates to release a mid-range shot. Swish. The ball finds the net flawlessly. Despite Anthony's well-timed defense, he poses no real threat to Yao, given the significant height disparity between them. In the ensuing minutes, the American team continues to showcase their formidable individual skills to score. Meanwhile, the Huaxia team remains committed to the high pick-and-roll tactic, which, while less effective than against the Lithuanian team, still represents their best offensive strategy. Notably, since Jiang Chen has taken on the role of point guard, the team's turnovers have plummeted, minimizing opportunities for the American team to capitalize on fast breaks. As the first quarter concludes, the score stands at 31-22. With Huaxia trailing by 9 points, Jiang Chen has made an impressive 5 of 8 shots, including 3 of 5 from beyond the arc, and has converted 1 of 1 free throw for a total of 14 points. However, his performance has noticeably waned during the minutes he was closely guarded by Kobe, which is a contributing factor to Huaxia's deficit. Yang Jian expresses his concerns. Jiang Chen's offensive contributions are vital for the Huaxia team. Yet it seems he is being effectively contained by Kobe. It is evident that the high pick-and-roll strategy is most potent when executed in tandem by Jiang Chen and Deji. However, Deji did not see any playing time in the first quarter, leaving uncertainty as to whether Jonas will bring him into the game in the second quarter. Old Zhang Weiping remarked, somewhat perplexed by Eunice's strategy. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared sense of helplessness. As commentators, they could only analyze the game, while Eunice, as the coach, presumably had his own considerations. The second quarter commenced. Eunice gently waved his hand, finally substituting in the illustrious Deji. The fervent cheers of the crowd erupted instantly. Deji's previous performance had left a profound impression, reminiscent of his peak days, evoking memories of an offensive virtuoso. Alongside Deji, the formidable Yu Ming, Zhu Fangyu, Sun Yu, and Jiang Chen took to the court. This very lineup had previously dismantled the Lithuanian team. The Huaxia team initiated the attack. Under pressure, Jiang Chen swiftly passed the ball to Deji, who stood beyond the three-point line and unleashed a flawless shot. The basketball soared through the air. Swish. It found nothing but net. A debut shot that struck true. Deji showcased his exquisite shooting skills and unparalleled confidence. This is the initial visage of the spirited youth chasing the wind. The venue erupted in applause and cheers, rallying behind Deji. The American team continued with their regular rotation, led by Chris Paul and Dwayne Wade. The duo executed a masterful play, with Wade cutting sharply to receive the ball and effortlessly scoring with a layup. The Huaxia team initiated their offense once more. Deji seized another shooting opportunity, unhesitatingly releasing a shot that landed as a three-pointer. Instantly, the entire arena erupted in fervor. Remarkable. It is astonishing that Deji can maintain such a high level of performance in the finals. It reminds me of the Deji from the turn of the century. Brimming with youthful vigor, Yang Jian exclaimed, his eyes glistening with emotion. I believe it was high time to have Deji on the court. His offensive prowess could significantly alleviate Jiang Chen's pressure. Moreover, Deji possesses a commendable passing ability, serving both as a space-creating three-point shooter and a facilitator for his teammates. Coach Zhang remarked, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. If one were to identify the greatest beneficiary of the optimized high pick-and-roll strategy, it would undoubtedly be Deji. On the court, after receiving a pass from Jiang Chen, Deji dribbled into the paint, drawing defenders, and delivered a brilliant assist to Yao Ming, who executed a flawless dunk. The Huaxia team's offense was invigorated once again. Observing this, Coach K of the American team promptly altered their defensive strategy, abandoning the aggressive double team on Jiang Chen and intensifying their focus on Deji. Simultaneously, he substituted in the American team's main lineup. Although the American team maintained their lead, they did not dare to become complacent. The game fell back into a tense stalemate. Kobe, LeBron, and Wade took turns showcasing their formidable individual offensive skills, consistently scoring for the American team. Meanwhile, the high pick-and-roll strategy continued to wield significant influence for the Huaxia team. When the American team ceased their aggressive double-teaming of Jiang Chen, he relied on his thunderous dribbling to incessantly penetrate and score jump shots. As the second quarter concluded, the score stood at 65-54, with the Huaxia team trailing by a mere 11 points. During halftime, in the American team's locker room, I urged, "After the third quarter commences, I expect you to elevate the intensity of the game to a new level, leveraging your physical advantages and athletic prowess to widen the score gap in the shortest time possible. We must decisively secure a swift victory over the Huaxia team and clinch the championship of this Olympic Games rather than dragging the game out until the end." That rookie from Huaxia, Jiang Chen, has an uncanny ability to deliver miraculous performances. One can never predict when he might suddenly erupt. We must firmly grasp control of the game's dynamics. Coach Lau K spoke sternly, his brow furrowed tightly. Despite the American team holding an 11-point lead, he felt little sense of security and was increasingly anxious about the impending second half. Although the Huaxia team had demonstrated formidable strength in the first half, Coach Lau K sensed that something was amiss. After considerable contemplation, he realized that Jiang Chen's performance lacked the sharpness and magic he had previously exhibited. Even though he still scored the highest points of the game, his performance paled in comparison to that of the group stage. Everyone nodded in agreement, spirits high. The lengthy halftime passed, and the second half of the match commenced. The American team launched an attack. Kobe, after executing a series of crossovers from the perimeter, made a sudden stop and executed a fadeaway jump shot from the right side, scoring effortlessly. The Huaxia team countered swiftly. Jiang Chen held the ball at the arc. Yiming prepared to set a screen, but Jiang Chen gestured for him to refrain, indicating his intention to go one-on-one. This scene ignited excitement among the spectators. Was Jiang Chen finally about to unleash his offensive prowess against Kobe's defense? This is the scene that everyone has been eagerly anticipating. "My friend, do you wish to challenge me to a duel?" "That is a misguided choice," Kobe confidently proclaimed. "Whether it is indeed a misguided choice, one must engage in battle to ascertain." Jiang Chen replied with a slight grin, promptly activating the skill card to imitate Ryota Kai's. Chapter 88. Imitating Opponents' Basketball Techniques. Stunning the entire arena. In an instant, he felt a surge of peculiar strength coursing through his body, as if his mind had been remarkably enhanced. Kobe's offensive moves from moments ago unfolded in his mind like a slow-motion replay. This skill possesses the remarkable ability to imitate and enhance actions witnessed merely once. An extraordinary phenomenon. Jiang Chen's dribbling gradually quickened, executing a series of deceptive maneuvers before making a decisive breakthrough to the right. Suddenly, he came to an abrupt halt. Leaning back to release a jump shot, the basketball arced gracefully through the air. Swish. It found nothing but net. Kobe wore a bewildered expression. Why does this action appear so familiar? He rapidly recalled the moments in his mind and suddenly realized that this was precisely the offensive move he had just executed. Why would Jiang Chen also perform it? How peculiar. This is truly bewildering. The spectators at the scene also expressed their astonishment in murmurs. This is undoubtedly Kobe's signature offensive move. Why is it being employed by Jiang Chen? Is it merely a coincidence? The American team is on the offensive. This time, Kobe executed a post-up maneuver, receiving the ball with his back to Jiang Chen. After a series of deft fakes, he pivoted and executed a step-back fadeaway jumper. The sound echoed as the basketball ricocheted off the rim. The Huaxia team launched their counterattack. Jiang Chen mirrored the technique, yet his fadeaway jumper found nothing but net. In stark contrast to the earlier miss. At that moment, the audience erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Is Jiang Chen attempting to mimic Kobe's moves? Yang Jin inquired, his voice tinged with uncertainty. It certainly appeared so. Yet the ability to replicate Kobe's offensive techniques after merely observing them once seemed nothing short of miraculous. What kind of figure is Kobe? The venerable Zhang Weiping remarked, his tone imbued with profound skepticism. Kobe represents a veritable museum of offensive prowess. He is renowned as the most versatile scorer in NBA history. His fadeaway jumper and low-post back-to-the-basket techniques are unparalleled masterpieces that have remained unmastered for years. Could it truly be that Jiang Chen grasped them after a single viewing? This is rather absurd. Yet, if Jiang Chen is not merely imitating Kobe's offensive maneuvers, how can one elucidate this phenomenon? Coach Zhang appears perplexed. Having dedicated the majority of his life to the realm of basketball, he now finds himself utterly bewildered by this occurrence. In the stands, what is happening? Jiang Chen has replicated Kobe's offensive style? He is indeed capable of emulating Kobe's techniques? Navarro exclaimed, his expression one of sheer incredulity. Could it be that during his time with the Lakers, Jiang Chen secretly mastered Kobe's offensive prowess? Rubio inquired, directing his gaze towards Gasol. If he is indeed learning and applying these skills on the court in real time, it would be nothing short of astonishing. What kind of extraordinary basketball talent could effortlessly emulate the offensive techniques that a superstar like Kobe Bryant honed over more than a decade? No. I have never witnessed Jiang Chen practice Kobe's techniques. It is well known that Kobe's offensive prowess and fadeaway jump shot are unparalleled in the league, making them exceedingly difficult to replicate, let alone with such striking similarity. If Jiang Chen were not of yellow skin, I would suspect it was Kobe himself executing those moves. Gasol remarked, his eyes reflecting profound astonishment. Once again, the crowd's attention turned to Jiang Chen, their minds echoing a question. Could it truly be an on-the-spot imitation? On the court, Kobe wore a grim expression and asked, "Are you imitating me?" "Indeed. How about it? Does it look similar?" Jiang Chen replied, his lips curling into an excited smile. The mimicry skills of Ryota Hwangsa are truly remarkable. Not only can he flawlessly replicate actions he has observed just once, but he can also enhance those movements. This strategy undoubtedly has the potential to diminish opponents' strengths. However, this skill demands an exceptionally high level of physical talent. Were it not for the innate abilities bestowed by Out Yin-ju, even the imitation of such skills would be exceedingly challenging to master. It is no jest. There are no players in this realm who can effortlessly replicate my offensive maneuvers, Kobe asserted with unshakable confidence. Techniques such as the sudden stop and fadeaway jump shot, as well as the back-to-the-basket fadeaway, are offensive skills he has honed through extensive training and dedication. How could they possibly be easily imitated? I have already informed you that it is imitation. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you, Jiang Chen remarked coolly, turning to transition back on defense. The American team commenced their offensive play, with Kobe at the top of the arc, holding the ball. This time, he refrained from launching an attack, instead passing the basketball into the capable hands of James. With a formidable defense pressing against him, James executed a powerful drive, utilizing his signature step to successfully score. The Huaxia team was on the offensive. Jiang Chen, at the top of the arc, skillfully handled the ball, weaving through defenders before employing the same powerful step to force his way into the paint and score amidst Kobe's defense. Bolstered by the enhanced physical prowess of Akira Purple, Kobe found himself unable to withstand Jiang Chen's strength. The crowd erupted in exhilaration, unable to contain their chatter. Am I seeing things? Why is Jiang Chen also using the powerful step? It's confirmed. Jiang Chen is indeed emulating the techniques of Kobe and James. Otherwise, how could he possibly execute a sudden stop and fadeaway jump shot, as well as the powerful step? This is simply outrageous. Not only has he replicated Kobe's offensive maneuvers, but he has also mastered James's powerful step? I find myself perplexed. Why has he not showcased such talent earlier? It's utterly baffling. The fans buzzed with speculation. Commentary teams from various nations present at the scene were equally astonished, exclaiming in disbelief, "My goodness, it is now evident that Jiang Chen is imitating his opponents." Yang Jian exclaimed, his eyes reflecting profound astonishment. What is this extraordinary ability? It has transcended the realms of scientific explanation. Once again, the remarkable Jiang Chen has unveiled his wonders, leaving even an old man like myself at a loss to elucidate this phenomenon. His mimicry is nothing short of extraordinary. Zhang Weiping exclaimed in astonishment, never having anticipated that, after living for half a lifetime, he would have his understanding of basketball reshaped. On the sidelines, Coach K wore a peculiar expression, his brow furrowed once more. Jiang Chen's performance moments ago was truly spine-chilling. Are you filming a movie? This is nothing short of cheating. If Jiang Chen continually emulates his opponent's basketball techniques, then there is no discernible pattern to follow, making defense utterly futile. What further infuriated Coach Lao Ke was the realization that his intention to shatter the Huaxia team's morale in the third quarter had been thwarted by Jiang Chen's explosive performance. On the court, the game pressed on. Wade executed his signature Euro step to penetrate the paint, only to be disrupted by Yao Ming's defense. Yi Jianlian seized the rebound and swiftly passed it to Jiang Chen to initiate a counterattack. LeBron James and Kobe Bryant promptly positioned themselves for defense, ready for action. Upon crossing half-court, Jiang Chen unleashed the imitation of Ryota Kai's skill, employing Wade's iconic Euro step. After deftly sidestepping Kobe, he soared for a layup, scoring despite James's defensive pressure. The Huaxiao players erupted in jubilant cheers. Is Jiang Chen employing his opponent's tactics against them? The ball entered with remarkable force. The American team gazed in astonishment at this scene, utterly bewildered and at a loss for what to do. The competition. I am at a loss on how to proceed. Chapter 89. Equalizing the score. Entering the fourth quarter showdown. Beep. The referee's whistle sounds. Coach Old K of the American team decisively calls for a timeout. This marks the second occasion in this match where he has proactively requested a timeout. Such an occurrence had never transpired in previous competitions. Typically, it is the opponents who, unable to withstand the offensive prowess of the American team, call for a timeout. However, it has never been the case that the American team, overwhelmed by an adversary's attack, seeks respite. Yet now, confronted by Jiang Chen's extraordinary performance, the American team finds itself unable to endure, prompting them to call for a timeout. Guys, what are you bewildered about? You are the formidable dream team, the strongest squad in the world. Regardless of what transpires on the court, irrespective of how astonishingly the opponents perform, all you need to do is play your game well. When you exhibit a dominating display, no matter how flashy the opponent's tactics, they will ultimately fall apart. Coach Old K delivered an inspiring message to his players. Everyone nodded in agreement, then turned their gazes toward Coach Old K, awaiting his strategic directives. We must apply some tight, double-teaming defense against Jiang Chen. This Chinese player's style of play is utterly inscrutable. Coach Old K continued, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes. The players were somewhat taken aback. Is that it? Nothing more? This seems rather hasty. Externally, Coach Old K maintained his composure, yet internally, he grappled with his frustrations. Having been a coach for the better part of his life and witnessed a myriad of players, he had never encountered anyone as outrageous as Jiang Chen. Possessing the fadeaway jumper of Kobe, the power drive of LeBron, and the elusive footwork of Wade. Such a complex amalgamation of basketball skills manifested in a single player was nothing short of astonishing. Even God would feel vexed in such a situation. Kobe, as the primary defender against Jiang Chen, must elevate his defensive intensity to another level, Coach K remarked with earnest gravity. In the absence of targeted defensive strategies, we can only rely on the individual defensive prowess of our players. Fortunately, Kobe stands as one of the NBA's elite perimeter defenders, capable of curtailing Jiang Chen's performance. Rest assured, Coach, I will not permit him to be so arrogant again, Kobe stated with utmost seriousness, his expression chillingly fierce, his eyes radiating a palpable aura of menace. Damn it. I cannot believe that I was outmaneuvered by that brat Jiang Chen. He admitted to mimicking my actions, a notion I had found hard to accept. Yet, to my astonishment, he truly could imitate them. This ability is truly astonishing. However, this is where it ends. I shall ensure that I guard against this individual. The game resumes. The American team initiates an offensive play. Kobe, stationed at the arc, takes possession of the ball and launches a three-point shot. Clang. The basketball ricochets off the rim. Yao Ming and Howard engage in a fierce struggle within the paint, exerting every ounce of strength to seize the ball. And once they have secured it, they clutch it as if it were a precious treasure. Only when they ascertain that no American players are nearby do they pass the ball to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen dribbles past half court, suddenly halting to unleash a three-point shot. The basketball arcs gracefully through the air. Swoosh. Like a missile striking the tranquil surface of a lake, it creates explosive ripples. The familiar sight of the midcourt logo three-pointer makes its triumphant return. The astonishing long-range three-pointer caught everyone on the American team completely off guard. It was a shot that left them unprepared. Even the defending Kobe was unable to react in time, his attempt to block the shot coming a beat too late, leaving him to watch helplessly as the basketball swished through the net. The crowd erupted in excitement, chanting MVP. In just a few minutes of the third quarter, Jiang Chen's performance was nothing short of explosive, single-handedly shouldering the offensive responsibility for Team China. Each offensive play was a visual delight, invigorating the adrenaline of all spectators. Here it comes. Jiang Chen nails a long-distance three-pointer. This was the first time he attempted such a challenging shot in this match. Yang Jian exclaimed with enthusiasm. What a stunning shot. I suspect that after Jiang Chen's remarkable imitation of basketball techniques from superstars like James and Kobe, they overlooked his own shooting prowess. That long-range three-pointer was simply extraordinary. Coach Zhang remarked with a smile, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Although Jiang Chen's offensive tactics were somewhat one-dimensional, they remained difficult to defend against. On the court, Kobe displayed a look of frustration, berating himself for having overlooked Jiang Chen's long-range capabilities. He was a person of strict self-discipline, unwilling to permit even the slightest mistake. Hey, don't dwell on it. This Chinese player's offensive skills are truly unpredictable. Just focus on making a shot in the next possession, James comforted him. To be honest, he could empathize with Kobe's feelings. In the previous group match, he had been matched up against Jiang Chen and had found it quite challenging to defend against his unanswerable three-pointers. Kobe nodded and sprinted towards the front court. After James dribbled past half-court and penetrated the paint to attract defenders, he passed the ball to Anthony on the perimeter, who immediately launched a three-pointer. Swish. The ball found nothing but net. While Jiang Chen was unstoppable on offense, the American team was equally formidable, with superstars like James, Kobe, and Anthony each stepping up to contribute points. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 85-85, thanks to Jiang Chen's outstanding performance. They had erased an 11-point deficit, bringing both teams to a level playing field. Over the course of the first 3 quarters, Jiang Chen had already amassed an impressive tally of 45 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists. In the third quarter alone, he had scored 21 points. Kobe's defense against Jiang Chen had proven utterly ineffective. Next comes the crucial fourth quarter. On the bench of the Huaxia team, the players were solemn expressions, showing little excitement despite having equalized the score. The impending fourth quarter promised to be the most challenging segment of the match, as they would not only have to contend with the relentless offense and intense defense of the American team, but also grapple with their own physical limitations. Historically, the Huaxia team has faltered in the fourth quarter due to fatigue. Currently, Yao's stamina had reached a critical point, leaving uncertainties about how much longer he could endure. Despite this, Coach Jonas hesitated to substitute him for rest. "Yao, can you hold on?" Jonas inquired, his concern palpable. "Absolutely. I will give it my all to finish the game," Yao replied, his expression resolute, reminiscent of his unwavering spirit at the onset of the Olympics. "It's the final quarter. Let us exert every ounce of our strength. Regardless of the outcome, we must showcase the indomitable spirit of the Huaxia men," Yao declared through gritted teeth, fists clenched, his fervor igniting the atmosphere. The players nodded in agreement, their eyes instinctively drawn to Jiang Chen. Undoubtedly, Jiang Chen was the key figure who had propelled the Huaxia team to this point. Now, whether they could triumph over the formidable Dream Team rested heavily on his performance. Feeling the weight of their expectations, Jiang Chen flashed a confident smile. "Trust me. The fact that we are tied with the American team after 3 quarters signifies that we have every chance to win this match and seize the gold medal." The Huaxia team stood in stunned silence. This theory, where shall I begin? Chapter 90, The Final Strike. The Awakening of heaven-defying Emperor. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, offering little in the way of explanation. Since the onset of this match, he had been meticulously calculating how to withstand the American team during the first 3 quarters without faltering, for his trump card could only be unleashed in the fourth quarter. A skill experience card known as heaven-defying Emperor, which he had previously acquired from a self-selected treasure chest. The validity of this skill experience card is limited to a mere 10 minutes, necessitating its use at the most crucial moment. However, should the American team manage to dominate the Huaxia team by a margin exceeding 20 points during the first 3 quarters, it would indeed warrant the premature utilization of this skill card. Fortunately, such a scenario did not unfold. In the first half, he struggled to contend with the American team, relying on his inherent abilities and the high pick-and-roll strategy that enhanced the overall strength of the Huaxia team. Although trailing by 11 points, the deficit remained within an acceptable range. In the third quarter, he activated the skill experience card that mimicked Ryota Kai's, elevating his prowess to new heights. The results exceeded his expectations, astonishingly leveling the score. This can be considered a delightful surprise. As the match approaches the fourth quarter, Jiang Chen can confidently unleash the skill of Seijiro Akashi's Emperor's Eye. Once this ability is activated, it renders all threats, both offensive and defensive, ineffective before him. He will be able to perceive the slightest changes in his opponent's breathing and heartbeat, thereby discerning all their movements and formulating appropriate countermeasures, making his defense impeccable. To put it simply, this is akin to the observation hockey from One Piece, albeit in an upgraded form, possessing the ability to foresee the future. This situation has taken a rather peculiar turn. With Akashi Seijiro's Emperor Eye, heaven-defying's unpredictable style, Midorima Shintaro's extraordinary 3-point arc, and Hayama Kotaro's thunderous dribbling finesse, combined with Murasakibara Atsushi's physical prowess, one cannot help but ponder the terrifying capabilities that would emerge if all these skills were concentrated in a single player. The revelation will unfold in the fourth quarter. Jiang Chen's eyes brimmed with anticipation, eager to step onto the court. Upon witnessing Jiang Chen's expression, Yao Ming, Jianlian, and Wang Zhizhi were taken aback, wondering why he was so impatient for the arrival of the fourth quarter. This is utterly absurd. Could it be that Jiang Chen possesses hidden skills? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Yao Ming's eyes as he recalled Jiang Chen's remarkable breakthrough techniques showcased against the Lithuanian team, as well as his recently displayed mimetic abilities. It seemed that Jiang Chen improved with each match. Could he unveil new talents in the fourth quarter as well? The more Yao Ming pondered, the more exhilarated he felt, as if his depleted body had regained some vitality. On the bench of the American team, the players lamented, "Gentlemen, the third quarter was our opportunity to extend our lead, yet we squandered it, losing an 11-point advantage. We absolutely cannot afford to let the Huaxia team mount a comeback in the fourth quarter. We must maintain control of the game's momentum." The players of the Huaxia team were nearing exhaustion, particularly Yao Ming, who appeared visibly fatigued. "As long as we continue to apply high-intensity pressure, they will soon falter," Coach Old K asserted confidently. Despite the current tie, he remained unfazed. Were it not for Jiang Chen's extraordinary performance in the third quarter, the American team would have relegated the game to garbage time. Even if Jiang Chen continued to excel in the fourth quarter, it would be challenging for his teammates to provide sufficient support due to their dwindling stamina. After all, it is a team sport. And the American lineup included superstars like LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, and Dwayne Wade, who could easily dominate the game in critical moments. Thus, even if the score remained tied after 3 quarters, it merely delayed the inevitable conclusion of the match. Kobe and the others nodded in agreement. The brief intermission swiftly came to an end, and the fourth quarter commenced. The atmosphere thickened with tension as the audience held their breath, fixated on the court. Yang Jian and the elder Zhang Weiping instinctively straightened up, their expressions turning grave. Millions of Huaxia fans seated before their televisions sharpened their focus, their breaths quickening with anticipation. The Huaxia team initiated the offense. Jiang Chen, at the top of the arc, had a sudden flash of inspiration and unhesitatingly activated the skill card for the Eye of the Emperor, Seijiro Akashi. In an instant, he felt a profound transformation in his vision, as if the world around him had become vividly illuminated. Even the opponent's dark skin appeared much brighter. As he gazed at Kobe standing before him, an involuntary image of Kobe's next defensive move and intention surfaced in his mind. Harnessing the ability of thunderous dribble, aided by the foresight from the Eye of the Emperor, he effortlessly maneuvered past Kobe's balance, then stepped back to the three-point line and launched a shot. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air. Swish. It found nothing but net. 85-88. The Huaxia team led by 3 points. "I shall take command of this game." With unwavering confidence, Jiang Chen spoke in English, his voice not loud, yet resonating throughout the entire venue. Coupled with the formidable impact of his recent 3-point shot, an invisible weight of pressure descended upon the players of the American team. Howard, Anthony, and others were even somewhat incensed. This player from Huaxia truly proves to be a formidable adversary. Although the Huaxia team is ostensibly a weaker squad, the presence of Jiang Chen elevates them into the realm of a top-tier powerhouse. Steady now. We must intensify our defensive efforts by pressuring our opponents into making mistakes. We can launch counterattacks, thus leveraging our advantages, Coach Old K bellowed from the sidelines, incessantly emphasizing his point. Throughout this match, the American team struggled to execute effective counterattacks, entangled instead in a protracted positional battle with Huaxia, which hampered their ability to capitalize on their strengths. After dribbling past half-court, James passed the ball to Kobe. Jiang Chen, with a keen eye, swiftly anticipated Kobe's imminent drive and executed a perfectly timed steal. He had completely foreseen Kobe's next offensive maneuver, having prepared in advance, simply waiting for Kobe to make his move. With a crisp sound, Jiang Chen snatched the ball and darted down the court, halting abruptly beyond the three-point line. He unleashed another three-point shot. Swish. The ball found nothing but net once more. 85-91. Huaxia led by 6 points, firmly asserting dominance over the American team. The arena erupted once again. A steal from Kobe followed by a fast break three-pointer. What an extraordinary display. This was undeniably impressive. Kobe stood near the center line, bewildered, replaying the recent events in his mind, increasingly incredulous. Had he really been stolen from? It seemed as though Jiang Chen had foreseen his every intention, an utterly astonishing notion. How could anyone predict his offensive strategy? Chapter 91, Consecutive Steals. The might of the Heavenly Emperor's eye. A flicker of unwillingness flashed in Kobe's eyes. With an indomitable competitive spirit, He refused to accept such a glaring mistake on the court. He sought redemption, much like the purpose of the American team at this Olympic Games. Once more, he positioned himself at the top of the arc, demanding the ball, and then executed a series of swift changes in direction, preparing to break past Jiang Chen for a fadeaway jumper. Utilizing the Heavenly Emperor's Eye, Jiang Chen meticulously dissected Kobe's every move. In the briefest pause between Kobe's dribble rhythm changes, he struck again for another steal. Crack! The crisp sound echoed as the basketball was seized once more. Jiang Chen launched yet another fast break, even with James and Kobe sprinting back in full defense. Jiang Chen would not grant them the opportunity to double-team. He halted near the center line and took a long-range shot from the logo. The basketball arced through the air like a rainbow. Swish! It found the net cleanly. The lead stretched to 9 points. Coach Old K's face darkened as he considered reprimanding Kobe but ultimately refrained, recognizing Kobe's esteemed status in the realm of basketball. The crowd was on the verge of eruption, thrilled by the exhilarating contest. 2 consecutive steals from Kobe. Jiang Chen's performance at the start of the fourth quarter was nothing short of explosive. Jiang Chen exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he trembled with anticipation. Jiang Chen is indeed an extraordinary player. As the match progressed towards its conclusion, his prowess only intensified. Initially, it seemed that his remarkable display in the third quarter was his peak, yet the fourth quarter revealed an even more astonishing level of play. Now, we can genuinely anticipate the possibility of the Huaxia team securing victory in this match. Despite the multitude of superstars on the American team, none have been able to contain Jiang Chen's brilliance, which is truly daunting. The venerable Zhang Weiping remarked, his voice laced with profound astonishment, as his imagination began to conjure visions of the Huaxia team claiming the gold medal. In the stands, it was utterly unexpected to witness the American team being subdued by Jiang Chen in the fourth quarter. Could it be that the Huaxia team is truly capable of defeating this dream team? Navarro, a player from the Spanish team, expressed his astonishment. What has happened to Kobe? How is it possible for him to be stripped of the ball twice in quick succession? Gasol questioned, utterly bewildered. The Spanish coach solemnly stated that they must see if the American team can muster an offensive display that matches Jiang Chen's caliber. Otherwise, the outcome of this match remains precarious. On the court, the American team initiated their offensive play. After dribbling past half court, James began orchestrating the attack. On this occasion, Kobe refrained from demanding the ball, opting instead to position himself in the corner, entrusting the entirety of the offensive play to his teammates. LeBron, under the defensive pressure of Zhu Fangyu, adeptly penetrated the paint, drawing a double team from Yi Jianlian, and subsequently passed the ball to the perimeter. The unmarked Anthony stood ready at the left side's 45-degree angle beyond the arc. Upon receiving the ball, he launched a three-point shot with precision. Swish! The ball seamlessly found its way through the net, momentarily halting the momentum of defeat for the American team. The Huaxia team initiated their offense. Jiang Chen, confronted by Kobe, executed a series of deft changes in direction to break through near the midline, sidestepping Kobe's defense with a lateral move, and unleashed a shot reminiscent of the elusive Qifeng Dahui technique. Swish! The ball pierced the net cleanly. Jiang Chen continued to assert his dominance in the offensive play. Double team. In the next possession, the plan was clear. Once Jiang Chen received the ball, he would be met with relentless pressure. Coach Lao Ke, standing on the sidelines, shouted fervently, feeling a tingle of anxiety. The terrifying offensive prowess renders Kobe's defensive efforts seemingly futile. The American team's attack. This time, Jiang Chen took the initiative to switch defenses with Zhu Fangyu, opting to guard James. As the current orchestrator of the American team on the court, all of the team's offensive maneuvers stemmed from James. Thus, only by defending James could the full potential of the Heavenly Emperor's Eye be realized on the defensive end. Faced with Jiang Chen's defense, James exuded confidence, signaling his teammates to spread out as he prepared for a one-on-one confrontation. Hey, be cautious. Jiang Chen accurately anticipates your offensive intentions, Kobe shouted from the other side. He struggled to articulate the essence of Jiang Chen's recent performance, choosing instead to express his visceral feelings as a warning to James. However, it was evident that James was not heeding the advice. With a decisive step, he advanced, determined to break through Jiang Chen's defense from the right side. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the basketball vanished from James's grasp. Confused, James turned to see Jiang Chen already dribbling past half-court, racing towards the basket. Kobe seemed to have anticipated this, having sprinted across the court and applied fierce pressure. Utilizing the four-finger dribble and the Heavenly Emperor's Eye of Akashi Sijiro, Jiang Chen effortlessly dismantled Kobe's defense, altering his rhythm from the right side and smoothly bypassing him. Upon penetrating the paint, he executed a layup. Frustrated, Kobe slammed his fist, unable to maintain his previous composure. James shrugged helplessly, regretting not heeding Kobe's advice earlier. Realizing that his breakthrough maneuver had been overly simplistic, this provided Jiang Chen with the opportunity to execute a steal. Another steal. This time, Jiang Chen intercepted LeBron James. The two most formidable players of the American team faltered under Jiang Chen's defense. Yang Jian exclaimed loudly, completely ignited with excitement. Beep. Coach K could no longer contain himself, rising to call a timeout, filled with both frustration and curiosity. What is the situation with James and Kobe? Are they experiencing a lapse in concentration? Why are they consistently being intercepted by Jiang Chen? The occurrence of two superstars being consecutively stripped of the ball is an event so improbable, akin to winning the lottery. Yet it is unfolding before our very eyes. Has God taken the night off? Why has there been no divine intervention to safeguard Team USA? Such a fortune seems utterly excessive. Guys, upon seeing Jiang Chen pass the ball decisively, do not allow him to intercept any longer, Coach K remarked with a solemn tone. Expressing his discontent with James and Kobe, the two nodded in acknowledgement, realizing the gravity of the situation. If they wished to turn the tide of the game, they could not afford any further errors. Upon returning from the timeout, Team USA prepared for an inbounds play. As James received the basketball, he noticed Jiang Chen closing in and hastily passed it out. Anthony, feeling the heat of his shooting hand, launched a three-pointer while being closely guarded by Yi Jianlian. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim. Yao Ming secured the rebound and promptly passed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen pushed the ball down the court rapidly. While Yao ambled back, visibly exhausted and gasping for breath, it was evident to all that his stamina had reached its limit. The other players on the Chinese team were similarly drenched in sweat, persevering solely through sheer willpower. Faced with the double team from James and Kobe, Jiang Chen effortlessly located an open teammate and, with a flick of his wrist, delivered the ball with precision, enhanced by the divine insight of the Heavenly Emperor. His passing accuracy experienced a remarkable transformation. Zhu Fengyu received the ball and, with no defender in sight, launched a three-pointer. Swish! It sailed through the net. The crowd erupted in jubilation. The momentum of the Chinese team soared to unprecedented heights, while the morale of Team USA plummeted. James, Kobe, and their compatriots were acutely aware that they had lost control of the game. This is the worst possible scenario in the competition, and now it has unfolded. Chapter 92. Defeating the American team, bringing glory to the nation, and securing the gold medal. Time swiftly passes. In the blink of an eye. Less than 4 minutes remain until the conclusion of the match. At this juncture, the Chinese team has extended their lead to 15 points, beginning to control the pace of the game and consume the clock as much as possible. The American team, however, has not conceded defeat and has entered a frenzied pursuit of points. Yet, they remain unable to contain Jiang Chen's relentless offense, resulting in an insurmountable gap in the score. With time slipping away, the American team resorts to a strategy of fouling and attempting three-pointers. Perhaps they themselves did not anticipate such a dire predicament in the final quarter. The audience worldwide is filled with tension. Could it be that the so-called Dream Team, hailed as the strongest in the world, is truly on the brink of defeat? Are they about to lose their dominance in the realm of international basketball? Even with the presence of the most formidable player in the eyes of Americans, Kobe Bryant, it seems the team cannot be salvaged. The root of the dilemma lies in Jiang Chen's extraordinary performance. He consistently restricts the prowess of both James and Kobe on the defensive end while maintaining an exceptionally high offensive efficiency. Even when the American team employs a double-team strategy, Jiang Chen effortlessly sinks three-pointers with the divine eye, an impressive shooting arc, and lightning-fast release. As the game approaches its final minute, Jiang Chen lands a three-pointer that could very well seal the fate of the match. With the successful three-pointer, the Huaxia team maintained a commanding lead of 12 points. Victory was tantalizingly close. The spectators in the arena erupted into exuberant cheers. Meanwhile, the American team refused to concede defeat. After dribbling past half-court, Kobe aimed for a three-point shot, only to be intercepted by Jiang Chen's keen perception. In the instant he made his shooting motion, Jiang Chen deftly stole the basketball. Taken aback, Kobe had little time to contemplate and resorted to a tactical foul, slapping his hand against Jiang Chen's arm. Jiang Chen stepped up to the free throw line and confidently sank both shots. With less than 20 seconds remaining in the match, the American team found themselves powerless to alter their fate, watching helplessly as the clock ran down. They came to terms with their defeat. The final whistle blew. The score stood at 106 to 120, with the Huaxia team triumphing by a margin of 14 points, securing the gold medal in this Olympic event. In this moment, the entire expanse of Huaxia erupted with countless exhilarating cheers. Victory! The Huaxia team has indeed triumphed over the American team, securing the gold medal. This moment feels utterly surreal. Jiang Chen, his voice trembling and tears streaming down his face, exclaimed. The remarkable Huaxia men's basketball team, the extraordinary Jiang Chen, has achieved what seemed to be an impossible miracle. Jiang Chen, with his astonishing performance, overshadowed all the superstars of the American team, dominating both offense and defense. Elder Zhang Weiping wiped away the tears welling in his eyes and passionately declared, to witness the Huaxia men's basketball team ascend to the pinnacle of the global basketball arena is a lifetime fulfillment. Indeed, Jiang Chen is the undeniable hero of the Huaxia team. Throughout the match, he played for 37 minutes, achieving an impressive record of 21 out of 32 shots, 13 out of 19 three-pointers, and 8 out of 9 free throws, amassing an astonishing total of 63 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, and 6 steals. In just the fourth quarter, he recorded 6 steals, completely dismantling the American team's offense. Jiang Chen, gazing at the statistical sheet, wiped his nose and shouted excitedly. Just looking at these statistics fills one with adrenaline. From showcasing their underdog spirit in the group stages to now defeating the American team and claiming gold. It can be said that the Huaxia men's basketball team has been the most surprising team of this Olympic Games, representing the most unexpected gold medal among all Huaxia's gold-winning events. Millions of fans across Huaxia will remember the day of this triumph. And history will likewise remember the Huaxia men's basketball team. Years hence, when the people of Huaxia reflect on this Olympic Games that fulfilled a century-long dream, they will recall not only the table tennis sweep of medals and the gymnastics brilliance, but also the astonishing victory of our Huaxia men's basketball team, Zhang Weiping remarked, his face radiating profound pride. In the stands, it's over. To be honest, I never expected the American team to lose, Navarro said, shaking his head in disbelief. Who could have imagined? They're the dream team of America, an opponent that sends shivers down the spine, Calderon added. One can only say that Jiang Chen's performance was extraordinary. In the second half, he exhibited a strength that transcends this planet. Gasol furrowed his brow, deeply shocked. On the court, the Huaxia players embraced each other, roaring with joy at their victory. Meanwhile, the American players were left despondently staring at the scoreboard, unable to comprehend the outcome. Coach K's tactical board had unknowingly fallen to the ground. He could already envision the backlash the American team would face in the aftermath. Guys, your performance was commendable, but alas, the Huaxia team has Jiang Chen, such an extraordinary player. Coach Lao K consoled, a bitter smile gracing his lips. His heart weighed down with frustration. Though the Huaxia team was not particularly formidable, they simply could not secure a victory. Who could he turn to for solace? The taste of defeat was truly unbearable. Come the next Olympics, he vowed to compete again. I shall bring a gold medal for the American team, James declared through clenched teeth, his expression a mix of agony and unwavering determination. This marks his second encounter with failure on the national team. A disappointment even more profound and indelible than the sweep by the Spurs in the 2007 finals. I, too, share this sentiment, Kobe asserted resolutely. He then advanced toward Jiang Chen, while the remaining players also approached their counterparts from the Huaxia team, who greeted them warmly. Buddy, your performance in this match was utterly perplexing. I am genuinely curious how you managed to steal the ball from me repeatedly, Kobe inquired candidly, eager to uncover the secret that would inform his efforts to enhance his own game. Well, by the end of the third quarter, I had reached a certain state of enlightenment. If I were to say I could see through your offense, would you believe me? Jiang Chen pondered before responding. I believe you. You certainly conveyed that impression, not only penetrating my offense but also my defense, Kobe replied, shaking his head in mild exasperation. He then added, congratulations on leading the Huaxia team to victory and earning the gold medal. Your performance deserves such an honor. I can hardly wait to embark on the new season. I believe our collaboration will elevate the Lakers to the most formidable team in the league. No. Jiang Chen shook his head. Huh. Kobe's eyes widened in surprise, ready to speak. But Jiang Chen continued, we will make the Lakers the most powerful team in NBA history. Kobe's expression shifted, a mixture of astonishment and admiration. This display of arrogance is as formidable as his basketball prowess. The American players beside him, eagerly awaiting to embrace Jiang Chen, were utterly bewildered. Was it truly polite to speak in such a manner before everyone? Chapter 93. Is LeBron recruiting me? What will happen to the original Wade? Merging the talents of the god of fire, LeBron, Wade, and Paul all wore peculiar expressions, clearly discomfort. Jiang Chen's earlier words were indeed piercingly heartfelt. Such audacity. Jiang Chen cast a glance at them and, with a smirk, remarked, "I apologize, I am not targeting anyone. I am merely speaking the unvarnished truth." The piercing words struck James and the others, rendering their expressions serious. They vowed that the following season would not allow this Chinese player to exhibit such arrogance as he did during the Olympics. Kobe, standing nearby, suppressed a chuckle. Goodness. With several months remaining before the new season, this Chinese player had already antagonized numerous superstars. When the new season commenced, it seemed every opponent would be eager to teach Jiang Chen a lesson, provided they possessed the requisite prowess. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Kobe's eyes, as if he could already envision the next championship ring beckoning to him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Kobe turned to depart, and Wade approached. "Buddy, while your words may be brash, I must concede your exceptional talent. It is regrettable that you could not secure a contract with the Heat. Had we fought side by side, we surely would have swept the NBA." Wade expressed admiration while lamenting the missed opportunity. It was as if he implied that without the partnership of Kobe and me, a league-wide dominance would be unattainable. Jiang Chen quietly scoffed, acknowledging Wade's audacious nature. Wade, perplexed, failed to comprehend. "I appreciate your recognition. As adversaries, we shall undoubtedly hold mutual respect," Jiang Chen replied with a smile. After a brief exchange, James approached as well. "Buddy, your performance in the Olympics was impeccable. I hope you maintain such a high standard upon entering the NBA," James said, his tone laced with humor. "Rest assured, this is a certainty," Jiang Chen responded earnestly. James appeared taken aback. "I was merely jesting. I did not expect you to take it seriously. You averaged around 45 points per game in the Olympics. Can you truly replicate such an average in the NBA? This seems utterly implausible. Throughout the decades of NBA history, only the basketball emperor, Wilt Chamberlain, has achieved such monumental feats. Even Michael Jordan, in his prime season, averaged merely 37.1 points. Yet, your earnestness is rather perplexing. Is it possible you genuinely believe you can accomplish this? It is somewhat amusing," LeBron mused, reflecting on how this Chinese player possesses remarkable qualities, yet is excessively ostentatious, surpassing even Larry Bird in that regard. "My friend, you have only signed a 3-year contract with the Lakers. The final year is merely a player option, allowing for an early exit from the agreement. At that time, I too will be a free agent. I wonder if you would be interested in joining forces, as we could dominate this league together in a new team," LeBron continued, his eyes glimmering with profound anticipation. Now it was Jiang Chen's turn to be bewildered. Is this the beginning of my recruitment? Has the competitive nature of team play become so intense? "LeBron, you seem rather impatient. What should the original partner, Wade, do in this situation?" Jiang Chen pondered, searching for Wade's figure, and indeed spotted him gazing at James with a countenance full of resentment. Meanwhile, Kobe's expression darkened. Such an overt attempt to recruit players? The desire to band together is almost frantic. There is no rush. After all, we have 2 years ahead of us. Let us await the unfolding of events. Jiang Chen chuckled, neither rejecting nor acquiescing. Basketball is not merely about winning or losing. It embodies the intricacies of human relationships. Engaging with the likes of LeBron necessitates adopting his ethos, leaving room for future encounters. After the pleasantries, the awards ceremony was poised to commence. The staff diligently assembled the podium, while Jiang Chen returned to the bench of the Huaxia team, celebrating once more with his teammates. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of leading the Huaxia team to victory and securing the gold medal at this Olympic Games. Rewards have been distributed. 500 fusion skill fragments and the perfected fire god physique talent, which notably enhances jumping and aerial capabilities, along with one selection chest. The system's voice resonated within Jiang Chen's mind, igniting a surge of excitement within him. He had long coveted the fire god physique talent. Fuse the perfected fire god physique talent, Jiang Chen instructed the system. Congratulations to the host. The fusion is complete. Jiang Chen felt the transformation within his body, a smile of exhilaration gracing his face. He could distinctly sense changes in his legs. The muscles felt more taut and powerful. Eager to experience the enhancements to his jumping and aerial abilities, he ultimately decided to restrain himself. He would reveal his newfound prowess during the next competition. Just imagine, when he executes the ultra-high arc 3-point shot using Gintama's technique from beyond the arc, combined with Sakurai Rai's lightning-fast release. Augmented by the fire goddess' aerial capabilities, what a spectacle that would be. As he leaps into the air, he could suspend himself momentarily, awaiting the defender's descent before effortlessly launching a three-pointer with lightning speed. This has become somewhat peculiar, after acquiring the physical prowess of the superb centers. Atsushi Shira and Daiki Aoman, he is fully capable of contending with any NBA center in the paint without faltering. The only awkward aspect is his current lack of offensive techniques within the key. Once he masters the skills necessary for offensive capabilities in the paint, he will possess no blind spots on the court during offensive plays. Additionally, his prowess in the paint will not confine him solely to the small forward position. He will be able to play as a shooting guard, small forward, power forward, or even center. He will evolve into a truly versatile player. System. Utilize the optional treasure chest. Jiang Chen continued, there is no need to save this. The sooner it's used, the less worry it brings. Ding. The system announced. The host may select one skill from the 3 available in the optional treasure chest. Intermediate skill, Shimizu Ryo's Heavenly Shot, 1. Intermediate skill, Takao's Synthesis, Eagle Eye, 1. Intermediate skill, Izuki Jun's Griffin Claw, 1. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, compared to the previous optional treasure chest. The skills within this one were significantly underwhelming. However, the silver lining is that all 3 skills are permanent, rather than temporary experience cards. He glanced at the skills, rapidly recalling their uses in his mind. Shimizu Ryo, known as the Yiksha, is one of the 5 champions without a title, possessing 3 distinct three-point shooting techniques: Heaven, Earth, and Void. Heaven involves executing a fadeaway three-pointer. Earth allows for a 4-point play by drawing a foul during a 3-point shot, thus earning an additional free throw. Void is even more formidable, immobilizing the opponent before launching a three-pointer. To be honest, Jiang Chen was quite curious about the Void ability. What kind of power could render an opponent motionless? If this skill were not confined to the basketball court, but could be employed during moments of sheer delight, it would indeed be extraordinary. He chuckled wickedly, dismissing his mischievous thoughts and immersing himself further in the study of the skills. Takao's Synthesis, meanwhile, refers to Shintaro Midorima's high school teammate, who possesses the Eagle Eye ability, granting him a broad field of vision to execute passes without direct sight of the receiver and perform other impressive maneuvers, making him a nemesis of Kuroko's misdirection techniques. Izuki Jun, endowed with the Griffin Eye, has the capacity to alter his perspective mentally, enabling him to survey the entire court and identify the optimal passing routes for assists. This is indeed a commendable ability. However, it is regrettable that it is not found within the selection of treasure chests, only accompanied by another skill, the Claw. In the absence of the Eagle's Eye, the potency of this skill diminishes significantly, rendering it rather ineffective for Jiang Chen. After a moment's hesitation, he opted to merge with Ryo Shibuya's aerial skill. Upon mastering this skill, his three-point shot approached perfection, evolving into his most formidable technique for the upcoming season. Now, he could not only release a three-pointer with remarkable speed while suspended in the air, but also execute a backward lean. Who could possibly endure this? It can only be said that things have become increasingly bizarre. Jiang Chen's consciousness returned to reality. The award podium had been erected. The Spanish team had also arrived at the stadium. The 3 teams stood before the podium, and as the host introduced them, they ascended the platform in sequence. The Spanish team, as the third-place winners, occupied the far left position, while the American team, as the runners-up, stood on the far right. The Huaxia team, crowned as champions, took their place at the highest central position of the podium. Each member held a bouquet in their hands, and the president of the International Olympic Committee presented the awards to the athletes. As the heavy gold medals were placed around the necks of the Huaxia team members, tears of joy streamed down the faces of every athlete. The audience's eyes glistened with emotion, and the venue resonated with the sound of weeping. This moment is truly enchanting. This is the moment that all fans of Huaxia have longed for yet dared not dream of. Now, it has come to fruition. Following this, there was a ceremony to raise the national flag and play the national anthem. According to Olympic regulations, when athletes from a nation earn a gold medal, the anthem of that nation is played during the flag raising. Thus, at this award ceremony, the anthem of Huaxia resounded. What could be more glorious than hearing the national anthem of Huaxia at the Olympic Games? The fervent fans in attendance could not help but join in a chorus, their voices soaring to the heavens, echoing throughout the entire arena. The players of the Huaxia team also sang softly along, their hearts swelling with pride for their country, and tears of joy streamed down their faces. In the comments section of the live broadcast, one brother expressed, I am in tears. This scene is incredibly moving. I never expected to hear the national anthem echo in the Wuxang Arena. Witnessing this moment makes my life feel worthwhile. The Huaxia team is remarkable. I never imagined they would actually triumph over the American team. All I can say is that Jiang Chen's performance was simply extraordinary. At the time of the match, I was in the restroom, and when I saw Jiang Chen's brilliant display, I exerted myself so forcefully that the toilet nearly collapsed. What about the girl who claimed she would run naked if the team won? I have already prepared tissues and a trash can. Brother, your skills are astonishing. How many years of practice does it take to achieve such speed? It can only be described as unyielding, akin to the prowess of the fifth daughter. Yet it requires the strength of the 10th daughter to match. Am I in the wrong comment section? Is this truly the space for celebrating Huaxia men's basketball winning the gold medal? I just finished watching the award ceremony and ran around my house in jubilation, uploading the video to my blog. I hope those who wish to view it come prepared with ample tissues. Once this comment was revealed, the comment section fell into a profound silence. In the Wuxang Arena, the award ceremony had concluded. The awarded players gathered in small groups, capturing moments through photographs. A particularly audacious photographer approached Pau Gasol, Kobe Bryant, and Jiang Chen, hoping to immortalize their camaraderie as teammates of the Los Angeles Lakers with a collective portrait. Having represented their respective nations and earned medals at the Olympics, this photograph would undoubtedly hold significant sentimental value. Initially, Gasol occupied the central position, but the photographer, sensing a certain awkwardness, decisively repositioned him to the spot designated for the bronze medalist, placing Jiang Chen at the forefront. As the gold medal undeniably glimmers more brilliantly than the bronze, this perspective is indeed quite pleasing to the eye. Gasol stood to the side, glancing at the bronze medal in his hand, then shifting his gaze to Jiang Chen's gold medal and Kobe's silver medal, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Why had he come here to subject himself to such humiliation? Moreover, the photographer was truly lacking in courtesy. Is a bronze medal truly deserving of such disdain? Click. The photographer incessantly pressed the shutter, capturing this historic moment. This photograph is destined to become a classic, immortalized in the annals of basketball history. The Olympic Games have drawn to a close. Tomorrow, the grand closing ceremony will take place. The following day, news of the Chinese men's basketball team's gold medal triumph swept across the nation. Messages of congratulations poured in from all sectors of society. Renowned figures, including entertainment stars, sports icons, scientists, and scholars, conveyed their heartfelt commendations to the Chinese men's basketball team through various online platforms and interviews. The internet was inundated with articles celebrating the monumental achievement of the Chinese men's basketball team in securing the gold medal. This matter has stirred an immense sensation in Huaxia. Among the top 10 news stories on Baidu's trending list, 6 pertain to the victory of the Huaxia men's basketball team, establishing it as the unequivocal focus of attention. Notably, 4 of these stories center around Jiang Chen. In the Baidu celebrity search rankings, Jiang Chen undoubtedly occupies the premier position. In an instant, he has become the most celebrated figure in Huaxia, achieving a level of fame that is universally recognized. The phenomenon extends beyond Jiang Chen himself. Individuals sharing his name have also garnered local intrigue, with many eager to catch a glimpse of those who bear the same name. As night fell, the Olympic closing ceremony commenced at the Bird's Nest. Amidst the cheers of nearly 100,000 spectators, the teams from various participating nations re-emerged. When the camera panned to the players of the Huaxia men's basketball team, the arena erupted with a deafening roar of applause. The athletes wore expressions of pride, relishing the enthusiastic acclaim from the home crowd. However, standing awkwardly behind the basketball players were the members of the national football team, silently wishing that the camera would not turn in their direction. Yet, it inevitably did. Instantly, the thunderous cheers transformed into a chorus of boos. The football players hung their heads, faces etched with bitterness, grappling with a profound existential question. Why must they stand behind the basketball team, subjecting themselves to such humiliation? As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no injury. Had they been positioned alongside athletes from other sports, the jeers might not have been so pronounced. However, standing in proximity to the basketball team inevitably invites the audience's derision. After all, it was agreed that they would collectively be seen as the underdogs in Huaxia's major sports. Yet, the basketball team has stealthily emerged as a dark horse, clinching the gold medal by defeating the formidable team from the United States, the reigning champion of the basketball world. This is utterly absurd. In comparison to the men's basketball team that brings glory to the nation, The national football team has truly faced public humiliation before the entire country. Chapter 95. The Olympics concludes. The signing team approaches. Unlike the elaborate opening ceremony, the closing ceremony's proceedings were markedly simpler. After a series of formalities, the renowned football star David Beckham made his appearance, gracefully receiving the Olympic flame through a brief yet captivating performance. This also signifies that the next Olympic Games will be held in London, for the nation of Huaxia. This marks the conclusion of a century-long endeavor surrounding the Olympics. Undoubtedly, Huaxia's successful hosting of this event has significantly enhanced its influence on the international stage, showcasing its comprehensive strength to the world and allowing an increasing number of foreigners to gain insight into Huaxia. The image of Huaxia has transformed. It is no longer perceived by foreigners as a destitute land where people struggle to find food or clothing. The profound sense of patriotic honor and national pride fills every Chinese heart with immense pride. Following the conclusion of the closing ceremony, delegations from various countries returned to their accommodations in the Olympic Village, embarking on their final revelries. The Olympic Games, after all, represent not merely a festive celebration of sports, but also an unimaginable theme that unfolds under the night sky. It is only natural that young men and women, brimming with boundless hormones, find it difficult to restrain themselves. Furthermore, the mixed gender accommodations in the Olympic Village have inevitably led to an increase in the usage of condoms. According to media reports, the organizing committee of this year's Chinese Olympics distributed 120,000 condoms for free, averaging 7 per person. However, there are no statistics available on how many were actually used. Since 1988, the total consumption of condoms across all Olympic Games has exceeded 1.5 million. This is undoubtedly a chilling figure. Upon returning to the Olympic Village, the Chinese men's basketball team retreated to their respective quarters. Jiang Chen lay on his bed, troubled by the cacophony of sounds surrounding him, finding it difficult to drift into slumber. One cannot help but lament the woeful soundproofing of the Olympic Village. Even the faintest murmurs from hundreds of meters away could be distinctly heard. Who can endure this? Who can withstand this? It is not that there are no female athletes who actively seek affection. It truly is somewhat difficult to digest. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a knock echoed through the air. It was her again. Jiang Chen, feeling a sense of resignation, rose from his bed. This marked the third time he had been disturbed that night. What complicated matters was that among the visitors were not only female athletes, but also male ones. Through the long, lonely night, he sought solace, yet fortune seemed to elude him. He had contemplated taking the initiative, but as a first-time participant in the Olympics, he felt somewhat inexperienced. Moreover, such matters were not easily taught by others. He would have to navigate this journey independently. Muttering to himself, Jiang Chen opened the door, intending to decline the visit, but the words caught in his throat, unspoken. If the previous visitors could be likened to dinosaurs, then the figure before him was undoubtedly an angel. And this angel was none other than the renowned tennis champion, Maria Sharapova. Although she was merely 21 years old, she had already claimed victory in every major tournament in the tennis world, her prowess undeniable. As a Russian, she epitomized the remarkable genes of her homeland. In 2006, she was even named the most beautiful athlete by the prestigious Sports Illustrated magazine in the United States. Such beauty naturally garnered her a legion of adoring male fans, elevating her to a goddess-like status. Jiang Chen assessed her with admiration, internally affirming her title as the most beautiful athlete. Her delicate visage, resolute gaze, and statuesque form elegantly showcased the quintessential allure of Russian women. Yet, a furrow formed on his brow. In the memories of his previous life, Sharapova had been absent from the Huaxia Olympics due to injury. What could possibly bring her here now? Surprised to see me? Sharapova remarked with a knowing smile, her captivating doe-like eye seemingly able to peer into the depths of one's soul. Jiang Chen nodded, intrigued. Though I am not competing in the Olympics, I accompanied the delegation to Huaxia as a vacation. I visited before during competitions, and the beauty of this place has enchanted me. I have been following your matches these past few days. You are truly remarkable. I believe your prowess in basketball has reached impressive heights. As you may know, I have achieved considerable success in tennis, and I think we could become kindred spirits. Since I am leaving Huaxia tomorrow, I wanted to come and befriend you, as I do not know when we may cross paths again, she continued, her exquisite features illuminated by a gentle smile, her voice possessing a soft, soothing quality. Of course. Please, come in, Jiang Chen replied with a warm smile. Although lacking in experience, he compensated with intelligence and undeniable charm. Two individuals shared a cup of coffee within the confines of a room, engaging in extensive conversation. However, Jiang Chen soon found himself subjected to an intense defensive pressure, leading to his immediate confinement. The coffee had invigorated him to such an extent that he remained awake throughout the night. Jiang Chen exhausted all the supplies of condoms provided by the Olympic Committee. The following day, a wave of departures swept through the Olympic Village as athletes from various nations boarded planes, leaving the land of Huaxia. Sharapova, too, departed early with the Russian delegation. The once vibrant room was left with only a lingering scent, now vacant and silent. As the last of the guests departed, the staff commenced a thorough cleaning of the premises. The remnants of competition were evident throughout the Olympic Village, resembling a battlefield, a sight too harrowing to behold. The Huaxia delegation chose to linger for an additional 2 days in the Olympic Village, awaiting their meeting with the leaders of the sports administration, where they received commendations before gradually departing. Among the Huaxia men's basketball team, Yao Ming was the first to take his leave, due to his injuries. He hastily boarded a flight back to the United States to continue his treatment, striving for a complete recovery in anticipation of the new season. Zhu Fengyu, Wang Shipeng, Du Feng, and other players from the same CBA team followed suit, returning to their club to prepare tirelessly for the upcoming season. They had united for a common goal, and now that it was accomplished, each returned to their individual lives and respective paths. Yet, without a doubt, each harbored a bright future ahead. Jiang Chen was the last to exit the Olympic Village, subsequently relocating to a 5-star hotel to extend his stay. Having returned to Huaxia, he naturally wished to relish the experience for a while longer. After all, there remained over a month until the new season commenced, with the team's training camp not starting until mid to late September. After a day of exploration in Kyoto, Jiang Chen confronted a daunting reality. He had become exceedingly famous, easily recognizable wherever he went. Once recognized, he was met with the enthusiastic attention of fans eager to observe and capture photographs. This is perhaps the anguish of becoming a celebrity. The following day, Jiang Chen donned a complete disguise, including a mask and a hat. In the sweltering summer heat, his actions were indeed somewhat unconventional. Moreover, standing at an imposing height of 2.01 meters, he inevitably attracted considerable attention wherever he went. Nevertheless, the likelihood of being recognized was significantly diminished. In recent days, Jiang Chen has received numerous unsolicited calls while enjoying his leisure activities. These calls are from the heads of marketing departments of various prominent domestic brands, eager to secure Jiang Chen as their brand ambassador. These brands are dazzling, spanning various fields. Without any prior experience, Jiang Chen declined all signing offers. Professionals should engage in their respective specialties. He intends to find an agent, and after careful selection and advice from the agent, he will choose certain brands for endorsement. However, some brands, eager to gain an advantage over their competitors in the same industry, have already sent their signing teams to Kyoto, seeking the opportunity to connect with Jiang Chen first. The most fiercely competitive players in this realm are undoubtedly the sports brands, which include globally renowned corporations such as Nike and Adidas, alongside domestic Chinese brands like Anta and Li Ning. The first to approach was Nike's signing team. Chapter 96. Nike's contract terms on the 4th day after leaving the Olympic Village, which also marked the 4th day of reminiscing about Sharapova. Jiang Chen returned to the hotel around 10 o'clock at night after a day of leisure. As he stepped into the hotel, he heard someone calling his name. "Hey, Jiang, we have finally been waiting for you." Following the voice, Jiang Chen spotted several refined gentlemen in their 40s or 50s approaching him. He instinctively took a few steps back, his expression wary. "My friend, I am the highest-ranking official of Nike in the Chinese region. You may call me Jack," said the leading man, a blonde with blue eyes, his demeanor friendly and courteous. "Hello," Jiang Chen replied politely as he shook Jack's hand. "We are here to preliminarily establish an intention to sign a contract with you. You see, Nike is exceedingly sincere. The entire signing team has come, and if you are willing, we can sign the contract right now," Jack stated with remarkable enthusiasm. "Let us discuss this in another location," Jiang Chen suggested with a smile, leading the group to a conference room in the hotel. The lobby felt too conspicuous, and he wished to avoid becoming the headline in sports news the following day. "I would like to know the specific terms of Nike's contract," Jiang Chen inquired. 5 years for $90 million. Additionally, Nike will launch a personal independent sneaker brand for you," Jack replied rapidly, exuding confidence. In his view, once these terms were laid out on the table, the outcome was already inevitable. What is there to hesitate about? A 5-year contract worth $90 million is a privilege reserved solely for extraordinary potential stars. In the entire NBA, only the prodigious LeBron James enjoyed such an arrangement during his rookie season. Jiang Chen nodded, feeling quite tempted by Nike's offer. However, as the saying goes, one must compare prices. He would not hastily sign without receiving offers from other brands. He engaged in lengthy discussions with Jack, but refrained from mentioning any details regarding the proposal. As an experienced individual, Jack was well aware of Jiang Chen's intentions. He did not resort to psychological tactics to pressure Jiang Chen into making a decision, but instead allowed him the time to contemplate. After all, Nike's prowess is indisputable. As the largest sporting giant in the world, Nike boasts a multitude of superstar athletes under its banner. In the NBA, superstars like Kobe, James, and the basketball legend Michael Jordan are all Nike endorsers. Among them, Jordan's personal brand, Air Jordan, has set remarkable sales records. Such brilliance has solidified Nike's dominance in the realm of sports brands. Undoubtedly, Jiang Chen's partnership with Nike will afford him an abundance of promotional resources and maximum visibility. Any astute individual would not decline an opportunity with Nike. Jack is confident that Jiang Chen is indeed a wise individual. Thus he merely awaits a call from him in a few days. After conversing for nearly an hour, the Nike signing team, under Jack's leadership, departed from the hotel. Jiang Chen returned to his presidential suite, the echo of Jack's proposal of $90 million over 5 years reverberating in his mind. How much would that translate to? Time to embark on a wave of investment. Once the investments yield success, his assets will surpass mere billions, potentially reaching hundreds of billions, or even more astonishing figures. In light of this, the sum of $90 million seems rather insignificant. Jiang Chen subdued his excitement and drifted into a deep slumber. In the ensuing days, various sports brands incessantly sought to engage him, hoping to secure a contract with Jiang Chen. The internationally renowned brand Reebok even presented Jiang Chen with a check for $20 million, urging him to refrain from entertaining offers from other brands. This proposal was resolutely rejected by Jiang Chen. What an absurd international jest. After all these years, the signing team of Reebok still seems to lack discernment. When they employed such tactics with LeBron James years ago, they unceremoniously presented a check for $10 million, only to be coldly turned down by him. Subsequently, James turned his back and embraced Nike. Now, Reebok attempts to employ the same strategy with Jiang Chen, but the check's amount has merely increased to $20 million? Is this a mere pittance? Furthermore, such an approach is rather disconcerting, as if no one has ever encountered substantial wealth. Although Jiang Chen's rookie season salary was only a few $100,000, with the new season's lucrative contract, his annual earnings have ascended into the tens of millions. He has already achieved financial freedom. Besides Reebok, brands like Puma and Adidas have also approached him. Among them, Puma offered a signing proposal of 4 years for $80 million, and they, too, would launch a personal brand for Jiang Chen. Adidas, in the most extravagant display, presented a super contract of 5 years for $100 million. This undoubtedly marks the most substantial sneaker endorsement contract for a second-year player in the annals of NBA history. The sheer magnitude of this contract bid reflects Adidas's profound regard for Jiang Chen. During Jiang Chen's moment of indecision, various sports brands proactively reached out to prominent media reporters, disseminating news of their negotiations with him. Consequently, the entire nation was abuzz with discussions surrounding Jiang Chen's sneaker endorsement contract. Upon learning of the offers from major global sports brands, domestic Chinese brands promptly sprang into action. Naturally, many brands possessed the self-awareness to recognize that they were ill-equipped to contend for such a lucrative contract, thus opting out of the fray. Throughout the entirety of China, only leading brands such as Anta, Li-Ning, and Step possessed the capacity to extend substantial contract offers. The first to approach was the Li-Ning brand. The head of their signing team, upon meeting Jiang Chen, eschewed discussions about the contract in favor of conversing about patriotism and the rise of domestic Chinese brands, attempting to sway Jiang Chen through such sentiments. However, Jiang Chen remained impervious to these overtures. After all, he is not one to be swayed by idealism. Furthermore, having lived 2 lives, he is acutely aware that the representative was merely engaging in empty rhetoric. True patriotism is exemplified by winning Olympic gold medals for one's country, not by signing a contract with Li-Ning. Would his refusal to partner with them imply a lack of love for his nation? Chapter 97, Anta's Visit. A gesture of sincerity faced with the moral coercion from Li-Ning's brand, Jiang Chen was entirely unfazed and resolutely declined the offer to become their spokesperson. He did not even allow the representatives of Li Ning's signing team to articulate the terms of the contract. Observing the lackluster performance of domestic brands, Jiang Chen had already made up his mind to sign with Adidas. After all, Adidas had presented an enticing contract of 5 years for $100 million. In contrast, Nike, upon learning of Adidas's offer, took no action, effectively relinquishing any intention to match the contract. Perhaps they concluded through their roundtable discussions that Jiang Chen did not warrant such a substantial deal. Hence, they opted for silence. Their signing team promptly withdrew from China and returned to the United States. 2 days later, Jack, the highest-ranking Nike official in the region, explicitly stated in an interview that Nike would no longer pursue Jiang Chen. He asserted that Jiang Chen's worth did not justify such a contract, claiming that 5 years for $90 million was already a significant overvaluation, let alone the $100 million contract proposed by Adidas. At the conclusion of the interview, Jack, with a somewhat childish demeanor, subtly mocked Jiang Chen, suggesting that he had squandered the opportunity to collaborate with Nike, which would represent his greatest loss in endorsements with sports brands. No matter which brand he signed with in the future, it would unlikely yield as much as a contract with Nike. In response to such remarks, Jiang Chen remained silent, but netizens in China erupted in outrage, fiercely defending him online. A multitude of supporters rallied behind Jiang Chen's decision to sign with Adidas, urging Nike to recognize the true value of his brand. In light of this, the Adidas Group also issued a statement, asserting that Nike's comments stemmed from envy and resentment, akin to the sour grapes adage. It appeared that the entire world had come to an implicit consensus that Jiang Chen would sign with Adidas, as no other brand had put forth a contract as generous. Even the Adidas Group shared this sentiment, with their signing team reveling in confidence while residing in Kyoto, eagerly awaiting Jiang Chen's call. However, until a definitive outcome was reached, circumstances remained uncertain. Just as Jiang Chen was preparing to contact the Adidas signing team, a representative from the domestic sports brand At approached him. Leading the team was Zheng Jie, the head of marketing promotions for At Group. Jiang Chen held a favorable impression of the At brand. As an individual acquainted with the future, he was well aware that while At currently lacked competitiveness compared to Li Ning, it would experience rapid growth and, within a few short years, ascend to become the premier sports brand in China, showcasing immense potential. Mr. Jiang Chen, please allow me to extend my sincerest apologies. The reason we have not reached out to you sooner is that our group has been engaged in extensive discussions regarding your potential contract. Upon encountering Jiang Chen, Zheng Jie promptly stated, "You may not be aware of the vast scale of our At enterprise. However, it is undeniable that we cannot possibly compare to global titans like Nike and Adidas. Whether in terms of financial reserves or brand recognition and promotion, there exists a chasm between us. Thus, during our discussions regarding the proposed offer for you, a divergence of opinions arose within the group, as we have put forth an offer that directly matches that of the Adidas Group, a 5-year contract worth $100 million US. Zheng Jie continued. As he uttered the figure of $100 million US over 5 years, his voice trembled uncontrollably with emotion. The sum is truly staggering. For the current scale of At Group, this essentially constitutes a gamble of monumental proportions. While $100 million may be trivial for the Adidas Group, for us at At, it could directly dictate the fortunes of our enterprise. After prolonged discussions, we have ultimately chosen to place our faith in your latent commercial value. Hoping you will accept our contract, our group will undoubtedly spare no effort in crafting world-renowned athletic footwear for you." Zheng Jie continued, his tone gradually gaining confidence, his eyes brimming with anticipation. A 5-year, $100 million agreement represents the utmost sincerity that At can muster. Should Jiang Chen's future commercial value fail to cultivate a market and result in losses for At, it would be an immense setback. After all, At's annual net profit hovers around 1 billion RMB, which amounts to 2/3 of our annual profit being allocated to secure Jiang Chen. As the saying goes, good things come to those who wait. Since your esteemed company has chosen to approach me after navigating through differences, it signifies that a consensus has been reached. I must say, I am exceedingly pleased with your company's sincerity." Jiang Chen remarked with a smile, his mind already shifting. Rather than opting for a company that has reached its zenith, it is far more appealing to select one that is just embarking on its journey. Moreover, At is poised to ascend into the top 5 of the sports brand hierarchy within the next decade. Jiang Chen is profoundly confident that, following his contract with At, he can significantly expedite the company's growth trajectory. It is even conceivable that within a few short years, they may surpass Adidas. I knew our efforts would not be in vain. We have come well prepared, Jiang Chen stated, promptly retrieving the contract from his backpack. Seemingly intent on finalizing the matter at hand, Jiang Chen refrained from accepting the contract, instead declaring, I have one additional condition. When my personal brand of footwear is launched, I require 50% of the net profit as a dividend. Jiang Chen was taken aback, his expression suddenly resembling one who has tasted something unpleasant. A 50% net profit share is quite a bold demand. Mr. Jiang Chen, while dividends are certainly on the table, achieving 50% is utterly impossible, Jiang Chen remarked. Taking a deep breath, so what can you offer? Jiang Chen asked directly. 30%, and no more, Jiang Chen replied, his demeanor growing somewhat grave. After all, the disparity between 30 and 50% is considerable. However, following several days of roundtable discussions, 30% net profit was determined to be the final bottom line. It's a deal. Jiang Chen, without a trace of hesitation, spoke directly. He was acutely aware that a dividend from net profit would not reach 50%. He articulated this to convey his utmost expectations. While a 30% net profit dividend remains a remarkably generous figure, he believed that after the 5-year contract concludes, and his substantial commercial worth is validated by the market, At would willingly offer a 50% dividend in the next contract. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Jiang Chen's swift acquiescence. Jiang Chen took the contract, meticulously reviewed it, and upon finding no discrepancies, inscribed his name and affixed his seal at the end of the document. Splendid. I knew Mr. Jiang Chen would be a man of decisiveness. I wish us a fruitful collaboration in the future, Jiang Chen exclaimed with a smile, as he stood up, releasing a gentle sigh of relief. All the pressures from before dissipating. Rest assured, my signing with At will be pivotal in all your corporate development decisions, Jiang Chen stated with an air of confidence, as he intended to cultivate a personal brand that would surpass that of AJ. Jiang Chen was once again momentarily stunned, feeling somewhat bewildered. He had long heard tales of Jiang Chen, a mythical figure in Chinese basketball, known for his ostentatious demeanor. Seeing him today, the reputation was indeed well-deserved. One could only hope that, as Jiang Chen suggested, the 5-year contract worth $100 million would yield boundless benefits for At. Chapter 98, Signing Bonus Received. Commencing frenzied investment the following day, the news of Jiang Chen's contract with At Group swept across the Chinese internet, igniting fervent discussions among netizens. Well, 5 years for $100 million. When did At amass such wealth? They actually matched Adidas's offer? Incredible. I always suspected this signing event would not conclude simply. Indeed, upon opening the news today, I was greeted with this delightful surprise. Adidas must be weeping inconsolably in the restroom right now. Only Jiang Chen could create such unexpected surprises right up until the final moment. I just want to know how much $100 million truly is. Jiang Chen is undoubtedly a high-flying elite now. I wonder if he is still in search of a girlfriend. I would love to bear him a child. Fans were abuzz with excitement, clearly exhilarated. Presently, any stir involving Jiang Chen would make headlines, ensuring he remained the focal point of attention. Not only basketball enthusiasts, but even those indifferent to the sport found themselves occasionally tracking Jiang Chen's updates and news. It is akin to the attention garnered by Liu Xiang. While many may be unfamiliar with the nuances of Liu Xiang's 110-meter hurdles, they nonetheless relish the news surrounding him. Currently, the topic of rewards and punishments has transformed into a widely recognized phenomenon, becoming a favorite subject of conversation for the people of Huaxia during their leisure moments. In the CEO's office at the Adidas headquarters, the boss furiously hurled the newspaper to the ground and coldly demanded, "Can anyone explain how this happened? Was it not stated that Jiang Chen was ready to sign with us? Why has he opted for a partnership with a domestic sports brand?" One executive, wearing a look of resignation, replied, "Various indicators suggest that Jiang Chen indeed had intentions to sign with us. However, unexpectedly, At emerged as a contender, presenting a contract of 5 years for $100 million, which may have swayed Jiang Chen's decision. It is disheartening to have triumphed over Nike, our primary competitor, only to be outmaneuvered by a small domestic sports enterprise. This is truly a situation fraught with unutterable anguish. How infuriating. It is utterly despicable. Jiang Chen displays a complete lack of contractual integrity. I shall ensure that he pays dearly for his choices," the boss of Adidas exclaimed with rage. Meanwhile, the executive seated opposite the boss fell silent, inwardly murmuring, as it seems Jiang Chen never actually agreed to sign with Adidas. It was merely the sports media babbling nonsensically. believing Jiang Chen was the most likely candidate to ink a deal with Adidas. This only served to create an illusion among the people. The owner of Adidas lit a cigar, took a deep drag to calm his emotions, and then redirected his attention to other matters. After all, as a business magnate, he was inundated with numerous responsibilities each day, and the signing of Jiang Chen was merely one of many affairs on his agenda. However, the intensity of the owner's anger indicated a profound concern for the matter, though the outcome was far from satisfactory. This player from Huaxiao would undoubtedly come to regret his decision. He had forfeited the opportunity to become a global brand ambassador. A senior executive added, maintaining a final semblance of defiance. Huaxiao Jingdu. Within just 2 days of signing the contract with Anta, the endorsement fee for the first year swiftly arrived. As a law-abiding citizen, paying taxes is a responsibility and duty every Huaxiao citizen must uphold. Watching tens of millions of RMB being deducted was a source of great distress for Jiang Chen. He was beginning to understand why so many celebrities resort to tax evasion. After taxes were deducted, he was left with over 100 million renminbi. Investing this sum in companies like Alibaba and Tencent, which have already established themselves as giants in the Chinese internet landscape, feels somewhat modest. Meanwhile, emerging internet enterprises such as ByteDance, Didi Chuxing, and Meituan have yet to materialize, leaving no viable investment options. Ultimately, Jiang Chen decided to allocate these funds into 3 distinct segments. Initially, he opened an account at the Securities Center and proceeded to purchase 50 million renminbi worth of Matai stocks. At that juncture, the world was grappling with a financial crisis. And even the Chinese stock market was not immune. Matai's stock price had plummeted from several dozen yuan per share to single digits. Although there remained potential for further decline, Jiang Chen was reluctant to wait any longer. Despite the stock price reaching rock bottom, Matai still boasted a market capitalization of nearly hundreds of billions, meaning that his investment of 50 million renminbi did not cause much of a stir. Jiang Chen vividly recalled that, in the years to come, Matai's stock price would soar to approximately 2,000 yuan per share. Calculating at the current price of 10 yuan per share, when the stock price ascends to 2,000 yuan, it would represent a staggering 200-fold increase. If 50 million were to multiply by 200, the sum would amount to an astonishing 10 billion renminbi. A full 10 billion. Jiang Chen calculated this and gasped in disbelief. This indeed is a staggering figure. By that time, the market capitalization of Matai had already surpassed 3 trillion. When compared to 1 billion, it is merely a drop in the ocean. Witnessing such an investment-return ratio, Jiang Chen contemplated investing all his remaining funds into Matai shares. However, after a moment of hesitation, he dismissed this notion. After all, stock trading carries inherent risks. Despite being aware of future market developments, prudence is essential. The most reliable investments still lie within tangible industries. Consequently, Jiang Chen allocated a portion of his funds to purchase several spacious flats in the second ring of Kyoto, and also acquired a grand villa in the suburban outskirts beyond the fifth ring. This way, upon his return from the United States, he would have a place to reside, could bring his parents over for their retirement, and his investments would continue to appreciate. It was truly a multifaceted victory. Initially, Jiang Chen intended to invest some capital in Bitcoin. Although it is virtual, it undeniably holds value. However, after conducting some online research, he was astonished to discover that Bitcoin had not yet been released, as it was issued in 2009. He would have to wait. There remain numerous lucrative investment opportunities across various industries, all boasting excellent value for money. Yet, he was disinclined to engage in further complexities. The intricacies of finance were mentally taxing. He preferred the straightforwardness of playing basketball. In the future, he planned to establish an investment company, allowing him to invest in whatever piqued his interest over time. After accomplishing all of this, Jiang Chen spent a few more days in Kyoto before returning to his hometown, where he devoted time to his predecessor's parents, fulfilling his filial duties. Originally, he intended to bring the elderly couple to Kyoto, especially given his extensive property acquisitions, but they steadfastly refused, expressing their comfort in their hometown. Consequently, Jiang Chen purchased a fine house for his parents in their hometown, leaving them with a sum of money before flying back to Los Angeles. Upon returning to Los Angeles, he had a multitude of tasks awaiting him. The Lakers training camp commenced in mid-September, leaving him with little time to manage everything before the camp began. Chapter 99. Returning to the host family. Embracing another lodger during his university years in Los Angeles, Jiang Chen resided with an American family. After becoming an undrafted player and signing a minimum contract with the Lakers, he remained in the same city and continued living with his host family. After all, with an annual salary of several $100,000 after taxes and purchasing some equipment, not much remained. In the precious real estate market of Los Angeles, renting a decent apartment would cost tens of thousands of dollars per year. Upon his return, he hailed a taxi and headed straight to his place of residence. Now, it was time to move on from this chapter. However, he shared a profound bond with the homeowner and another lodger, hence he planned to stay a few more days to bid a proper farewell. Seated in the taxi, Jiang Chen switched to the American network to catch up on recent news. Without exception, all American media were fervently criticizing the performance of the Dream Team at the Olympics. They claimed that losing to the Chinese team was the most humiliating match the American team had faced in its history of international competitions. Even more disgraceful than their failure at the 2006 World Championships and the 2004 elimination by the Lithuanian team. Some media outlets alleged that the American team had deliberately underperformed in the finals against the Chinese team. Basketball experts declared that this defeat was a national embarrassment. Various opinions surfaced, all uniformly condemning the American team. In response, all American players opted for silence. Only the American Basketball Association stepped forward, announcing the dismissal of Coach K from the national team, serving as a scapegoat. Nevertheless, American fans had no intention of sparing the Dream Team, frequently mocking and deriding them online with harsh words. Undoubtedly, the Dream Team had been nailed to the pillar of shame. Some media suggested that perhaps only by clinching victory at the next Olympics or World Championships could they regain their dominance in the global basketball arena and quell the fury and prejudice of the fans. Jiang Chen smiled wryly as he read these news articles. Clearly, American fans were somewhat delusional. Winning the next World Championship or Olympics? Did they think the Chinese team was merely a decorative element? As long as he remained on the national team, the American team would stand no chance of victory. It seemed the Dream Team would endure years of fan vitriol. With that thought, Jiang Chen's spirits lifted, and he began to anticipate the new season. He intended not only to dominate the world of basketball but also to conquer the NBA. It was no joke. With his extraordinary skills in basketball, it would be a disservice to this system not to become the most formidable player in the world. About an hour later, he returned to the doorstep of his host family, gazing at the familiar house, unable to suppress a loud exclamation, "I'm back." However, there was no response. Curiously, he pushed the door open and was greeted by towering peaks, accompanied by a sweet, enchanting voice. "Our great hero from China has finally returned. Welcome, welcome." As Jiang Chen felt a soft figure collide into his embrace, the tangible sensation rendered him momentarily disoriented. It was evident without a doubt that the person who had plunged into his arms was none other than Tang Yaqing, another resident of this American household. Hailing from the same homeland as he, Huaxia, Tang Yaqing, a year his senior, was currently in her third year of university, attending the same institution as Jiang Chen. Despite her Huaxia heritage, she possessed a figure that rivaled that of any American beauty, with the right curves in all the appropriate places. Coupled with a visage that epitomized the classical beauty of Huaxia, she exuded a unique allure. With her striking physique and captivating features, Tang Yaqing had become a prominent figure on campus, attracting a plethora of admirers along the west coast of Los Angeles. In a foreign land, sharing a residence, no. Cohabitating in this American household, they inevitably found themselves caring for one another. During the challenging times when Jiang Chen was overlooked, yearning to secure a contract with the Lakers, it was Tang Yaqing's unwavering encouragement that propelled him to persevere. Yet, that was merely the narrative of the former host. The current Jiang Chen had only come to know Tang Yaqing through memories, without having truly interacted with her. Oh, but now they were indeed interacting, and in a rather tender manner. Jiang Chen could not help but glance down at the figure nestled in his arms, standing at 2.01 meters tall. He found himself in the presence of Tang Yaqing, who stood approximately 1.75 meters. Today, she was adorned in a low-cut black dress. Ah, the angle was just right, and the view was undeniably enchanting. Indeed, the memories of the original host have not deceived me. The ample bosom, indeed, an exaggeration. Sensing Jiang Chen's burning gaze, Tang Yaqing took a few steps back, unabashedly accentuating her impressive assets, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Chen, and said, "What are you staring at? Keep it up, and you might find yourself dreaming of spring tonight." Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Was she truly this candid? Quite intriguing. He chuckled softly, glancing towards the living room, where the American couple watched the scene with beaming smiles. The elderly couple, childless, treated Jiang Chen and Tang Yaqing with great kindness, embracing them as family. On the table lay a large cake adorned with the words "Welcome home, hero." Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion. Since the conclusion of the finals in Boston, this was his first opportunity to return here. The last time he left, he was merely a water cooler attendant, fretting over his next contract, an unremarkable undrafted player. Upon his return, he was adorned with honors. Having secured the NBA championship and led the Huaxia team to victory at the Olympic Games, he had signed a substantial contract, achieving financial freedom. In a mere span of 3 months, his life and future had undergone a profound transformation. Naturally, the essence within him had also been renewed. However, due to the memories of the original host, he could empathize with all that transpired. "How did you know I would return?" Jiang Chen inquired with curiosity. You are quite the celebrity now. A casual glance at the news reveals your every endeavor." Tang Yaqing replied with a smile, her demeanor and tone remaining natural, unaffected by Jiang Chen's metamorphosis. This brings a sense of comfort to Jiang Chen. After all, the fervent admiration from his fans has become overwhelming, and those who interact with him, whether colleagues or friends, often do so with a degree of reverence. "This is all thanks to you, my senior, for your unwavering encouragement and companionship. It has allowed me to persevere. Otherwise, how could I have reached this point today?" Jiang Chen remarked with a smile, placing particular emphasis on the phrase day and night. "Shouldn't I express my gratitude to you, dear senior?" Tang Yaqing replied, pursing her lips, seemingly unfazed by Jiang Chen's teasing. "What era are we in? Moreover, having spent considerable time in the United States, it is inevitable to be influenced by its liberal culture. Senior sister, what is it that you desire? I have billions readily available at any moment, and more will arrive the very next day," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "TCH." Tang Yaqing lightly scoffed, clearly unimpressed. This was the customary state of affairs between the two, as they would constantly engage in playful banter. However, in the past, it always ended with Jiang Chen at a disadvantage. This time, however, he found himself in a position of triumph. This left Tang Yaqing feeling quite indignant. "Well, while you were away, I happened to use your computer," she confessed, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Jiang Chen's expression instantly shifted to one of alarm. Chapter 100, Secrets Within the Hard Drive. A clash of wits. Every man's computer harbors secrets. Could it be that something was uncovered? In the preceding moment, Tang Yaqing had appeared remorseful, yet in the next, a cunning smile graced her lips as she remarked, "So you have a penchant for black stockings and mature women. No wonder the trash bin in your bedroom is often overflowing with tissues. It seems it was concealing your fortune." Jiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, confronting Tang Yaqing with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He turned to Uncle Leon and inquired, "Why did you give Tang Yaqing the key to my room?" As the landlord, Leon was the only other person besides Jiang Chen to possess the key to his bedroom. It was evident that the key allowing Tang Yaqing access had originated from Leon. "She said you instructed me to give it to her, claiming she would help you retrieve something," Uncle Leon replied, somewhat bewildered. The earlier conversation between Jiang Chen and Tang Yaqing had been in Huaxia, a language Leon understood only partially. Being suddenly drawn into their dialogue left him rather perplexed. Jiang Chen shook his head in resignation, defeated by Leon's naivety. Tang Yaqing, now in the ascendancy, beamed with delight, announcing, "In light of the contents of your hard drive, I have decided to gift you something." "No need. Actually, I've resolved to purchase you an online girlfriend." Tang Yaqing chuckled gleefully. "Enough. Especially coming from you, the seasoned driver." Jiang Chen retorted, somewhat exasperated. "There's no need. I prefer a real girlfriend." Tang Yaqing laughed heartily. "True, your status has changed dramatically, and with such wealth, you surely don't require an online girlfriend. Once we're back, I'll take you to more gatherings filled with beautiful women, so you won't have to spend your days fixated on the hard drive, which is detrimental to both body and vitality. Gentlemen, might we cease this conversation? Shouldn't we be dining?" "I'm practically starving," Uncle Leon interjected, furrowing his brow, secretly musing about the duo's contentious rapport. Tang Yaqing and Jiang Chen exchanged amused glances, both bursting into laughter. The familiar camaraderie. The four of them took their seats at the dining table and commenced a sumptuous lunch. During the meal, Jiang Chen recounted the events of the past few months. While they had gleaned much from the news, numerous details remained unclear. After dining, Jiang Chen returned to his room, and the first task he undertook was to establish a password for his computer. Thus, even if Tang Yaqing were to enter this room, she would be unable to access the computer and discover the unsavory contents within the hard drive. A wave of drowsiness enveloped Jiang Chen as he reclined on the bed to rest. Time slipped away, and he was only vaguely aware of the sound of knocking at the door. With bleary eyes, Jiang Chen opened the door to find Tang Yaqing bursting in. Heading straight for the trash can beside the bed, her lips moving as she murmured, "Have you been engaged in something unspeakable all this time without opening the door?" In an instant, Jiang Chen's fatigue vanished as he spoke in a low voice. "Tang Yaqing, what brings you to my room? Are you here to check if I have committed any misdeeds?" Tang Yaqing ignored his question, her gaze fixated on the utterly empty trash can. "Stop looking. There's nothing there. I've saved it all for you," Jiang Chen retorted. "Uncle Leon asked me to call you for dinner. It's already evening," Tang Yaqing said as she exited the room. During dinner, the atmosphere was initially lively, yet it gradually became heavy with an unspoken topic that lingered in the air, one that no one dared to address. Though each person knew it was inevitable. "Are we really going to move?" Tang Yaqing was the first to break the silence. "Yes. It's something that will happen in the coming days," Jiang Chen replied, taking a bite of his food, his words somewhat indistinct. "Can I stay at your villa in the future?" "I've grown tired of the small bedroom at Uncle Leon's house," Tang Yaqing said, her tone shifting as she fixed her captivating, sparkling eyes on Jiang Chen. "The artistic style appears to be somewhat amiss. Are you truly willing to part with Uncle Leon and Auntie?" Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before inquiring. "What is there to be reluctant about? Uncle Leon and Auntie can always join us. After all, if you are purchasing a villa, it will undoubtedly be an enormous and luxurious one. I have seen reports indicating that NBA stars' villas can comfortably accommodate dozens of guests," Tang Yaqing remarked. "Well, that would certainly be feasible. You are most welcome to stay in my villa for as long as you desire," Jiang Chen replied, then turned to Uncle Leon again. What was initially intended to be a somewhat somber farewell banquet was completely disrupted by Tang Yaqing. Leon, however, declined Jiang Chen's request. He had grown accustomed to living in this small courtyard and had no desire to relocate. Jiang Chen did not press the matter further, graciously covering several years' worth of rent, renewing the lease for both his and Tang Yaqing's 2 rooms for several more years. Though they were set to move, they could still return occasionally. After all, Jiang Chen had endured one of the most challenging periods of his life here, making it quite significant. The following day, Jiang Chen and Tang Yaqing hailed a taxi, heading straight to the car dealership. In a sprawling metropolis like Los Angeles, lacking a means of transportation is rather inconvenient. Initially, he intended to go alone, but Tang Yaqing insisted on accompanying him, asserting her desire to witness the lifestyle of the affluent. Jiang Chen understood these were mere jesting remarks. He was well aware that Tang Yaqing was a genuine heiress, her parents owning a substantial enterprise in Huaxia. It was simply that she was exceptionally low-key, never one to boast. Upon their arrival at the Mercedes dealership, they instantly drew the attention of numerous onlookers. After all, Jiang Chen's height was quite conspicuous, while Tang Yaqing's striking figure captivated many. Dressed in form-fitting jeans and a sleek body-hugging t-shirt, she presented an image of near perfection. "Good day, how may I assist you?" A beautiful saleswoman approached briskly, greeting them with utmost courtesy. She cast a glance at Tang Yaqing, then looked down at herself, momentarily feeling a pang of insecurity. This is indeed a matter of capital.